This guy originally worked as a scavenger, specializing in collecting items left behind after battles. Today, while busily cleaning in a C-rank dungeon, Chelsea accidentally touched a ring on a hand that had shriveled up over time. Chelsea was eager to try it on his hand, intending to bring it to Mr. Nakazardo later to have its grade checked, but as soon as he slipped it onto his index finger, the ring suddenly tightened, seemingly merging as one with Chelsea's body. Or gut, what the hell is this? Chelsea cried out in panic as an excruciating, sharp pain pulsed through his finger. Immediately after, a notification panel appeared before his eyes, stating, "The infinite ring has chosen you as its owner. From now on, it cannot be removed or transferred. The infinite path is about to open." Chelsea heard a voice reading those words aloud, but he didn't know who the voice belonged to since there wasn't a soul in sight. Then, concentric circles of an eerie, sickly yellow light began to radiate from the ring. Before Chelsea could regain his composure, he was violently sucked into the center by that surge of power. "Uckles, help me!" He screamed with all his might, but it was already too late. His older colleagues faintly heard his voice. Chelsea had clearly been right there just a moment ago, but now he had vanished without a trace, since he had always been a hard worker, squeezing every last second in the dungeon to search for loot. So today, when Chelsea hadn't returned to the assemble point, they thought nothing of it and didn't bother rushing out to find him. Unfortunately, they had no idea of the horrific calamity Chelsea was facing. He felt as though he were plummeting down a bottomless pit. Upon regaining consciousness, Chelsea was shocked to find himself captured by beastmen and placed on a sacrificial altar like a criminal awaiting divine punishment. It appeared this divine punishment was linked to a violent bolt of lightning that had struck there earlier. This was sacred beastman land, but Chelsea couldn't fathom how he'd fallen directly from a dungeon into this place. On the highest throne sat the Beast King, leader of the Beastman tribe, with an unreadable expression as he gestured for the execution to begin. Another beastman immediately stood up and declared loudly, "Fellow kin, today we shall execute 3 sinners. First is one from our own tribe, who dared betray our secrets to the elves and those lowly humans out there." As he finished, countless jeers and curses erupted. Everyone believed the beastman was a despicable traitor who did not deserve to live. By order of the Beast King, all 3 prisoners were to face the rite of divine punishment. The punishment was the judgment of the sovereign god Hammer, wreathed in thousands of deadly bolts of lightning, which would crush both the sins and the bodies of the guilty. The divine punishment swiftly descended upon the head of the traitorous beastman. A simple look at his face in that moment was enough to understand just how agonizing this punishment truly was. After finishing with him, the beastman once again proclaimed, "The next to receive punishment is this lowly mortal who dared to intrude upon our sacred land. For the first time in history, a human has trespassed upon a place isolated for millennia. This is a declaration of war. Let divine punishment fall upon the human who broke the treaty." Chelsea knew he was being sentenced. His body was hoisted up in preparation for the Godhammer's strike. Sobbing, he screamed that it was all an accidental misunderstanding and begged for his life, crying that his sister was waiting for him in the hospital. However, the beastman didn't care in the slightest. The one holding him up by his belt delivered a hard blow to his chest. The excruciating pain made him burst into tears. Chelsea truly didn't want to die here. He still had Karina and his dream of becoming a hero. How did it come to this? Chelsea was forced to kneel low on the altar, feeling utterly small and hopeless. "You lowly insect. Does a tiny human like you dare to stand against giant beastman warriors? You are about to be reduced to ashes under this divine punishment." Just like before, the cheers pouring in from all directions were directed straight at Chelsea. The divine punishment was about to strike, but Chelsea resolutely refused to accept dying in this forsaken place. At the exact moment the lightning bolted down onto the altar, he exerted the last of his remaining strength to throw himself to the side and dodge it. That action left the surrounding beastmen utterly stunned and astonished. Did he really just dodge the lightning from the divine punishment? Such a bizarre thing was completely unprecedented. Chelsea scrambled to his feet and roared, "I will never die here, you bastards." Not long after he finished speaking, the second lightning strike crashed down. Poured off guard, Chelsea took a direct hit and screamed in agonizing pain. The beastman gloated, "Who told you the divine punishment only strikes once? Now, on to the next person." The next person in line was a girl. Having just witnessed Chelsea fight back, a glimmer of hope was kindled in her heart, but it seemed everything was in vain. As for Chelsea, the bone-deep pain was indescribable, but his last remaining shred of consciousness still screamed that he absolutely could not die here. Right at that moment, the infinite ring he had found in the well suddenly glowed brightly, accompanied by a brand new notification. "Infinite ring activated. Initiating the divine choice system. Activation successful. The system is confirmed, beginning body restoration and constructing the ultimate physique." Another bolt of electricity struck, tearing through Chelsea's body. The beastmen witnessing the scene only grew incredibly thrilled, cause this was the first time they had seen someone barely clinging to life after surviving the divine punishment. However, Chelsea's charred body suddenly floated up into the air. The construction of the ultimate physique was gradually nearing completion. Naturally, the bewildered beastmen did not understand what was happening, so they could only look at each other in confusion. As the construction progress of the ultimate physique advanced, Chelsea's body also began to restore to its original state. At this moment, the divine eye skill was also fully initialized. In his semi-conscious state, Chelsea clearly sensed something calling his name. He allowed himself to touch down on the ground once more, and Chelsea began to stride forward, to the utter shock of all the beastmen. The process of perfecting the supreme body has reached the 60% mark, accompanied by the appearance of 2 overpowered skills, divine consciousness storage and absolute recovery. Witnessing that bizarre sight, the beastmen, including the leader of today's holy punishment ceremony, began to tremble like leaves because they had never seen anyone dare to approach the God King's hammer like that. On the contrary, the Beast King leader appeared extremely excited, wondering if that little brat intended to lift the treasure up. Right at this moment, Chelsea himself did not know what the hell he was doing. In his mind, only a seductive voice echoed, constantly urging him on. He himself was vaguely unaware of why that sound had chosen him. However, every movement Chelsea made at this moment was purely a natural reflex of his body. Ultimately, the upgrade to the Supreme Body was completed perfectly, and he was also lucky enough to activate an additional Supreme privilege called the Chosen One. And so, Chelsea petrified the entire beast tribe with astonishment when he gently lifted the treasure, the God King's hammer. It seems that the mysterious voice that had been constantly nagging in Chelsea's ears was coming from this very legendary weapon. He himself could not yet explain the source of this event. However, once this toy had actively called his name, he did not hesitate to try using it. In this way, Chelsea proudly took control of the beast tribe's supreme holy object right in front of everyone. The control panel immediately displayed a new notification, congratulating him on obtaining the God Hammer and leveling up to level 3. However, the released power stat of this weapon is currently stuck at around 0. Because Chelsea's strength is still too weak, he cannot activate its true power. Although the hammer contains hidden effects, he cannot unlock them due to a lack of skills. The only way is for him to quickly level up to unleash the full, extreme potential of the holy object. That a weak human boy could touch a sacred treasure is unthinkable to the beastman, because even the great beast king leader could not budge it at all. According to the tribe's ancient prophecy, whoever lifts the God Hammer will naturally become the new king. But now that divine artifact is lying obediently in the hands of someone who had just been taken to be executed, all the injuries on Chelsea's body have now disappeared without a trace. He just quietly observed the system interface displayed before his eyes. He was still extremely bewildered, unable to understand by what miraculous means his physical strength had skyrocketed. While one hand gripped the hammer handle, his other hand was free to stroke and study the parameter table floating in front of him. Suddenly, from behind, the beastman priest in charge of the ceremony lunged forward fiercely, shouting angrily at him. "You lowly human, who gave you permission to touch the God Hammer with those filthy hands?" As soon as he finished speaking, he aggressively lunged straight at Chelsea. Looking at the demeanor, it was clear there was no giggle at all. Seeing that scene, the surrounding beastmen accomplices took the opportunity to scream and cheer boisterously like a hive of bees. "That is the mighty General Vuger. He will certainly punish this arrogant outsider for daring to act recklessly. We hope you take action to reclaim the honor and pride trampled upon for our tribe." Uber threw a cold look full of anger and contempt straight at Chelsea. He growled that it did not matter what dirty tricks the opponent had used, but the fact that a piece of trash had survived the punishment and then brazenly held the holy hammer was an intolerable insult. "Obediently put that treasure back where it belongs and bow your head to accept your punishment," Uber commanded in an extremely arrogant tone. An unexpected notification appeared before Chelsea's eyes, signaling that his passive skill God's Eye had successfully activated, helping him easily see through every detail of any item or creature just by focusing his gaze. Notably, the skill has absolutely no cooldown time, allowing for continuous and non-stop use. Chelsea immediately activated God's Eye to inspect the person standing in front of him. The opponent was General Yuga, level 84, who possessed the Beastman warrior class and an extremely powerful rank of greatsword. He felt it was truly miraculous to be able to see through the opponent's stats, and through that data, he was certain that Yuga was a super formidable opponent. Seeing Chelsea staring at him blankly without any sign of fear, the Beastman growled, "Hey lowly human, do you dare to use that gaze to provoke me? You certainly have some nerve. Fine, if that's what you want, I'll send you on your way early," he said as he swung his sword violently. Knowing full well that he could not compete with a level 84 warrior, he hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "Wait, this is all just a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, these beastmen were naturally violent and never had a habit of long-winded talk, so Chelsea had not even finished his sentence. Duber had already raised the greatsword in his hand high and then brought down a fatal blow. Everyone witnessing the scene was certain that Chelsea would find it difficult to survive, because Uger was one of the 5 great generals under the Beast King. He was a terrifying opponent even against his own kin, let alone against a small human. The crowd of beastmen watching below were even certain Chelsea would be cut in two after just this one move. The moment Uger's blade struck down, the entire altar suddenly shook violently. It seemed that all of his power had been concentrated into this 1,000-pound strike. However, what no one expected was that Chelsea was actually able to neutralize it, simply by using the divine hammer he had just accidentally acquired. That block just now was driven entirely by survival instinct. Even he could not believe he had stopped to Uger's technique, and Chelsea's hands were now completely numb. Truly, that hammer possessed an absurd level of hardness. On the opposite side, Uger was extremely surprised to see Chelsea valiantly blocking his thunderous strike while his body remained steady, but he was far from resigned and believed that Chelsea only succeeded because that treasure had saved him, so he immediately prepared to follow up with another lethal blow. Naturally, Chelsea still persisted in trying to explain the situation clearly. Unfortunately, that stubborn enemy refused to care. This time, he threw his sword aside and aggressively charged forward, using his massive, rough hand to tighten his grip around Chelsea's throat. Uger planned to throw him into the air and finish him off with an earthquake skill. It was a flawless scheme. In the midst of the critical situation, panged by a single threat, the system immediately advised Chelsea to utilize his cover skill right away. This move allowed him to feel the opponent's heartbeat through his hand to freely choose a skill from his arsenal, though he could only hold exactly one skill, and whenever a new skill was copied, the old one would be immediately overridden and vanish completely. Chelsea was naturally a very quick-witted person. He quickly grasped the principle of using his hand to feel the heart of the opponent. This meant he absolutely had to find a way to touch the opponent's chest. Therefore, even as Chelsea was falling freely, he made an effort to reach his hand forward, even if he could only lightly graze across Uber's muscular chest. However, it was enough to activate the skill. What surprised him most was this beastman's vast arsenal of skills. It put Chelsea in a difficult position as he didn't know which skill would be best to copy. On the other hand, being touched by Chelsea was an unforgivable insult to Uger. He roared in anger, immediately gathering his strength to perform the ultimate skill, Heaven and Earth Tremor. At the same time, Chelsea managed to choose the skill that best matched his divine hammer, Heaven Tremor. This was a powerful warrior attack, though its actual effectiveness was limited because he lacked a specialized weapon and a suitable class. Chelsea closed his eyes to focus on copying Heaven Tremor. Immediately after, he decisively countered with that very same skill, leaving Uber so stunned that he forgot to defend himself. Unbelievable. How could he use my skill? Uber screamed in horror. A loud explosion echoed, followed by continuous screeching sounds. The beastman's altar seemed as if it were about to crumble into pieces. Chelsea thought he had taken down his opponent after that direct hit. However, Yuger remained completely unscathed, his eyes full of utter confusion. He even thought Chelsea had held back intentionally, as it not only didn't hurt but felt quite pleasant. The truth was that he hadn't held back at all and had used all his strength, but since he was only at level 3 and lacked a compatible weapon and class, the attack dealt 0 damage. To overcome this weakness, he had to level up. After reading the notification, Chelsea was dumbstruck, only able to mutter bitterly, "Damn it," using Yuber's own move without causing pain enraged him, as he believed he was being mocked. So, he roared, picked up his blade, and charged straight at him once more. However, Yuber's advance was halted by an authoritative shout, "Stop at once." The beastmen panicked again as they realized with shock that the Beast King had left his throne to intervene directly in the match. Fuga, who was only one of the 5 great generals, possessed such terrifying strength, then the one who ruled as Beast King must be a far more formidable monster. The moment he landed on the altar floor, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, dust billowed everywhere, almost completely obscuring Chelsea's vision. Yet, what happened next was something beyond everyone's imagination, for the noble and powerful Beast King of the Beastmen was kneeling at his feet. The entire Beastman tribe was in utter shock, while Chelsea had no idea what was going on. After kneeling for a while, the Beast King slowly stood up, approached him, and said, "It seems you have truly been chosen by the Divine King Hammer. This is undoubtedly a sign from the gods. In tens of thousands of years, you are the first to be able to touch the Divine King Hammer," the Beast King said as he placed his hands on Chelsea's shoulders, his eyes showing an unbelievable sincerity. It seemed this Beast King was much easier to torque to than that crazy Yuger. Then, before his entire tribe, the Beast King solemnly declared, "O Beastman, the Divine King Hammer is something no one could budge, yet this human has done it. He is indeed the future leader of our tribe, so we need to give him more time to hone himself and become stronger." The declaration from the Beast King once again left all the Beastmen in utter shock. It is true that the prophecy stated whoever could lift the King's God Hammer would rule the entire tribe. However, the problem was that Chelsea was not a Beastman. Yuber truly couldn't fathom the Beast King's thinking in wanting a human to lead the tribe. He hastily spoke up to intervene. "Your Majesty, this person, after all, is still just a human." The Beast King turned his head to respond, his gaze as sharp as a razor, entirely different from the affectionate look he had just given Chelsea, like looking at a puppy. "Does the prophecy clearly state that the leader must be a Beastman? Do you really want us to ignore the one who holds the spark of hope for the entire tribe?" Facing the bone-chilling killing intent, Yuber immediately prostrated himself, not daring to disobey the king's order, but only timidly argued that granting power to an outsider was no different from pushing the tribe's future toward its doom. The Beast King didn't bother with him and turned back to ask Chelsea, "What is your name?" "Pit, Chelsea." He declared his name loudly and clearly. "Very well, Chelsea. If you are willing to shoulder the fate of the entire tribe, I will grant you freedom right now, even though your current strength is far too weak. In the coming year, you must strive to become strong and then return here. Only then can I decide if you are worthy of being a leader." As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King established a spiritual mark directly linked to Chelsea's mind. He threatened that if he did not return in 1 year, he would use this mark to track down and eliminate him, no matter which corner he might be hiding in. This resolution temporarily appeased the crowd of beastmen, but the situation changed so rapidly that Chelsea had not yet regained his composure. While he was still hesitating over how to respond to the Beast King, a voice suddenly bellowed from beneath the altar. "Agree to it right away. Take your freedom to cultivate your strength." Chelsea realized that the girl should have faced execution right after him, but thanks to the chaos he had caused, she was still alive. Feeling curious, Chelsea immediately activated his divine eye to observe that person. The girl's title and name only showed question marks. He only knew she was a level 72 beastman warrior specializing in short swords. She told him to stay alive and not waste the god's favor, even though he did not know her identity yet. The fact that this female warrior had reached level 72 was enough to leave Chelsea astonished. He became even more curious about why she had become a criminal of the tribe, but ultimately, she was right. It was a miracle that Chelsea escaped death, and he could not afford to delay, prioritizing survival before seeking a way back to his old world. "Thank you." Chelsea waved to the female warrior and then shouted. Then he turned to agree to the Beast King's offer, with the condition that he must be allowed to take the girl with him, because he believed she would be a powerful partner in his upcoming journey of self-refinement. She appeared extremely astonished when he unexpectedly chose her specifically to accompany him. This action was essentially Chelsea saving her life once again. Eventually, the Beast King agreed, and the girl was officially pardoned from her punishment. It seemed that Chelsea had successfully managed to save his own life. Despite having spent the day completely drained of energy, he was still wide awake that night, his chest heavy with heavy thoughts. Chelsea kept his eyes fixed on the ring of infinity on his index finger, vaguely recalling the strange sound that had rung out at that moment. It seemed all his troubles stemmed from this piece of jewelry. Sub-Zero had tried hard to remove the ring but to no avail. Even though he knew this treasure brought extraordinary power, he was completely clueless about how to escape back to his old world. "Everything is ready, Master." A sweet voice pulled him out of his tangled thoughts. Chelsea turned back and saw the Beastkin warrior girl standing there happily waiting, and he widened his eyes, wondering if he had misheard the title. "Yes, I vow from now on to offer my loyalty to serve you, my lifesaver." Suddenly being respectfully called master by a super cute beast-ear beauty, Chelsea felt a surge of irresistible excitement in his chest. However, standing in front of the beauty, he didn't want to disgrace himself as a womanizer, so he tried to look serious and softly said that it was nothing, adding that she had also spoken up for him, so the two of them should just rely on each other, and as for the master-servant addresser serving him, they could take it slow. But before he could finish, she brushed it off, saying, "Master, you don't understand how great this favor is. You are the one who brought my life back to me. Never before has anyone bothered to stand up for me or sent me a sincere thank you except for you. So please agree to let me call you by those dear words, Master." Having said that, she gripped Chelsea's hand with an extremely earnest look. She kept rambling on about how his presence was a miracle that saved her life, so she vowed to give everything to him. However, at such close proximity, Chelsea couldn't focus on her teary, sparkling eyes because the daring design of her low-cut top kept drawing his gaze. He tried to change the subject to suppress the nosebleed that was about to erupt, then clicked his tongue and agreed that if she insisted, she could call him that. She happily thanked him and suggested they set off right away before it was too late. It was already late at night, and the girl stepped in front to lead the way. She did not forget to remind Chelsea to watch his step like a child. Those were his first carefree steps in this completely strange land. This experience was actually quite interesting. After all, however, that small sense of relaxation was quickly extinguished when Chelsea suddenly remembered that Karina was still wearily waiting for his return. While he was agonizing over finding a way to escape back to his hometown, a notification board from the system suddenly appeared before his eyes. Good news, the infinite passage is ready for operation. Note that the cooldown time between uses is exactly 1 full day. The words infinite passage had just hit his eyes and made Chelsea's heart race. He suddenly remembered that when he was at the bottom of the ancient well, it was that black hole that had pulled him to this godforsaken place, so he only needed to step into it once more to return to his home perfect, no doubt about it. Without thinking twice, Chelsea immediately tried to give the command, infinite passage, open. A familiar suction force surged forward, and his entire body was pulled into the center of those magical swirls. Then it vanished right behind the back of the beastkin girl. After a struggle through the distorted space pipe, Chelsea had truly landed at the bottom of the old well. He hurriedly checked. The system board was still displayed. All the skills learned from the other world were still preserved. Level 3 remained the same, and the Divine King's hammer was still in the inventory. The system immediately explained that only the attribute stats were shared between the two places, while equipment did not transfer automatically. If he wanted to bring weapons back from the other world to use, he was required to have thrown them into the storage inventory beforehand. Chelsea could not help but gasp in amazement. Just as he intended to tinker and learn more, he suddenly heard his name being called out from above the mouth of the well. It's so noisy. Let's get out of the cave before it closes. Chelsea was utterly surprised to see his colleagues still there, so he asked, why are you still lingering? I've been gone for a few hours. What are you talking about? You've been here the whole time. Luckily, I came to remind you. Let's hurry out of here before this cave closes. Hearing his colleague say that, Chelsea felt something was not right at all. He was certain he had been in the Beastman world for at least 5 hours. Before his friend's urgence, Chelsea reluctantly climbed up first, though his heart was still heavy with questions. Could it be that while he was adventuring in another world, time in this place had been frozen? This sounded like something straight out of a fantasy novel. So, when he returned to this world, perhaps time in the Beastman realm had also stopped. Chelsea became increasingly bewildered. Who was the true owner who possessed this infinite ring and bestowed such formidable power upon him? Exiting the cave entrance, Chelsea suddenly remembered something important. He quickly asked his old friend, "Oh right, my old friend, the next awakening test is tomorrow, isn't it?" The motivation that drove Chelsea's desire to become a true hero was the pain and loss he had endured. That day, in the pouring rain, the giant monster swallowed the entire city. Little Chelsea, carrying his younger sister Karina on his back, was desperately running away. His legs felt numb at that time, but what was even more heartbreaking was that the children's parents could not escape. Chelsea faced an incredibly difficult choice at that moment. Either abandon his parents and continue to flee, or turn back and perish together there. At the moment he couldn't make a decision. Kind neighbor named Nakazardo embraced the two children. Chelsea, keep running. If you stop, everything will end. Don't look back, or you and Karina will be swallowed by the darkness. Take harm. You can't fight the darkness. The scene of devastation and ruin amidst the horrific flames, no matter how much time had passed, Chelsea could not forget it, and each time he recalled it, he would unconsciously sink into that endless pain. Brother, Karina's gentle voice echoed in his ears, reminding Chelsea that he was in the hospital. Are you sure you're going to retake the awakening test tomorrow? Were you okay? You just got home from work today. Whether in her voice or her expression, Karina couldn't hide her concern and worry. Even the nurses kept sighing and praising her for always being thoughtful and caring. Were you okay, Karina? Were your legs feeling any better? Chelsea gently asked in return. At the same time, as the nurse was giving the injection, Karina mumbled that she was fine. Although her body was still trembling from the shot, the pain hadn't subsided, and her legs still couldn't move. It seemed she had gradually accepted it as a part of her life. Seeing his younger sister suffer, Chelsea's heart felt heavy. He activated his divine vision to review Karina's injuries. She had previously been injured in both legs after being trapped under a collapsed building, a fact he knew very well, which had led to 98% of her nerve cells necrotizing. Her current condition included occasional neuropathic pain, no possibility of natural recovery, and only a 1% chance of working without assistance. The more Chelsea read it, the more heartbroken he became. With only a 1% chance of working without assistance, Karina must surely find this life incredibly difficult. She was still so young, with a wide open future ahead. She should have been able to live a normal life, go to school, play with friends, travel everywhere, and enjoy complete joy instead of being tormented in the hospital. Karina was Chelsea's only remaining relative. He didn't want her to continue enduring that pain, so Chelsea decided that even if the chance was almost zero, he still wanted to help Karina stand up again. As long as there was 1%, there was still a glimmer of hope. There must surely be a way to make that a reality, and the first step was to become a hero. Then, Chelsea would perhaps be able to access more information and find a solution to the problem. Chelsea not only wished to heal Karina's legs but also yearned to live a proud life. Therefore, he swore that he would become a hero, even the strongest hero to ever appear in history. Chelsea sought out BTG, the corporation specializing in hero trials. At the area where the awakening ability test was conducted, the young man had just completed the test and received a personalized hero title based on his recent results. Becoming a hero was truly an incredibly joyful thing, so even just receiving the lowest level hero title was enough to make both him and his mother overjoyed. The next person to enter the testing room after that young man was Chelsea. The person in charge saw in the records that he was retaking the test after failing the first one. Displaying a rather indifferent attitude, he told Chelsea to just step in and place his hand on the measuring device when ready, but he didn't think there would be any difference compared to last time. Chelsea was not at all swayed by those words. Soon, you would know whether he would again waste his effort this time. In fact, even before taking the test, Chelsea already knew that he was old enough for high school and qualified to become a hero. However, he didn't know the full extent of his strength, so he still decided to take the test seriously. Before beginning the test, Chelsea had activated his superhuman body and maintained that state throughout the hero value measurement process. The person in charge outside could even feel the ground shaking. He initially thought it was an earthquake, but who would have thought it was an aftershock created by Chelsea himself? Finally, when this process concluded, the results returned were truly satisfying. He officially became a level 3 hero with a power of 5,400. This number far surpassed the previous record for a level 3 hero. Now, Chelsea had become the strongest level 3 hero, leaving the second-ranked individual far behind with a power of only 930. Even he himself felt extremely astonished by this result. Because Chu Yuxi had firmly believed his own combat power was only slightly higher than the person who had just finished testing, he did not expect the actual figure to be 10 times higher. Although it was somewhat unexpected, everything still proceeded according to plan, so Chu Yuxi felt incredibly excited. He became curious about the true power of the God King's hammer, so he immediately drew it out to explore it. Unfortunately, the system warned that Chu Yuxi's current level was insufficient to unlock the true potential of the God King's hammer, and if he insisted on using it, he could only maintain it for a mere second at the cost of a massive amount of energy. Yet, 1 second was enough for the measuring device to provide an estimate, and Chu Yuxi was extremely eager to know how much his combat power would skyrocket with the support of this treasure. Without hesitation, he decided to try one more time. This time, he gathered all his strength to activate the energy from the God King's hammer. The process of releasing the energy went smoothly. Chu Yuxi felt as if his entire vitality had been drained completely in the blink of an eye, leaving him feeling incredibly exhausted and uncomfortable. He only wished for the measuring machine to finish its job quickly. However, using the God King's hammer to measure his combat power created a massive shock beyond Chu Yuxi's imagination. The night sky above the city seemed to feature a purple dragon weaving through it in a magical way. Not only the corporation's building but the entire city shook violently due to this anomaly. The measurement system displayed an overload notification because it could not withstand the terrifying energy from Chu Yuxi. Immediately after, all the lights around suddenly went out, and an emergency order was broadcast throughout the building. Due to the power outage, the test had to be suspended immediately, and the manager also rushed into the room to warn Chu Yuxi. At this moment, his body was so drained of energy that he looked as thin as a working skeleton, making the manager almost fail to recognize him. Afterward, Chu Yuxi trudged away from that place with weary footsteps. It seemed he had underestimated the God King's hammer. He did not expect it to drain the owner's vitality in just one short second. It appeared he would have to put it away until his strength reached a sufficient level. Even so, he had to consider the situation from all angles. Chu Yuxi was truly happy because today's important goal had been achieved. He had officially become a real hero. The next day, Chu Yuxi started heading to the training ground to receive his new mission. There, a man named Deer would be responsible for instructing him and the other young recruits. Deer is a veteran warrior at level 9 with a combat power reaching 1,200. His appearance was so stern that everyone who looked at him would tremble in fear. Only Chu Yuxi, who possessed the divine eye to see through others' information, looked disdainful as he thought to himself that for a level 9 to have a combat power of only 1,200, he wondered how terrifying his own figure would be when he reached level 9. As for Dia, he was clearly feeling annoyed about having to take on this boring job of training recruits. He would find exploring a D-rank dungeon much more interesting. Dia loudly announced that everyone would enter a D-rank dungeon tomorrow to gain practical experience, find a most suitable profession, and perhaps even pick up some low-level items. This information left everyone around Chelsea stunned into silence. It was understandable, as they had just received the hero certificates, but their actual combat skills were a complete zero, and they should have spent the entire previous week on physical training instead. Yet Gear ignored the basic steps to throw them straight into a D-rank dungeon. Gear irritably responded that there was no time for training, and since they were heroes now, they had to sharpen themselves through real combat, just as he himself had to do in the past. He warned that this training session was extremely rigorous, and if they weren't strong enough to endure it, they should proactively withdraw immediately. The shout demanding they listen clearly filled the space, making the new heroes not dare to utter a single word. Chelsea found this man increasingly obnoxious, as he well understood that he was simply taking his anger out on the rookies. Perhaps heroes were just ordinary people after all, so encountering such difficult individuals wasn't unusual. Despite that, Chelsea's mood remained quite good, because he was thinking about the level 72 beastwoman who was still waiting for him in that place. As soon as the cooldown of the infinite path ended, he would immediately use it to return to the beastman world with her. That night, Chelsea returned to his house. The television was reporting on the recent tremor that caused power outages in many areas. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Chelsea himself was a culprit behind this tremor, but he didn't care in the least because the waiting time was over. Chelsea was eager to return to the other world to grow stronger quickly, perhaps even choosing a class and hunting for top-tier equipment. Putting Thord into action, Chelsea activated the infinite path immediately. When he opened his eyes again, it was still the exact same scene as the moment he left. Even the clothes on his body hadn't changed since the first time he set foot there. Indeed, it was just as expected. Once Chelsea left this world, time there would immediately freeze. Is something wrong, master? A shapely figure suddenly entered Chelsea's field of vision. He had almost forgotten the presence of this beastwoman. He quickly reassured her that nothing was wrong. Let's start leveling up. Please lead the way for me. Seeing Chelsea's excitement, the beastwoman also appeared extremely enthusiastic. She mentioned there was a goblin lair nearby, so she wanted to lead him there for a little practice. However, because Chelsea was only level 3 and goblins were notoriously cunning, malicious, and extremely numerous, they needed to be very cautious. Hearing goblins mentioned, Chelsea truly felt this place was exactly like a fantasy game. He was curious to see what the divine choice system's effect would be. Although the outcome was unclear, Chelsea felt full of vigor thinking about the upcoming goblin hunt. Under the guidance of the beastwoman, he soon approached the goblin lair. Since it was nighttime, they were sound asleep, with only a few guards in a half-awake, half-asleep state. Be careful and don't wake the guards, the beastwoman reminded him. Chelsea retorted by asking if, with her being level 72, taking them down would be quite simple, right? Divine Eyes not only revealed her level but also told him her combat power reached 630,000, which was truly terrifying. Traveling with someone this strong made Chelsea feel quite secure. It was just that she was a little surprised and wondered why he knew her level. It's not for nothing that I'm your master. Chelsea evaded the question because he couldn't explain the system, then suggested she show him what the caliber of a true hero looked like. She didn't have any intention of refusing. It was just that if she went into battle with Chelsea, he wouldn't gain any experience because the level difference between them was far too vast. Chelsea was a bit disappointed, as he still wanted to see her showcase her talent. The girl replied, "Action. You have praised me, but if you truly wish to see it, I will give it a try. I'm not sure if I can be of much help, but please watch." As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly drew a gleaming dagger from her hip, her eyes shining with intense determination. With the speed of a whirlwind, she lunged forward and delivered a swift, decisive slash, successfully taking down the unfortunate monster before it could even realize her presence. Chelsea couldn't help but applaud. Those were indeed the skillful movements of a level 72 warrior, absolutely incredibly cool. Hearing Chelsea's high praise, the demi-human girl looked visibly delighted and said, "Even when facing low-level enemies, I always give my full effort. I hope Master finds this performance truly useful." "Of course it's useful. Can you teach me that move?" Chelsea eagerly proposed. However, the swift slash the demi-human girl had just demonstrated was a high-tier warrior skill, which didn't seem suitable for his current strength. Furthermore, Chelsea was still wavering and hadn't decided on his class yet. Hearing her mention choosing a class, Chelsea suddenly made up his mind. In that case, he would choose the warrior path right away. With a level 72 warrior by his side, he could use his Kappa skill more easily without fear of exposing his class incompatibility. Yet another problem remained. That was the fact that Chelsea still couldn't use the God King's hammer, so now he needed to find another weapon to replace it. "Were you choosing to be a warrior because of me? Then I guarantee I will be extremely helpful to you." The girl seemed deeply moved and overjoyed. Then she suddenly approached, took Chelsea's hand, and said in an unusually serious tone, "I will do my best to help you level up, but first, let's go find suitable equipment for a warrior." To be honest, Chelsea was a straightforward person, so it was only natural that he accidentally glanced down first. However, the way she was dressed made it truly hard for him to focus on her words. Before Chelsea could even tear his eyes away, it happened to be time for the goblin guards to change shifts. They quickly spotted the two intruders, and two level 3 goblins with 420 combat power immediately snarled and lunged straight toward them. This time, Chelsea had no intention of hiding behind her. Instead, he wanted to handle those monsters himself. Since he didn't have a weapon yet, he temporarily borrowed her gleaming silver dagger. "Master, I'm afraid it's a bit risky to face enemies of the same level." The demi-human girl was still jittery with worry, but Chelsea's determination remained unshaken. He still hadn't tested the full power of the heavenly quake skill he had copied earlier. Since that was the case, he would just use the two goblins looming in front of him as test subjects. And so, Chelsea took a deep breath and concentrated his strength. He waited until the monster charged within range and then suddenly performed a very high leap. As Chelsea landed, the heavenly quake skill erupted, causing both unfortunate goblins to have their vitality completely depleted by this single move. The demi-human girl was utterly stunned. For Chelsea to defeat two same-level goblins with a single strike was unthinkable, as even a 6-man party of level 3s would struggle against them. As for Chelsea, he was extremely satisfied with the result he had just achieved. It seemed this divine choice system was quite impressive. If nothing changed, he might be able to reach level 4 by tonight. Since that silver dagger was, after all, only temporarily borrowed, Chelsea knew he couldn't use it as his permanent weapon. Therefore, he had to temporarily use a broken goblin branch as a self-defense tool. The girl next to him seemed extremely impatient. She repeatedly urged Chelsea to quickly search for equipment, as his current state offered no defense at all. Indeed, without protective gear, there was no way he could withstand attacks. Besides weapons, he also needed armor. However, before that, Chelsea had spent time researching the inventory space. This is a dimension within the mind, separated from reality. Currently, the inventory only has 2 slots. Interestingly, every item placed in it can be used in both worlds. Since the God King's hammer was already occupying 1 slot, Chelsea only had 1 empty space left. The system had hinted that the space could be upgraded. Surely, when its level increased, the storage would expand further. Even so, having only 1 empty slot was very inconvenient, especially since he couldn't discard the God King's hammer, and a full set of equipment consists of 5 pieces. Looking at that girl, it was clear those 5 parts were for the head, hands, torso, thighs, and feet. Chelsea only wanted to use her body as an example, but he had to admit that the Space Girl's appearance was truly hard to resist. Chelsea couldn't help but start drooling. He silently wondered what other strange races besides beastfolk existed in this world. "Master, is there something on my face?" the innocent girl asked. "It's nothing, I was just checking to see if you were following me closely." Chelsea scratched his head bashfully. While he was smiling foolishly, danger struck from behind. The girl shouted a warning, but seeing he could hardly dodge, she rushed in to save him. The ones charging in to attack him were 3 level 4 goblins. It seemed that the further they went, the stronger and more cunning the goblins became. This meant experience points would increase significantly, forcing Chelsea to eagerly charge forward immediately. He feared that if he let the beast girl strike first, he wouldn't gain any experience. Seeing Chelsea was only level 3 yet dared to fight 3 of them alone, the goblins sneered in contempt, mocking him as a fool with a death wish. However, it was they who paid a heavy price for underestimating a low-level warrior like him. Armed with only a meager wooden stick in hand, Chelsea easily finished off all 3 of those level 4 goblins. That wooden branch also broke in half as a result. He calmly picked up another branch and continued to push deeper. Witnessing this, the beast girl was incredibly excited, as she sensed Chelsea's terrifying potential for producing immense power even with a poor weapon. Defeating 3 opponents at once despite the level gap was a rare miracle. She was convinced she had chosen the right master. Both continued deeper into the territory, where the number and levels of the goblins were becoming increasingly dense. However, the destructive energy from Chelsea turned the large numbers into meaningless figures. Throughout this journey, the Beast King girl didn't need to lift a finger, only cheering from the sidelines. Unfortunately, Chelsea's weapon is too weak. He's already had to replace the sixth one. His current experience points stand at 1,230 out of 3,000. Chelsea didn't expect the rewards here to be so generous. He's getting stronger much faster than he ever anticipated. Recalling his days as a cleaner, he often heard heroes lament that monsters of level 3 or 4 hardly gave 10 experience points, so without continuously clearing dungeons, leveling up would remain a fantasy. Not to mention, in his old world, the Hero Association required party play. The experience was split among members, making the leveling efficiency even more dismal. Yet, there, Chelsea receives all the experience points, plus a much more abundant monster drop rate, which makes him extremely pleased. In the blink of an eye, he's already 2/3 of the way to reaching level 4. With his progress, he'll soon encounter the final boss. And in reality, that happened sooner than expected. Chelsea and the alluring Beast King girl are now standing right before the boss's lair. Just catching a glimpse of the goblin silhouette sent a chill down Chelsea's spine. It seems this one isn't some weakling that's easy to deal with like the monsters he just cleared earlier. How unlucky. The boss this time has been completely manipulated by darkness. The girl whispered. The word darkness sent an extra shiver down Chelsea's spine. He never expected that this world also harbored something called darkness. Just like how they hide in caves back home. He wondered if they were all part of the same entity. This goblin's appearance is exactly like the killer who murdered his mother. Could they be one and the same? Thinking of that, Chelsea trembled with rage, his hands clenching unconsciously. The girl beside him, unaware, continued to prattle on, saying enemies invaded by darkness are usually very strong. This boss was originally only level 6, but its power has now increased exponentially. Because darkness is so mysterious and terrifying, she wants to deal with it herself. No, Chelsea interrupted her loudly. He knew the risks were immense, but just thinking that the entity before him might be the one who killed his parents and ruined Karina's life made his blood boil. He couldn't fathom the connection between them and these worlds, but he yearned to end them with his own strength, whether today or in the distant future. Without waiting for the girl's response, Chelsea sprang from cover. He quickly unleashed a devastating blow, a surprise attack hoping to finish it off in a single round. All the hatred he had accumulated was poured into this move by Chelsea. However, to his regret, it only depleted about 25% of the opponent's health bar. Immediately, Chelsea was sent flying into the air by the dark goblin. Its strength truly exceeded all his initial expectations. Chelsea slammed face first onto the ground in agony with tremendous force. His entire body was paralyzed from the injuries, and blood continuously trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that very moment, the monster opened its mouth wide. A lung, monstrously writhing tongue shot straight towards him. Witnessing that tragic scene, the half-human, half-beast girl could no longer turn a blind eye for even a second. She immediately darted off like a bolt of lightning and shouted that here was her master's weapon. However, Chelsea actually harbored not even a sliver of hope of being rescued by her. While that evil man wanted to kill Chelsea, yet, the deep-seated hatred for the person who murdered his parents and left Karina disabled in a wheelchair for life made him determined not to yield. Even though his weapon had been lost, Chelsea still had no intention of surrendering. He immediately requested the system to activate his superhuman body. In just an instant, the muscles across his body were pumped full of vitality. Consequently, Chelsea's power level also rapidly skyrocketed, and he focused maximum strength into his right arm. The system also quickly issued a warning that Chelsea was about to undergo extreme pain and intense strain. However, he didn't care, as his mind only wanted to send that monster to its grave. At that moment, his very own flesh turned into the sharpest weapon, and that punch from Chelsea actually managed to take down this formidable boss. After knocking the man out, an overwhelming exhaustion immediately rushed in and took over his body. Chelsea felt as if his right arm had completely vanished from his body, but that didn't matter at all. He had pocketed an additional 1,000 experience points to level up. Simultaneously, he completed the first step of his long-cherished goal, which was to wipe out all dark forces from this world. Seeing Chelsea's somewhat mangled arm, the beast-eared girl beside him could not hide her extreme anxiety. The system also continuously signaled warnings to Chelsea that his right limb was suffering a severe injury. If not treated urgently, it would soon become necrotic. His whole body was currently trembling uncontrollably with pain. Warning: you are free to upgrade body parts and maximize physical strength. However, since all power was concentrated into the right arm, it cannot currently withstand the equivalent energy load. The system popped up yet another new notification, but by this time, Chelsea had already passed out from the intense pain long ago. The beast girl nearby hurriedly rushed over to catch him. Then she gently laid Chelsea down, resting his head on her lap. She hurriedly pulled a potion bottle from her leather bag to treat him. About an hour later, finally, he felt his body become much more comfortable. Chelsea could perceive that although the recovery progress here was slower than in his original world, the results were absolutely wonderful. Perhaps the pharmacology of this world has existed since ancient times. Now his right arm moved flexibly, and it even felt more resilient and stronger than before. Seeing that the medicine was effective, she was overjoyed, and after checking that Chelsea was stable, she urged him to quickly go claim his reward, since after all, the boss had already been defeated. If she hadn't reminded him, Chelsea would have almost completely forgotten the valuable reward that he had nearly lost his life to obtain. On top of that, thanks to eliminating the bugs in lightning fast speed, he also received an additional special bonus gift. This reward tier had been upgraded from the basic level to a full comprehensive package. Standing in front of the mysterious dark treasure chest, the beast girl's eyes suddenly lit up, which made sense, as dark equipment was a rare, top-tier item seldom seen in this place. These were items that were not easily found even at auction houses. All the hardships up to now were completely worth it for this moment, filling Chelsea's heart with happiness. As soon as he opened the chest lid, a blinding beam of light immediately burst out, dazzling his eyes. However, Before he could even peek at what was inside, Chaosi quickly slammed the lid shut, because he suddenly remembered that his personal inventory had only a single empty slot left, and he wondered if that full set of equipment would count as a single item. He asked himself whether it would take up a slot in his inventory, because running out of storage space would indeed be a major trouble. Fortunately, the entire Dark Goblin set only took up a single slot. Now, Chaosi could freely summon and restore the item at any time. This feeling was just like winning the jackpot, keeping Chaosi smiling to himself, which prompted the curious beast girl to ask her master why he kept smiling to himself. "It's nothing, I'm just enjoying the rewards of my full set," Chaosi replied, scratching his head, and then took the opportunity to ask if she knew how to sew. She beamed a bright smile and nodded, saying that she had hand sewn all her own clothes since childhood, and that she still always carried a sewing kit with her. And so, not long after, Chaosi got himself a brand new, perfectly fitted tank top. Wearing it was many times more comfortable than the old protective gear he had been wearing since he first transmigrated. All plans were progressing very smoothly, especially now that Chaosi had both leveled up and possessed high-quality gear. It seemed that it was time for him to return to his own real world. So, Chaosi told her to take the opportunity to rest for the night to recover her strength, and he waited until she had fallen into a deep sleep. He quietly opened the infinite gate to begin his journey back to Earth, although his body was exhausted. But since this trip had yielded so many interesting things, Chaosi still felt extremely satisfied. Now he needed to get some shut-eye because his energy was truly depleted after his experiences in that other world. The next day was the first day Chaosi ventured into the dungeon located right in his original world. Before setting off, he put on the dark attire of the Goblin tribe. This item bestowed a special ability upon Chaosi called Roaring Tentacles. When the skill is activated, the roar paralyzes weak nearby enemies, while the user's hands turn into giant dark tentacles that deal critical damage. Chaosi was full of praise. This outfit was truly top tier, and it even came with such an overpowered skill. It seemed things were going to be very interesting, but a pressing concern was that this outfit's appearance was far too flashy. He would certainly be in big trouble if other heroes saw him wearing this. Chaosi had heard of many heroes who wouldn't hesitate to kill others just to steal precious gear. As a rookie, he would definitely become a target. However, while feeling downcast, he happened to skim through the outfit's status screen. He then discovered an amazing feature. It possessed a stealth effect that disguised it as normal clothing, leaving Chaosi with no reason to refuse. With just a press of the Z key, the Goblin armor instantly vanished, though its stats remained fully intact. Now that the issue was resolved, Chaosi took advantage of the few minutes before his meeting to go buy a sandwich. Phone in his pocket suddenly began to vibrate incessantly. As soon as he answered, an urgent voice came from the other end. "Are you Karina's brother?" "I'm the head nurse. A group of fierce-looking people have come to the hospital demanding to take her away because of some debt. Please get here right away." Chaosi instantly turned pale. The loan was real, as he had no other option to afford his sister's treatment, but he couldn't understand why they were trying to take her when he had been paying the interest regularly. He quickly told the nurse not to let anyone touch Karina, but the call was suddenly cut short. A sudden surge of rage caused Chaosi to crush the phone right in his palm. He no longer had any peace of mind to worry about today's first training session in the cave. Armed with the equipment and skills he now possessed, Chaosi dashed towards the hospital at breakneck speed. Karina was in an extremely perilous situation. Crying, she begged them to let her go, but it was in vain. She helplessly screamed, asking what they wanted from her. "You will never understand. We are forced to take you away because your brother breached the loan agreement," the gold-clad man with a thug-like face said smugly, waving the promissory note in front of Karina. In reality, he had no good intentions from the start. He had lent Chaosi the money only because his young master had his eyes on Karina. Even though she was paralyzed, her beauty remained intact, and her vulnerability only made her more appealing to the wealthy, not to mention the massive profit she could fetch on the black market. The contract had been rigged with a trap from the beginning, but because Chaosi was so desperate at the time, he had failed to notice. Karina was just a child, making her easy to manipulate. She struggled, insisting that her brother would never sign such a fraudulent contract, but all her efforts were in vain. These thugs were ready to twist the truth to get what they wanted. The men sneered, claiming that the amount Chaosi paid weekly wasn't even enough to cover the interest, let alone the principal. Simply put, this debt would never be paid off, giving them every right to take her away under the terms of the agreement. Squeezing Karina's chin threateningly, he growled, "If you behave and cooperate, we'll treat you well, but if you dare to resist, don't blame us for getting rough. Do you understand?" Chaosi appeared at the threshold, his face burning with murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, "You better prepare yourself." Chaosi kicked open the hospital room door, deforming it beyond recognition. At this moment, the system showed he had reached level 4, Ori class, Dark Goblin outfit, Tentacle Roar skill, Pepe Seismic Shock, and experience over 6,000. Takeshi's subordinates turned their heads to look back when they saw him appear. Karina, who was sitting in a wheelchair, subbed out, "Big brother." When she saw him arrive, Takeshi stood with his hands in his pockets, glanced at him, and growled, "So you finally decided to show your face." He turned to face Chaoshi and said arrogantly, "Why do you look so angry? Didn't the two of us already reach an agreement? After all, you don't need a crippled sister anyway." Without a word, Chaoshi threw a punch that shattered his glasses and knocked out a tooth. Takeshi could only let out a muffled groan. Chaoshi followed up with another punch, sending Takeshi tumbling backward and spinning 360 degrees. Blue veins bulged all over Chaoshi's body from anger, his eyes glowing a fierce red, as the system announced a leg muscle enhancement that greatly boosted his movement speed. After his spin, Takeshi crashed into the furniture in the hospital room and collapsed onto the floor. Seeing this, one of the two bodyguards rushed over to support him and cried out. Bess, the remaining bald bodyguard, named Tager, shouted and lunged at Chaoshi, throwing a massive fist to attack him. Tager swung a punch, but Chaoshi easily ducked to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity, he put all his strength into a counter strike, fracturing the man's arm, and Tager screamed in agony. Taiga clutched his injured arm, brawling on the floor, while Izuki helped Takeshi stagger back to his feet, with his face distorted in rage. Takeshi reached into his coat to pull something out and gritted his teeth. You piece of trash, no one has ever dared challenge me before. He pulled out a gun, pointed it straight at Chaoshi, and threatened, you are the first one who dares challenge the Blue Snake Gang. Having said that, Takeshi pulled the trigger and screamed, just die. Seeing the bullet fly toward her brother, Parina panicked, crying out with tearful, trembling eyes, no. The bullet flew toward him, but Chaoshi remained calm. He bowed his head in silence, then caught the bullet with his bare hand. Seeing her brother suddenly become so powerful, Parina was stunned with amazement. Takeshi and his subordinates stared in shock, Izuki exclaiming, did he just catch a bullet with his bare hand? While Taiga also stammered, this is impossible. A surge of power flowed through Chaoshi's body. He clenched his hand and said solemnly, after all, I am already a hero. The system displayed a notification, strongest body part, hands, immune to conventional weapons. Hearing this, Takeshi's group trembled with fear, the three of them huddling together and muttering, hero. In the hallway outside, the head nurse and the security team rushed over. She pointed toward the room. This way, there are loan sharks threatening a patient and their family. Upon reaching the door, the nurse and the security team were stunned by the chaotic scene inside. The three battered loan sharks looked cringed and submissive. Takeshi forced a smile and said, Mr. Chaoshi, please try to arrange to pay off the debt soon. My boss is a member of the Hero Association, so let's not let anything bad happen. I shall take my leave now. The three of them slunk away. Upon reaching the hallway and seeing the security team, they even bowed politely before running off. As Takeshi worked, he harbored thoughts of revenge. This kid has already become a hero. Damn it, I must report to the boss immediately, or else the plan to kidnap his sister will be completely ruined. His leader is incredibly formidable. This level 10 boss of the Blue Cockroach Guild is an elite warrior with a power level of 2,300. Takeshi silently assessed in his head, the boss is a level 10 warrior while that kid is just a rookie. There's no way we won't be able to take him down. In the hospital room, Parina sat in her wheelchair, watching her brother and speaking up now that they were gone. Chaoshi was tidying the room, holding a towel as he gently said, I'm truly sorry I can't visit you more often. He stepped closer, sat down beside the wheelchair, and continued, they have a scheme. If we don't pay up soon, the Blue Cockroach Guild will come back to harass us. I've been racking my brain for ways to make money these past few days, but now that I'm a hero, don't worry anymore. Hearing this, the young girl pressed him, have you really become a hero? Chaoshi pulled out his hero card, and his sister's eyes widened in admiration at the sight of it. He told Karina, it's only an apprentice rank for now, but I'll become an official hero right after I clear the dungeon today. After leaving the hospital, Chaoshi worked alone, deep in thought. I borrowed 60,000 from the Blue Snake team for Karina's treatment. If I just earn money slowly in this world, it'll take forever. The only solution is to sell off all my hero equipment. This arduous path will end tonight, and I'll finally be recognized as an official hero. The scene shifts to the forest, where the group of heroes is gathered in full to prepare for entering the dungeon. Geo was also present. He was a level 9 warrior with a combat power of 1,200. Standing before the teleportation gate, he spoke up, is everyone here yet? Deo crossed his arms and announced, today, your abilities will be tested to see if you're qualified to become official heroes. There are a few rules to remember, the most important being that you must hand over all equipment found in the cave to me. The crowd standing around responded in unison. Understood. Chaoshi stood in a corner, thinking silently, I've heard about this before. It seems the Hero Association turns a blind eye. This low-level cave probably doesn't have anything valuable anyway. Deo remained on high ground, raising his hand to encourage the heroes. As for the test, don't worry. I'm a level 9 warrior. As long as you follow my instructions, passing will be as easy as pie. He pointed a finger and continued loudly, to become an official hero, each of you must pay me 20,000 yen. Geo clasped his hands behind his back and reminded everyone loudly, is that clear? The people below hurriedly reached into their pockets, rummaging for money as they replied, yes, sir. During such an absurd condition, Chaoshi raised his hand in dissatisfaction and asked, why do we have to pay you an extra fee? Aren't you already taking all the equipment from the cave? If so, where are we supposed to get the money? The kind young man with glasses behind him spoke up to one Chaoshi, pay, don't oppose him. He's a member of the Wolf Guild. Chaoshi realized the situation and thought, he has a guild backing him, which is why he dares to act so outlandishly and demand money so blatantly. But even if it kills me, I'm not foolish enough to give money to a bull like him. Everyone stepped aside as Geo stood tall before Chaoshi and yelled, because that is my rule. With an arrogant tone, he looked at him with a smirk, if you don't have 20,000 yen, then feel free to register for the solo test. While he said that, he thought contemptuously, how can he not understand such simple logic? I won't even bother with this idiot anymore. Hearing Geo's words, the people below began to whisper, I heard no apprentice has ever passed that solo test. Even the strongest heroes wouldn't dare enter a cave alone. What an idiot. Incurring the examiner's wrath just over 20,000 yen, Chaoshi didn't bother to care about the gossip around him. He gave a shrug and replied, so I can register for the solo test then. That's very convenient. Upon hearing Chaoshi's answer, Geo and everyone else were stunned, unable to believe he dared to do such a thing. At that moment in the forest, someone spoke up and asked, were you serious? As Chaoshi was warming up for the test, the person beside him continued to drone on, you must be mistaken about something. Let me check one more time. It was Ryota. He looked at his tablet to confirm once more as if in disbelief. No one has ever passed that test, no one. Even for a C-rank Hero Association cave, this is nothing short of a suicide mission for an apprentice. Chaoshi calmly continued his warm-up and replied, thank you for the advice, but there's no mistake. Please let me go. Finished with his warm-up, Chaoshi quickly stepped into the teleportation gate, not forgetting to tell Ryota, I'm going in now. Ryota, holding his device, watched his retreating back and couldn't stop exclaiming, that's truly insane. After he stepped through the gate, the system immediately sent a test confirmation notification. Apprentice Chioshitsuki 0 has confirmed registration for the solo test. Dungeon Tech, Forest, Rank C. Recommended party size, 5 or more. Required average combat power, 600 or more. Chaoshi stood before the vast forest, observing while muttering to himself, I've only ever seen dungeons after heroes have cleared out the dark creatures. Is this what a dungeon originally looks like? Suddenly, a red dot flashed across his vision, and Chaoshi quickly noticed something unusual. A monster suddenly lunged from nowhere, wielding a wooden club that had smashed straight into him. But unexpectedly, the club shattered into 2 pieces instantly. Chuoshi, having been struck, spun around immediately, his entire body surging with flows of power. The system displayed his stats, level 4, warrior class, equipped with dark goblin armor, special skill roaring tentacles, no weapons, no learned skills, heavenly quake copy skill, and a combat rating of 6,400. His eyes glinted with a chilling look as he uttered, sneak attacking, or you. That pathetic strength of yours can't even scratch me. His experience points still hadn't reached the 6,000 mark. He stared straight at the monster in front of him and scanned its data. Level 3, Dark Goblin, combat power 640. Before the opponent could react, Chuoshi snatched the wooden club from the goblin's hand, leaving it stunned. After seizing the weapon, he used it to strike repeatedly, not forgetting to remark, this dark goblin seems pretty decent. As a burst of energy enveloped his body and his eyes flashed, Chuoshi thought to himself, compared to my strength of 6,400, you're just a small fry. Having easily taken down the first goblin, he brushed off his hands and muttered, I knew it. The experience from these real monsters isn't even half of what's on the other side. No wonder the heroes are progressing at a snail's pace. The system panel updated, experience 20 out of 6,000. Chuoshi spoke coldly, stop skulking around. All of you, come at me at once. No sooner had he finished his sentence than a crowd of goblins, both large and small, emerged from the shadows. Chuoshi began to activate the armor covering his body, telling himself that this was a perfect opportunity. Once the armor was fully formed, Chuoshi tilted his head back and let out a loud roar. The goblins rushed in, intending to tear him apart, but they were critically wounded by the roaring tentacles still reflecting damage from his armor. While furiously sweeping through the goblins, Chuoshi shouted, keep them coming. Outside the portal, Ryota remained glued to his tablet, adjusting his glasses as he muttered, it's been almost an hour. If he's persisted this long on his own, that's more than enough. He stood there mumbling to himself, does he not know what fear is? What a reckless rookie. No sane person would go for a solo test. The association will abolish this exam sooner or later, and in just a few minutes, his results will be recorded. Suddenly, he looked up at the portal and exclaimed in surprise, the results for the solo test are in. Chuoshi Tsukishiro has passed. Chuoshi stepped out from inside, covered in mud and dirt. The system displayed simultaneously, level 4, warrior class, equipped with dark goblin gear, roaring tentacle still, no weapons, no learned skills, heavenly quake copy skill, combat power 6,400. Chuoshi scratched his neck shyly and asked Ryota, excuse me, is there a place nearby where I can wash my face? The system stats showed, experience 960 out of 6,000. Another portal gate had just opened. At this moment, Guy was also leading a group of heroes out, shouting as he took the lead, if I weren't here, you all would have lost your lives. You don't know how to do anything but freeload, yet you want to be heroes. 20,000 is cheap for that. The system displayed, Guy, level 9, combat power 1,200, warrior class. The group following him whispered despondently, wasn't it you who told us not to interfere? You also refused the offer for healing support, and now you're complaining about 20,000. Not to mention, this was our first cave exploration without any guidance. It's too much to blame it on us. Oh, let it go, you passed anyway. Seeing the group's dissatisfaction, Guy turned around and shouted, let me remind you, for your level, it should have cost 40,000. Me lowering it to 20,000 is me being oval and merciful. As he spoke, he turned away, just as his phone rang. He tapped the wearable device to answer. I'm listening. The Hero Examination Center? I'm busy. Get to the point. As soon as he heard the news, his eyes popped open and his face twisted in shock. What? That kid passed the solo test. That's ridiculous. The scene shifts to Chelsea washing his hands when a voice demands, Bae, how did you pass that isolation test? Answer me now. Deo stands nearby, arms crossed, and continues, I've investigated thoroughly. How could a level 4 rookie like you manage that? Chelsea keeps his head down, cupping water without bothering to reply. Seeing his attitude, Deo sneers and says, you must have used a high-level item. No rookie has ever passed the test before. After washing away the mud, Chelsea calmly responds, just because no one has done it before doesn't mean it's impossible. Perhaps it's because I paid 20,000. Hearing this, Deo rushes over, grabs him by the collar, and roars, are you mucking me? Still the truth before you regret it. I am a member of the prestigious Firewolf Guild. Chelsea remains calm, looking the man straight in the eyes without fear, and says, at level 9 with a combat power of 1,200, you don't look like you belong to any respectable guild. Stunned by the truth, Deo grows even angrier, raising his powerful fist in threat. Who do you think you are to insult me? Chelsea reacts with lightning speed, using his hand to block Deo's powerful punch. He grips the man's fist tightly and says coldly, do you intend to defeat me with your level 9 punch? With his fist caught, Deo trembles for a moment, his face paling as he thinks to himself, the speed and strength are terrifying. It's hard to believe he's only level 4. Chelsea lets go, leaving Deo standing stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Seeing his opponent's guard drop, the man immediately draws a knife hidden behind his back. Chelsea raises both hands as if to make peace, saying, wait a second. Deo, having lost all patience, lunges forward to stab him with a knife, shouting, let's see what else you're hiding. Reflectively, Chelsea raises his hand to block, and fortunately, his armor takes effect just in time. It is a dark goblin suit, which possesses defensive effects and superhuman physical capabilities. Deo's knife begins to corrode the moment it touches Chelsea's armor. Shuddering at the sight of his weapon, he exclaims, "It broke. Is this really a human body?" He pivots to interrogate him. "You're hiding high-end equipment, aren't you? It must be top tier." Chelsea looks at his unscathed arm and remains silent. He thinks to himself, "Great, I've exposed my true abilities. If this world finds out my secret, it's going to be huge trouble." Seeing Chelsea remain silent, Deo looks at him with a devious gaze and probes, "What item do you have? It must be very valuable. Did you find it in a cave or steal it from someone?" Hearing this, Chelsea turns away and pretends to tremble, sighing heavily as he cries out, "I'm so scared." He clutches his arm and makes a loud scene, saying, "If it weren't for that old dagger, I would have been in serious danger." Ryota, who has been watching from the side, finally approaches and says, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Suki-Zero, go get your identity verified. Once this is done, you will officially be a hero." Chelsea avoids Gao's gaze and turns to reply, "I understand, I'll go right now." He turns his back and walks away, leaving Gao behind. As he walks, he puts on a pitiful expression, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness. You wouldn't dare pull anything in front of the staff, right?" Gao washes the backs of Chelsea and Ryota, the devilish smile spreading across his face, his eyes full of greed for the treasure he believes the boy possesses. On the way with Ryota, Chelsea still feels something is not right, but he cannot put his finger on it. He glances back in Gao's direction and calculates, "Thanks to the system, my combat power far exceeds level 4, but dealing with someone as manipulative as him is still quite troublesome." Night envelops the space. Chelsea lies in bed, the image of Sakura from the other world returning to make him restless. It seems Gao has set his sights on him. This world has no beast-eared girls, and he is still weak, so he needs to avoid attracting attention. Outside Chelsea's house, two figures were lurking and peering in. A figure cloaked in a head-to-toe robe whispered, asking if this was indeed the place, holding a staff set with a red stone. He was a member of the Lazy Wolf Guild, level 10, mage class, with a combat power of 3,500. He immediately ordered that once the door was broken, they should use binding magic to capture him. The other one was Guy, who held a sharp knife in his hand, licked his lung tongue greedily, and said that they would split the spoils later. Kajiro used his staff to cast a spell while reminding the other not to be noisy, lest they be discovered. Both men laughed sinisterly, and Kajiro reminded him to use magic to destroy the luck first and get ready. He began casting a magic spell on the door of Chelsea's house. Just as he cast it, the door burst open. Chelsea charged out fiercely, holding a wooden stick and looking so terrifying that both men jumped in surprise. Chelsea was currently channeling his melting flame skill, level 4, warrior class, wearing a dark goblin suit, with roaring tentacles as his special skill, no weapon equipped, and the heavenly quake copy skill. His total combat power was 6,400. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged on his face, and he gritted his teeth, cursing that these bastards had arrived quite quickly. He immediately delivered a critical blow to Kajiro, swearing incessantly that he would show them what he was made of. Despite his extreme anger, Chelsea was still rashful enough to analyze the situation. There was a level 10 mage with him, possessing a combat power of 3,500, but the 6-level difference made a direct confrontation extremely disadvantageous. After being struck painfully, Chelsea instinctively retreated toward the edge of the door, his mind racing. Combat power is a basic metric for hero ability, and although I have 6,400, I'm only level 4. If the level difference were only 2, it would be manageable, but if the opponent has a high level even with lower combat power, it is still very dangerous. If he were to use Aptus terminology, this would be no different than a low-level warrior having to face a high-level but weak boss. Should he use his equipment and skills to retreat, or gamble on this battle, even though failure would mean death? Kajiro had regained his composure by now. He stumbled back and shouted, "You thought you could ambush me. Luckily, I reinforced my cloak's defense. Today, I will finish you off and loot everything." With that, he swung his staff and immediately unleashed a flame spell toward Chelsea. Burned by the flames, he took a few steps back, gritting his teeth and calculating, "Damn it, this armor only resists physical attacks and cannot block magic. Fighting in a cave is completely different from taking down a goblin." He immediately turned to run. He had to escape, for if he stubbornly faced them, he would surely lose. Seeing this, Kajiro shouted for his accomplice to follow. Chelsea ran along the corridor and, without a moment's hesitation, threw himself into the void outside. While in freefall, Chelsea still had to find a way to manage. He would focus his power into his legs, and with the durability of the dark goblin suit, he should be able to withstand the impact upon landing. No sooner had the thought occurred than Chelsea acted immediately. He activated the system, applying superhuman bodily enhancement entirely to his legs, with a warning that other parts would be left unprotected. While Chelsea was falling, a muscular man suddenly flew out of nowhere to attack him. He lunged and kicked Chelsea directly. He immediately recognized this ambusher as Tessuru, a member of the Lazy Wolf Guild, level 12, warrior class, with a combat power of 3,900. With glowing red eyes, he looked at Chelsea and laughed triumphantly. "Court you. You probably didn't expect a third person to be waiting on the sidelines, did you?" Having said that, Tessuru used the strength of his arms to strike Chelsea hard. He laughed smugly, saying that even doing this was a bit of a waste on a small fry like him. Chelsea took the blow and plummeted to the ground, creating a massive tremor. The impact point formed a deep crater. As he struggled to stand, he thought, "Luckily, I enhanced my whole body before landing. Even though I took a direct hit to the knee due to leaving the abdomen unprotected, the dark goblin suit mitigated the damage significantly." He scrambled to his feet, and one of them ran over, shouting, "You're still alive." Tessuru was already there, and Kajiro also ran over, asking, "What was that skill you used to hit me earlier? How does a rookie like you have something like that?" Veins bulged on Chaoshi's face as he immediately covered his entire body in goblin armor. His eyes burned with hatred, thinking, "If you want to take my life, then I won't hold back either." System report, level 4, warrior class, equipped with dark goblin armor, special skill tentacle roar, No weapons, no subskills yet. Possesses Celestial Trimmer Copy. Combat Power 6400, 960/6000 experience points accumulated. Xiaoxi shouted to the heavens, activating his ultimate skill, Tentacle Roar. Immediately, a barrage of bullets was fired in rapid succession. Seeing that terrifying power, the group backed away. The leader began casting magic, unleashing a skill that restricts movement. Restriction of movement paralyzes all enemy motion for 1.5 seconds. If the target is of a lower level than the caster, their body will be forced to stand still. Xiaoxi was shocked to realize he couldn't control the armor. He gritted his teeth, looking at his trembling hands, and cursed silently, "Damn it, my skill has been neutralized." The 3 men saw he had lost his ability to resist and rushed forward. Tajera spoke up, "To have such a high-tier skill at this level, you must have something valuable," and Tatsuru chimed in gleefully, "Once we kill you, we'll have plenty of great deer to split." Just at that critical moment, the ring on Xiaoxi's finger vibrated, signaling that the countdown of the Infinity Ring had ended and the Infinity Path was ready to be activated. Looking down at the ring, Xiaoxi thought to himself, "Here is my savior." The very moment they all charged at him, he immediately opened the portal to the Infinity Path. Just as he stepped into the portal, he didn't forget to turn back and warn them, "I'll remember this. Next time I return, I'll be stronger, and that is when we will fight to the death." Setting foot in the other world, Xiaoxi sat down on the ground, sighing in relief. "I finally escaped. I need to grind levels and learn new skills. If I rely too much on equipment, I'll eventually be robbed of everything. I must take control of my own destiny." Having said that, he turned to look and said, "Pei, let's learn some skills." Catching sight of the beast girl still fast asleep, he couldn't help but blush so hard he almost had a nosebleed. The thought flashed through his mind, "That's right, now is the time to rest." Xiaoxi just sat there, quietly watching the beast-eared girl sleeping soundly. A faint, gentle fragrance lingered around her, immediately reminding Xiaoxi of cherry blossoms. She always smells of cherry blossoms, which is so pleasant. In a moment of weakness, he couldn't control himself and dark thoughts crossed his mind. "If I don't do anything, I'm really not much of a mind." Suddenly, the system panel appeared, Masterpiece Body, and Erna's spirit surged, helping to stretch muscles and increase strength, speed, and many other important bodily stats. However, the images of the 3 members of the Lazy Wolf Guild chasing him relentlessly suddenly flashed back, pulling him back to the harsh reality. Xiaoxi immediately knelt on the bed and reassured himself, "No, this is not the time for daydreaming. The most important thing is to overcome the crisis of the stone world. Palm down, Miyuko. I must map out a route for leveling up and acquiring skills immediately." The next morning, he woke up. The beast girl stirred, stretched her limbs, and muttered in her drowsiness, "It's been such a long time since I've had such a good sleep." She looked over at Xiaoxi, whose dark circles were clearly visible under his eyes due to anxiety. He smiled to reassure her, "I slept very well. Can you sew me another set of clothes? Once that's done, we'll hit the road." After finishing the morning chores, Xiaoxi and the beast-eared girl headed into the forest. As they worked, she explained, "To learn skills, you need skill scrolls, and it's best to register at the Combat Academy." After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Beastman's Combat Academy. From afar, the Beastman with a large nose ring saw the two and waved, "So this is the human the Beast King is interested in. But to enter this academy, there are conditions. You must be at least level 6 to test. You are currently only level 4. It's still too early." Xiaoxi felt that this man was far too wordy. He was truly an annoying person. The beast-eared girl stepped forward to explain that since she hadn't practiced here in a long time, she hadn't expected such bizarre regulations. Hearing this, Xiaoxi softened his tone and said it didn't matter, as he needed to level up anyway and would return later. As both of them turned to leave, the beast-eared girl murmured a suggestion that he could go level up in some of the low-level caves nearby. Witnessing the scene, the beastman couldn't restrain himself and sneered that pathetic humans like him would never be acknowledged by the beast race, adding that if it weren't for the Beast King's order, he would have been torn to shreds already. He claimed reaching level 6 wouldn't get him anywhere in the exam, and that hanging out with this tattered bitch made them a perfect pair. Hearing those harsh words, the girl felt tormented because her master's kindness had made her forget her lowly status. She felt she was only a burden if she kept following him. Her face grew heady with sadness, thinking to herself that she didn't want to cause any more trouble, so she should just explain everything and ask for permission to leave. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxi caught that sentiment through the look on her face. He immediately clenched his fists and spun around toward the beastman, causing the girl to panic and barely managed to call out to her master. Xiaoxi lunged forward, grabbed the guy by the collar, lifted him off the ground, and hissed with killing intent, "You bastard, what did you just say? Were you itching to have your mouth torn open?" He looked straight into the man's eyes with a cold gaze, biting out every word, demanding that he apologize to her immediately. Ravik, unchanged in his ways, showed no fear and retorted, "I'm just stating the truth. She is a hybrid of human and beast in plain terms, a demi-human not of the same class as us. She doesn't even have a proper name." The system immediately displayed an information panel explaining that demi-humans are those with mixed blood, always seen as a stain on the beast race products of interspecies relationships that are despised wherever lineage is valued. They have no status, no identity, and their lives are submerged in the misery of being cast aside. Xiaoxi now understood everything, thinking to himself that she was a half-breed. No wonder his inspection eyes hadn't revealed a name before. It turned out she hadn't even had a name to begin with. Even while being grabbed by the collar, Ravik arrogantly mocked him, "You come inhuman. Don't get cocky just because the Beast King has his eyes on you. If you dare to offend a warrior like me, you will pay a heavy price. I will give you a chance to make me bow down and apologize if you pass the exam, but I doubt a tiny creature like you can manage that." The guy's challenge left both Xiaoxi and the beast-eared girl frozen for several seconds. Seeing Xiaoxi act this way for her sake, she blushed and tried to stop him, saying, "Master, don't bother with that kind of person. It's not worth it." He released Ravik and called out softly, "Sakura." He glared at Ravik with an icy gaze and declared, "Her name is Sakura. Remember that name well." The beast-eared girl was flustered hearing this, wondering to herself if that was a name he had given her. Ignoring the person standing there stunned, Xiaoxi turned to Sakura and said, Remember what he said. If I pass the exam, you will have to apologize properly. Finishing his sentence, he put his arm around her shoulder and walked away firmly. Sakura, let's go level up. Amidst the scenery of green mountains and forests, Chaozi held a knife in his hand, turned to Sakura, and said, the Fox Beastman is quite rare. Alright, now let's go level up. Sakura was still shy. She looked at Chaozi and asked timidly, Master, why did you give me the name Sakura? Hearing the unexpected question, he scratched his head with a laugh, ruffled her hair gently, and asked, don't you like it? I just thought of it on the spot. Afraid he would think she was dissatisfied. She hurriedly waved her hands. No, not at all. I love this name. She lowered her gaze slightly and asked shyly, it's just that I wanted to know why you chose that name. Chaozi scratched his cheek sheepishly and replied, it's a bit embarrassing, but it's because you always have a faint scent of cherry blossoms about you, so I thought Sakura suited you best. I apologize for naming you without asking. As he finished, Sakura ran up and hugged him tightly from behind, saying, thank you so much. Sakura beamed with a radiant smile and replied, Master, I really love this name. My name is Sakura. Seeing her so cheerful, Chaoshi shyly scratched his head and said, it's nothing. The two stopped in front of the icy cave, and Chaoshi spoke up, let's get started. Sakura. As they stepped inside, Sakura whispered to Chaoshi, does the short sword I gave you earlier feel comfortable in your hand? He gripped the knife tightly, thinking to himself that although it wasn't a high-quality item, it was still far better than the weapons the goblins used. Chaoshi swung the knife a few times to test it and told Sakura, I'm fine. Since I was able to lift that hammer, everything feels light in my hand now. The system panel appeared. Level 4, Warrior class, equipped with Dark Goblin Gear, Decker weapon, Cupid Heavenly Tremor special skill, combat power 6, 400. In the darkness of the cave, rows of glowing red eyes were silently tracking every movement the two of them made. A pack of muscular fox beasts suddenly appeared, and the system information quickly displayed. Fox beasts are craftier and more agile than ordinary species. Those who underestimate them will pay a heavy price. Level 5 with 720 combat power. Chaoshi remained calm and turned to tell Sakura to step back and provide support from a distance as before, as he wanted to test himself. She obediently replied, yes, my lord. The system warned that in party mode, if the level gap between members is more than 5, no experience or items will be received. Chaoshi grasped the situation, immediately dashed forward, and said, let's go. I'm going to test out this new blade. Sakura stood behind, not forgetting to remind him that the fox beasts were very agile, so he should be careful of their area of effect attacks. Chaoshi dove into the middle of the fox pack, swinging his knife while thinking, they really are fast. The foxes did not sit still and wait for death. They simultaneously raised sharp shards of ice to counterattack. Chaoshi stomped hard on the stone floor to activate his superior skill, concentrating all his strength into one point to enhance his endurance. Seeing him possess such an overwhelming aura, the pack of foxes could not help but panic. His body was completely unscathed by their attacks, and he smiled, saying, with this much combat power, don't expect to hurt me. Sakura stood watching from afar with a look of pride, thinking that her master's defensive power was truly worthy of the god's choice, and he would surely level up very quickly. In just a few moments, Chaoshi had scattered the fox pack. As he slashed away, he muttered that against agile opponents, speed is more important than raw muscle power. Experience points kept ticking up, and he looked at the knife in his hand, thinking to himself that this world is truly convenient when one has an exclusive source of leveling resources. The system displayed the status, level 4, Warrior class, no secondary equipment, Decker weapon, Covet Heavenly Tremor skill, 1, 860/6, 000 experience, 6, 400 combat power. Chaoshi noticed the rapid rate of progress and thought about the other three, though, despite having only 3, 900 combat power, had reached level 12. The level gap was still a massive barrier. He recalled the information on the 3 members of the Wolfang Guild. Geo, level 9, Warrior class, 1, 200 combat power, and Kajero, level 10. The remaining target was Tatsuru, a mage class at level 12, possessing a combat power level of up to 3, 900. Chaoshi thought to himself that the current situation was disadvantageous, so he had to calculate carefully. He needed to close the level gap and learn at least 4 new skills to be able to win. After defeating the foxes, Chaoshi turned to Sakura and said, we will reach level 6 together. I will make that arrogant guy kneel, to which she shyly replied, yes. The two headed straight into the lair where the fox beast boss was bracing itself with a sword strapped to its back. Upon turning its head and spotting the pair, Chaoshi and Sakura, the monster began drooling with greed. Plaid shop, spec armor. The giant spun around, its height towering several times over Chaoshi's. Looking at the majestic sword radiating immense power on the fox boss's back, Chaoshi wondered to himself if he could pick up that weapon if he defeated it. Hiding behind a large rock, Chaoshi's eyes lit up as he admired the weapon's perfect thickness and power. Seeing his mesmerized expression, Sakura looked up and asked softly, you're craving it, aren't you, my lord? Chaoshi stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, no, I'm just wondering if it will actually drop. Hearing this, Sakura explained that most equipment has a drop rate. However, the chance of ownership depends on the item's rarity. The best way is to keep grinding until your wish is granted. This rate varies for each dungeon, and activating special support items will help speed up the hunting process. The explanation interface immediately appeared. The drop rate is the chance to receive an item after defeating a target. Naturally, the better the equipment and the higher the grade, the lower the chance of obtaining it. Still hidden in the shadows, Chaoshi, after understanding the mechanism, couldn't help but exclaim, so there's a drop rate system too. It makes perfect sense for an RPG like this. Chaoshi immediately activated his ocular technique to investigate the opponent's background. It was a level 7 Dark Fox Beastman leader with a combat power of 1, 500. Reading the stats, Chaoshi was secretly pleased to see the system list everything in such detail. That Black Frost sword had only a 6% drop chance, a modest number for a level 6 newbie like him, but he clicked his tongue in regret because it suited him so well. Just then, a notification sound rang out, prompting Chaoshi to check it hurriedly. The item trading function has been unlocked. Players can exchange for many valuable items by completing corresponding requirements. This list will level up according to your strength, and items left in inventory too long will be refreshed, so be aware of this. Pondering the interface for a moment, you realize this feature still held many undiscovered mysteries. For now, only a single drop rate boost ticket appeared on the trade screen. A lucky ticket increases the drop rate by 30% for 1 minute. There are 3 available, and to exchange for them, one must defeat 30 ordinary monsters from level 1 to level 5. The number of monsters killed so far is 114, completely exceeding the requirement. Seeing the number 114 dancing on the screen, Xiaoxi was thrilled to know he had more than enough to redeem the reward. He calculated that for every 30 monsters killed, he could get 1 ticket. It turned out the system combined his achievements from both worlds. After a few seconds of mental math, Xiaoxi realized that if he used all 3 tickets at once, the chance of obtaining the sword would soar to 96%. Thinking his doing, Xiaoxi quickly swiped repeatedly on the virtual screen, thinking that the treasure would surely drop as soon as the monster fell. He gripped the 3 lucky tickets he had just exchanged in his hand. The system sent a congratulatory message that he had successfully acquired 3 drop rate boost tickets. However, since his account had not yet activated the general storage, these items could not be stored for the time being. After putting the tickets away, Xiaoxi decisively told Sakura, "Let's go seize that sword. It will significantly increase our strength." Seeing his determined look, Sakura excitedly cheered, "Master, you must do your best." Gripping his dagger tightly, he quickly took a combat stance and reminded her, "Stay focused, Sakura, and guide me." The fox boss immediately sniffed out the danger, its eyes flashing with fierce, blood-red glints. It opened its wide mouth and roared in anger. In the next second, the fox boss swung its arm and drew the sword from its back, slashing hard at Xiaoxi, forcing him to leap into the air to dodge. Seeing the cold, sharp ice fragments condensing after the opponent's strike, Xiaoxi clicked his tongue and wondered if this guy's weapon had an inherent freezing attribute. Watching from below, Sakura warned him loudly, "This fox beastman is as fast as it is strong. Its sword has a frost attribute that can slow you down and drain your stamina if you're hit, so aim for its vital point to finish it quickly." Prompted by Sakura, Xiaoxi immediately came up with a brilliant plan. Dark foxes are naturally afraid of fire. Just applying a little kerosene to the blade would be fine. "I understand." As soon as the oil was applied, his blade burst into flames. Xiaoxi glared at the fox monster and challenged it, "Let's see if my fiery or cold wins. Be smart and hand over the sword." The tutorial panel reappeared, describing oil, a viscous mixture of resin and flammable substances which is often applied to weapons by adventurers to create a fire effect, igniting spontaneously upon contact with air without the need for a spark. Xiaoxi immediately lunged toward the foxman with his flaming knife. The enemy was completely caught off guard by the surprise attack. Xiaoxi swung his blade sharply, and the foxman hurriedly created a thin layer of ice in an attempt to block the lethal blow. Sakura stood watching from below, reminding Xiaoxi that the armpits and neck were the foxman's fatal weak points, urging him to focus his attacks there. After a dramatic exchange of blows, Xiaoxi finally seized the golden opportunity. He lunged toward the beastman and shouted, "It's time." Xiaoxi slashed with his knife decisively, and bright red blood began to splatter. The foxman's arm was severed, and he screamed in pain as his health bar dropped by 1/6. The beastman's entire body shook uncontrollably. Xiaoxi's system displayed a notification stating that when enemies are struck in a weak point, they enter a state of panic, doubling the damage taken while severely reducing their morale and judgment for 15 seconds. Xiaoxi was slightly surprised that the enemy could be so devastated by the loss of just one arm, thinking to himself, "So, this interesting effect exists, but..." Seizing the moment, Xiaoxi gathered all his strength and lunged toward the foxman, saying to himself, "I will use this opening to finish you off." Sakura continued to cheer and guide him. "Master, in this state, the opponent's weaknesses are very clear. Avoid his attacks and find an opening to strike." Listening to her thoughtful advice, Xiaoxi looked back and replied, "Understood, thank you very much." Xiaoxi attacked relentlessly, leaving the foxman unable to retaliate, as he could only swing his sword wildly and hopelessly. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Xiaoxi dodged a slash from the beastman and thought, "If it weren't for Sakura's guidance, I would certainly be dead by now." The beastman was now on the defensive. Taking the opportunity, Xiaoxi gathered all his remaining strength and thrust his knife toward his opponent. "You're done for. Now it's my turn," Sakura urged emphatically. "Right now, aim straight for his neck." Xiaoxi activated his superhuman physique skill, focusing 60% of his strength into his hands to deliver a strike with 200% power. He aimed accurately at the foxman and roared, "Here I come." A critical thrust pierced straight into the foxman's neck while he was off guard. His health bar was now down to a tiny sliver. System notifications rang out rapidly. A critical hit to a weak point dealt triple damage, causing the enemy to enter a state of grievous injury and weakness for 15 seconds. Sakura clapped joyfully in applause. "That was amazing. But don't be careless, or you'll ruin it." Though she thought to herself, "Even if it's a minor fight, it's truly a joy to stand side by side with my master." Xiaoxi did not miss the opportunity. He launched himself from above, gripped his knife tightly, and declared, "The day ends here." Xiaoxi unleashed his heavenly tremor technique, pouring all his power into driving the knife deep into the foxman's head, a critical strike known as the heavenly tremor. Seeing that scene, Sakura jumped up and cheered excitedly. "Master is so skilled." Xiaoxi reached up to wipe the blood from his face, his gaze remaining icy and lethal. He muttered to himself, "The battle has truly ended." He quickly took out his item drop tickets to use. He almost forgot to use them before the loot drop. The system sent a notification confirming that he had used 3 drop rate increase tickets, which would boost the probability of all items appearing by 96% for 1 minute. Just as Xiaoxi finished using the tickets, the items dropped. He smiled with satisfaction. Perfect, not a second wasted. After defeating the foxman, the system continuously displayed notifications congratulating you on receiving an additional 3,000 experience points, reaching 5,430 out of 6,000, while also confirming you just defeated the level 7 foxman leader and received the black gold light sword as a reward. Xiaoxi looked at his soaring experience points and felt as giddy as a child. He cheered with excitement because this precious item had finally dropped. "Sakura, standing nearby, shared his joy and exclaimed that he was truly fortunate, as it was rare for anyone to receive this weapon on their very first hunt. Xiaoxi picked up the black cold light sword to examine it and thought to himself that although he possessed a supernatural physique, he could still be injured if he were careless. Owning such a high-quality item would surely cause his destructive power to skyrocket, as he had never seen a weapon this powerful. He swung the sword, covering the surroundings in a thin layer of ice, while incessantly imagining the scenario of facing the 3 members of the Madness Erasure Guild with this weapon. It was so thrilling. He was just a bit away from level 5 and determined to reach level 6 before tonight for both Sakura and himself. The system displayed the status board. Level 4 warrior. Weapon, black cold light sword. No auxiliary equipment or skills yet. Skill, sky trimmer copy. Combat power, 4, 600. Experience, 5, 430 out of 6, 000. Resting the sword on his shoulder, Xiaoxi looked toward Sakura and asked, Sakura, is there anywhere else that can help me level up quickly? I need to reach level 6 immediately. Hearing Xiaoxi's question, she quickly replied, that's easy. We just need to use a reset scroll. The system notes that this item helps shorten the monster spawn time in dungeons. Although its effectiveness decreases in high-level areas, the Fuxman Cave is low-level, so they respawn very quickly. Sakura said while rummaging through her inventory. I have a few, enough to help you reach level 6. Let's rest for a bit. I also have some recovery potions. Xiaoxi asked in surprise. You have everything ready, don't you? The two left the cave. Once outside, Sakura took out a reset scroll and affirmed, this much should be enough. She activated the scroll, and the system immediately sent a notification confirming the cave had been successfully reset. Xiaoxi enthusiastically stepped forward with his sword on his shoulder and said full of spirit, great, I can't wait any longer. Both returned to the cave, and Xiaoxi frantically wiped out the Fuxman. As he slashed through them, he praised, the black cold light sword is truly a masterpiece. It even has a freezing effect that slows down enemies. Sakura further explained, each weapon carries its own unique effects and different powers. I believe that in the future, you will certainly find items much more formidable than this. Xiaoxi cleared the Fuxman outside, and the system continued to update. Level 4 warrior, empty equipment slots, skill, sky trimmer copy, weapon, black cold light sword, combat power, 4, 600, experience, 5, 560 out of 6, 000. Xiaoxi diligently delved deeper into the cave, thinking about the powerful weapons in storage like the divine hammer or the Fuxman's ethereal blade, but currently, even with his full strength, he could only use them for a second. If he mastered them, no one would be able to rival him. Finally, Xiaoxi encountered the Fuxman leader again, beginning the second battle with the boss. Holding his sword, he looked straight at the enemy and smiled, power you. I've wiped out your army and reached level 5. Now, let's continue the fun. The system updated his new status. Level 5 warrior, empty equipment slots, weapon, black cold light sword, skill, sky trimmer copy, combat power, 5, 800, experience, 809, 000. Xiaoxi repeatedly used the third reset scroll. At this point, the stats displayed, level 5 warrior, empty equipment slots, weapon, black cold light sword, skill, sky trimmer copy, combat power, 5, 800, experience, 2, 900, 000. Soon, it was time for the fourth encounter with the Fuxman boss. Xiaoxi greeted it sarcastically, I missed you, while Sakura beside him did not forget to cheer. Good luck after your fourth kill. The system continued to display, level 5 warrior, empty equipment slots, weapon, black cold light sword, skill, sky trimmer copy, combat power, 5, 800, experience, 5, 200, 000. On the fifth encounter, Xiaoxi lunged forward and slashed straight at the leader, shouting, I'm back, you damn fuxes. Sakura could only shake her head at his temper. After this battle, his status was level 5 warrior, empty equipment slots, weapon, black cold light sword, skill, sky trimmer copy, combat power, 5, 800, experience, 8, 129, 000. After Xiaoxi reached the 6th milestone, the Fuxman boss seemed to understand and voluntarily knelt down to offer him its sword. Xiaoxi rushed forward immediately, dripping with sweat, and thought to himself that this was a true BunRv winner. He delivered a decisive sword stroke, and the system immediately sounded a level up notification. Reached level 6 warrior, empty equipment slots, weapon, black cold light sword, skill, sky trimmer copy, combat power, 7, 600. After leveling up, Xiaoxi stood there panting, wiping the sweat from his face with his hand as he muttered, I've recovered my stamina 6 times today. I've surely collected the full set of Fuxman equipment by now. The annotation window warned that stamina was essential. If depleted, one could not fight, the deck power would drop sharply, and one would become very vulnerable. Xiaoxi said to himself that he had finally reached level 6. His eyes gleamed with determination. Now, I'm ready for the training trial. Just wait and see. Someone was still patiently waiting from morning till evening, while a few others were mocking Shigeyoshi, claiming that a human demanding to take the trial at the gates of the Battle Academy after only reaching level 6 was utterly foolish. 2 beastmen were warming themselves by the fire. One of them mocked a weak human who, having just reached level 6, was acting arrogant on the land, while the one sitting opposite chimed in, saying that only the strong could enter the academy and that they had no idea when that guy would ever reach level 6. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, making him turn his head to look back. 2 figures were approaching from a distance, and Shigeyoshi interrupted, saying that no one can predict the future, and unfortunately for them, he had already reached level 6. Both beastmen were utterly stunned upon hearing this. The other stammered in disbelief, wondering how it was possible for him to rise 2 levels in a single day. Shigeyoshi stood there, clad in powerful armor. Waving his hand, he ordered him to call the examiner immediately because he did not want to wait until the next day. While asserting that he was ready to wait for an apology to Sakuragi, the system displayed Shigeyoshi's status window, level 6, warrior, wearing Fux Beastman armor, wielding the Frostlight sword, combat power 8, 800, no skills, possessing only the Heavenly Shock Kapitalin. After Dravok went in to call the person in charge out, he grumbled sleepily and grumpily, what the hell is this? I was about to go to sleep and you make me test a human. If you dare waste my time, the consequences will be severe. His name was Jakoth, the Beastman warrior race, and he was a level 20 academy supervisor. Undeterred, Chajoshi calmly replied, I have met all the requirements, so let's start the trial right now. Furthermore, I want to choose a skill from the skill repository. The system explained that every battle apprentice has a skill repository. Whoever passes the test gets to choose one. Although the size or level of the skill scrolls varies by apprentice, the general rules are the same across all races. Jakoth's worked. You torque a good game, but at just level 6, you might not be qualified enough to pass this trial. Seeing this, Dravik whispered something into Jakoth's ear, causing the supervisor's eyes to widen in astonishment as he asked, what? Going from level 4 to level 6 in less than a day? How can something so absurd be possible? Seeing them delay, Chajoshi began to lose patience and urged, stop making excuses. If I pass, you must apologize to Sakura. As a warrior, you must not break your word. Although Dravik was none too pleased, he reluctantly replied, fine, but where on earth does that sky-high confidence of yours come from? Jakoth stepped in front of Dravik, said at Chajoshi, and laughed, how interesting. I don't care what happened, but have it your way. The idea of a mere human passing a test designed for beastmen is a joke. After a while, they entered the preparation area. The supervisor, Obsidian, sat cross-legged and announced, since you have reached level 6, let's begin. We beastmen are a powerful race, so strength is a prerequisite criterion to pass. If you win, you will gain access to the Beastman Battle Academy skill repository. As everyone gathered around a stone platform, Obsidian explained, the trial is very simple. You just need to look at the stone slab on the platform and throw a punch to shatter it to pass. Chajoshi and Sakura did not think it would be so easy. He muttered to himself, just shatter it. Dravik, standing opposite, thought to himself, the supervisor intends to use the extraterrestrial jade slab to make things difficult for the human. Even high-level warriors find this stone hard to break, whereas beastmen usually use common stone. Just wait and see that guy make a fool of himself. The system informed Chajoshi about the extraterrestrial jade, a stone fallen from the sky used by beastmen to measure strength. Although once considered an ill omen, as its numbers grew, its hardness and metal content became invaluable, and it was rumored that ancient spirits often used it to craft weapons. Dravik rolled up his sleeves, looked at the stone slab, and said, for beastmen, this is a piece of cake. You just need to throw a single punch. Let me demonstrate so you can learn. Dravik bloated inwardly. How could it be that easy? Anyone below level 10 can't even scratch extraterrestrial jade. Normal stone is one thing, but for a hated human, the result will be very different. He gathered all his strength to throw a punch, then said suavely, watch closely, while thinking to himself that even at level 20, he had to use his full power to pull it off. After Dravik's powerful punch, only a small crack appeared on the extraterrestrial jade slab, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. He glanced at Chajoshi defiantly. See? Simple. Let's see what you've got. Hearing this, Chajoshi clenched his fists and stepped forward, saying seriously, alright, let me give it a try. Standing behind him, Takira cheered him on. Master, please do your best. Chajoshi took a deep breath, calculating in his mind, only a crack. Thanks to this extraordinary body, I have more than enough power to pass the standard, but to be sure, I will adjust my technique to maximize the impact of the punch. Chajoshi began to gather his strength, clenching his hand into a fist as tiny sparks of electricity began to surround his knuckles. The signaling system indicates Chajoshi is activating his superhuman body, focusing all 50% of his power into his right hand to create terrifying force. Dravik still tried his best to dissuade him, saying, I must warn you first. While this is as easy as pie for us beastmen, it's hard for a weak human to accomplish. Chajoshi swung a powerful punch straight at the rare piece of jade. Dravik only had time to blurt out a warning, leaving behind a trace that was hardly worth anything. Immediately, Chajoshi dealt a thunderous blow to the jade, causing it to explode into thousands of fragments flying in every direction. Both Zagat and Dravik were so stunned they were speechless, their mouths hanging open at the ruins before them. The force radiating from the punch was strong enough to create a gust of wind that sent Zagat's hair flying in disarray. Chajoshi nonchalantly scratched his head in confusion, wondering if he had overdone it. As he thought this challenge would be more difficult, Takira stood watching with admiration and said, as expected, you can now unlock the skill repository. Dravik and Zagat were frozen. The two men took turns exclaiming, Supervisor, look, what on earth is this? Did he just shatter the exotic stone in the blink of an eye? That's absurd. Chajoshi dusted off his hands and worked up to Zagat, saying, so, I've passed this test, haven't I? Zagat pointed at him with a trembling hand and stuttered, no, you failed because you used some kind of magic that I couldn't see. I swear, that trace of water was from the previous performance, and that jade doesn't count because you cheated using my power. Chajoshi, fearing that he was intentionally being difficult, asked, so what will the plan for the next challenge be then? Zagat broke into a cold sweat upon hearing his nonchalant question and asked irritably, what? So how do you want the next challenge to happen? He pondered for a while then declared, we do it again. Now bend the sign bar. Zagat thought to himself, this is the toughest test of strength, where the participant must use force to bend this sturdy iron bar, just like how I do it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chajoshi dove straight into the new challenge. The system displayed, this is high-grade steel. Even battle-hardened beastmen warriors must use explosive strength to bend it. Superhuman body, 50% power focused in the hands for maximum effectiveness. Chajoshi bent the iron bar in the blink of an eye, then looked at the wide-eyed Zagat and asked, how's that? Seeing Chajoshi pass easily, he again resorted to denial. No, you failed again. This iron bar wasn't meant for the test. Fine, we'll go with the most classic way, arm wrestling. If you can hold out for 10 seconds against my strongest warrior, you win. Zagat thought to himself, this time is different. Even I'm not sure I can beat him. Chajoshi quickly defeated the strongest warrior while still maintaining a cool and composed demeanor. Now, take this. The system announced, superhuman body, 70% strength concentrated in the right arm. Zagat saw his warrior lose in an instant and was so furious he vomited blood. Could he not even last a single second? Chajoshi looked at him with a cold gaze. Hey, I completed all 3 challenges. This time I've passed, right? Both Dravok and Zagat looked at his terrifying presence and trembled, admitting one after another. Of course, you won. You are truly a fearsome human. Chudyoshi took Sakura's hand, pulled her in front of Dravok, and said firmly, as agreed, you must apologize to Sakura immediately. Dravok saw his resolute attitude and had no way out. Damn it, fine. The Beastman warrior must keep his promise. He bowed 90 degrees before her and replied sincerely, I apologize. I truly apologize for my previous rude comments. Sakura blushed, hid behind Chudyoshi, and whispered, I thought being treated like that was normal. Please don't trouble yourself over it. Seeing her like that, Chudyoshi waved his hand in her defense. Sakura, you don't need to be polite to him at all. Apologizing is his duty. You can just confidently accept it. Hearing Chaozi say that, she could only blush shyly and reply, yes, master. She raised her head confidently and looked straight at Dravok. I accept your apology. After passing the test, Chaozi was led to the skill vault. The Beastman group instructed him before letting him in. Each visit, you are only allowed to take exactly one skill scroll. After hearing this, Chaozi put his hand to his chin and thawed and then protested. Only one item. That's completely absurd. Dravok immediately turned and replied, did you think you could take as many as you wanted? The Combat Academy has very strict rules. He continued to explain the skill vault's rules to Chaozi. Once inside, you have a mere 3 minutes to choose a skill scroll you like. If you can break the seal within that time, it will belong to you. However, if the time limit expires, the rules will expel you and you can't return for a while. Chaozi didn't bother to care about him. He just sighed and complained, time limits, seals, and then being expelled. What on earth is this? Instructor Gut still patiently explained to Chaozi. Human, the Combat Academy is a vital place representing this entire region. Simultaneously, a system annotation appeared. A skill scroll seal is a type of mystical sigil. The skill scroll cannot be used unless the seal is dispelled. The rule barrier is a type of enchantment that only powerful mages or wizards can dispel. It enforces conditions based on preset rules, allowing or denying entry to any living being. To protect this archive, high-level mages or wizards were invited to set up the seals and barriers. Instructor Gut added, this seems much more troublesome and complicated than I imagined. After receiving the information, Chaozi nodded in agreement. That's right. Sakura, behind him, added, I've heard that in high-level combat academies, the conditions are even more stringent and harsh than this. Instructor Gut opened the door to the skill vault and gave Chaozi one last reminder. If you understand, then go inside. Never entertain the idea of stealing skills, or the barrier will expel you immediately. Chaozi stepped up the stairs one by one, while Instructor Gut's voice still echoed from behind. Is that clear? You have exactly 3 minutes to choose one skill scroll and then leave. Chaozi entered the vault, while Sakura still silently followed closely behind him. The 3-minute countdown began. Chaozi excitedly observed one skill scroll after another, unable to hide his curiosity. I understand now why they need magic to protect this place. With such a massive number of skill scrolls, it's hard to resist the temptation to snatch a few. Sakura also approached the bookshelf, picked up a skill scroll to examine it, and said, this is the first time I've been in a skill vault. Every scroll is sealed, so I can't see the contents inside. It feels as if I could easily break the seal just by using my power. Chaozi also meticulously studied the skill scrolls, thinking to himself, I intended to use the cupping ultimate technique, but it's hard to find a truly high-quality skill. Furthermore, using the cupping ultimate technique is sometimes quite awkward, and I'm not sure if Sakura can do it. The system displayed an annotation again. To use the cupping ultimate technique, feel the opponent's heartbeat with your hand, then choose any skill from the skill set to cupping. Chaozi was still holding the skill scroll in his hand. He recalled the image of the wolf pack chasing him closely, his eyes flashing with a spark. Anyway, let's just start. I just need to use my current power. In his mind, he was still calculating, I need to choose a very good skill to deal with those 3. Suddenly, Chaozi focused his power on the skill scroll to open it and take a look. He immediately saw the information. Chaozi cheered, success. The skill information has appeared. A system notification displayed. Shield bash. Use a shield to strike the target heavily, dealing physical damage and having a chance to stun the opponent. Suitable for warriors or defense-oriented character classes. Noticing he wasn't very interested, he put it back on the shelf and said, shield bash. I don't even use a shield. Sakura bored over another scroll and called out, Master, I don't need this skill, but I have something here I want to show you. This skill scroll was wind work. Move at godlike speed to a designated location to evade enemy attacks while simultaneously increasing casting speed. Highly suitable for archers or speed-oriented warriors. Chaozi looked it over and shook his head. An archer. That's not my style at all. The two of them continued to browse the next skill scroll, or cry, or loudly to encourage oneself and surrounding allies, increasing attack and defense. Suitable for commander-type warriors or character classes evolved from warriors. Grasping this information, Sakura told Chaozi, or cry, this is a fairly common support skill for warriors. He continued his diligent search, just glancing at it before replying, it's okay. Let's keep looking. By this time, the display showed only 2 minutes left. Chaozi frantically grabbed a random skill scroll and said, only 2 minutes left. This is bad. Bali. That doesn't suit me at all. Sakura, from behind, kept encouraging him, Master, why don't you try looking for a counter-attack skill? Hearing that, Chaozi immediately sought out that exact scroll. The system showed, counter, for a certain duration, retaliate against physical attacks from enemies, with a chance to reflect status effects. Suitable for counter-attacking warriors or character classes evolved from warriors. After reading it, Chaozi put his hand to his chin and thought for a long while. Counter. This item seems quite useful. Chaozi cheered excitedly after finding the first one. Alright, I'll keep this as a potential candidate. Sakura continued to bring a few other volumes. Chaozi glanced over them to evaluate and then flatly rejected them, saying they were too elaborate and not for him. He still hadn't found any that he liked. Sakura, we really don't have any time left. Hearing the name of a strange skill, he curiously asked, it sounds like a cryptic move meant for someone with a slender build. What kind of ability is it exactly? Sakura, standing nearby, also felt glum because he couldn't find any volume that was truly suitable for her master. With exactly 1 minute left, sensing the urgent situation, Chaoshi frowned. Only 1 minute left. This is going to be a disaster. This method is too slow. If I shatter the seals, I'll definitely be able to check the contents inside. I'll have to use a slightly more forceful method. No sooner said than done, Chaoshi turned to instruct Sakura. Do you still have recovery and energy potions in your bag? I might need them later. Quickly, step back and hide well behind something solid. Pari, although she wasn't sure what he was up to, she still obediently hid behind the bookshelf. Yes, master. Chaoshi began to channel power into his arm as blue sparks of electricity gradually erupted. Alright, let's begin. Outside, Zaggart suddenly looked up at the top of the skill tower, where bolts of electricity were flashing repeatedly. Bravik, watching from a distance without understanding what was happening, spoke up and asked, what on earth is going on? Inside the room, Chaoshi continued to cast his magic and roared, alright, I'll shatter every seal at the same time. Takira covertly peeked at Chaoshi. For a moment, she too felt overwhelmed by her master's terrifying power. The system instantly sent a notification to Chaoshi. Due to level and conditions not being met, you cannot release the full power of the Heavenly King Hammer. Insisting on activation will consume a vast amount of energy, and the duration will be only 1 second. Chaoshi raised his fist, full of electrical light, and declared firmly, 1 second is more than enough. Outside, the small sparks of electricity had transformed into swirling purple lightning, turning the magical night sky black. Witnessing the shocking sight before him, Zaggart gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the power of a human? Inside the warehouse, Chaoshi gripped the divine hammer tightly, his eyes glowing red as thick dust swirled around him. Takira continued to observe from afar, thinking to herself, how terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The system signaled readiness. The Heavenly King Hammer was officially activated for a duration of 1 second. Without a moment's hesitation, Chaoshi slammed the hammer hard onto the floor and declared, I will break every single seal right now. At that same moment, at the top of the tower, the lightning vanished, replaced by a blinding burst of light. After Chaoshi's world-shaking hammer blow, the warehouse floor around him was completely shattered. Shockwaves of various scales continuously spread throughout the room. Chaoshi had simultaneously unlocked the seals of all the skill books to inspect them. Seeing the books burst open at the same time, Takira's eyes widened as she muttered. The seals of all the skills were removed in an instant. The system notified that the Heavenly King Hammer had deactivated. Chaoshi sat flat on the floor, clutching his aching arm, and said joyfully, I did it. There are still 50 seconds left. The secret manuals opened simultaneously, and their information rushed forward. Chaoshi thought to himself, the data from these books is flooding in way too fast. Takira remained hidden behind the bookshelf, thinking in amazement, the information from the books is pouring in so intensely that it's warping the very space around us. Processing this much data at once will overload the brain. Worried, she hurried out and called, Master, please stop. But it was too late. Chaoshi had already absorbed the entire massive amount of information. He clutched his head tightly, thinking, my head feels like it's going to explode. I've seen everything. Now, reveal the strongest one, the skill most suitable for me. With only 40 seconds left and realizing time was running out, Chaoshi began to panic. This is bad. This isn't enough. Give me something more powerful. Just then, his eyes accidentally caught a secret manual emitting a strange glow. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed toward the shelf holding the item. As the clock hit the 30-second mark, Takira anxiously reminded him, Master, time is almost up. Even though he was exhausted, Chaoshi kept his eyes locked on the target and hurriedly ordered, Takira, get me the book on the bottom shelf of the farthest aisle, the third one counting from the back. Hearing the order, Takira immediately launched herself into the air. Yes, master. She found the exact spot Chaoshi had described, the bottom row, third from the back, that was it. And there were only 20 seconds remaining. Holding the manual in her hand, Takira hesitated for a moment. It was just a tattered scroll, and she was sure there must have been a mistake. The system immediately responded, this is a torn scroll, the document with content missing due to age-related damage. You need to find all the remaining fragments to restore it. Usually, because its power is severely diminished, no one bothers with them. With no time to dwell on it, she rushed back to Chaoshi, and as soon as he landed, she asked, Master, are you sure? This is just a torn scroll. She carefully tucked the manual into her shirt and urged, there's no time left. Let's go. There are exactly 10 seconds remaining. Chaoshi braced himself to stand, and while lifting Sakura, he said with difficulty, I can still hold on. I will leave this place on my own. As he activated the system once again, superhuman body enhanced by 50%. Energy is being channeled into your legs to create a burst of speed. Your body will be under extreme pressure. Please be careful. Zaggart was still waiting outside, and seeing the silence, he muttered, it's so quiet. Only 5 seconds left. Even if he doesn't get anything, the system will eject him when time runs out anyway. Just as Zaggart was counting down the time outside, the door to the skill vault suddenly began to slowly open. In the very last second, as the door cracked open, a gust of dust and pale blue light surged out. Chaoshi carried Sakura out and said, just in time. I finished. He set Sakura down, and she quickly grabbed some supplies to bandage Chaoshi's wounds. Zaggart stared at the manual in his hand, unable to hide his astonishment. Did you bring back a torn scroll again? The group opened the book right in front of the skill vault, and the system immediately displayed the details. Heaven's Wrath is a powerful combat skill that allows the user to summon high-intensity electricity to deal area of effect damage. It spreads between 3 targets and is extremely effective for both warriors and mages. Skill details: when combined with a weapon, the user attacks the main target with a powerful stream of electricity, then summons lightning from above. It automatically links to the next opponent, causing them to be completely paralyzed. Since this is a power of nature, it requires superior skill. Those who are incompetent are forbidden from using it. This technique can be upgraded if enough fragments are collected. After looking it over, Zaggart took the book and said, I have heard the predecessors mention it. For nearly 1,000 years, almost no one has bothered to learn this fragmented skill. The reason is that it is divided into 6 parts, but only 3 have been found. Collecting the rest in this vast world is truly a pipe dream. Furthermore, all beastmen who have tried to learn it died from the backlash during the upgrade. Their bodies exploded in a horrific manner. Perhaps it is because they lack the level of skill to control this source of energy. After listening, Chaoshi replied with tired eyes, learning it is hard, finding the fragments is arduous, and in the end, it might cause one to explode. So, there's no one ever truly mastered it. The supervisor from the Obsidian Academy suddenly chimed in. No, there was once one person. He began to recount the old story. 1,000 years ago, the strongest beast king of his time, revered as a god king, was also the owner of the relic we now possess. This is the only skill he left behind. The Chaoshi picked his nose. He nonchalantly asked, the technique left behind by the god king, and yet it's treated like trash. Seeing that attitude, Obsidian became enraged and shouted, are you mocking me? What kind of joke is this? Obsidian took a deep breath and continued, no matter how powerful a skill is, if no one can learn it, it is useless, like an advanced weapon being discarded. If it falls into the hands of those who don't know how to use it, even if it is the heritage of the god king, few would believe it still exists. For 1,000 years, no one has conquered it. Perhaps the ancient glory of the beastmen will never return. Hearing this, Chaoshi felt motivated. He held the manual high with an excited expression. Whatever, maybe it's just perfect for me. Sakura, let's go. Sakura replied gently, yes. Watching the two leave, Obsidian hurriedly called out after them, that fragment is only the beginning. Whether you find the rest or master it, it all depends on your own strength and luck. He again set his sights on Sakura, turning to strike up a conversation with her and the stranger. A half-beast like him should have been executed, shouldn't he? Seeing her silence, he pressed her aggressively. Why do you treat beastmen like this? Does that human know your true identity? Or do you intend to let him sacrifice himself? Sakura's attitude immediately changed. She glared at Obsidian with sharp eyes and said that it wasn't his place to interfere. Witnessing her demeanor, Obsidian recoiled in fear, not daring to utter another word. Watching the two figures disappear, Obsidian muttered to himself, let's see how long you two can last. Switching scenes to inside the inn, Chaoshi was removing the bandages from an old wound. He told Sakura that her healing potion was very effective, but the taste was terrible. The system announced that thanks to this potion, his body had completely recovered. While applying the medicine Sakura had given him, he mumbled, I don't understand how she could create something like this. Sakura sat quietly outside, gazing at the sky without a reaction. Chaoshi turned to ask, Sakura, you've been acting strange since we got back. Is something wrong? Only then did she turn her head and softly reply that she was just feeling a little tired. Chaoshi looked at her for a long time and then continued, Sakura, I just want to ask one thing. You should have been executed too, shouldn't you? Was it just because of your lineage? Hearing this, Sakura's face suddenly darkened, clearly showing her displeasure. Chaoshi paid no attention to her emotions and continued to interrogate. You're the next one, aren't you? Sakura quickly regained her cheerful demeanor and changed the subject. Let's not talk about sad things anymore. Master, have you looked at the remaining scrolls yet? Hearing this, Chaoshi forgot his intention to ask further. He recalled what the old beastman said at the academy and replied, I thought he was saying some strange things, but the skill seems to suit me. He pondered, Skyfall Thunder acquires extraordinary physique, which perfectly matches me, the possessor of the strongest body. I can't wait to see what the skill will be like once I collect all the remaining scrolls. Before he could finish speaking, Sakura stood up abruptly and said, Excellent, let's go. He stood on the porch, stretched, and added, the weather is beautiful today. It seems like an ideal opportunity for Master to level up. Chaoshi, still sitting in the room, calmly replied, That's right, but I have one more thing to finish. Just then, the ring on his finger vibrated. The system announced that the countdown for the Endless Path had ended and it could now be used. The activation process for the Endless Path was successful. Chaoshi smiled sinisterly and thought to himself, once I learn this skill, it will be time to deal with those three. As soon as the Endless Path activated, Chaoshi became furious. He gritted his teeth and said, I told them to remember my face. They will definitely die. The system displayed Chaoshi's stats. Level 6, Class Warrior, Equipment Beastman Set, Weapon Ashen Radiant Ghost Sword, Skill Skyfall Thunder, Subskill Heaven and Earth Tremor, Combat Power 8800. Returning to the real world, a vortex of electricity suddenly appeared in the sky. Chuyuxi fell straight from high above. As soon as he touched the ground, he thought, finally, I'm back. Before I attack, I need to break through his defenses. He looked at the three members of the Netwolf Guild charging at him frantically. Chuyuxi was still contemplating. To use the new skill, I'll need a weapon. Fortunately, I still have the town's merit warehouse. He immediately opened the town's merit warehouse, reached in to retrieve the necessary item, and the system announced that the town's merit warehouse had been activated, and an item had been retrieved. Chuyuxi, with a cold sword in his hand and a flash of determination in his eyes, silently told himself that he placed his full trust in himself and his skills. Next, the system appeared again. The black cold light sword had been retrieved, leaving only one slot remaining. Kajiro looked at the sword in Chuyuxi's hand in astonishment, gripped his staff tightly, and exclaimed that he had just pulled the sword out of thin air. Daier, standing nearby, also watched with greedy eyes, adding that he must possess a private inventory. The sword looked truly high class, and he was determined to seize it. Tataru immediately spoke up, reminding them to finish him off first and then they would divide the spoils later. Chuyuxi gripped the sword tightly, looked at the three of them with an icy gaze, and said in a low voice, You are the ones who started this. Having said that, he raised his sword high, a massive surge of power radiated outward, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Kajiro was terrified by the sight and stammered, Is this person a warrior? What is this powerful aura? Chuyuxi swung his sword toward them. The wind immediately began to howl, and an overwhelming presence erupted from his body. A brilliant bolt of lightning tore through the sky. The three members of the Lazy Wolf Guild, witnessing such terrifying power, turned pale and could only stand frozen. Chuyuxi unleashed the Heaven's Thunderstrike, and all three were immediately struck by the lightning bolts. They could only scream. The system explained the Heaven's Thunderstrike. When you possess a scepter or weapon, you can summon a violent storm from the sky. After hitting a target, it spreads to other targets, dealing damage, and a paralysis effect is applied to the affected targets. All three were paralyzed as lightning bolts continued to strike. Tetsuru groaned, how can that kid use high-level magic? While Daier, kneeling on the ground, also mumbled, unable to move. Chiyuki stood looking down, his entire body and the sword covered in electric sparks. Kajiro was paralyzed, and Junji reached into his coat to rummage around, thinking to himself, damn it, we underestimated him. He is completely different from earlier. What the hell is going on? This is so frustrating. It's best to retreat for now. Tetsuru struggled to reach out his hand and said every word, wait, we surrender. Before he could finish his sentence, Chiyuki swung his sword and slashed across his body. He looked at him with hostile eyes and said, do you think I would spare someone who wanted to kill me? Don't be ridiculous. Seeing Tetsuru's cold corpse on the ground, Daier screamed frantically, don't you know who we are? We belong to the Crazy Wolf Guild. Please spare my life. Before he could finish, he was also sent to his grave by Chiyuki with a single slash. Shut up and die. Only Kajiro was left kneeling there. He began to think desperately, knowing that the boy showed no mercy and that he would die even if he were spayed. After dealing with the other two, Chiyuki returned to Kajiro, who trembled as he saw the boy approaching. Chiyuki worked forward slowly and said, it's your turn. Kajiro suddenly jumped up and screamed, do you think I will just sit here and die? Unexpectedly, he threw a sticky bomb he had prepared and advanced toward him, and the system immediately displayed the information. The sticky bomb is an item that attaches to a target and explodes. Although small in size, it has great destructive power and deals significant damage, so they are rare and expensive. The method of use is to throw it at the target to make it stick, then use magic to detonate it. The sticky bomb flew toward him, and Chiyuki raised his sword to block it, causing it to immediately stick to the blade. Tajiro quickly activated his magic, screaming with veins bulging, die. Explode. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred. Everything seemed to shatter. Kajiro struggled to stand, clutching his staff, a sneer of contempt on his face as he laughed. I traded my very life for this. Even a tier 12 hero would have to be wary of it, and yet you, a mere level 10, should know this is enough to crush you into dust. He remained arrogant before the trash, saying, you are nowhere near strong enough to fight us. As the explosion subsided and smoke filled the air, Tajiro waved his hand through the dissipating haze. Seeing Chiyuki still standing firm, he stammered in astonishment. How can this be? Standing amidst the chaotic smoke and dust, Chiyuki thought to himself, where did this army even come from? The system displayed a message, if not for this extraordinary body, you would have perished. Chiyuki then revealed himself, activating his double armor. The ground cracked instantly, and rocks and debris flew everywhere. Chiyuki lunged forward like a flash of lightning, his eyes glowing with red sparks. As a thought echoed in his mind, the haunting goblin armor and the superhuman body had been activated. With wind-tearing speed, Chiyuki approached and defeated Kajiro in the blink of an eye. After dealing with him, the armor still stained with blood, Chiyuki contemplated, I will finish off these other three as well. Chiyuki walked to where his sword had been knocked away, picked it up, and declared, did you think I would let you live just because I spared you? You are all members of that group of lunatics. Looking at the three corpses lying sprawled on the ground, he added, it is all because my level is still too low. Suddenly, he noticed a bag on Kajiro's body. He walked over and sat down to examine it. While rummaging through it, he muttered, this cruel world only devours the weak. From the fabric bag, a ring fell into his hand, and Chiyuki exclaimed happily, a space ring. The system provided more information. The space ring is made from special materials, allowing the user to possess a personal space. The size of this space varies depending on the ring's grade. Low-grade rings are only as large as a small room, while high-grade rings can hold an entire mountain. The size is determined by the ring's grade, rarity, and materials. Even a low-grade ring is an extremely valuable item. Chiyuki immediately put the ring on his finger and exclaimed joyfully, it really is a space ring. This is fantastic. Right after putting it on, the system instructed him, you need to channel mana into the ring to activate it. The same applies when storing items. Once a ring is bound to a user, only that person can use it until they pass away or the bond is severed. Chiyuki looked at the ring on his hand and thought, an ordinary hero could hardly own a space ring. Besides the high price, they are extremely rare on the market. Let me try it out. Chiyuki then channeled his power to connect with the ring and exclaimed in surprise, no way, it already activated. So, is this a new ring? The system immediately displayed, you have successfully activated the space ring for the first time. The ring is synced with your mana. Chiyuki turned back, laughing uncontrollably, I can't believe this happened. Thank you so much. After he left, the area where the fight had just taken place was immediately cordoned off. He watched from a distance and thought, the hero security force has arrived. Luckily, I left early. System note, the Hero Security Force is a security unit established by heroes, and this organization is under the direct management of the Hero Association. Chiyuki hid among the crowd not far away, shoved his hands into his pockets, and thought, I have erased all traces and collected everything of value. They will certainly not find anything related to me. Thinking this, Chiyuki turned and walked away, telling himself, at least for now, I'm safe. The phone I got from that guy is actually real top tier. After entering my information code, this device belongs entirely to me. Suddenly, the phone vibrated, making Chiyuki jump. Who could be calling at this hour? He pressed the device in his hand to answer, and a familiar female voice spoke from the other end. Chelsea just received a signal from his former teacher, Ms. Lily. Recognizing her voice immediately, a teacher who should have retired long ago, Chelsea replied, hello, miss, is something the matter? From the other end of the line, Ms. Lily, sitting in her office, told Chelsea that it had been over a week since the winter break ended and he still hadn't come to class. She knew his difficult family situation made him want to quit school for his younger sister's sake, but she really didn't want to see her favorite student drop out. Chelsea didn't hesitate for a second before replying, I appreciate your kindness, miss, but this issue isn't just about money. Recalling the days of being bullied at school, he added, you know better than anyone how much I despise that environment. Hearing this, the teacher could only sigh and advise him, I understand that, but continuing your education is the key to changing your life. As for the tuition, I will find a way to manage it so you feel less pressured. Please have the courage to return to school tomorrow morning. You can't just keep working as a cleaner and neglect your and your sister's future, can you? Actually, The teacher hesitated and left the sentence hanging, leaving Chelsea in deep thought. How could she understand that he had transformed into a hero, the only person who still worried about his own life? This homeroom teacher gathered her composure to encourage him. Chelsea, you are a brave boy. Please stop avoiding these difficulties and come back to class. I will do everything in my power to support you, for your future and for your little sister. You can do it. Chu Yuxi sat blankly on the bench, putting his hand to his head to question himself. He had thought he had no reason to step foot in that school anymore because it didn't hold a single good memory, but after the conversation with Ms. Lily, everything had changed. Now, he was a hero, no longer the weakling who endured beatings. He had made those bastards pay a heavy price. Thinking clearly, Chu Yuxi finally made up his mind and replied over the phone, "Thank you very much, miss. I will come to school tomorrow." The system displayed a notification. Level 6, Class Warrior, Equipment, Dark Goblin Armor, Dark Frost Sword, Skill, Heavenly Lightning Strike, Sub-Skill, Heaven's Quake, Total Combat Power, 8,800. The scene shifted to a dark room, where someone glued to a computer screen spoke up. 3 of my subordinates were wiped out by a mysterious hero, and all their items were stolen. Tapping a steady rhythm on the desk, he muttered, "Even the spatial storage skill I gave them was taken by that guy." He clenched his fist, baring his yellow teeth, and snarled, "The thief, you don't even know that I placed a tracking spell on that item, do you?" According to the system notes, the tracking spell is a type of magic that locates a target through a marked object. Usually, this magic is very difficult to detect, but high-level mages are fully capable of dispelling it. Looking at the coordinates displayed on the device on his desk, he smirked and whispered, "This time, no matter where you hide, you won't escape me." He jumped up, slammed his fist onto the desk, and clenched it aggressively. He was the leader of the Dark Guild, level 21, Class Warrior, combat power recorded at 11,200. His face revealed a ruthless look as he muttered, "I will definitely get rid of you for daring to touch the property of the Dark Guild." Turning toward his subordinates in black, the leader ordered, "Capture the thief at all costs." They all replied in unison, "Understood, boss." The next morning, Chelsea and his sister stood in front of the school gate. Karina was now equipped with 2 leg braces and a pair of crutches to assist with her movement. Chelsea adjusted the bag on his shoulder and turned to ask his sister, "Are the braces okay?" Karina, still not used to the new equipment, told him, "As long as I work slowly, it's no problem. Don't worry too much, brother." Hearing her say that, he didn't know how to advise her, so he could only caution her, "Just take it slow, don't rush." He thought to himself that when she found out he wanted to go back to school, she insisted on coming along because she didn't want to be a burden to her brother. Getting around in a wheelchair was very inconvenient. Fortunately, he had found these new generation crutches. Even though she couldn't stand on her own, with the support of the sticks, she could still work normally. He suddenly remembered the scene of Karina shedding tears when she received these braces from him. His throat swelled up. The cost was certainly not cheap, but it was better than using a wheelchair. If he confessed, she would cry because he had spent money on her again. Chelsea remained lost in his long train of thought. He had tried to pay for it with the money he took from those 3 guys, but now he was broke. He continued to contemplate the ring. "I can't sell this spatial ring. Keeping it will give me more opportunities on my path to becoming a hero." He looked back at his sister, who was happily hobbling along step by step, and his heart surged with emotion. Just seeing Karina's happy expression made every sacrifice worth it. That was enough. He supported his sister's back as she stepped up the stairs and gently instructed, "Be careful, don't walk around aimlessly. I'll come to pick you up after school." Tearing her brother, Karina obediently agreed. Chelsea promised himself, "I must treat you very well." 2 girls stood in the hallway observing them. Mina, with black hair and sucking on a lollipop, spoke up, "Who is that little girl clattering along with those crutches?" Devin, the blonde standing nearby, replied, "You mean Karina? She was attacked by dark monsters, her parents both died, and her legs ended up like that." Upon hearing this, Mina's eyes gleamed with a sinister look as she continued, "Is that so? Poor and crippled, what a miserable life." Vivian immediately chimed in, "That incident was even on the news. The teachers at school have been gossiping about it for ages." Mina took the piece of gum covered in saliva and curled her lip in contempt. Someone as destitute as her should just rot away in the slums, she thought. It was truly a waste of kindness to help such lowlifes, and she was really getting sick of the girl pretending to be innocent all this time. Vivian covered her mouth with her hand and whispered to her, "Are you going to give her a hard time again, Mina? She's already disabled, and if this comes to light, the consequences will be unimaginable." She crossed her arms across her chest and replied arrogantly, "So what if she's disabled? When I tormented her before, did anyone dare to step in? It'll be the same now. This toy is certainly very entertaining." Mina put her hands behind her back, turned to Vivian, and said, "Let's go. I still have to meet my boyfriend." The scene shifted to the vice principal's office, where a voice boomed, "You should be grateful to Ms. Lily. If she hadn't stepped in to vouch for you, I wouldn't have allowed you to continue attending this school." The vice principal sat in his chair, rubbing his pod blade with a chubby hand, and continued, "Don't you dare mess up the notice board like that again. Do you think the school is a marketplace?" Ms. Lily, standing next to Chelsea, spoke up to defend him. "I understand, but he had his own reasons. I have personally mentored him. The tuition has been paid in full, and I will help him make up the necessary credits." Chelsea shyly scratched his head and muttered, "Vice Principal, Ms. Lily, I'm truly very grateful." After leaving the office, the homeroom teacher worked out with Chelsea, who worked along murmuring apologies for causing this trouble. The vice principal watched them leave, his eyes fixed firmly on Ms. Lily's back as she walked away in her short skirt. He sat in his chair, stroked his chin with a sinister smile, and calculated to himself that he didn't care about the student. His only goal was her. "Lily, you need a mind like me by your side." Working along the hallway, Ms. Lily turned to tell him, I've paid the tuition for your sister, so don't worry. You are both very resilient. Chelsea replied gratefully. I'm sorry for causing you concern, but I will definitely repay this money soon. MS. Lily waved her hand to decline. The money can wait. You are already a third-year student, so just focus on studying for your exams. Besides, you look much brighter than before, Chelsea, and I'm very happy about that. Chelsea turned to his homeroom teacher and said, I have been trying very hard lately, so I certainly won't let you down. In his heart, Chelsea thought, I'm sorry for hiding my hero identity, but the issue with the crazy Eraser Society hasn't been resolved yet, so I have to be careful. However, at least I want you to understand that I have changed. At the classroom door, MS. Lily reminded him, get to class quickly, we are about to start art class. Chelsea entered the classroom, but everyone around was busy with their own things. No one paid the slightest attention to his appearance. From afar, the guy with his feet on his desk saw Chelsea and sneered, I thought you were expelled. Who would have thought you'd show your face back here? The guy sitting in the row in front, named Siryu, immediately chimed in, should we drag him into the bathroom? Really? Hearing this, Rayleigh felt even more triumphant. He tossed a paper ball in his hand and said, of course we should. My pocket money and protection fees have been lacking because of him. Rayleigh smiled maliciously, took a breath, threw something hard toward the front, and mucked, do you think I'd pity your family? The one who needs sympathy is me because I couldn't go to karaoke to unwind. Siryu also laughed along. That's exactly right, Rayleigh. The paper ball flew straight toward Chelsea's seat, with Rayleigh's voice still echoing from behind. First, did a taste of my paper ball hit? The paper ball flew rapidly through the air. Chelsea didn't even look back. He calmly reached out and caught the object. Both Rayleigh and Siryu were stunned, unable to believe their eyes, and a sweating Siryu stammered, did he really catch it? Chelsea sat there, quiet as a mouse. Finally, he slowly looked back and said, Rayleigh, meet me in the bathroom right now. Rayleigh couldn't believe his ears. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and replied, what did I just hear? He dares to challenge me just because he's been away for a while. This bastard will pay a high price. The bell signaling the final lesson of the day finally rang. Right at the entrance to the restroom, a large guy was blocking the door, chasing away anyone who came near. Riley was busy taking a leak, so he forbade anyone from coming close. Inside the foul-smelling restroom, Riley was mocking Chelsea for working as a janitor picking up trash. Chelsea could only stand rooted to the spot, his hands clenched into fists, yet he remained silent. Riley shoved his hands into his pockets and arrogantly demanded protection money, while Siryu, standing behind him, also reached out his hand threateningly, telling him to hand over the money or else. A cold glint began to spark in Chelsea's eyes as he calmly countered, so what? The group surrounding him was caught off guard by his daring response, and everyone stood stunned for a few seconds. Riley's face flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, saying, don't you dare have an attitude. I'll show you what's coming to you. Hearing this, the two thugs, Siryu and Kazama, rolled up their sleeves aggressively, saying, we've been waiting forever for this. Riley, you're finished. The two guys lunged to attack, but Chelsea caught them with his bare hands, using all his strength to squeeze their arms. Kazama and Siryu grimaced in pain, unable to stop themselves from feeling terrified by this immense power, while holding onto his opponents. Chelsea thought to himself, have I really become this strong? I don't even feel a shred of fear anymore. I never dared to fight back before, but things are completely different now. The system panel displayed his stats. Level 6, Class Warrior, Equipment, Dark Goblin Armor, Weapon, Dark Cold Light Sword, Skill, Thunderstrike, Buff, Heaven's Shock, Total Combat Power, 8,800. Chelsea immediately activated his Divine Eye to inspect his opponents. Their information appeared clearly, and their levels and combat power weren't worth worrying about. Siryu struggled, but unable to pull his arm away. He could only scream, let go right now. Chelsea was very obedient and immediately loosened his grip. Right after, he swung his leg in a powerful kick that sent both of them flying backward. Riley stood rooted to the spot, witnessing his two lackeys collapse to the floor in the blink of an eye. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he wondered to himself, what on earth just happened? Recalling how the group used to gang up to bully Chelsea, he wondered why the weak Chelsea of yesterday had changed so drastically. Looking straight at Chelsea now, he felt as if the person before him had turned into someone completely different from his previous, spineless self. Just then, the guy standing guard outside pushed the door open and shouted, Riley, the bus is here. Let's get out of here. With no other choice, Riley turned around and dragged his two cronies away immediately. Before disappearing from sight, Riley glanced back to give Chelsea a glare full of hatred and resentment. Watching the group leave, Chelsea thought to himself, it seems that look means they weren't satisfied with that kick. It was fortunate that I held back. If I had used my full strength in the kick, they would have been dead. The scene shifts to Karina's classroom, where she is chatting with her friend. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, and Haru, sitting next to her, replies, it's fine, just let me know if you need anything. Haru turned to hand a notebook to Karina and said, here is this book, too. Suddenly, someone rushed in, shoved Haru aside, and shouted, get out of the way. I have something to say to this brat. Mina struck Haru hard on the head, making him hold his head in pain. Vivian, standing nearby, whispered a reminder, Mina, Karina's health isn't good, but the girl interrupted her friend, if you dare say another word, your face will be the next target. After a moment, Haru was forced to stand aside. Mina placed a foot on Haru's chair and folded her arms, looking down at Karina defiantly. She sat on the desk and said nonchalantly, it's been a while since I've seen you in class. Not having a slave to play with is boring me to death. How do you plan to make it up to me? Karina sat dazed, her hands trembling as she took off her shoes, her voice stuttering and choked as she said, about this. I really don't have a penny. Hearing this, Mina brought her hands to her cheeks with a mocking expression. Money. Isn't that thing on your feet worth a fortune too? Karina kept her head down, busily taking off her shoes, placing a hand on her foot as she replied, I can't do that. My brother worked very hard to buy these for me. This item is very precious to me. Both Mina and Vivian were momentarily stunned by the girl's confession, not knowing how to respond. Mina raised a hand to her chin, pondering for a moment before taunting. Precious to you, bah. I guess without them, you wouldn't be able to work anymore, would you? Purina nodded honestly and replied, that's right, and even more than that. Mina immediately flew into a rage, delivered a thunderous slap to the girl's face, and asked, so what? The students around them only kept silent. No one dared to utter a word in the face of Mina's aggressive behavior. Just then, the teacher walked in carrying a stack of documents, interrupting them. Class is starting. Everyone, settle into your seats. Mina turned away but did not forget to leave a warning. The teacher is here, but just so you know, it's 6th period now. Don't even dream of sneaking home after school. Purina, our business is not finished yet. Standing at the podium, the teacher opened her book and announced, open your textbooks. Today's lesson begins. Purina sat below, feeling anxious and thinking to herself, I must slip away as soon as school ends. I cannot let my brother come to the back door to stop him from clashing with Mina and that group. Scene shift to Chelsea's classroom. Ms. Lily closed her book and announced, the lesson ends here. Everyone, remember to get home safely. The class monitor below immediately stood up and shouted, attention. The whole class responded in unison. Thank you, teacher, as everyone started packing up to leave. Ms. Lily clasped her hands behind her back and called out softly, Chelsea, could you stay behind to talk to me for a moment? He obediently worked toward his homeroom teacher. Yes, what is it, teacher? Ms. Lily smiled kindly and asked, after such a long break, have you gotten back into the rhythm of your studies? She then asked kindly, is there anything I can help you with? Chelsea narrowed his eyes and smiled as he replied to the teacher, I'm still doing fine. Thank you for your concern. Hearing this, Ms. Lily happily continued, is that so? That's great. If you are being bullied, feel free to report it to me. Don't be afraid like you were before. Chelsea replied confidently, I really am fine, teacher. Thank you very much. Seeing him speak so firmly, the homeroom teacher was relieved to leave. She waved her hand and said, I've troubled you too much. I'm very glad to see you back at school. If you have any problems, just find me. Now, go home early. Chelsea watched her figure disappear and waved, goodbye, teacher. As soon as the homeroom teacher was out of sight, the voice called out to him, hey, Chelsea. He turned around to see Siriu, whose arms were dangling and forehead was beaded with sweat. As he continued, I want to apologize for the mess in the restroom. Can you come with me for a moment? Let's go somewhere else to talk. Chelsea put his backpack on his shoulder and followed him into the hallway, asking as they walked, where to? Siriu replied meekly, just over there. I want to apologize to you in a more private place. He walked in front to lead the way, a sinister smile on his lips. Go this way. As soon as they reached the dark corner at the end of the hallway, someone suddenly lunged out with a club. They rushed forward all at once, surrounding Chelsea and beating him relentlessly. Siriu ducked to dodge the blow, a wicked smile flashing across his face as he spoke. Belly, don't be too rough. Chelsea immediately raised his hands to block the relentless attacks from the crowd. He quickly activated the system, utilizing his superhuman body and channeling 30% of his strength into both arms. Lying on the floor, Siriu witnessed the wooden clubs shattering the moment they touched Chelsea's body and stammered, unbelievable, did he block them all? Chelsea leaned down to wipe a smudge off his cheek, looking coldly at Siriu. I knew very well you were playing tricks, but I didn't expect you to play this dirty. Chelsea's status window appeared. Level 6, Warrior class, equipped with Dark Goblin armor, Dark Frost Blade weapon, Heavenly Thunder and Earth Shaker skills, with combat power reaching 800. Chelsea flew into a rage, delivering a powerful kick that sent Siriu flying. He cried out in pain and terror. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd rushed into attack, with one of them screaming, take this. Chelsea easily dodged and countered with a lightning-fast kick to his opponent. Hit by the blow, his armor lay motionless on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Chelsea looked at them indifferently. Have you losers still not learned your lesson? Relly swung his bat and charged aggressively at Chelsea, shouting, die. Chelsea just stood there and said, if we weren't at school, you would have been dead a long time ago. Charging forward, Relly suddenly froze, his face turning pale as a sheet as he looked at Chelsea, thinking to himself, I can't move at all. Trembling, he looked at his opponent and thought, I'm terrified of Chelsea. Raising his hand, Chelsea said, it's time to go to sleep. A heavy slap struck Relly's face, sending the baseball bat in his hand clattering to the ground. Relly collapsed unconscious. Chelsea looked at him with disgust and said, I'm busy picking up my sister. You only survived thanks to the hero lore. Heroes never kill civilians. The scene cuts to the corridor by the back gate where Karina is standing, panting and dreading her heavy steps. She told herself in fear, I have to escape Mina this way. I just need to loop around to the front once I pass the back gate. Right in front of her were steps leading downstairs. Karina sighed shakingly, reassuring herself. Still traumatized by going downstairs, she thought, I must stay calm and take it slow. Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind and shoved her hard, sending her tumbling down. Losing her footing, Karina tumbled down the stairs, her skullbag and belongings scattering everywhere. She lay sprawled on the ground as blood began to trickle from her nose. Mina and her friend looked down from above as she laughed triumphantly. Look at her fall. Did you think you could escape me by taking this way? I knew very well you'd come here. Mina smirked at Karina and ordered, take the thing off your leg right now. Karina turned back, begging through her tears, please don't, please spare my heavy anklet. Mina aggressively stepped forward and stomped on Karina, pens on her hips, shouting that if they had to strip her themselves, she had better watch out or she wouldn't remain in one piece. At the main gate, Chelsea was waiting impatiently for his younger sister but couldn't see any sign of her. He wondered if Karina had already left, as her classmates said she had departed early. Suddenly, the voice spoke up from behind him, causing him to freeze. It was little Haru, who hesitantly asked if he was Karina's brother. Chelsea nodded to confirm and hurriedly asked where his sister was, as the two had planned to go home together. Haru timidly suggested that it seemed Karina had been toward the back gate and advised him to check there. Chelsea quickly grabbed his bag and worked rapidly along the hallway, his mind analyzing the possibility that his sister was actually at the back gate. Why would she be there? Something bad must have happened. Paru's expression looked very strange, as if she were trembling with fear over something. No matter what, I must find Karina. He strode through the long hallway to reach the stairs, thinking that to get to the back gate, he absolutely had to pass through this way. The Karina will be there. Suddenly, a horrifying scene struck his eyes, leaving Chelsea stunned in place. Before his eyes, Karina was kneeling on the ground, her body covered in wounds and her clothes stained with blood. Chelsea walked straight to his sister without saying a word. Seeing her brother, Karina hurriedly brushed back some of her hair. She gave a crooked smile and asked why her brother was there. Chelsea remained silent. He immediately started the system and activated his divine eyes to scan all the injuries on his sister's body. Karina still tried to force a naive smile, making excuses that she had been careless and fallen down the stairs, but those lies could not fool Chelsea, who could see through the bruises from being punched, the cheeks swollen from being slapped multiple times, the arms scratched from being pinched, and internal injuries to her abdomen and waist from brutal kicks. The system concluded that the target was full of bruises. Chelsea clenched his hands into fists and lowered his voice to ask if she was in much pain from the fall. Thinking of his sister being bullied by those people, Chelsea's heart tightened with sorrow. Karina forced a strained smile, soothed her hair, and continued by saying she was stupid enough to fall down the stairs and that her leg might be broken. She apologized to him. Chelsea did not reply. He silently knelt down to gather his sister's scattered books. Karina continued to explain that she never wanted to become a burden to her brother. Her leg was broken, so she couldn't pull herself up. After packing the bag, Chelsea looked at his sister and smiled, saying that they were family, so she was no burden at all, and that the fall must have been painful. She quickly grabbed his hand, denying that she was hurt and telling him not to worry too much. Karina looked down at her leg, anxiously asking about the condition of the brace to see if it was broken. Chelsea gently comforted her, saying that everything was fine. Hearing that, Karina sighed with relief, feeling very lucky. Chelsea helped her onto his back and left, saying, "Let's go home now." Under the glowing red sunset, the two siblings worked silently on the road home. Chelsea carried his younger sister on his back and whispered, "Do you still remember this? Karina, I still remember carrying you like this back then, feeling you grow year after year. That memory feels like it drifted away so long ago." Karina wrapped her arms around her brother's neck and replied softly, "Yes, it feels like it was only yesterday. Ever since that moment, we have always been side by side." Hearing this, Chelsea nodded slightly and continued, "You are the only family I have. From that day on, I promised myself to become stronger to protect you. Even though I was powerless back then, now, as a hero, I swear I will never let anyone hurt you again." Karina remained silent for a long time before speaking. "I know you always try your best for me, and that is exactly why I don't want to be a burden to you." Chelsea suddenly stopped, put his sister down, and said, "You're being too formal again. Families should rely on each other. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." Although she did not understand where her brother was going, Karina asked obediently, "Where are you going?" Chelsea slung his bag over his shoulder, looked back at Karina sitting there, and said, "I left something behind and need to go back and get it." Despite her persistent questioning, her brother did not bother to answer what the item was. Chelsea adjusted his tie neatly and left. Outside a classroom, sounds of laughter echoed. How interesting, because that little brat tried to hold onto her legs. She fell real hard. Mina's group sat perched on their desks, laughing. "The thing attached to her leg is such an eyesore. It must be worth a lot of money. Let's just steal it next time." Billy, the blonde guy and Mina's boyfriend who was in the 3rd grade, class 6, heard this and asked excitedly, "Is it really sellable?" "Don't worry, I'll get it for you tomorrow." Devin stood with her hands on her hips, twirling a lollipop, and said, "I heard her brother, Chelsea, just came back to school. Is that okay? I heard he dropped out to work as a janitor." Mina ran her hands through her hair and smiled sarcastically. "The janitor is just scum, having a cripple and a bottom feeder as relatives. It's embarrassing to be in the same school as them. It would be better to kick them out." Vivian sucked on her candy and added, "Karina was the center of attention before her legs were crippled. A lot of guys in my class were crazy about her. She was pretty, smart, and knew how to dress well." Hearing that, Billy propped his chin on his hand, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Pretty and knows how to dress. I'd like to see that girl for myself." Mina immediately frowned at her boyfriend in warning. "Hey, how dare you say that in front of me?" Billy hurriedly stood up and approached his girlfriend to appease her. "Don't be mad, I didn't mean anything by it." Mina looked him straight in the eyes and said, "Then tomorrow, after we snatch the leg frame, let's sell it and use the money to go out." Billy replied immediately, "Sure, cripples are easy to deal with." Little did they know that Chelsea had been standing outside the door for a while, silently listening to the whole thing with his hands in his pockets. As soon as Billy finished speaking, Chelsea turned, grabbed his bag, and stepped calmly into the classroom. Realizing there was a stranger, all three looked up with annoyed expressions. Billy frowned and growled, "Who gave you permission to come in here?" Chelsea stood tall in front of them and stated clearly, "So, you are the ones who hurt Karina, even though she kept lying to me that she fell down the stairs." Hearing this, Vivian guessed, this guy is Karina's brother, but why is he here? Mina still didn't realize who she was offending. She smirked and sneered, "Were you planning to get revenge for your sister? Too bad you're in the wrong place, right, Billy?" Billy cracked his knuckles and retorted sarcastically, "Chelsea, the trash-cleaning kid." "Pa," he folded his arms, his tone full of arrogance, "I guess you haven't heard of me yet, the great Billy. Mina was just having a little fun with your sister." Chelsea did not waver and replied bluntly, "Is pushing a girl with an injured leg down the stairs what you call having fun?" Billy stepped close to Chelsea, deliberately pretending not to hear anything, pointed his finger at the other's face, and said, "Hey, janitor, who are you lecturing? Do you want to apologize to me?" Mina leaned her head on the table and chimed in, "We should teach this brat a lesson he'll never forget." Billy glared at Chelsea and sneered, "A garbage collector like you has no right to waste our time." Before the other person could react, Chelsea grabbed his finger and twisted it backward. Billy screamed in pain, looking at his deformed finger. My finger, you scoundrel. How dare you do this to me? Witnessing the scene, both Mina and Vivian's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is going on? Chelsea stepped back, promptly closed the classroom door, and issued a warning. Don't think only you will pay. I won't let anyone get away with it. Chelsea's eyes immediately turned bright red. Deactivated his level 6 hero status. Warrior class, donned the dark goblin armor, wielded the black ice fan sword, and possessed the skills Thunderstrike and Earth Shadow. With a combat power of 800, Chelsea scanned all three individuals before him with his divine eyes. The results showed they had no class, no resistance, and posed no threat. Mina began to tremble visibly, stammering, what trick are you playing? Chelsea casually placed his backpack on the desk and replied, I thought you were a hero because you acted so arrogant, but it turns out you're just a bored person who picks fights for no reason. Billy clutched his throbbing hand, sweat pouring down his face, and roared bitterly, you dare touch my hand? Mina rushed over to ask, Billy, were you okay? He still insisted, do you know who my father is? Vivian, despite her fear, put her hands on her hips and asked, you're Chelsea, right? Parina's brother. I must admit, you have guts to show up here alone. She frowned, looking annoyed. We're not real heroes, but we're not the kind of people you can just mess with. As soon as she finished speaking, Chelsea slapped her hard, sending her flying backward. The candy in her hand also shattered. After the forceful slap, Vivian fell to the ground. Chelsea added coldly, did you think I wouldn't dare lay a hand on a woman? Mina was stunned into silence by fear, only able to silently call out Vivian's name in her heart. Billy trembled, biting his lip, and thawed in shock. What speed is this? Not even a sports student is this fast. What crazy thing is happening? Mina saw her friend lying sprawled on the ground and screamed in panic. Vivian, Billy, his face ashen, still tried to shout to regain his authority. Let me tell you something. Chelsea bent down, his face close to Mina's, making her shrink back in avoidance. He whispered, I don't consider you or that other girl woman. Billy continued to yell threats. Don't you know who my father is? Before he could finish, Chelsea punched him, sending him to the ground, his teeth falling out. Chelsea growled, we'll deal with your father later. Shut up. Mina, seeing her boyfriend beaten to the point of unconsciousness, screamed, Billy. Before she could utter another word, Chelsea lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat. Chelsea lifted her into the air. Mina could only choke out sounds in her throat with great difficulty. He shoved her directly into the corner of the wall next to the window. Mina, terrified to the point of tears, reached out to grab Chelsea's arm and whispered, please, let me go. Chelsea raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent, and then said, from what I've heard, you were the mastermind behind bullying Karina. Chelsea's eyes were filled with rage as he growled, now listen up. As her older brother, I will never forgive what you have done. You are the one who made me. He tightened his grip on Mina's neck, causing her to slowly begin to suffocate. Chelsea gritted out each word, the rage in his heart having reached its absolute limit. Chelsea continued to warn her, from now on, you better stay far away from Karina. I don't expect you to bow your head and apologize to her, but absolutely do not go anywhere near her. Looking at the trembling Mina, her eyes rolled back in fear. Chelsea delivered his final threat. If you dare do otherwise, next time I will twist your head off. I keep my word, so remember it well. Hearing that threat, Mina struggled to reply, I understand. Satisfied with her answer, Chelsea let go of her and uttered just a single word, Dud, leaving Mina gasping for air on the floor. Chelsea turned to look at Billy and spoke, were you this girl's boyfriend? As he picked up the ruler from the ground, Chelsea asked, do you still plan on bullying Karina? He advanced toward Billy, brandishing the ruler in his hand, and continued, just this object alone is enough to send a troublemaker like you on your way. Cowering on the ground, Billy quickly cried out, wait. Chelsea raised the ruler high, looking down at Billy with cold eyes. Just thinking about what you said makes me sick. It's a good thing you're not a hero. Otherwise, I would have sent you to meet your maker long ago. Clutching one side of his cheek, Billy still managed to scream, do you know who I am? I'm the precious son of the Blue Snake Guild's leader. You surely know what that guild is, don't you? My dad is a rank 10 hero. Chelsea's movement with the ruler froze mid-air, and he asked coldly, the Blue Snake Guild? Is that the group that specializes in loan sharking? Chelsea recalled the 3 men he had dealt with in the hospital and thought to himself, didn't they force me deep into debt just to get money for Karina's treatment? Those bastards were just as arrogant as this guy. After finishing his thought, Chelsea looked at Billy with a cold gaze. It's ridiculous how I keep running into obnoxious people like you. So, it turns out you're from the Blue Snake Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, tiny currents of electricity began to gather around Chelsea's hand. Trembling on the ground, Billy saw the sparks of electricity appear and stammered, this is a skill. Are you a hero too? Chelsea didn't bother to reply. He swiftly swung the ruler across Billy with a clean stroke. Instantly, Billy was violently shocked by the electric current, convulsing wildly. A system notification popped up. Notice, due to the use of an unsuitable weapon, the damage dealt is reduced by 90%, failing to achieve maximum power. Chelsea turned and walked away. He threw back the ruler and said, ticking ahead like that should be enough to teach you a lifelong lesson. Chelsea walked over to the desk and picked up his backpack, pulling the backpack over his shoulder. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a message. Remember well, this is your first and last chance to keep your word. Leaving all 3 of them sitting on the floor, Chelsea added, and I'm sorry, but you'll have to clean up this classroom yourself. After the electric shock stopped, Billy lay there smoking profusely. He let out a gasp and asked, is he gone for good? Mina staggered over to support her boyfriend. Billy, were you okay? We should go to the hospital. Only then could Billy open his eyes. He looked toward the door and replied, no need. I just need to rest for a moment. I didn't expect him to be a hero. Mina reached up to touch her neck, pointing at the mark to show Billy, and said in a panic, what are you going to do? This isn't over so easily. Look at the scar on my neck. You must make him pay. Tell your father everything. With bloodshot eyes, Billy pushed her hand away and barked, don't boss me around. You will definitely pay a heavy price for this. With a gaze of absolute hatred, Billy confidently asserted, I will make him pay dearly. My father himself will take action. With her collar grabbed by Billy, Mina could only say in fear, that's right, tell your father to punch the one who dared to mess with you. Billy turned his face aside, his voice still spiteful. I will call my dad, and then I will completely erase him and his sister from this world. An outdoor setting, a quiet space. Farina sat patiently on a stone bench, looking up at the vast sky, murmuring a prayer for her brother's safety. She looked down at her hands, telling herself that if she were stronger, she wouldn't have to burden her brother. She was truly worried because he had been so restless ever since his new heroic powers emerged. A sudden sound made her jump. Farina. It was Chuyoshi, who had returned. He crouched down, smiled at his younger sister, and apologized. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go home. Come on, let me carry you. Farina happily agreed and replied, then I will hold this bag for you. Chuyoshi carried his sister on his back again, and the two continued working along the road. Deep down, he began to develop various plans. The young leader of the Green Cockroach Gang was a level 10 hero and the father of Billy Jr. The kid would surely tattle to his father to seek revenge, and with their large numbers, he and Karina would be in danger if they let their guard down. He carried his sister through the neighborhood on the way home, his mind racing. It was time to return to that other world. Farina, I swear I will never let anyone hurt you. Team changed to another world. As soon as Chuyoshi set foot there, the and Sakura began their arduous training routine. Along the way, Takira gently said, Master, we have arrived in the northern region. Here is the information you need to know. Takira patiently explained the rules of this land to Chuyoshi. Once inside the town, he could accept official missions by registering at the Adventurers Guild, which also housed a tavern, a blacksmith, and a part shop. Chuyoshi excitedly clasped his hands together and replied, exactly what I need. I really want to test myself in real battles. This game sounds truly fascinating. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to this. Right before their eyes was a bustling Beastman city of Norden. The system displayed Chuyoshi's information. Level 6, class warrior, equipment, full dark goblin set, weapon, dark eye short sword, skills, heavens thunder flash and tier 2 skill heavens quake, combat power, 800. Upon entering the Beastman city of Norden, Chuyoshi and Sakura were filled with wonder. Looking at the bustling scene around them, he exclaimed, amazing. It turns out there are so many diverse Beastman tribes. Sakura walked closely behind him. She covered her mouth with her hand and smiled, saying, based on my observations, there are many rare and strange tribes here, each with their own very unique characteristics. Chuyoshi looked around for a moment before suddenly stopping. He put his hands on his hips and said, that is, he saw two figures standing nearby. Chuyoshi continued, humans. They are human adventurers. Takira quickly recognized them as well. She asked, do they belong to your world, master? In a large city with an adventurers guild like this, all kinds of races live together, and there is a rule that we should avoid causing trouble that leads to life-threatening danger outside of the arena. After all, Northern is Beastman territory, so it is understandable to encounter many other species. Takira walked behind, shyly bringing her hand to her cheek as she continued, although the noble elf race and noble beastmen rarely appear here. Chuyoshi replied, I understand, that's interesting. This is the first time I've met my own kind since coming here. It feels very special. No sooner had he finished his sentence than Sakura could no longer see Chuyoshi. She looked up and saw that he had run over to the two people. Chuyoshi quickly greeted them. Hello. Takira raised her hand to stop him but was too late. Master, you shouldn't be so sudden. Seeing Chuyoshi approach, the two strangers immediately took a defensive stance. The one in the blue cloak drew a knife and demanded, who are you? The girl in the red cloak standing behind added, don't come near us. Chuyoshi, seeing their expressions, asked blankly, is there an unwritten rule about greetings here? Takira quickly stepped in to block Chuyoshi, holding up her hands in a conciliatory gesture, and said, this is just a misunderstanding. The two on the other side were slightly startled. They whispered to each other, what is this feeling? They quietly walked away with unfriendly attitudes. The girl in the red cloak grumbled as he worked, I don't know what the hell that was. After they had gone far away, Chuyoshi and Sakura continued their journey. Sakura explained as they worked, it seems you cannot just strike up a conversation with adventurers in the city. You only make them more wary. Most of them, especially humans, are always on guard against everything around them. Chuyoshi scratched his head and replied, I see. This world has plenty of complicated rules, doesn't it? Noticing that the beastmen on the street were all looking in their direction, Chuyoshi felt it was strange and said, it seems everyone around us is gossiping about us, don't you think? Takira could only keep her head down in silence, unable to utter a single word. Even so, the crowd of beastmen around still kept their eyes glued to the two of them. Takira had to lean close to Chayoshi's ear and whisper that she was truly sorry for carrying half beastman blood, which was discriminated against by others, suggesting they should just go into the Adventurers Guild to get the registration over with. Hearing this, Chayoshi scratched his neck and whispered back that it would be best for them to just ignore them. Chayoshi did not pay the slightest attention to the scrutinizing stares directed at them. Smiling warmly, he reached his hand out to Sakura and reassured her that discrimination exists everywhere, so she shouldn't worry too much about it, saying, let's go. Encouraged by his words, Sakura gathered all her courage to grasp Chayoshi's hand firmly and softly replied in agreement. The two of them strolled around sightseeing for a moment, feeling as if they had just stepped out of a fantasy novel. Finally, they stopped in front of a building with a sign displaying the name of the guild. Chayoshi looked at the bulletin board in front of him and blurted out in amazement that it felt just like being in a game or a movie, while Sakura stood behind and gently reminded him, Master, if we don't register, we won't be able to accept any quests. The two quickly stepped inside and approached the reception desk, where Sakura cheerfully announced that they were there to register as adventurers. The receptionist, with a half-lit pipe in her mouth, casually replied, the party of a half-breed and a human. That sounds interesting. The cat beastman girl, named Miko, went on to ask which of the two wanted to register. Hearing this, Chayoshi scratched his head and said, that would be me. You really are quite different from the people staring at us out there. Miko placed a form on the counter and slid it toward Chaoshi, explaining, I'm used to meeting countless adventurers, so this is nothing unusual. Just fill in your name and occupation here, and your information will be shared across all branches, allowing you to accept quests anywhere in the future. Chaoshi held the paper anxiously and asked, is this an official document? Takira immediately placed her hand on his shoulder and reminded him, what's important right now is the form, Master, because if you don't fill it out, you'll never get your adventurer's badge. Hearing that, Chaoshi cheerfully asked about the adventurer's badge. Standing at the counter, Miko pulled out a badge and explained, yes, this is the ID card for adventurers. This one is the lowest rank. Since higher ranks come with greater benefits and rewards, you should strive to accumulate plenty of experience. The badge ranks range from iron, bronze, and silver to gold, but gold rank adventurers are rarely seen around here because those powerful individuals usually only accept jobs from the upper class. Chaoshi looked at the badge in his hand and, seeing that it only showed level 6, clicked his tongue and remarked that the lowest rank badge didn't look impressive at all. Hearing this, Miko explained, when you hold the badge, your level is automatically detected, and you have the right to hide it using this item. Chaoshi looked up, saw his level clearly displayed above his head, and excitedly asked how to do that. Standing beside him with her hands behind her back, Takira explained, you are connecting to the badge as an adventurer. You just need to focus your thoughts on hiding it, but please remember the process carefully. Chaoshi took the badge out of its box, held it tightly in his hand, and closed his eyes to connect. He wondered if just thinking it was enough. With the help of his divine choice system, this was as easy as pie. Seeing that he had successfully hidden his level, Miko looked surprised and exclaimed, it's rare for anyone to succeed on their very first try, as this skill is considered quite difficult for rookies. Suddenly, two large beastmen burst into the guild and aggressively shoved Chaoshi aside, the leader barking rudely, out of the way. Trash, the one behind, carrying a heavy object on his back, slammed it down onto the counter and announced, we are here to report our quest results. The tall beastman with a black tuft of hair named Grunjo leaned his elbows on the counter and asked if there were any other quests or similar requests available. He leaned his face close to Miko, inviting her out for a drink and promising to cover the tab, but Miko calmly held her pipe and declined, saying, I'm sorry, I'm busy. She pulled out a new request form and continued, there is an urgent job with high pay but a corresponding level of difficulty. The client is looking for adventurers who are at least level 15. Can you handle it? Both of them froze, and the leader stammered, asking if there were any quests around level 10. His accomplice, Svalmo, also curiously asked what the job entailed. Miko informed them, a pack of dark carnivorous creatures is ravaging the villagers' crops. A party of 3 took the job, but they were all severely injured, and one is still missing. Miko added that the levels were even higher than theirs, causing Grunjo to break into a cold sweat and exclaim, level 10 creatures moving in a pack. Svalmo slammed his hand on the counter and said, forget it, this request probably requires a level 20 to handle. Tsuyoshi suddenly reached out and grabbed the mission file, determinedly saying, we'll take this on. The two large beastmen immediately whipped around to glare at Tsuyoshi. Skullmail spat out insults, blocking the way, saying you're in the way, loser, while Lumcho also growled, asking what the hell did you just say. Lumcho was about to draw his weapon, but his comrade quickly stopped him and reminded, control yourself. You know very well the consequences of starting a fight inside the guild. Skullmail crossed his arms, glared at Tsuyoshi back, and growled, don't have delusions of grandeur, human. If you value your life, don't get involved in this. Lumcho added, you just registered, didn't you? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Tsuyoshi didn't bother to respond and only said, if you can't do it, get out of the way, or do you want to test my skills in the arena? As soon as he spoke, Tsuyoshi clenched his fists, causing the veins on his arms to bulge prominently. The system issued a notification starting to activate the superhuman body state. Tsuyoshi thought to himself, thanks to the powerful support from this divine choice system, I'm completely confident in facing a level 9 beastman in a duel. Seeing his arrogance, Skullmail looked him up and down and sneered, know your place. No matter what title you achieve, we have far more combat experience. Your brand new badge will only be a joke when the client flatly rejects you. Miko, standing behind the counter, spoke up to soothe the atmosphere. Your courage is truly admirable, but they are right. At your current level, the chance of being rejected by the client is very high. Hearing that, Skullmail laughed triumphantly. Did you hear that, garbage? Start with the trivial things. A mission to find a lost duck might be more suitable for someone like you. Sakura finally turned around and declared firmly, no, we will definitely accept this commission. The entire crowd in the room was stunned by her firm declaration. Lumcho saw Sakura's half-beastman status and mocked, is your teammate a half-breed? Can you really handle this task? Sakura immediately held up her badge for everyone to see and coldly replied, is this gold rank badge enough to answer your questions? The two beastmen were struck dumb when they saw the high strength symbol in her hand. They both exclaimed in unison, the gold rank badge. Tsuyoshi was equally astonished to see the object in her hand. They looked at her with admiration and wondered, this cat-eared girl actually possesses a gold rank badge. Mika called out from behind the counter, you should have made that public from the very beginning. She smiled, lifted her pipe, and said, I will entrust this commission to you. I'm sure the client will be extremely satisfied. After witnessing the table turning, the two beastmen quietly retreated. Tsuyoshi stood behind them and mocked, what's wrong? Thinking of running away now, Takira approached and smiled at Tsuyoshi. This mission will help you level up quickly, master. Tsuyoshi scratched his head a bit shyly and replied, alright, let's get to work. Miku watched the conversation and speculated silently, the gold rank adventurer calling that boy master, just what kind of high-profile character is he? Truly a strange and interesting party. Tsuyoshi and Sakura took the commission book and immediately set off. While looking at the map, Takira said, the place where the dark carnivorous creatures are roaming must be nearby. As they walked, Tsuyoshi turned to ask, I didn't expect you to have a gold rank badge. Hearing that, Sakura blushed shyly and shared, yes, I joined the Adventurers Guild as a child and fought through many missions with different parties. Later, I realized I met the requirements for a promotion, so I went to upgrade my badge. Does that sound strange? Chuyoshi looked at her with gentle eyes, thinking she had worked very hard, and reassured her, not at all. It's a well-deserved achievement for you, Takura. Takura felt his sincerity, so she blushed and whispered, thank you, sir. While they were working, both suddenly came to a halt. Looking at the village enveloped in a gloomy black mist, they said in unison, it looks like we've arrived. Takura observed the scene before her and judged, this opponent seems quite formidable. The sky became dark in summer. Round the village, countless level 10 monsters were loitering everywhere. Both Chuyoshi and Sakura stood behind the iron gate, staring blankly at the scene inside. Takura spoke up, stating that a swarm of dark monsters was waiting to devour them, and she wondered how many people were still alive inside. Chaoshi nodded in agreement after hearing her, noting how disgusting they looked. Takura sat near the gate, looked up at Chaoshi, and explained that they were dark monsters, creatures that corrupt everything they touch, driving them to madness and making them stronger, while weak beings even lose their minds, such as the dark goblins that corrupted the slimes into these dark monsters. Chaoshi looked at the swarm teeming inside and exclaimed that they were once slimes, which explained why they looked so slimy. He realized these dark monsters were essentially mutated slimes and were formidable because only lightning type attacks could defeat them. Chaoshi leaned down, looked at Sakura, smiled, and revealed his plan. In that case, the celestial lightning slash is a perfect choice right now. Chaoshi immediately assumed a combat stance and began condensing electrical sparks, telling Sakura to stay back and watch as he usually did, while inwardly thinking that he had brought this weapon specifically for an opportunity to upgrade it. The system displayed his status, level 6, profession, warrior, equipment, dagger first set, weapon, dark ice sword, skills, none, subskill, heaven shaker, combat power, 8,800. Suddenly, Takura reached out and tugged on the back of Chayoshi's shirt, forcing him to pause. She spoke softly, Master, from now on, please don't face such things alone anymore. When Chaoshi didn't understand, she continued, this is a life-threatening battle, and this place is completely different from the beginner zones. It's fine to fight alone, but facing a whole swarm like that is too risky if you're by yourself. Do you remember the reaction of that other team when they heard the mission details? They knew the danger well. Adventurers face life and death every day, but I don't want you to risk your life just to level up. At the very least, let me fight by your side. After listening to her explanation, Chaoshi reached out to pat Sakura's head and replied, I understand, but I also have something I want to ask you. He calculated his own leveling progress in his head, wanting only to grow stronger to prepare for any situation that might arise in this world. Seeing his hesitation, Sakura tilted her head and asked softly, what's wrong? As long as I know the answer, I will certainly tell you. Chaoshi remained deep in thought. She surely still remembered the pact with the Beast King, that after 1 year, he would have to undergo a rigorous trial. He lowered his head and confessed, I don't know the extent of the Beast King's strength, so I have no idea how strong I need to become to prove myself a year from now. Upon hearing his question, Sakura was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She bowed her head, causing Chaoshi to be taken aback, and her voice was heavy as she said, to be honest with you, Master. Frowning sadly, she continued, that is impossible at your current level. Passing his test after just 1 year is impossible. Chaoshi was startled by this and asked, how can that be? Sakura crossed her arms and explained slowly, first of all, the fact that you are still alive after 1 year is already a miracle. At the very least, you haven't been punished by the Beastman's holy judgment. Do you understand the rules of the level system? Chaoshi stroked his chin with a bewildered look and said, go ahead, tell me. He thought to himself that he knew both worlds used the same leveling system, and that the higher an adventurer's level here, the stronger the hero abilities were in the other world, but beyond that, he knew nothing. Sakura continued, the level cap for ordinary adventurers is level 100. The Beast King is currently at level 92. He achieved that position thanks to his unparalleled combat ability and his incredibly high level. Sakura listed more information for Chaoshi that applies to the Beast King, the Human King, and the Demon King. All three kings are the embodiment of the pinnacle of strength for their respective races. Chaoshi recalled the image of when he first met the Beast King and said, he didn't look strong enough to be the symbol of the Beastman's power. Hearing him say that, Sakura explained, the reason I say you cannot pass the test is that there is always a limit to growth. Quite simply, at a certain level, an adventurer reaches the strength threshold. The higher the level, the harder it is to progress. I'm a classic example. I have been an adventurer for over 20 years, yet I'm still stuck at level 72. She crossed her arms and looked at Chaoshi, saying, I know level 72 isn't low, but I have tried many times to level up and failed. That is my limit. Everyone has their own threshold, so to pass the Beast King's test, you must at least reach level 50. Sakura added in a low voice, no matter how I calculate it, it will be difficult for you to reach that level within 1 year. A normal adventurer takes a lifetime to reach level 50. Before her candid confession, Chaoshi fell silent for a moment and then looked at Sakura, lost in thought. He quickly composed himself, offered a gentle smile to reassure Sakura, and whispered that he understood the anxieties in her heart. Sakura looked at him with teary eyes, then hesitantly asked if he was truly alright, affirming that she would still accompany him for the next year, regardless of his inability to fulfill the commitment to the Beast King. Chaoshi replied with firm resolve, saying, you know well enough that I'm no ordinary adventurer. He touched the ring on his wrist, cast his gaze toward the distance, and continued, I pulled myself together the moment I received the divine judgment and stood tall before the divine hammer, so you must understand that I am a special case. Reaching level 50 within a year will be fine. Even if others consider it impossible, I believe it is within my grasp. With a confident expression, Chaoshi mused that it was strange how it was thanks to that very ring that he existed here, and had even stood firm after the divine judgment. Now, with the miraculous system in his hands, he was the chosen one destined to break the mold, for with the power of the system, nothing was impossible. Hearing his firm assertions, Sakura's cheeks flushed, and she softly addressed him as master. After a moment of hesitation, she firmly replied, yes, master, I believe you will surely write your own legend. Following their conversation, the two began their assigned task. Takira offered a reminder while Chaoshi gripped his sword, lightning surging around his body, and together they moved forward. Now, what about my second question? Upon hearing him pose another question, Takira hardly apologized for talking too much while Chaoshi pushed open the gate to step inside. He solemnly asked, suppose we have to face a level 10 warrior along with a dozen subordinates. What is the minimum level I need to reach? Surprised by his question, Takira touched her lips in thought for a moment before replying that she didn't know why he asked, but against that many enemies, one would need to reach at least level 12 to hope for any advantage. Facing the dark monsters, Chaoshi pondered level 12, and promised himself to reach that level within the week. The system reported that he was only level 6, a warrior, wearing a fox fur outfit, wielding a black iron sword, possessing no active skills, and only having the secondary skill Heaven-Shaking Striker with a combat power of 8,800. Although Sakura did not fully understand, she nodded and complied. The dark monster suddenly detected them and let out a fierce roar to alert its cohorts that there was an intruder. Chaoshi stared intently at the monster, with its gaping mouth and fearsome, jagged teeth. Facing the giant monster, Chaoshi told Sakura to leave it to him. Chaoshi raised his sword high, his eyes flashing as he told himself that from now on, he would exploit the system to its fullest. The system immediately responded that the Divine Eye feature had been activated. He used his Divine Eye to scan the monster's information. It was a level 10 man-eating dark monster. Its true form was a slime. Combat power was 1,500. Its weakness was a subset element, and it was otherwise immune to ordinary physical attacks and had a very high recovery rate. The system provided additional data that its core weakness was a slime core, which would be exposed and blow to regenerate its body once the main body was damaged. Chaoshi gripped the hilt of his sword, his mind constantly calculating that even though its weakness was a subset element, its core was a key. At his current level, using Heavenly Thunder to attack the core was the most optimal plan. Finishing his sword, Chaoshi lunged toward the monster, his hand brushing against it as he whispered that he must find the location of the hidden core. Takira stood below, observing Chaoshi and reminding him to be careful, as any part of him that touched the monster would be corroded immediately. After a period of struggling to find his opponent's weakness, Chaoshi cheered upon finding his target. He swung his sword hard and told himself that thanks to his superhuman body, he would surely endure its attack. He immediately activated his superhuman body skill and dove from above, swinging his blade while muttering that he only needed to get close to finish it. The strike landed, but he was shocked not to find the core and wondered if it wasn't located in the chest cavity after all. On landing on the ground, Chaoshi watched the monster quickly regenerate, marveling at its terrifying recovery speed. Chaoshi sat down on the ground, pensively watching the monster, whose health bar had dropped by less than a fifth. In a flash, the monster lunged toward Chaoshi with a jaw full of razor-sharp teeth, pouncing in an attempt to devour him. The force of its impact caused a violent explosion, shattering the surrounding earth and rock and sending debris flying in every direction. Fortunately, Chaoshi's reflexes were lightning fast. He raised his sword to block the attack, the ghastly jaw stepping just an inch from his body, and he laughed. You intend to make a meal out of me? You've certainly chosen the wrong target. Chaoshi immediately activated his control system, the superhuman strength of his body causing his arm muscles to surge. He gripped the monster's jaws with his sinewy hands and declared, You really are a bug that loves to throw itself into death. I will tear your mouth apart. Having said that, Chaoshi used his incredible strength to rip the giant creature's body in half right before his eyes. Standing by and watching, Takira secretly admired his terrifying power. Perhaps just as he had once affirmed, nothing was impossible. With its jaw ripped open, the monster shrieked in agony, and from deep within its body, a brilliant light began to emanate. Chaoshi worked over to pick up the sword that had fallen to the ground and said, Finally, I found traces of it under the tongue of these things. Raising his sword high, he channeled all his power into the blade, aimed straight at its core, and declared loudly, Taste the power of this lightning. Instantly, the blade pierced through the monster's core as lightning simultaneously struck down from above. The monster's health bar quickly dropped to 0, and its core gradually dissolved into thin air. Chaoshi landed gracefully, breathing a sigh of relief as he watched his experience points begin to rise. Chaoshi wore a confident smile. It seemed this mission wasn't too difficult after all. The system displayed the status board. Level 6, Class Warrior, Outfit, Tiger Lie, Weapon, Dark Ice Sword, Skills, None, Subskill, Sky Shaker, Combat Power, 8,800, Experience Points, 300 out of 15, 000. After half an hour, Chaoshi had officially destroyed all the cores of the final dark monsters. Looking at the pile of slimy monster carcasses on the ground, Chaoshi remarked, These cannibalistic dark monsters have finally been cleared out. The system displayed Chaoshi's current stats. Level 6, Class Warrior, Equipment, Beast Fox, Weapon, Dark Ice Sword, Skill, Radiant Lightning, Secondary Skill, Sky Shaker, Combat Power, 8,800, Experience Points, 300 out of 15, 000. Chaoshi pondered, just as Sakura had mentioned, the experience required increases with each level, and these weak monsters didn't provide much. The points gained were even lower than those for mid-level monsters, and after much struggling, his experience remained stuck at 300 out of 15, 000. Chaoshi could not stop worrying. This mission was clearly not enough to help him level up, and he needed to recalculate his progression path quickly. Even though he was faster than average, his goal still felt very distant. He clenched his fists firmly, determined to reach level 12 in a week and level 20 within a year. He had to achieve it at all costs. After composing himself, he turned to Sakura and asked shyly, By the way, do you have any high-grade lightning potions? That stuff is very effective. Hearing this, Sakura took out a vial and approached him, saying, Master, you have worked very hard. According to the system notes, high-grade lightning potion is concocted from a mixture of tree sap and lightning flowers, used to imbue weapons with lightning attributes. It is a common magical item often used by mages and monks. Handing him the potion, Sakura rummaged further in her bag and said, I have 4 more vials in reserve for both of us, so please feel free to use them. Master. Chaoshi wiped the sweat from his forehead and praised her. You really live up to your reputation. Sakura, you bought the high-grade lightning potions before coming here, didn't you? Is this item expensive? Next time, I should be more frugal with things related to oils. That fire starter oil from last time was also very useful. Hearing this, Takira pulled the receipt from her pocket with some hesitation, waved it slightly, and replied, Master, our budget is depleted. This type of item is quite expensive. I spent all our available funds to buy them. I am truly sorry. Chelsea scratched his head and said, You don't need to apologize, Takira. How much does each vow cost and what is the reward for this mission? Just explain it simply to me. I'm not too worried about financial matters. Just after saying that, Chelsea thought to himself, I've been so focused on leveling up that I've forgotten the important role of money. Even though I've spent all of Sakura's savings, she has never complained once. Seeing this, Takira slowly explained, the price of each item varies because high-grade lightning potion is quite rare, about 30 silver coins per vial. Rewards for low-level missions usually depend on the value of the items, but in my experience, the guild pays very little less than 1 gold coin. That's why people often post private rewards when they lose valuable items. Chelsea nodded as he listened and praised her, You really know a lot about these things. Takira summarized, In short, this was just a monster clearing mission. The payment ranges from 50 silver coins to 3 gold coins depending on the difficulty. For this dark monster extermination mission, I estimate we will receive 3 gold coins, though we still have to see what the quest giver decides. She summarized the situation concisely, stating that we are currently in dire straits, and once the mission is completed, the guild will calculate and distribute the rewards to both parties. Takira continued her analysis, So with the 3 coins we have, we must carefully balance our living expenses with the amount of oil you need to buy. Chowshi listened to those words and remained silent for a moment, then looked up at her with teary eyes and blurted out, You look just like a devoted and capable wife right now. After they finished discussing, they continued searching the village for monsters. Suddenly, they froze before a horse, and Chowshi observed it and exclaimed, Great, the boss is hiding in the supply warehouse, right? There is only one left, so I must handle it quickly. Then Sakura raised her hand to cheer him on, I wish you good luck, sir. Suddenly, shouting echoed from afar, Who are you people who dare to trespass on our farm area? The beastman farm owner approached, followed by several other beastmen, and he growled, I am the master of this place. You are adventurers, a human and a half-breed. What are you doing at my farm? Nagrup, the goat beastman wearing a cloak behind him, also spoke up, looking at the traces of lightning element magic. It's clear these two destroyed the man-eating dark creatures outside. Brudge Creek, standing nearby, crossed her arms and denied it immediately. How could that be possible? A human and a half-breed couldn't pull that off. That human boy looks weak, and it took a whole group to barely defeat them. Perhaps these two are also sniffing around for that item. Ruskin, the large beastman behind, heard this and spoke up, I see. Knight, you are also hunting for the hardcore, right? We accepted that mission earlier, so any items dropped by the boss must belong to us. Dravenys also interrupted with an annoyed expression. It seems the rumors about the hardcore have spread far and wide. Chowshi didn't understand what those people were talking about, so he asked, What is the hardcore? So you are the ones who issued the mission. There is a misunderstanding here. We accepted this mission from the guild. Takira suddenly realized something and hurriedly spoke up. Wait a minute, she exclaimed. The hardcore is the item dropped by this boss. Chowshi heard this and looked at the group in front of him with suspicion. Farm owner heard this and scratched his head, saying, Of course, I posted this mission at the guild. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. So, neither of you knew about the item dropped by the boss here. Brudge Creek suddenly raised her bow, aiming directly at Chowshi. If you're clueless, then yield it to us and get lost. Don't even think about interfering with the hardcore mission. We won't go easy on you. Although he didn't know what it was, seeing the hostile attitude of the enemies, Chowshi drew his sword. He turned to Sakura and asked, Hey Sakura, what is the hardcore? Sakura also tightened her grip on the sword at her waist and told him, Don't give up on this mission. That item is truly extremely valuable. The system immediately provided information to Chowshi. The hardcore is a rare item dropped by dark bosses. After purification, it has the ability to connect to another dark area. Sakura seriously explained further, the drop rate and experience points in the dark area are 10 times higher than outside. Any adventurer who wants to level up craves this opportunity. If put up for auction, the raw item is already worth 100 gold coins, and after purification, it grows up to at least 150 gold coins. Chowshi was stunned when he heard that. He told himself, Is it that expensive? I must win it at all costs. Deep down, he thought, this item is extremely important to help me achieve my goal. The two sides were in a tense standoff, ready to fight for their lives. The farm owner saw this and hurriedly intervened. Sup? Don't fight, please. I can resolve this misunderstanding. Don't cause any more trouble here. He pointed into the distance and continued, One group came from the guild, and the other was invited by me personally. So, prove your skills. There is only one final boss left. Whoever defeats it will receive the entire reward. Takira heard this and was quick. She leaned close to the farm owner's face and said, We will go in first. In her heart, she had already calculated, and must obtain it for my master at any cost. Dravenys showed off his muscular physique, placed his hand on the farm owner's shoulder, and threatened, Why should we let you go in first? Each group only gets one chance. We must go in first because the farm owner himself invited us here. The farm owner heard this and replied, You are right, it was I who invited you. Then your group can go in first. Dravenys' band of beastmen were all level 12, so he was extremely arrogant. Before entering, he turned back to sneer, Show that pathetic human and that mongrel half-breed what true strength is. Blood Creek held her bow in her hand and smirked. Even though the dark boss is quite tough, the reward is extremely generous. We only have this one chance, so let's use 120% of our strength. Takira observed these people and began to analyze their formation. This group has clearly defined roles including a mage, archer, warrior, and tank. If they coordinate well, they will definitely defeat the boss. Perhaps we have lost our chance. Chaoshi heard this, simply crossed his arms, stood watching, and replied, "Is that so?" He took a step forward and offered a suggestion. "Wait a moment, I have an idea. How about you let me go in first? Just me alone." He hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, showed off his current level, and continued, "I am a level 6 adventurer. If I fail, my team will give up the mission and this reward, but if I defeat the boss, the reward is mine. What do you think?" Draven's entire group stood frozen for a moment after hearing him speak, not knowing how to react. Draves finally came to his senses, clutching his head and pointing at him with a laugh. "Know your own limits. You need to be at least level 18 to have the skill to defeat this boss alone." Brakak also clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. A level 6 brat wants to solo. He must have been blinded by the item. Nightgrip also bored his hand to his forehead and shook his head. "We have no objections." Then, seeing that the group had agreed, Chaoshi excitedly clenched his fist and announced, "All right, it's decided then." Hearing that, the Kira approached with a worried expression and reminded him, "Master, are you sure? This monster is at least level 12, and it's even been corrupted. With your current lightning skills, you aren't strong enough to take it down. Maybe I should handle it." Before she could finish, Chaoshi turned around, gave a confident wink, and patted his chest to reassure her. "Takira, trust me." Takira received his answer with a gentle smile. "Yes, I always trust you, Master." Dravanis, standing nearby, sneered, "Go ahead and believe him. Let's go inside and see. A level 6 challenging a boss is just asking to be torn limb from limb." Chaoshi feigned a foolish smile, scratched his head, and replied, "Torn apart without mercy. Well, let's just see about that." As he turned and gripped his sword, Chaoshi's demeanor suddenly became sharp, and he thought to himself, "Let's see who falls first," before immediately activating the system to hide his actual level. The moment Chaoshi turned away, Nightgrip was startled by his gaze and spoke up suspiciously. "Am I seeing things, or did the kid's aura just change abruptly?" Chaoshi coldly stepped inside, upon seeing the monster. His eyes gleamed with killing intent as he whispered, "So, you're the challenge Sakura mentioned. But right now, I only have my eyes on the prize you're holding." Before him was a giant, flying mass of flesh, distinguished by a glowing red eye in the center of its body and dozens of arms protruding from all sides. Dravenus' group entered one by one, all four staring wide-eyed at the horrific scene. Ruskin shouted in panic, "Is this a level 14 boss?" While Dravenus trembled, "It's been corrupted. Its current power must be at least level 23. Takira stood by the entrance watching, unable to suppress an anxious cry. "Master," Blood Creek crossed his arms, not missing the chance to muck her. "Hey girl, prepare yourself to pick up his remains. With that delusional attitude, there's no way he survives longer than 10 seconds. Hearing this, Takira turned her head, her eyes flashing with a cold light as she spoke in a sharp, commanding voice, "Shut your mouth right now." All four of them immediately fell silent, no one daring to utter a word in the face of the killing intent radiating from her. Inside, Chaoshi calmly used his divine eye to observe the monster, thinking to himself, "In theory, the weaknesses of these dark man-eating monsters are quite clear, but this one is obviously stronger than the average ones, so the old methods might not work." The monster sensed Chaoshi's presence and looked down, baring its rows of sharp teeth while sticky saliva dripped down. Chaoshi activated the system to retract his black-winged obsidian sword, then looked the monster straight in the eye and said, "I wouldn't want to use this move if it weren't necessary, but dreading out this fight only benefits you. I understand why they said those things now." He raised his hand into the air, summoning brilliant bolts of lightning as his eyes glowed, and Chaoshi declared, "I will finish you in just 1 second. 1 second is more than enough." The system announced, "Attention, the God King's hammer has been retrieved from the inventory. Since your level does not meet the requirements, forcing its use will consume a massive amount of energy with an activation time of only 1 second. Chaoshi gripped the hammer surrounded by lightning and told himself, "Its weakness is thunder. I will reinforce my body with the true celestial power, and combining it with this hammer at the decisive moment, victory will surely be mine." He continued to raise the hammer as it accumulated electrical energy, feeling a secret worry. "If this strike doesn't succeed, I'll be in grave danger due to exhaustion. Even so, I must succeed. That item must belong to me." The system displayed the status board. Level 6, class warrior, equipment, Flux Beastman set, weapon, Blackwing Obsidian Sword, skills, Heaven's Thunder and True Celestial, combat power, 800. Chaoshi put all his strength into his arms and swung the hammer down hard at the target, a massive explosion echoing and shaking the entire area. The monster roared manically as it was attacked, hurriedly tightening its many arms to prepare a counteroffensive. Chaoshi did not hesitate and swung the hammer once more, using all his strength. The leaped high into the air, channeling a furious stream of lightning from the hammer directly down onto the monster's head. The blinding light exploded as countless bolts of lightning from the ceiling simultaneously struck the target. Standing outside, Nightgrip couldn't help but exclaim in curiosity, "What on earth is happening in there?" A massive explosion occurred inside. No one could see anything clearly, only sparks and debris flying in all directions. Takira covered her ears tightly and thought to herself, "He used that ability again, but he's bound to be exhausted after using it. What the hell just happened? Wasn't it a bum? Where am I?" The farm owner asked in confusion. "What am I doing here, and what happened to my agricultural warehouse?" Takira scanned the rubble and hurriedly called out, "Master." She searched frantically, crying out as she worked, "Master, where are you?" The crowd murmured, "With a head that powerful, the monster must have been crushed from the inside." Takira continued her desperate search until, suddenly, a hand reached out from under the rubble, and a faint voice whispered, "Takira." Chaoshi called out from the debris, looking disheveled, his hand still clutching a blue stone. He quickly asked her, "Is this the heart everyone was talking about?" The system panel appeared. Level 6, class warrior, equipment, Flux Beastman suit, weapon, Black Eyes 2 sword, skill 1, Heaven's Thunder Flash, skill 2, Heaven Shaking Force, combat stats, 8,800, experience points, 6,000/15,000. Having completed their assigned task, Chaoshi and Sakura rushed back to the adventurers' guild. Seeing them, Mika greeted them warmly. "You two are fast, that's impressive. As expected of people with such efficient work habits. Here is a reward for this mission. Miku puffed on her pipe, placed a pouch of coins on the table, and continued, this is what I expect from gold rank. I heard the group that came after you didn't accomplish a thing. Sakura happily took the pouch with both hands, twinning as he smiled, thank you, but it wasn't me. My master was the one who defeated them. I wouldn't have been able to handle them on my own. Thinking Sakura was joking, Miku laughed and said, stop teasing. He couldn't possibly have done it. That monster was a level 14 giant dark carnivore. There's no way a level 6 rookie could take it down. Seeing Chaoshi slumped over on a waiting bench, looking completely drained, Miku said to Sakura, isn't he clearly completely exhausted? Sakura glanced over and immediately denied it. No, it's certainly because my master cleared the place himself. The physical and mental strain caused his stats to drop. Miku thought she was still teasing and replied, enough, stop joking around. No matter how you look at it, that's impossible. Wait until that weakened state wears off. Chaoshi suddenly jumped up, regaining his confident look, his arm muscles rippling. Having recovered his strength, he thought to himself, I didn't expect that releasing energy from the hammer for just 1 second would cause such a strong aftershock. If it weren't for Sakura, it would have been a disaster. He scratched his head, worked toward the two who were talking, and asked, have you found out anything about this heart? Miku, standing behind the counter, asked, you already got it. If you put it up for auction, it would be worth a fortune. You're very lucky. If you intend to sell it, there's a huge guild president in the city center. Hearing this, Sakura smiled and replied to Miku, I don't intend to sell it. Does the mages guild in this town require a letter of recommendation? I want to ask them to perform a purification. Hearing that, Miku asked, were you planning to use it yourself? You need to rely on mages for that. Of course, the heart needs to be purified and imbued with magic before it can be used. Miku turned and walked into the back, calling out to Chaoshi and Sakura, the mages guild is located in the eastern part of the city. I will draft a letter of recommendation for you. It seems they are holding an examination in the next few days. They will likely refuse you, but take the letter there and see what happens. Sakura thanked her. Thank you very much. Still curious, Chaoshi turned to Sakura and asked about what he had just heard. A mage exam or mages divided into ranks. 2. Hearing his question, Sakura explained, mage is a noble title, just like pharmacists or awakeners. They achieve it through an examination and are divided into 6 grades. Like awakeners, only mages have the capability to create certain special medicines or items. Items created by high-level mages are always superior in effectiveness and, naturally, much more expensive. Chaoshi asked further, so, mages are a completely different kind of entity compared to ordinary adventurers, right? Sakura nodded, that's right. They usually don't engage in direct combat. They are considered an elite class compared to ordinary adventurers. Not only do they produce valuable medicine, but some of them can even influence the level caps of others. Hearing this, Chaoshi couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, the level caps of adventurers. Sakura patiently explained, there is a saying in this world, a high-level mage is more terrifying than 10 master adventurers. Items created by skilled mages can turn the tide of a battle. Certain high-grade medicines help level up quickly, so adventurers are always seeking them out. Of course, pharmacists and awakeners are also highly respected. There was once a case where a level 80 warrior dared to offend a silver mage. That mage summoned dozens of adventurers over level 80 to hunt him down. Just imagine the outcome. Since then, the world has clearly understood the power and terrifying influence of the mage world. After listening to her story, Chaoshi rubbed his chin and exclaimed, that sounds really interesting. While they were chatting, Miku returned with a letter. She handed it to Sakura and said, here is a letter of recommendation. With this in hand, you can enter the guild to purify the heart. Sakura took the letter and thanked Miku. Thank you so much. In his hand, he was clutching a paper stamped with the Adventurers Guild seal of approval. The two of them, Chaoshi and Sakura, headed straight for the Mages Guild headquarters together. The entrance to the Mages Guild was swarming with a crowd of people queuing up. Witnessing the congestion, Chaoshi could not hide his astonishment and exclaimed that he had no idea so many mages were taking the exam. Sakura, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, as this exam was notoriously difficult and attracted everyone from prestigious families to major organizations. Seeing the two approach, the crowd immediately turned their gaze toward them. Sakura held Chaoshi's hand and whispered that they should just join the line, as they were sure to be let in with a referral letter from the Adventurers Guild. Sakura led Chaoshi to meet a mage standing there and asked for help with a spiritual cleansing. The mage blocking the path was a white mage belonging to the guild. He glanced at the two guests and coldly replied that they were not accepting humans or demi-humans today, as the exam day was reserved exclusively for mages. Upon hearing this, Sakura quickly took out the referral letter and explained that she was very sorry, but they had a recommendation from the Adventurers Guild. The white mage didn't care at all. He rudely pushed Sakura away and shouted that regardless of who provided the letter, the exam took top priority, so a demi-human like her should leave at once. Seeing this, Chaoshi became furious. He immediately stepped in front of Sakura and challenged him in a low, stern voice, saying that they could not act so brazenly and that since he had the referral letter in hand, he had an obligation to let them in. Chaoshi's firm attitude irritated the men. He gave a scornful laugh and declared that in this place, the power of life and death rested in his hands, and no matter how long they waited, they would not be stepping inside until the exam ended. Just as Chaoshi was about to clench his fist and charge forward, Sakura caught the edge of his shirt just in time and whispered fearfully that if he made the men lose his temper here, everything would get very complicated. Suddenly, a figure holding a wooden staff stepped out from the main hall and asked about the disturbance. This person was Dark, the powerful representative and president of the Northern Mages Association, holding the rank of a noble mage. As he looked down, the white mage immediately stepped forward respectfully, apologizing to the president for the unnecessary noise. He pointed directly at Chaoshi and snitched, saying that these undisciplined people demanded a spiritual cleansing on the day of the exam, so they had chased them away. Before the man could finish his justification, Chaoshi interrupted, asking why he, as the person in charge, was refusing them entry when they had a referral letter from the guild. The white mage approached Dark with a hostile expression and shouted about how he dared to raise his voice at the president, but Dark calmly reminded him not to cause a scene and turned to say that he could help with the cleansing, but his schedule today was too busy, so he should come back later. Hearing this, Chelsea thought to himself that the promotion was a top priority, so he hesitated and replied that he was in a great hurry and asked if there was any other option. Dark replied calmly in front of everyone that if he wanted to, he could participate in the mage exam and achieve the highest results, and he would personally handle the procedures then, but as a warrior, he was not qualified to register. Chelsea scratched his head in confusion and hesitantly asked what the specific requirements for participating in the exam were. The surrounding crowd burst into mocking laughter upon hearing this. One person jeered that he knew nothing, while another clicked their tongue and called it shameful. Dark stroked his long beard and explained that to become a mage, one must at least have the aptitude of a sorcerer, specifically having to pass the 2 tests of manufacturing and artifact handling to earn the title of white mage. Did he understand? Chelsea heard this and confidently reached out his hand, suggesting that as long as he could prove he was a mage, that would be enough. So could he borrow that staff? The president of the Mages Association was stunned and exclaimed in surprise at the request for his staff. The white mage standing nearby immediately intervened and scolded him, asking if he was crazy, saying that there was no way the president would lend his staff, and besides, even if he held it, someone who wasn't a mage wouldn't be able to do anything. He threatened to call the guards to chase him away if he continued to act recklessly. Chelsea persisted, keeping his hand held out, and earnestly begged for a chance to prove that he met the requirements. Dark looked at him silently and fell into deep thought for a long time. Afterward, he decided to hand the staff to Chelsea, saying it was interesting and that he wanted to see how this warrior would perform, telling him to go ahead and try because the staff had no level restrictions. Seeing the situation, Takira stepped closer and whispered, asking what he was planning to do. Master, the EOC chairman smiled gently at the girl and reassured her, please, put your trust in me. Takira nodded immediately, placing her full trust in him without a moment's hesitation and agreeing at once. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at him, and a sudden thought crossed her mind whenever he uttered these words. The master always found a way to achieve all his stated goals. When the white mage saw Chelsea holding the staff, he spoke to him in a cold tone. Chairman Dak has allowed you to borrow the staff, so show me what you are capable of. Chelsea raised his hand without hesitation, his eyes suddenly brightening as he began to cast a spell. Just as the white mage turned to look at him, an object suddenly struck him directly. As Chelsea completed the spell, countless vibrant roses instantly appeared, surrounding the white mage. This caused the mage to flush red. He brought his hand to his forehead and let out a soft groan. After the precise strike, Chelsea thought to himself, if my guess is correct, if I can copy a mage's skills and use the staff as a conduit, I can absolutely use magic. At the same time, the system sent an important notification to Chelsea. The absolute copy skill had been successfully activated. He gazed intently at the magic sets displayed before him and pondered, I really can use magic. Theoretically, I could take on any profession. Choosing to be a warrior initially was merely a personal preference. The system also quickly displayed further instructions for him. Sense the enemy's heart with your hand, then select one of their skills and copy it. The skill has no cooldown. However, you can only store one skill at a time. If you copy a new skill, the current one will be replaced. The skill currently being copied is Earth-Shattering Quake. He noticed a skill represented by an icon of 2 hands pressed together. Quickly, he thought of Flash. I will choose that. Immediately, the system displayed the details of this skill. Flash, a support spell, costs 30 MP, requires a staff to activate, creates a blinding flash of light that blinds the enemy for 3 seconds. This blinded state severely affects the target's perception, judgment, and movement. The range of the light depends on the user's magic energy. The system added a note that magic energy is the total amount of magic within an adventurer's body and the capacity to store energy. Typically, mages possess more magic energy than other professions and can increase it through meditation or other methods. This is an extremely important indicator for assessing a mage's power. After a moment of waiting, the system finally sent a notification. The flash still had been completely copied. By this time, the white mage had fully regained his senses. He looked at Chelsea, who was radiating powerful magic energy, and exclaimed in fear, what on earth are you doing, you pervert? Chelsea raised Dak's staff high, channeling magic while calmly asking, a mage can cast magic with a staff. If I can also cast magic, then haven't I met the requirements to join the mage examination? Chairman Dak watched Chelsea channeling magic right before his eyes and thought to himself, magic waves. So he wasn't a warrior after all. According to the system's note, magic waves usually appear when a talented mage casts magic, as the magic connects more strongly, creating ripples of energy. Chelsea turned to look at Sakura, smiled slightly, and said to her gently, Sakura, close your eyes. The girl obediently followed suit, immediately covering her eyes with her hands and softly replying, yes. The light from the wooden staff suddenly burst forth brilliantly, and powerful waves of magic surged to envelop Chelsea's entire body. Realizing that this source of magic was immense, he raised his hand and cast an invisible shield to avoid being affected by the flow of magic. The system provided an additional note. Imagination Shield is a special support spell, or unique magic of mages that allows them to cast without a staff. This skill activates magic through the user's imagination, creating a shield capable of solid defense against ordinary physical attacks or weaker skills and spells. Standing safely behind the invisible shield, he thought to himself, the basic flash spell is enough to handle a standard level adventurer, but my shield cannot be broken by just this level of power. The system, detecting that Chelsea was channeling magic, immediately sent a notification, magic casting detected. Do you wish to amplify your magic energy by using your superhuman body? Current magic energy is 150. When Chelsea saw this notification, he wondered, is this possible? I'm not sure, but let's give it a try. Without hesitation, he chose yes. The system immediately notified him again, magic energy has been appropriately amplified thanks to your superhuman body. Unexpectedly, the flow of magic radiating from the staff surged tremendously, and the system simultaneously displayed a notification. Flash spell has been enhanced. Current magic energy is 3,500. Dak also suddenly realized that the magical power had spiked and Thord. The intensity of the flash spell has increased dramatically. Immediately after, the system sent a direct notification to Dak. Your imagination shield cannot withstand this powerful burst of light. Dak's shield shattered into pieces, and the entire front courtyard of the Magic Guild was completely engulfed by the powerful surge of magic from Chaoshi. Chaoshi immediately called out to Chairman Dak. His eyes were still filled with excitement as he looked at him and asked, "What about now? Am I qualified enough to participate in this mage examination?" The system immediately updated Chaoshi's profile. Level 6, Mage Class, equipped with a Fux Beastman set, Black Scimitar Weapon, Unlimited Level Magic Staff, Heaven's Thunder Glow Skill, Luminescent Cuppy Skill, Combat Power 800, covering his eyes from the blinding magic light radiating from Chaoshi. He did not need to open his eyes to reply concisely, man, I know who you are." Immediately after, Chaoshi entered the magic examination waiting area. The Beastman mages saw a human they and began to buzz with gossip. A human is allowed to take the mage exam. This must be a joke. Someone like that should be taking the butcher's exam, not this one. A mage among them folded his arms and spoke up. This is a strange occurrence I'm seeing for the first time. Surrounded and scrutinized by the crowd, Chaoshi felt out of place. He rubbed his head and asked Sakura, "They are looking at me like I'm a strange creature." Sakura could only console him. "Master is the first human to participate in this exam, so they suspect you are harboring some ulterior motive." The system displayed, Level 6, Mage Class, equipped with a Fux Beastman set, Black Scimitar Weapon, Unlimited Level Magic Staff, Heaven's Thunder Glow Skill, Luminescent Cuppy Skill, Combat Power 800. Hearing Sakura's explanation, Chaoshi turned and asked, "Am I really the first one?" She gently nodded in confirmation. Sakura added that humans historically held the apothecary class, similar to how beastmen or mages or spirits or awakeners. There is no rule forbidding humans from taking the exam, but the custom has always been maintained. Because each faction has its own boundaries, an outsider stepping in is naturally seen as a provocative act. Chaoshi understood why the beastman looked at him with prejudice. He whispered to Sakura behind his hand, "I don't intend to provoke anyone. I just want to clear my head." She replied in a low voice, "I understand. Since you are not violating any rules, you should just do what you feel is right, Master." On the other side, Dak was conversing with someone holding a staff topped with a blue stone. That person said, "I do not oppose Chairman Dak's decision," but, he turned to face the vice chairman of the Northern Mage Association. "You speak." A blue mage, who hesitated and said, "If we set this precedent, the reputation of the Beastman Mage faction will be affected. Besides, he doesn't even have a basic staff, so how could he brew potions?" Hearing this, Dak replied calmly, "I have already lent him a staff. Isn't the purpose of today's exam to test his practical abilities? I'm just curious about his hidden potential." He recalled the moment Chaoshi created magic ripples. When a talented mage deploys skills, strong connected magic creates characteristic mana ripples. Dak pondered inwardly, knowing that such a thing only happens in an instant and perhaps no one else noticed, but he himself had felt the ripples emanating from the boy. Thinking of this, he affirmed, "I have only ever seen such potential in the genius mage Kevin." Hearing this, You Speak laughed loudly. "Were you joking? How can that kid compare to that genius? He doesn't even have the qualifications to be a servant and carry shoes for Kevin's disciple." Mentioning Kevin's disciple, Dak suddenly remembered and asked, "Is Philin here?" You Speak confirmed without hesitation, "Yes, she is aiming for the championship position, and that is entirely possible." Kevin has even publicly praised her as a genius who far surpassed him in his youth. Kevin's disciple belongs to the spirit race, named Philin, with a mage class, waiting till end of the examination. Philin's appearance caused the crowd to stir once more. Is that really Kevin's female disciple? She is so young yet already a genius. I heard that last year she managed to brew a potion but was disqualified for being underage. This time, she will surely take the top spot. As for us, just passing the exam would be lucky enough. The murmurs and whispers of the crowd behind her seemed to have reached her ears. Philin closed her book and sighed, muttering, "Those weaklings are so noisy." Just then, Dak and You Speak walked in. He announced clearly, "The mage examination begins right now. Anyone not participating, please leave, and everyone else, stand in your correct positions according to the sequence numbers you received." Chaoshi turned to Sakura and said, "I'm number 15. I'm going in to take the exam." Sakura waved her hand and smiled, "Good luck, Master. I will be waiting out here." Chaoshi looked at the number slip in his hand. He worked while comparing it to the numbers on the floor and muttered, "The number is written down here." It only took a moment for Chaoshi to find his spot. He stood in position properly and said, "There it is." Philin stood right next to him. She glanced at Chaoshi and wondered to herself, "A human." Chuyoshi turned toward her and greeted her with a smile, "I'm Chuyoshi." He unconsciously compared Philin to Sakura, musing to himself that this beasting girl looked adorable and quite different from Sakura. Philin did not bother to pay him any attention. She said sarcastically, "A human daring to call himself a mage, it seems someone is trying hard to get some attention." Chuyoshi felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. It was true that her razor-sharp tongue was the only downside to her personality. Standing on the high platform, he began to speak. "Everyone has taken their seats. In this mage examination, we will be assessing your basic skills. You will have to prepare the medicine yourselves. Since you have chosen to pursue the path of magic, surely you have prepared thoroughly, right?" Suddenly, the desk dropped in front of Chuyoshi, leaving him bewildered as he asked, "What is this?" Philin's desk was already covered with various medicinal herbs and tools. She spoke to Chuyoshi nonchalantly, "You don't even know what a mage refining station is. Perhaps you should just tack up and go home." Chuyoshi took the brunt of that harsh criticism. Not knowing how to respond, he only thought to himself, "Leave me be." He looked at the refining kit on the desk and smoothed out the tablecloth, his mind wondering. The refining stations or methods of making medicine in this world were quite archaic and far behind his own world. Back there, they had something called energy tablets, and the videos he used to watch showed that every process was fully automated much easier than this place. Dak stood above and announced, Vice President Bitch will explain the details of this round. The Vice President immediately raised her staff. She struck the floor hard with the end of her staff, and a magical, mystical circle immediately appeared around them. The examinees immediately looked toward it. Chuyoshi picked up the test paper and looked it over. Basic pharmaceutical skills, level 3 medicinal preparation. Time, 60 minutes. He thought to himself, so this is the test. Then, Chuyoshi looked around, scratching his head as he pondered, make 3 basic medicinal potions within an hour. Let's see how the others manage. Dak spoke again from the podium. The first stage is the medicinal ingredient selection process. This is where many people will be eliminated right at the start. Chuyoshi listened intently while observing. Quite a few beastkin around him were already being disqualified. He muttered to himself, is it really that hard for so many people to know what to pick? He glanced over at Philin. Normally, when a mage prepares medicine, the ingredients are already arranged beforehand. Philin worked with lightning speed, finishing in no time. She remarked, it is a pity for those who cannot even remember the basic ingredients for such simple potions. Seeing that she was about to complete her task, Chuyoshi stayed in amazement and exclaimed, that's incredible. It's frighteningly fast. Philin held the pile of selected herbs in her hand, raised her staff, and closed her eyes to concentrate on casting her magic. Deep down, she told herself, passing the first round is the minimum requirement set by Master Kevin. I will definitely complete it. Standing above, Philin speaks or Philin began casting and shouted, as expected of Kevin's disciple, she has already started. The person next to them chimed in, her speed and precision are beyond reproach. This test probably won't be difficult for her at all. Philin quickly pointed her staff at the basket of selected herbs and shouted clearly, crush. Instantly, the crushed herbs merged with a carry liquid. She was extremely focused on perfecting her product. Chuyoshi stood nearby and watched, thinking to himself, although her tongue is sharp, her ability is truly formidable. I should try to learn from her. Thinking and acting in one, Chuyoshi immediately activated his system, initiated the divine eye, and began analyzing the target's actions. The president and vice president continued to watch quietly from above. Kevin's assessment was absolutely correct. Philin uses magic with extreme precision. Icy quickly added, this girl will surely become a talented mage in the future. In a very short time, Philin had finished preparing the 3 basic potions. She quickly decanted them into specialized storage vials. Dak raised his voice to announce that the upcoming phase is the most important part and also the final mark of the exam. Philin waved her staff gently, enveloping her body in a soothing, soft green aura. She immediately channeled her magic to begin the refining process of the 3 vials of potion. Dak stroked his beard and muttered that preparing the medicinal ingredients is the decisive step, requiring a mage to use Manhwa to combine everything perfectly. He secretly thought this was surely a test of character that Philin would pass to secure the top spot. Suddenly, he glanced over and saw that Tsuyoshi was still standing still, having not moved at all. He is still just standing there. What exactly is he planning? Philin had now reached the final stage and placed her vials down. Having finished the 3 potions, she set them on the table and brushed her hands off casually, telling herself that everything was just too simple, that she was the best, and that Philin was the greatest. Seeing that a contestant had finished, Dak reminded everyone that it was good and asked them to wait patiently until the end for the judges to score them. Hearing this, Philin seemed annoyed. She clicked her tongue, thinking to herself that she had to waste time waiting for those other people again. Turning to see Tsuyoshi staring fixedly at her, she snapped at him directly. What are you looking at, you pervert? Just then, Tsuyoshi deactivated his God Eye technique, and the system reported that the target analysis was complete and proceeded to disable the skill. Tsuyoshi leaned down to start his exam. As he chanted, he replied that it was nothing. Philin immediately spoke up arrogantly, telling him to focus on his work because there was no time left to waste and that even if he tried, he wouldn't get anywhere. Before Philin could even finish her sentence, she looked over involuntarily and froze in shock. In the spectator gallery, the 2 guild masters and the vice master were also gaping in total astonishment at the scene. Tsuyoshi picked up Dak's staff. The system displayed a notification asking if he wanted to optimize the analyzed action, and he chose to confirm without a moment's hesitation. No sooner had he finished than the system automatically selected the most accurate ingredients for the exam. Everything was crushed instantly, and the refining process took place with tremendous force. Philin's eyes widened in amazement. She wondered if he was selecting ingredients and crushing them simultaneously, and now he was even refining them. She never knew he had such terrifying ability. Philin Speak could not help but exclaim in alarm that he had been hiding his skills all this time. The technique of selecting, crushing, and refining simultaneously was the masterpiece that Kevin used to display when he was young. It was a process simplification technique that would be difficult to perform without an abundant source of Manhwa. Could he have a level of skill comparable to the genius Kevin? Cutting to the Mage's Guild Hall, Takira stood there with Koden, who was standing with his arms crossed looking worried. She wondered how her master was doing with the exam. She lowered her head and sighed despondently. Though she was anxious, she placed her full trust in her master, hoping that he would not encounter any disadvantages in the potion-making process. In the exam room, Tsuyoshi was pouring all his magical power into speeding up the progress. As soon as the process concluded, the system displayed a notification. The system reported that the optimization was finished, and all steps for selecting and processing ingredients had been perfectly upgraded. He felt as if he had done this thousands of times. It was exhilarating to realize that potion making and refining were not just rigid procedures. Being a mage was truly a wonderful experience. The system continued to remind him that refining is the most critical step. When a mage channels Manhwa to fuse the ingredients for the final time, it causes the potion to be fully charged with energy and maximizes its efficacy. Tsuyoshi was still diligently channeling his magic. He looked intently at the 3 vials of medicine in front of him and pondered how the creator's power and attributes would determine the quality of the potion. Philin stood there stunned, witnessing everything, while Tsuyoshi remained highly focused. He told himself to be careful as he channeled his magic to complete the final product, and when every step was finished, he felt relieved that they had been perfectly condensed. Philin recalled the image of her master's potion making, telling herself she could not lose to this mediocre person. Was he imitating Master Kevin's divine technique just to make an impression? Just thinking of that, Phelan's eyes widened in shock at his terrifying speed of completion. Witnessing that scene, he spoke up, recalling how Kevin once stunned the entire council by using a high-speed technique to refine a C-grade potion. That concoction was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary white mage. I sat on the judging panel at that time, and even I struggled to produce a C-grade vial myself. The system immediately displayed a note. Refined potion grades are classified from 0 to 5 depending on the practitioner's skill, which determines the value and efficacy. A strange phenomena often occur from grade 3 and up. Will speak, standing nearby, chimed in. For a mortal to refine a C-grade is truly a miracle. Perhaps he was very careful when extracting the ingredients. Talents as focused as Kevin are extremely rare. For me, a D-grade is already lucky. Another notification appeared. C-grade potions, which require green mages to maintain intense mental focus to create, are highly sought after, while the general market is still dominated by D-grade goods, counting for up to 80%. Dap still silently watched every movement of Chelsea as he completed his exam. Below, the system once again sent a private notification to Chelsea. Refined potion grades are categorized from D to S, depending entirely on the skill of the practitioner. After reading the text, Chelsea silently thought that this classification system was completely different from the mass-produced, uniform pills of his old world. After the 3 vials were finished, the system reported the basic energy potion result as D grade. He was slightly puzzled, thinking, so grade D is only the introductory level. But for the requirements of this exam, that's perfectly fine. Suddenly looking at Fu Lin, his competitive spirit flayed. If she managed to refine a C grade, his lead would be shaken, even though he didn't truly understand what a C grade meant. To be safe, I must refine at least 1 C grade potion. What should I do? During refinement, the potion's quality is influenced by magical power and attributes. He suddenly thought, can I change the magical attribute? If I change the attribute, the potion's grade will definitely change. First, I must increase my magic power using my superhuman physique. Chu Yuxi closed his eyes to adjust the capacity and swung his staff. The system reported his current magic power had reached 150. Is he still not done? He seems hesitant while maintaining his magic power. This will end badly. A mage's confidence determines the result. If his hands aren't steady, the refinement will fail. You speak laughed, saying, I told you, how could there be so many geniuses? He probably spent all his energy on the ingredients. Fu Lin, watching from the side, also wondered, why stop at this moment? The refinement is finished once it successfully solidifies. Why are you hesitating? The mages surrounding Chu Yaxi also began to urge him. That mortal, why hasn't the refinement process ended yet? He reached out to touch him and warned, if you keep dragging it out like this, your magic power will be depleted. Fu Lin suddenly stepped forward and brushed his hand away. Don't bother him. You're making him lose his focus. Do you not even understand the basic principles of a mage? Chu Yaxi was still struggling with his thoughts. My magic is attribute-less. How can I convert the attribute now? The system continued to inform him that his current magic state was non-attribute. Chelsea suddenly remembered. That's right, the lightning attribute. When using the Thunder God King's mantle, I must have been granted that ability. If I borrow power from the Thunder God King, I can change the magic attribute. There is no turning back. I have to try. Observing from above, the old man remarked that his magic power was too unstable to last long, and you speak agreed that if the magic fluctuated like that, the refinement would certainly fail. Chu Yaxi determined to summon the Thunder God. Sparks began to appear. He controlled them with his will. Manifest yourself, Thunder God King. His eyes glowed, his body enveloped in powerful currents of electricity. He commanded in his mind, grant me your power. The mages behind him, including Fu Lin, were stunned into silence by the sight. Fu Lin thought to herself, I never expected his magic power to explode so intensely. Chu Yaxi didn't stop calculating. As expected, the lightning attribute has appeared. Even if it only lasts for a few seconds, it's enough. Time to finish. The system reported that his superhuman physique had raised his magic power to 3,500 and the attribute had switched to lightning. Chu Yaxi held his staff high, merging the magic source with the astonishing power of lightning. Chu Yuxi shouted out, the final refinement and crystallization process were finally complete. As soon as everything was done, he quickly wiped the sweat from his face and said that the basic energy medicine was finished. Chu Yuxi brushed his hands against his forehead and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that converting attributes and magic power would be so exhausting. I wonder if this effectiveness is enough to surpass her. Speak watched him finish and remarked, although he was a bit unsteady at first, he finally succeeded perfectly in both the refining and solidification stages. He added that it was truly unbelievable, wondering if it was completely stable, as he thought he had just felt a strange wave of elemental energy. What on earth had he done? The crowd around him whispered and buzzed. Chu Yuxi, having just finished, was completely oblivious to the situation and asked blankly, what is going on? A moment later, when the exam time limit ended, an announcement rang out demanding that everyone stop immediately. Anyone who insisted on continuing would be disqualified. Deck spoke up, saying that he and Vice President Peck would now directly evaluate the medicines. As he worked to check each exam paper, he reminded everyone to observe from that side. Deck opened a bright red vial and took a sniff, commenting that the scent was quite faint. It dissipated quickly, and the formula was simple. This product had just reached the rank 0 threshold. Upon hearing the congratulations for passing, the mage quickly bowed to express his gratitude. I am truly honored. Thank you, Mr. President. On the other side, the Vice President inspected another exam. All 3 test tubes emitted thick black smoke, and he frowned, concluding, the liquid is murky and smells burnt. It is clearly the result of over-refining a complete failure. The mage looked up to the heavens and wailed in despair, while Speak added a critique that if one were to drink this, it would cause side effects, including a decrease in intelligence. Subsequent evaluations continued. Some wept with joy at being chosen, while others cried bitterly over failing the exam. The Vice President moved in front of Phelan's desk and asked, Phelan, it's your turn now. Is Kevin still doing well? Phelan folded her arms behind her back and calmly replied, thank you for your concern. My teacher is still very healthy. Will Speak smiled contentedly and said, I'm glad to hear that. When he opened the lid of Phelan's medicine vial, the fragrance immediately spread throughout the room, and Will Speak nodded in approval. The aroma is like an old forest. It seems quite promising. Phelan heard the positive comments about her work and slightly bowed her head to hide a subtle smile. Will Speak continued to examine it more closely, his eyes brightening with interest. The rich scent lingers for a long time. This is an extremely pure medicine, a C-rank basic energy medicine. During that, Phelan thought to herself that she had not embarrassed her teacher and that she had truly performed very well. The surrounding mages began to buzz with excitement. C-rank, just like Kevin. She's a genius. She's just as capable as him. No wonder she's Kevin's student. Her skills are flawless. She will surely win the championship. Seeing the reaction, Phelan smiled smugly. Thanks to her teacher's strict training, her refining speed was so fast naturally, they could not compare to her. Chu Yuxi also glanced at her work and, stroking his chin, said, a C-rank medicinal potion. The level is quite impressive. Dak had also reached him and said, Chu Yuxi, it is your turn now. Standing opposite him, he bluntly asked how he felt about the result he had just produced. Chu Yuxi scratched his head and replied, I have given it my all. Vice President Pick interjected sarcastically from the other side. Were you not confident in yourself? Regardless, at best, you could only have achieved a C-rank. Dak remained calm and told him, if you have given your all, there is nothing to be afraid of. Let's see what the actual result is. As he opened the lids of the 3 vials, tiny electric sparks shot out accompanied by fragrance swirling like a small cyclone, causing the crowd to murmur in amazement. The space before their eyes seemed like a magical galaxy, with sparkling specks of light and flashes of lightning dancing incessantly. Chu Yuxi saw the scene and exclaimed in surprise, that lightning. How interesting. They looked up at him for a moment and asked, is this a supernatural phenomenon? Vice President Pick, seeing the strange sight, also exclaimed in astonishment, a medicine that creates a supernatural phenomenon. It must be at least B-rank or higher. Phelan stared in astonishment, hardly daring to believe what she was seeing, wondering in her head how someone of B-rank level could appear, as this had to be the work of someone with power on par with Master Kevin. The entire Mages Hall was dead silent at this moment, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. A strange fragrance suddenly wafted out richly. Dak took a deep breath and nodded, seeing that this was a perfect combination of high-grade alchemy and enchanting, mystical runes. He turned to Vice President Bitch with a pensive look. Perhaps our judgment was wrong. This youth is likely an even more formidable factor than the genius Kevin. Chu Yuxi breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the potion in his hand, thinking to himself that the brewing process was indeed exhausting. Right after grading his exam, Dak immediately announced the champion of this competition. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Mages Association, where Sakura was still waiting patiently, her heart burning with anxiety, unable to find peace. Every now and then, she paced back and forth restlessly, drawing stares from the surrounding beastmen who found it strange, leaving her to mutter to herself, wondering when her master would finally show up. Suddenly, Chu Yuxi appeared in the crowd with a beaming face. He smiled brightly and waved at her enthusiastically. Seeing him, Sakura rushed over and cheered. Welcome back, Master. I was so worried about you. It felt as though we had been apart for a very long time. Chu Yuxi scratched his head and laughed. Sorry for making you wait. The exam is finally over. Hearing this, Sakura could not hide her curiosity and asked, how did it go, Master? Chu Yuxi replied happily. Everything went smoothly. I won first place, so I came to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Sakura jumped up and cheered. That's wonderful. Well done, Master. The surrounding beastmen felt the limbs go weak at those words. Dak also approached at this moment, holding the unpurified stone in his hand and exclaiming, to think that you would use such a great power just to purify cardioles. The system displayed an explanation of cardioles, a rare treasure from the Dark Boss. After refinement, it can activate a portal to special lands that yield 10 times the normal experience points, an item coveted by anyone wanting to level up quickly. After hearing the explanation, Chu Yuxi frankly expressed his desire to increase his power. Dak raised no further objections and promised to help him fulfill his wish since he had won first place. Vice President Bish, standing nearby, could not help but ask, who on earth taught you such a skillful brewing technique? You certainly couldn't have achieved this without a master. Chu Yuxi looked smug, ran his hand through his hair, and replied, no one taught me. I self-taught everything. The President and Vice President looked at each other and said in unison, so that's how it is. Learning all of this entirely on your own, it seems we are getting old and can no longer compare to you. Dak turned to lead the way for Chu Yuxi and Sakura, saying as he worked, follow me. Once we finish refining cardioles, I will bestow upon you the noble robes of a mage. Phelan stood frozen, watching them pass by, as a strange sense of bitterness welled up and took over her mind. She mumbled, Master Kevin, I'm sorry. I have been defeated by someone whom no one ever took seriously. Sakura caught the mention of the name Kevin and immediately turned her head with a cold glare. Kevin. Her eyes were filled with hatred, and she silently guessed that this girl must be the old man's disciple. Seeing Sakura standing there dazed, Chu Yuxi turned back and asked, Sakura, what's wrong? Hearing Chu Yuxi's call, she quickly composed herself and replied with a forced smile, it's nothing. I was just a little distracted. Chu Yuxi said with squinted eyes, let's go. After this purification is complete, we still have many greater goals ahead of us. Sakura softly obeyed and obediently followed behind. As the crowd gradually faded from sight, only Phelan remained standing in silence, her hands tightly gripping the edge of the tablecloth. Chu Yuxi and Sakura followed the President and Vice President into the ritual room. In the center of the floor was a massive magic circle, surrounded by various rare herbs and offerings of birds and beasts. President Dak raised his staff high and began chanting, O spirits of the Mother Earth, sacred fire, flowing water, and breath of wind, protectors of the 4 elements, heed my summon. In the name of a mage, I command you to purify this item. Vice President Peak looked at Chelsea with a heavy heart, explaining that the item he was carrying required a special purification ritual. Dark's incantation still echoed, let it fade like mist, illuminated by the light, he emphasized, adding that luckily, the President was helping him cleanse it. Chelsea gasped in amazement at the sight before him, wondering if this was a magic that mages used. The president continued his chanting. Use the power of the earth to solidify its form. Use the warmth of fire to purify the heart. Thakura, hearing her master's question, nodded in confirmation. That's right, a mage is a mage. For certain spells, the more powerful the magic, the longer the incantation. This purification ritual is likely a specialized form of magic. Suddenly, the president struck his staff against the ground, and brilliant golden rays of light erupted from below. He did not stop chanting, with the essence of order, cleanse the soul. With the agility of the wind, dispel the darkness. Let the light appear without a single blemish. Dak raised his staff high, and a cross symbol surrounded by a circle appeared. He channeled energy into Chelsea Stone and continued chanting, in the name of the mage, I demand, complete the purification, grant a new beginning. The president gently placed the stone, now covered in his power, in front of Chelsea and said, channel your magic into this. Only you can use this core. Chelsea immediately reached out with both hands to catch the stone and replied, thank you, sir, what a marvelous ritual. After the ritual concluded, Peak approached and explained to him that cores are classified into low, intermediate, and high grades. Even low-grade ones can cause reckless adventurers to lose their lives in the dark zone. Regardless, it still belongs to the dark domain, and this one is an intermediate grade. Hearing this, Chelsea looked at the core in his hand and said, intermediate, how lucky. Then the experience gained from the dark zone will be even greater. Peak, hearing Chelsea say this, replied calmly, of course, the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. However, it is completely different from the beginner area. He stroked his beard and offered advice to Chelsea. Based on my experience, your team will need at least 1 gladiator, 2 warriors, 2 attack mages, and 1 support player. Have you decided on the composition and number of members for your team? Chelsea just smiled, pointed at himself, and said that he was going alone. Thakura also shook her hands and added immediately, I won't be joining the team. Otherwise, the experience points will be divided. Hearing the two of them say that, both Dak and Peak were astonished. Are you planning to challenge the dark zone by yourselves? Dak opened a portal and added, this is the entrance to the dark zone. After entering, you can reset twice. Each time, a new darkness will appear inside. In other words, you can fight the darkness 3 times. After that, you will be expelled, and the core will turn to ash and disappear. Dak also told Chelsea one more thing. Once inside, you can't leave until you kill all the monsters or the time runs out. Peak suddenly remembered something and added to Chelsea, if you happen to lose your life, your body will be removed from the zone. That is also a way to get out. Chelsea turned back with a wry smile and replied, were you joking? I'm not going to leave like that. Thakura also turned to Peak and said, you are right, that would be very unlucky. Suddenly, Thakura picked up her bag and said to Chelsea, Master, here are the medicinal herbs. Since I earned some from the flesh-eating darkness quest, I have added a large amount. You will need them while inside, so remember to take them. Chelsea took the bag full of medicine and said, it's real like you to be so thoughtful. Wait for my return. I'm off now. Suddenly, the president called him back. Wait a moment. You are returning the staff to me, so how will you use magic? He offered his staff to Chelsea and said slowly, if you want, I can. Chelsea raised a hand, looked at the symbols on his palm, and firmly refused, thank you, but I don't need it. He immediately drew his sword, flung it over his shoulder, and asserted, I am a warrior. The system then adjusted Chelsea's information. Level 6, current class warrior, equipment, Fox Beastman suit, weapon, dark scimitar, skill, Heaven's lightning strike, skill, luminescent cup. It cannot be used due to lack of medium, combat power, 8,800. Chelsea stepped inside, and the system immediately displayed, core usage 1 of 3. Thakura bowed slightly and said to him, safe travels. Both Dak and Peak were stunned as if struck by lightning when they heard this. Peak exclaimed, wait, you're a warrior. Dak could only express regret to have such magical talent, yet be a warrior. I'm very curious to see how much further he can go. After stepping through the portal, Chelsea was now in the dark zone, the dark forest. The system informed him, time remaining, 12 hours. If reset, it will take another 12 hours for the entrance to reopen. Chelsea, with his sword on his shoulder, heard the system notification and muttered. In other words, there are 12 hours for each reset, and then the entrance reopens. Fine, just defeat the monsters as quickly as possible. I can't delay any longer. Not having gone far, Chelsea encountered a pack of wolves. They were frantically tearing apart the prey. Chelsea used Eyes of Truth, and the system immediately displayed the information. Dark Wolf, Level 10, Basic Form, Forest Wolf, Weakness, Fire Attribute, Characteristic, attacks quickly with sharp claws, a cunning and troublesome type of monster, usually attacks in packs. Chelsea hid in the bushes, observing every move of the wolf pack, thinking to himself, these dark wolves move in packs. I must be careful not to be surrounded. Their attack speed cannot be taken lightly. They shouldn't be underestimated, but the best way is to end this quickly. Suddenly, Chelsea lunged from above, attacking so the pack could not react. They looked up, but he struck with the speed of light, leaving them unable to see him clearly. In his mind, Chelsea was thinking about boosting his attack power with his superhuman body. Chelsea immediately activated the system. Superhuman body would increase attack power by enhancing his arms. His entire body was covered in bulging veins, and he seemed to grow larger. He spoke out, stop growling. Chelsea used his electrical technique, followed by Heaven's lightning strike. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred, and the health of the dark wolves dropped to about 1/3. Chuyuxi landed neatly and continuously took down one dark wolf after another to quickly accumulate experience points. Seeing that each monster provided a large amount of experience, Chuyuxi could not hide his excitement. 500 points each is no less than a mini-boss in the real world. I'm truly impressive. The system reported that his current experience points reached 6,515,000. Chuyuxi smiled to himself, thinking that this place gave even better experience rewards than the outside. He swung his sword frantically to sweep through them, encouraging himself while fighting. Come on, after 3 more rounds I'll head out. Who knows, I might even double my level. Facing 2 dark wolves, the system signaled that the paralysis state had ended. The debuff effect decreased depending on the opponent's strength, and as soon as they were free from the control state, they lunged forward, intending to tear Chuyuxi apart. Witnessing the two ferocious wolves attacking repeatedly, Chuyuxi struggled to defend himself. He secretly thought, the paralysis effect faded real fast. As expected of dark monsters, the resistance to status effects is far higher than ordinary monsters. A wolf suddenly lunged to bite him, but Chuyuxi nimble blocked it with his sword, nearly losing his life. He couldn't help but exclaim, that speed is terrifying. Just a split second slower and my throat would have been done for. Suddenly, Chuyuxi froze. He discovered another dark wolf sneaking up to attack from behind, and he thought to himself, using a teammate to block my vision. Were you clever? Chuyuxi channeled all his strength into his arms, telling himself, if that's the case, then don't blame me. Chuyuxi activated his supernatural body skill, concentrating 60% of his strength into his arms, temporarily increasing his speed and combat power, which helped optimize the weapon's damage output. Utilizing his immense arm strength, he swung his sword and decapitated the dark wolf, with Chuyuxi roaring, "End your life with this blow." The wolf collapsed at his feet, and the accumulated experience made Chuyuxi even more fired up. He said to himself, at this rate, I'll level up quickly. I might even reach level 7 on the first attempt. The system updated, and the experience points reached 7,115,000. Outside the teleportation gate, Sakura was still waiting with an anxious expression. Seeing her silence, the guildmaster approached and asked, "Are you worried about him?" They glanced toward the gate and said to Sakura, venturing into the dark zone all by himself, I have never seen anyone so reckless, unless that person possesses terrifying power. Sakura bit her lip tightly and looked at the guildmaster with a firm gaze, responding, I trust my master completely. Deputy guildmaster sighed with his hands behind his back, I have met many outstanding young people, but most die from arrogance. This is the first time I've seen someone challenge this place alone. I'm heading back now. I hope he realizes the situation soon. Hearing the deputy guildmaster's remarks about Chuyuxi, Sakura pouted to express her disapproval. In the heart-cleansing forest, Chuyuxi collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for air, and muttered, all I've done is fight until now. Chuyuxi struggled to stand up amidst the pile of wolf carcasses, his body trembling, his vitality and willpower drained. The system warned that his stats were at 50%, and Chuyuxi whispered, using the supernatural body for too long has left my body completely exhausted. Fortunately, having the medicine from Sakura, he took 2 bottles of recovery potion from his bag. Chuyuxi downed both bottles in one gulp. He immediately spat it out, making a grimace, and complained, forgot that this stuff tastes absolutely terrible. After forcing himself to swallow both bottles, the stamina gradually returned, and the system reported that his vitality and willpower were recovering. Feeling his body stronger, Chuyuxi told himself, I must keep moving forward. Outside, Sakura and Chiminder were still patiently waiting at the entrance. Sakura turned, looked at the guildmaster, and asked in surprise, didn't you say you were leaving? They heard this and replied calmly, I am still wondering whether that young man will return safely. Remembering how Chuyuxi carried his sword on his shoulder earlier, he continued, a warrior participating in a mage exam just to cleanse his heart, and even without his staff, he still achieved B rank results. Suddenly, the chairman was startled when he heard a strange rustling sound behind the gate. He then exclaimed, I just heard something inside. Sakura did not miss that sound either. She joyfully cried out, this is exactly Master's characteristic thunder sound. Hearing this familiar sound, we can rest assured that Master is still quite safe. Shifting to deep within the dark area, Chaoshi was still engrossed in swinging his sword to slay monsters. He leaped from high above, plunging his sword into a massive monster and decisively shouting, taste this lightning power. With just a single slash, Chaoshi sent the entire pack of monsters to the afterlife. The system immediately displayed a notification. Experience points received, 12,415. Looking at the monster corpses scattered across the ground, he said triumphantly, alright, now only your boss remains. He raised his hand to quickly wipe his dust-covered face. Nevertheless, Chaoshi could not hide his joy. I'm a bit tired, but I've reached the deepest part. Next will be the fight with the final boss. After that, I'll surely reach level 7. Chaoshi stopped at the entrance of a mysterious cave. Above the large gate were 2 glowing red and blue eyes. He observed carefully and told himself, maybe I should rest a bit before facing the boss. The system again displayed Chaoshi's detailed information. Level 6, current class warrior, equipment, Fux demi-human outfit, current weapon, Black Eyes Tooth sword, skills, Thunder Strike and Luminous Copy currently unusable due to lack of medium, total combat power, 800, and current EXP, 12,415, 000. Chaoshi flopped down on the ground, hurriedly set his sword aside, and took out a potion, gulping it all down in one breath. After drinking, Chaoshi let out a sigh of relief while the empty potion bottle rolled on the ground. He let out a long sigh. Good grief, how terrible. I guess this will only end once I get used to this awful taste. The pills in my old world were both tasty and convenient, but I have to admit, the potions here are much more effective. As soon as his physical condition was fully restored, Chaoshi immediately sprang up like a call. The system also sent a notification confirming he had completely recovered. Hoisting his sword onto his shoulder, Chaoshi said full of energy, alright, both my mind and body are restored. Let's go. The giant cave door slowly creaked open. Waiting, Chaoshi stepped inside, dragging his sword along step by step, completely unaware that behind his back, a figure was silently following. A tall, muscular figure emerged from the darkness. The monster with bloodshot eyes growled as it watched Chaoshi. He instantly turned around alertly. Facing the giant monster before him, Chaoshi carefully assessed. Its level seems similar to the dark meat eater before, but the pressure it emits is completely different. This is definitely the boss of this dark area. Without hesitation, Chaoshi immediately activated his superhuman body skill, boosting his attack power by enhancing his arms, which increased attack power by 60% when using both hands. The monster had the face of a giant dark pig, and in its hand was a massive sword emitting a deadly purple light, a weapon capable of slicing through the entire dark forest. This was a famous level 14 Dark Zone boss. Before Chaoshi could even assume a defensive stance, the monster frantically charged to attack. A flicker of fear appeared in Chaoshi's eyes. He instinctively flinched. The beast swung its massive sword down. The ground instantly shattered, with debris flying everywhere into the air. Fortunately, Chaoshi reacted extremely quickly. He promptly raised his sword to block the attack. Chaoshi strained with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead, silently cursing. So fast, and its strength is terrifying. Even more unexpectedly, the beast let out an ear-piercing roar and began emitting intense waves of purple sound frequencies. Chaoshi tried to use ice magic to resist, but to no avail. He was still affected by the monster's eerie sound frequency. At this moment, Chaoshi thought to himself, my body is trembling uncontrollably. This is an annoying fear-inducing skill. The system immediately provided a detailed annotation. Shock skill. This is usually a high-level skill used by those with superior power. Once affected, it is very difficult for the opponent to escape because the user's willpower will cause them extreme panic and slow down all movements. Move, please. Move now. The monster was going into a frenzy, swinging its massive sword straight down, while Chaoshi's body was completely frozen, unable to move even an inch. He bit his lip until it bled, his mind constantly screaming, move, please, my buddy, move now. Suddenly, the system ring emitted a brilliant golden light. The monster simultaneously swung its attack down, creating an earth-shattering explosion. As Chaosi's sword pierced its body, the system echoed a message that the slow status had vanished, and his eyes blazed as he looked straight at the enemy, vowing that he wouldn't die so easily. Chaosi felt exhausted, secretly wondering if that boundless surge of pure energy was the reason the abnormal status ended, or just an illusion. Or perhaps the monster discovered he had escaped its restraint. As its face began to twist and contort, Chu-Yuxi felt a surge of abundant power flowing through his body, and he smirked defiantly. You wretched pig, don't even dream of killing me. Finally, the monster drew its weapon and retreated a few steps. It spoke proudly, saying, you are truly strong. Your presence is overwhelming. Indeed, the slow status was broken unexpectedly. Chu-Yuxi was equally stunned when he heard it speak human language, so he asked in return, you can communicate? He had always assumed the creatures of darkness were merely unintelligent monsters. The monster immediately retorted, inferior humans, we are the dark species, existing above all else. Chu-Yuxi stood rooted to the spot in utter astonishment, witnessing the scene before him. He couldn't help but think to himself, it's that move again. If only he were wearing the dark Dublin suit, he could have used the roaring tentacles to attack its weak points, but unfortunately, that item was still left in the old world. The system displayed, level 6, warrior profession, wearing beastkin suit, weapon, dark ice size sword, skill, heaven's thunder glow, skill, luminous replication disabled, experience 12, 415, 000, combat power 8, 800. The monster unexpectedly followed up with a new attack, a blazing red slash that created a huge explosion, shattering the ground around them. Chu-Yuxi used his sword to block. He put all his strength into holding firm and thought to himself, this opponent is truly formidable. The system displayed a note about durability. All equipment has limits. When this stat decreases, weapons will weaken, and a blacksmith is needed for repairs. Everything before him blurred, making Chu-Yuxi worriedly wonder if this attack was obscuring his vision. Suddenly, a slash grazed his hair. Chu-Yuxi could only grit his teeth because the speed was too fast, impossible to block in time. The opponent continued to unleash a barrage of attacks, swinging its sword continuously. This time, the slash grazed Chu-Yuxi's neck, causing fresh blood to splatter. Chu-Yuxi had no other choice but to counterattack the monster with all his might. He concentrated his strength into his body, using his speed to charge straight at the enemy. Chu-Yuxi raised his hand to firmly hold the wound on his neck. His health bar began to gradually decrease. He smirked, mocking himself for being hit and losing blood. Now, without any hemostatic medicine on me, I will definitely die. The system explained the bleeding status. If a wound is not treated promptly, the victim will die from blood loss. This requires the use of medicine or magic to heal. Chaosi continued to ponder, without medicine, I will die from blood loss. Before I fall, I must defeat this guy at all costs. He looked at the huge monster, grinding his teeth and wondering if he should abandon his last 2 chances to retreat from the dark zone and heal. Damn it, if I stay here, my blood will keep flowing, and then I'll die from exhaustion. I guess I'll just leave it to fate. With no way to retreat, Chaosi had no time to think. He gripped his weapon tightly, channeled all his remaining strength into a downward strike. His eyes suddenly turned bright red, and he shouted, just finish it off already. The monster could not react in time and hastily retreated into a defensive stance. Chaosi seized the opportunity to close the distance and roared, taste a strike of lightning from me. A brilliant blue light erupted the moment Chaosi swung his sword. He stepped back to observe and wondered, did it hit? Why didn't it bother to dodge? The monster remained standing there, sword gripped in hand, without suffering the slightest bit of damage. The system immediately reported that the lightning strike had been neutralized upon touching the ground and caused no damage. The monster looked at Chaosi with a mocking gaze and sneered. How ridiculous. Chaosi was stunned and started to panic. His lightning move was useless, and the situation had become critical. The monster suddenly flew into a rage and growled at Chaosi. I will end you without needing any sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Chaosi couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is this so-called sacrifice? The monster leaped into the air and swung its blade down directly at Chaosi's position. The ground beneath his feet shook violently again, and it said with contempt, is that all the strength you have? Chaosi was sent flying, and his health bar was now halved. The monster stood there with its blade, glanced at him, and mocked, weaponless now, adventurer. You are truly useless. As soon as it finished speaking, it turned its back, rested the blade on its shoulder, and walked away, muttering, next time, I'll take your life. Suddenly, it froze like a stone statue, wondering, what the hell is this? Who are you? Confused and unable to understand what was happening, it let out a series of questions. Is this your sacrifice? Why is it? What? This type of dark special skill? Who exactly are you? Chaosi's voice echoed through the space. Thank you for taking the initiative to come closer and attack. Thanks to that approach, I was able to copy the sacrifice technique you mentioned. Chaosi now stood right in front of the monster, his body draped in brand new armor, and he said calmly, That was a bold attack, but the strongest must be the one with a durable body. The system displayed a glossary. Sacrifice is the act of sacrificing half of one's health to remove all negative effects, receive ultimate power, and amplify one's strongest move to transform into a demon. Chelsea continued coldly. Now it's my turn. I will tear you apart with my bare hands without needing a weapon. The system reported repeatedly. Superhuman body activated and enhanced, receiving a surge of energy from the sacrifice. Physical strength is tripled but will exert extreme pressure on the body. Chelsea status board. Level 6. Class Warrior. Outfit. Fux Beastman suit. No weapon. Skills. Sky Burning Lightning and Copy Sacrifice. X. 12. 415. 000. Combat Power. 8. 800. The surrounding space was dyed deep red. Chelsea stood opposite the monster, his eyes bloodshot and full of killing intent. Sacrifice body. The system continued to announce that the superhuman body was enhanced. Sacrifice was activated for 60 seconds. Muscle strength tripled with high pressure. Class Warrior. Outfit. Fux Beastman suit. No weapon. Skills. Sky Burning Lightning. Copy Sacrifice. X. 12. 415. 000. Combat Power. 8. 800. The monster standing before Chelsea still could not understand and demanded, "Why can a human use dark skills?" Chelsea calmly replied, "To me, this is as easy as flipping my hand." The system displayed a special attribute capable of copying any skill regardless of race or rank. However, effectiveness depends on the user's combat power. The ground shattered beneath its feet, rocks and debris hovered in midair, and the monster stood there, dumbfounded and speechless. Witnessing Chelsea rushing forward like a gust of wind, it muttered in astonishment at this formidable speed. Chelsea closed in right in front of it, leaving it no time to react. By the time it realized what was happening, it was already too late. Chelsea unleashed a barrage of punches with his bare hands against the monster's body. He poured all his strength into a powerful punch, landing a critical blow directly on its chest. Chuyuxi continued relentlessly raining down aggressive bare-handed strikes until the monster collapsed to the ground. The monster scrambled to get up, gasping in horror at this power. At the same time, the system notified it that its weapon was shattered, even as it muttered about using pure strength to control the dark sacrificial strike. The system further warned that weapons and equipment could be destroyed or seized under certain conditions, excluding special items. Chuyuxi stood facing the monster with only a quarter of his health remaining, declaring that no matter the method, he would defeat it within this limited time, as the sacrifice prevented recovery, leaving him only one chance. The system added that when the sacrifice state is activated, health cannot be restored by any means. In exchange for terrifying power and imminent danger, the monster swung its sword aside and laughed boisterously, mocking him to see if he had forgotten its power. No sooner had it finished speaking than it cast dark magic, causing streaks of crimson lightning to descend from above onto the ground. The monster smugly challenged that it, too, was capable of performing a sacrifice. How naive humans are. After completing the sacrifice, it entered a berserk state with its body swelling, its eyes turning bloodshot, and it screamed that his tricks were nothing but imitations. The system displayed information about the sacrifice skill, which allows for temporary peak power by sacrificing half of one's health for 60 seconds. After activating the sacrifice, the monster began to change its form. Chelsea raised his hand to summon lightning, replying that how could he possibly forget. "I will never forget the one who deflected my attack with nothing but a handheld weapon." The monster was shocked as it realized Chelsea's scheme while looking at the sword it had just discarded. It panicked, wondering if he had intentionally made it lose its weapon instead of attacking head-on. Chelsea held out his jagged hand with glowing red eyes and calmly told his enemy that was his objective. That was to force you to sacrifice half of your health. The monster was stunned with chaotic thoughts, unable to understand how a human using an imitation skill could become so incredibly powerful. Chelsea dashed forward in an instant and growled that now that it had lost its weapon, he wanted to see how it would cope with his technique. He closed in with dizzying speed and drove his hand straight into its body, asserting that since you have sacrificed half your blood, the superhuman body is my weapon. Under the fierce attack, the monster's health bar plummeted to 0. It only managed to stutter in shock at the human's extraordinary power before collapsing. Before taking its final breath, with fading eyes looking at Chelsea, he told it that he would show it who was the truly foolish one. Having defeated his opponent, Chelsea leisurely gathered his armor. The system announced that he had cleared the dark area by defeating the one who could slash through the ancient forest. With 2 resets in, the sacrifice effect now ended. Chelsea clutched his trembling body, whispering to himself that this pain felt like it was tearing his internal organs from within. As a combination of the sacrifice and the superhuman body created truly terrifying pressure, Chelsea's body tensed up like a taut string, and then suddenly, a notification appeared, informing him that he had obtained the weapon of the creature that had pierced through the dark forest. Seeing this, Chelsea murmured softly, "The creature's equipment has dropped." He dragged his heavy feet toward the monster's carcass, picked up the weapon, and put it away. Chelsea could still speak, realizing he had just happened to lose his own weapon. It was quite a coincidence. The system continued to display that the weapon had been recovered. It was a bloody mist, a weapon once used by the creature that wandered the dark forest. Its blade had a strange shape, and every wound it inflicted would never heal due to its tacit bleeding effect, along with its subskill, Blood Right. Chelsea read the information carefully and exclaimed, "Great. If I know how to utilize Blood Right, it will be extremely useful." A series of other system notifications appeared before Chelsea's eyes. You can reset the challenge. This will cost 1 challenge attempt and you can retry the dark area, or you can leave with your remaining challenge attempts. Or if you continue the challenge, you will receive an additional 50% experience points. Chelsea looked at the last line and told himself, if I continue the challenge, I'll get 50% more experience points. There's no reason to pass up this opportunity. He immediately chose reset. At that very moment, the system also announced that Chelsea had leveled up. Level 7. Profession. Warrior. Equipment. Fux Beastman armor. Weapon. Destroyed. Skill. Heavenly Thunder Flash. Skill. Sacrificial Copy. Combat Power. 10. 000. Experience points. 3. 415. 000. After reading the information, Chelsea looked down at his hands and cursed silently. Damn it. The sacrifice real harms the body. The damage I caused to myself won't disappear. I thought it would improve my physique, but instead, it caused trouble. The pain subsided somewhat when I leveled up, but the damage from the super recovery remains. The exclusive shadow skill and the durability are just too high. Should I go out and rest? If I continue for another round, I will definitely have to use the sacrifice again to deal with them. Can my buddy handle it? Besides, the cure said it would be very dangerous if I didn't go out to replenish supplies after the first round. However, at this point, Chelsea began to hesitate, calculating in his mind. The plan was to gain 6 levels in a week and reach level 12 so that he could return to his original world safely. I need to level up. That's why I can't pass up this experience reward. Chelsea smiled to himself, encouraging himself, to become stronger, one must pay a price. There is no need to hesitate. Can I continue without such determination? If he hesitated, he would fail. The system displayed a notification again. You have chosen to challenge. Please enter the space and return to the entrance. Just as he stepped in, Chelsea muttered, sorry for keeping you waiting. Sakura. Outside, Guildmaster Dak and Sakura were still waiting patiently, but Chelsea had not yet appeared. Sakura paced back and forth incessantly. Both of them thought to themselves, it's been a while now. He should have come out by now. Guildmaster Dak spoke up to reassure Sakura, don't worry, perhaps he chose to continue the challenge, as he will receive additional bonus experience. Although he said that to Sakura, Dak was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, has he lost? But his buddy hasn't been ejected. Can he really continue the challenge? You can't retry the challenge without replenishing supplies, and you can't replenish supplies. That's almost a death sentence for adventurers, especially in the dark area. Sakura asked the Guildmaster anxiously, but he promised that he would come out after the first round, yet I still hear the sound of thunder. At this moment, Uspeak had also returned. He held a cup of tea and said, I took a nap and it's still not over. The first round has ended and no one has been ejected yet, so perhaps he is hiding somewhere in the dense forest. Hearing the Vice Guildmaster say this, Dak reminded him, Bish, what's your words? Uspeak laughed and continued, Chairman Dak is real as something. Who would have thought he could cross the intermediate level dark zone of the mind by himself? It's giving someone hope they don't deserve. He continued to frown and said, I've said it before, he's lying. I've met many young people like that. If he had one and so much time had passed, he should have come out by now. If he passed the first round and still hasn't appeared, it means he's retrying. Unfortunately, that means death if he didn't bring enough recovery potions to last until the end. Sakura turned back and said coldly to Uspeak, my master will return safely. Please don't say such things. I can still hear the sound of thunder, which is proof that my master is still alive. Uspeak remained silent. He thought to himself, this girl is truly resilient. Uspeak laughed loudly and continued to mock, funny, what is the sound of thunder? If he dies, I am the one who will bear the greatest responsibility for giving him unnecessary confidence. Sakura immediately turned around, glared at him, and said, regarding this, if you dare to say that one more time. Both the Guildmaster and the Vice Guildmaster were startled to see her appearance. Both thought to themselves, how terrifying. Dak immediately struck his cane on the floor a few times and said, shut up, stop acting out. No one is allowed to speak until he comes out. Bish, get out. Hearing the Guildmaster say that, Uspeak could only leave, thinking, it's time to face reality. I can't wait to see the expression on your faces when his buddy's ejected. Guildmaster Dak almost roared, repeating one last time, Bish, get out. What a fool. He was thinking to himself, living too comfortably and becoming so stupid that he doesn't recognize danger. The beast-skin girl carries within her a true potential that has no limits. Sakura reacted unexpectedly. She hurriedly spoke up to ask what had happened. With a dazed look full of bewilderment, she replied that the master's thunder had ceased. Old Uspeak casually lingered in the room and uttered sarcastically, look, the thunder has stopped completely. Anything left to say for yourself? A mere mortal daring to challenge the dark zone alone is truly ridiculous. Strange sounds suddenly came from inside the heart chamber, making everyone focus their observation. Dak spoke up, pressing for an answer as to what phenomenon that sound was. A crack suddenly appeared on the door of the heart chamber. Sakura remarked that this feeling was all too familiar. Dak drew his staff, ready for the worst, and declared that it was ridiculous for the darkness to be breaking the seal. Dak frowned and urged everyone to prepare themselves because the darkness was about to break the seal. Uspeak hurriedly tossed his teacup aside and exclaimed that it was impossible. How could the darkness be capable of breaking the seal of the dark zone? Sakura clearly sensed the familiarity, so she immediately shouted that it was him. Chaoshi had returned with an exhausted body. He called Sakura's name and apologized for making her wait, saying he had fought 3 battles, received experience rewards, and soared up 3 levels. He tried to force a smile at Sakura and boasted that he had now reached level 9. The moment Chaoshi collapsed, Sakura rushed over to support him and tearfully called out Master. Both Dak and Uspeak were stunned by the news. The old man gasped, 3 battles, really? While Dak added, up 3 levels, just how long will he continue to hide his true power? Dak quickly ordered everyone to tend to his injuries immediately. Chaoshi passed out right in Sakura's arms. The system displayed his info, level 9, warrior class, Fux demi-human equipment, bloody mist weapon, sunset thunder skill, sacrifice cuppy skill, N14, 500 combat power. Chaoshi was immediately taken away to undergo body recovery. Guild leader Dak and vice leader Bitch coordinated smoothly to treat his injuries. While providing treatment, both of them exclaimed that his muscles and nervous system were severely damaged. His survival was truly a miracle. Chaoshi woke up with a healthy complexion. As he moved his hands and thanked everyone for their help, Sakura sat beside him with puffed cheeks, sulking that her master always broke his promises and threw himself into dangerous situations. Chaoshi turned to pat Sakura's head and promised to be more careful, saying he truly found it hard to resist the temptation of experience rewards. Reaching level 9 with such a big prize was significant, and she knew how much he craved experience. Sakura, still upset, countered that his safety was more important and told him not to make empty promises anymore. Guild leader Dak approached with his staff and asked, "Hey human, you said you fought 3 battles, didn't you?" Chaoshi nodded in confirmation when asked about it. After confirming the information, both Dak and Uspeak locked eyes in an incomprehensible silence. Guild leader Deck continued to express his bewilderment, saying that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe someone challenging the Dark Zone alone 3 times was something he truly could not comprehend. Deck thought to himself that the aura emitted when this guy appeared was even stronger than the darkness itself. I almost thought it was the darkness itself escaping from the barrier. This guy's power is truly superior in both medical expertise and combat. Kevin is considered a genius. This human is definitely someone who goes far beyond a genius. Speak stood there observing, then finally covered his mouth to cough dryly a few times before beginning to speak. I sincerely apologize for my previous words. I hope you can forgive my short-sightedness in having looked down on humanity's potential. Takira's face was fuming, and without even bothering to look at him, she let out a sarcastic remark. You've already treated him, so stop worrying over nothing. Hearing this, Chaoshi could only sit on the bed, waving it off with a forced smile. He explained that the reflection technique earlier was only a mid-tier skill, while Speak added that despite their best efforts, the deep internal injuries had not abated, and his condition remained critical. The system immediately displayed information about the reflection skill. It is a fairly common mid-tier healing spell among adventurers, capable of healing various physical injuries to a certain limit. The guild master approached and analyzed further for Chaoshi, stating that when he was found, his body was covered in wounds with internal bleeding and severe nerve damage. If not treated in time, he certainly wouldn't have survived. He also advised him to stop using that eerie secret technique as it would hinder his future leveling. Hearing the old guild master's warning, Chaoshi felt a momentary surge of panic. He told himself he only wanted to get stronger, but it seemed the sacrifice was gradually distorting his mind, allowing murderous thoughts to take over and coerce him to lose himself, which was truly an unpredictable danger. Right before his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of strange eyes, similar to those within his inner mind. Chaoshi was startled, wondering if what had just appeared were indeed those eyes. Chaoshi's eyes widened as he panted heavily. Seeing his unusual behavior, Takira worriedly asked, Master, is something wrong with you? Chaoshi hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and regained his composure, saying it was nothing, just a bit of fatigue. However, deep inside, he was anxious about the dark sacrificial skill. It not only destroyed the physical body but also corroded the mind, so it was best to limit its use. Guild Master D-Struck-led-1 EAFC handed him a bag of medicine and instructed, take 1 pill daily. Remember to meditate after taking it so the medicinal properties can better penetrate your body. Seeing the bag of medicine, Speak was filled with surprise. She turned to the chairman and asked, were you real planning on giving him that? Chaoshi happily accepted the bag of medicine from the guild master and offered his sincere thanks, while Sakura, sitting nearby, also curiously asked what kind of medicine it was. Guild Master D-Struck-led-1 EAFC explained that this was a precious medicine highly favored by Kevin, which would greatly aid in physical recovery, but added that it would be best to visit him in person. If you are capable, you could entirely become his disciple and learn even more exquisite medical knowledge. He is one of the few rare figures on this continent who possesses the legendary lore of Ruin. Hearing this, Takira leaned forward and grabbed his hand, probing, does Kevin Real unlock the legendary lore of Ruin? Which lore is it? Chaoshi looked on in confusion, not understanding what she was talking about, and asked in return. Speak looked at him with skepticism, raising an eyebrow and asking, you're an adventurer and you don't know about this. He began explaining that the world is governed by the magical laws of heaven and earth. Those who can utilize them possess unimaginable power called the forbidden curse of ruin. Especially for mages, this is the key to enhancing the quality of medicine. However, the laws of heaven and earth are inherently violent and possess their own will. Currently, there are 10 to 12 laws scattered in places no one has reached. Those who wish to own them must have exceptional abilities and proper training. The Legacy Stone is a treasure recording the 12 lores compiled by eminent mages throughout the ages. The first ancient lores contain power capable of wiping out the world, while Kevin is hailed as a genius for mastering the 12th lore. Great Dale. 10 years ago, his magic reached its peak, making medicinal refinement extremely efficient with the support of this lore's power. If it's him, he surely will have enough ability to heal those deep-seated injuries within your body. Chaoshi cried out in excitement. Is that true? While Sakura, sitting nearby, also had wide eyes and asked, will Master's body finally be healed? Guild Master D-Struck-led-1 EAFC handed them an envelope and advised, now is not the right time for a direct meeting, but with my recommendation letter, he will surely agree to receive you. Chaoshi took the letter and bowed in thanks. D-Struck-led-1 EAFC reminded him to prepare some rare items and valuable medicinal herbs as exchange gifts for him. After recovering a bit, Chaoshi and Sakura quickly left the guild hall. The guild master and deputy master saw them off to the door. Watching Chaoshi's silhouette fade, Speak asked, Chairman D-Struck-led-1 EAFC, does that human truly interest you that much? I'm certain what you gave him was a Type B blood medicine. We were quite generous exchanging the spoils from Kevin for those valuable materials. Guild Master D-Struck-led-1 EAFC replied with a smile that he was merely curious how far this human youth would go, adding that helping him was also an investment in the future. Speak frowned and countered, that is nothing short of a risky investment. Few geniuses are strong enough to conquer the Dark Zone alone, let alone an ordinary human. D-Struck-led-1 EAFC remained firm with Speak. It is true that there has been no precedent of a person conquering the Dark Zone alone, but in history, similar reckless individuals have appeared. Hearing this, Speak curiously asked if people like him really existed. Guild Master D-Struck-led-1 EAFC recounted thoughtfully, 1,000 years ago, it was such a great being who founded our beast race. Bessus, the ancient king god. The scene transitions. Chaoshi and Sakura are crossing the forest. He just used his hand to break a branch to clear the way while asking, Sakura, do you know Kevin's current location? Sakura, following behind, heard him and replied, yes, I asked the chairman and he did reveal it, but since the distance is quite far, let's take the opportunity to level up. This path is shorter and very suitable for our goal. Chaoshi suddenly turned to look at Sakura and questioned, then what are the accompanying conditions? The two continued to work. Sakura explained to him, to complete this mission, we need to form a party. Right in the forest, a group of people appeared before them. Chaoshi wondered, why are there so many people here? Sakura explained from behind him, this is a quest point, where adventurers often gather, but after a while, they disperse to other places. I overheard this and brought you here. The system displayed a note. Quest points are locations that appear randomly within certain time frames. Quests often have a limited number of participants and offer extremely special rewards. Xiaoxi looked excited after hearing that. He clasped his hands together and exclaimed, so that's the kind of place it is. It sounds like a quest market, doesn't it? Let's give it a try. The system updated the information. Level 9, Warrior class, equipped with Fuck Spearman outfit, Blood-soaked mist weapon, Sky Thunder skill, Sacrifice Cup skill, combat power reaching 14,500. Xiaoxi was extremely excited, thinking to himself that the activities here were much richer than in his old world. Perhaps he should take advantage of his level 9 skills while he was here. Xiaoxi stepped forward and said, I'm going. Takira watched him from afar and reminded him, be careful. I'll wait for you here. Right in front, a young man was recruiting members for his party, looking for a level 15 warrior or tanko. Combat power must be above 6,000. His name was Victor. Even though most of his other party members had already reached level 15, he shouted, we share the rewards very generously. Anyone who meets the requirements, come quickly. We'll set off immediately once we have enough people. The surrounding adventurers began to murmur upon hearing this. Teferak spoke first. That group has been waiting for 2 days. The reward is good, but this quest is too dangerous. No one dares to approach. They'll definitely go home empty-handed today. Bankard added, besides, how many people here have reached level 15 with combat power above 6,000? That leader is real stubborn. Puji, a member of Victor's group, also chimed in. Lita, maybe we should choose a different quest. 2 days have been wasted. If there were people, they would have come by now. It's not worth sacrificing quest points for this. Victor turned and snapped, Did you forget the expensive information you bought at the bar? This is a level 12 quest. Moreover, only here can we hunt for blood roses. Each flower is worth 500 silver coins. I would never accept those petty quests. The system displayed a note. Blood rose is a rare medicinal herb. When used in potions, it greatly increases recovery ability, making it highly sought after by mages and alchemists. Therefore, it is always traded at an exorbitant price. Yuji sighed, but maybe next time someone will join. Anyway, we can't go if we lack manpower. Just then, Xiaoxi approached. He smiled brightly and raised his hand, saying, can I join? I'm a warrior. Although my level is a bit low, I'm very confident. Victor's group's eyes lit up when someone agreed to join. Victor immediately approached Xiaoxi excitedly and said, you're our savior. You're level 14. Well, level 13 is fine too, but if you're level 12, we can still offer some support. Xiaoxi scratched his head and replied, I'm level 9, but can I be the vanguard? Victor's face changed color upon hearing level 9. He rushed forward to scold him, but fortunately, his teammate stopped him in time. With only level 9, what help can you provide? I'm truly shocked to see you step forward and present your stats like that. Xiaoxi could only confirm, am I not qualified? Victor still thought he was joking and continued to grumble, you must be kidding me. Level 9. Just then, the quest portal announced, only 10 minutes left until the portal closes. Today's quest will end. Puji, who was trying to hold Victor back, also said anxiously, Lita, if we miss this opportunity, we'll lose another day. Decide quickly. Now, standing behind, also spoke up, why not try using a level 9 warrior? As long as we have enough people, that's all that matters. Tekeru also advised Victor, that's right, if we keep hesitating like this, the cost of buying information will be wasted. Victor sighed and compromised, damn it, there's no other way. He shouted at Xiaoxi, Pei, you level 9, listen carefully. I'm giving you one chance. Once we're inside, don't act independently. Just follow my instructions. The 4 of us will handle the main part, and you just need to stand there to fill the formation. Do you still want to do it? Xiaoxi stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled, it's okay. I'm very happy because this is my first time joining a group. Victor reluctantly replied, pleased to cooperate with you. Shuyuxi had a team for the first time, and he excitedly took the lead, chatting away as he worked. Let's go. Victor's team members were startled, and Victor immediately exclaimed, this is his first time joining a party. The group arrived at the dungeon entrance, and the system announced that the level 16 mission had officially begun. As soon as they stepped into the deep forest, they encountered a level 16 rhinoceros with a combat power of 7,600. It had a massive build, was afraid of lightning, and was extremely resistant to physical attacks. One team member suddenly exclaimed, this really is a 16-hectare level mission. Victor flew into a rage, grinding his teeth, you cursed informant. Just wait until we get out of here, I'll deal with you. Puget, standing behind him, trembled and said dazedly, Captain, with this level of difficulty, I don't know if we'll make it back alive. The first enemy is already a rhino. Who knows how terrifying the ones behind will be. Victor ordered the group to get down and whispered, stay calm. We are all level 15 and have overcome many difficult situations before. Just coordinate as usual. If we can't do it, then so be it. Although it's a pity, have your return horns ready for a retreat. The system noted that a return horn is an extremely expensive item that allows the user to exit a mission immediately, though it cannot be used in certain special circumstances and usually only appears at auctions. Suddenly, Victor remembered something, and he looked up and asked, Pei, wait, we forgot about the level 9 guy. Where did he go? Tekeru replied upon being asked, he was still there when I arrived, but I don't know why he's doing those kinds of things. Suddenly, the blinding light erupted from the dense bushes, followed by sparks of electricity shooting across the air. Victor's group was stunned, standing there with their jaws dropped and eyes wide open. On the other side, Chuyoshi had just finished tearing the rhino apart. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, this feeling is truly great. It's too easy compared to the guys in the dark zone. Victor's group witnessed the scene and was struck dumb, shouting in unison, don't tell me he took it down all by himself. Chuyoshi carried his sword on his shoulder, gave them a thumbs up, and said, follow me. I've gotten used to speedruns lately. I can't wait too long to receive the rewards. The The system displayed, level 9, class warrior, equipment, fuck specimen set, weapon, bloodstained fuck, skill, heaven's thunder glow, skill, sacrificial copy, combat power, 914, 500. Meanwhile, inside the forest, the level 16 mission was still ongoing. After witnessing Yoshi's strength with their own eyes, Victor's group began to coordinate smoothly with one another. Victor shouted loudly, reminding them, there's another one behind the tree. There's a weakened monster over there. Finish it off quickly. Takeru, level 15, wind archer class, combat power 6230, exclaimed while drawing his bow. That level 9 warrior is real strong. Is he planning to carry this entire mission by himself? Everyone agreed. He had dived in and wiped out everything just by carving at the small monsters. Tsuyoshi was in the vanguard, sweeping away every monster in his path. Another member exclaimed, he even knows the monster's weak points. It's hard to believe he's only level 9. Now, level 15, light priest class, combat power 6120, heard this and added, he doesn't even need me to heal him. Everything has become too simple. Puji, level 15, pit and thief class, combat power 6120, was swinging from a tree branch and asked in astonishment, Captain, do you know that many people? Who is that guy? Possessing skills at such a top-tier level, he must be famous. Victor, level 15, elemental mage class, combat power 6300, replied to Ryuji, not really. I know many people, so how could I remember them all? Even those information brokers at the tavern, I know their faces. You know, this guy must be from some major guild. He looks familiar, but I can't remember who he is. On Tsuyosh's side, he was still crazily sweeping through monsters and moving forward, thinking to himself, the difficulty here can't compare to the Dark Zone. Although the experience points are higher than the original world, it's still far behind. These small level 16 monsters are even weaker than the level 11 ones over there. They probably aren't even half as strong as the dark monsters. Tsuyoshi looked at the tree demon in front of him, used his eye of insight, and quickly grasped its information. Its fatal weak point is fire. Its attack characteristic is using toxic spike vines. Tsuyoshi was engaged in combat, skillfully dodging the dangerous vines, thinking to himself, as long as I'm careful, the poisonous thorns aren't a concern. The holy eye shows me the weak point, but can I exploit it more thoroughly? This mission has an extra requirement to collect blood roses. I wonder if I can give them to Kevin as a souvenir. Tsuyoshi swung his sword, slicing off a series of the monster's vines in an instant. The system displayed a note. Blood rose is a rare medicinal herb used to create potions, which significantly increases recovery capabilities. It is highly sought after by potion-making mages, pushing its market value to an extremely high level. Eve turned around and instructed Victor's group that they were about to encounter the boss. The small monsters were multiplying, and since they were naturally afraid of fire, the mages should use fire magic to clear them. Hearing this, Victor cheered excitedly. Alright, let's do it. He secretly thought to himself, this is my moment to shine brightest. Eek didn't forget to carefully remind everyone, pay attention to the poisonous thorns on the tree trunks. If you accidentally bump into them, you'll be poisoned. Victor's group was being besieged by tree monsters. The poison-laden vines forced them to remain highly vigilant. Victor secretly wondered how he knew so much about monsters. At only level 9, his knowledge was incredibly extensive. I've checked his level, but he's definitely hiding his true identity. Putting those thoughts aside, Victor's group coordinated extremely well, unleashing a powerful barrage of fear that incinerated all the surrounding tree monsters. When night fell, everyone paused their journey to start a fire, warm themselves, and rest. Puji, now, and Takeru gathered around the fire. Takeru spoke first, saying that everything went too smoothly and that warrior was truly formidable, so this mission would surely be a complete success. Hearing this, Yuji immediately teased him. Oh, so you've started calling him Sir Warrior now, have you? Now was warming her hands, her cheeks flushed, and she gently said, he's completely different from the people in this world. His identity must be truly special. On the other side, Victor and Yuji were shaking hands and getting acquainted. Victor said, I can't believe how skilled you are. I really want to know your true identity. Yuji smiled innocently, scratched his head, and replied, that's not true. I'm just a newbie. Victor, thinking he was deliberately hiding something, joked back, a newbie, Pop. Let's just pretend that's true. Chelsea maintained an innocent, honest demeanor and asserted, I'm telling the truth. Victor handed Chelsea a bottle of water and cleverly probed, do you understand how mission rankings work in each region? Chelsea took a drink of water and replied, mission rankings? Not really. Why do you ask about that? Victor heard this, pouted, and responded, is he really ignorant or just pretending? Victor explained that mission points are different from things that appear over time. Each region has fixed mission points, and rankings assess the completion level of groups. It recognizes both the first completer and the most impressive performances. This not only brings rewards but also builds a reputation that spreads across all guild branches. You could bring brilliant glory to your team. Chelsea listened and understood partially but still didn't grasp Victor's intention, so he asked again, I get the gist, but what exactly are you trying to say? Secretly, Chelsea compared it to the system in his old world, realizing something similar existed here too. Victor crossed his arms over his chest and confidently said, although our group may seem like a random assortment, I'm actually part of the guild's elite team, consisting of 15 vanguards nicknamed Great Mountain Goats. Our captain is none other than the co-founder of the guild, the Shield Hero, also nicknamed Great Mountain Goat. Chelsea still hadn't grasped his purpose, so he continued to ask, I understand, but what do you mean? Victor cleared his throat and continued, recently, a level 18 mission saw the appearance of black mega swamp monsters. These creatures are extremely troublesome because no one knows much about them. Seeing as you know about monsters, you might be the key to solving it. Chelsea heard this and excitedly clapped his hands together, saying, so it's a mission to eliminate the black Maya monsters. The reward must be substantial, right? Victor clenched his fist and nodded, replying, if you clear it, both the first completion record and the highest achievement will belong to you. The reward money will be substantial, so many teams are fiercely competing. If you're interested, come meet our captain. Chelsea fell into contemplation after hearing this. Anyway, while waiting for the leveling up support items, doing this extra work wouldn't be bad either. Chelsea put his hands on his hips and asked again, I'm only level 9, yet you still want me to take on a level 18 mission. Victor immediately waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, this mission is limited to level 18 adventurers, but it's not a problem. Hearing this, Chelsea immediately agreed. But then, I'll help. But I have 2 conditions. Victor quickly asked, conditions? If they're reasonable, I'll meet them within my capabilities. I can even pay extra, just say it. Victor secretly calculated. It seems he's starting to trust me. If he participates and provides information about the Black Mai monsters, my team will gain the advantage of first completion, and the achievement will be mine, thereby elevating my standing in the guild. Without hesitation, Chelsea stated his demands. The first condition is that if the mission is completed, you must share all the experience points with me because I really need them. The second is that I get to choose the reward first, and only then is it your turn. What do you think? Victor's face fell upon hearing this. He stammered, that's too unreasonable. Even if I agreed, the captain and everyone else would surely object. I have to ask for their opinion first. Victor returned to where his teammates were resting and announced, let's discuss that after the mission is over. We've rested enough. Let's go. The whole group stood up and continued the journey to complete the mission. Everyone watched simultaneously as Chelsea called out, time to clear them out. Puji, observing from behind, also praised, the captain's swirling fire magic is truly impressive. Now, holding her staff, quickly added, indeed, the boss's fatal weakness is fire, so everything is going smoothly. Victor cast fire magic, easily destroying the swarm of creeping vines. After taking down the poisonous plants, Victor shyly admitted, I had to ask Chelsea to help time my moves. It took me 10 seconds to figure out their weak point, and everything was provided by Chelsea from the boss's critical weakness and how to defeat it to protecting us. He is amazing. Chelsea. After completing the mission and distributing the rewards, Chelsea took the blood rose and declared, I have my reward. Everyone else can share the rest among yourselves. Victor gathered everyone and announced, we'll finish here. I will distribute the rewards later. The other 3 happily replied in unison, thank you. When everyone had left, Victor approached Chelsea and asked, do you have time? I want to go thank Captain Harvey and introduce you to him. Hearing that, Chelsea quickly replied, wait a moment, I will report back to my teammate. He turned to meet Sakura. She was wiping his face and whispered, you were invited into the group so fast, how talented. I had to reach level 30 to have that honor. After finishing wiping his face, Sakura said, this is fine. Be careful. This will surely be a memorable journey for you. I will look for information in the next town and report back when I return. Hearing Sakura say that, Chelsea smiled joyfully and replied, great. If you can't find me, just stop by the local Adventurers Guild. Sakura handed Chelsea a small pouch and added, just in case, there are some medicinal herbs and a bit of money in here, enough for about 3 days. Chelsea took the pouch, partly set off, and quickly turned to leave. Before going, he looked back and waved to Sakura, thank me later. Sakura also wished him, have a safe journey. After seeing Chelsea off, Sakura's expression suddenly became stern. She thought to herself, everything is perfect. Now I need to investigate the genius Kevin further, to see if he has mastered the lores of wind-earth integration. Perhaps the plan to assassinate him needs to be reconsidered. The scene shifts to a man holding a beer mug. The voice rings out, a level 9 warrior with 2 accompanying conditions. Victor, were you serious? The person holding the beer mug was Captain Harvey, a level 18 grand genius and shield hero with a strategic rating of 7,600. He glanced over and continued, a level 9 trying to lead our elite squad whose average level is 16. Stop joking. Victor, standing in the assembly hall, quickly explained upon hearing Harvey, but he is truly impressive. Thanks to him, we successfully completed the quest to obtain the blood rose. The man in red armor nearby, still holding his beer mug, smiled mockingly. A level 9 isn't even fit to carry our gear. This character's name was Luke, a sharp-tongued vice captain at level 17, a flamboyant dual swordsman with a strategic rating of 6,930. He continued to sneer, Victor, have you been hanging around those idiots so much that you've lost your mind? Are you unable to keep up with grand geniuses anymore? Don't waste our time. Mocked by the crowd, Victor persisted, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, go meet him yourselves. Harvey heard that and asked, is he here? Victor, knowing he had an opportunity, quickly replied, yes, I brought him. He's waiting outside. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and laughed, you're truly naive to dare bring that guy here. Ridiculed all this time. Victor turned red with rage and shouted, enough. He thought to himself, always nitpicking me this time. I'll show you. Seeing Victor's firm conviction, Harvey agreed to the meeting. Fine, I will meet him. Victor heard this and said happily, thank you, sir. He immediately ran out to get Chelsea. As they walked in, Victor placed his hand on Chelsea's shoulder to guide him. This way, Chelsea entered the room and, seeing so many people, was a bit flustered. He scratched his head and introduced himself, I'm Chelsea, a level 9 warrior. Nice to meet everyone. Everyone around him stared fixedly at him, especially when that man saw Chelsea. He gave a mocking gesture of disapproval and laughed loudly. Look at his weak appearance. Victor stepped closer, trying to calm the situation, and patted Chelsea's shoulder, saying, Chelsea, just tell him. Captain Harvey held his beer mug, brought it to his nose to smell it, and spoke, so according to Victor, you helped us finish the quest, right? If that's true, how confident are you? Chelsea heard his question and answered decisively, 100% confident, but I have a condition. After listening, Harvey turned back to look at him searchingly, asking, are you 100% sure? What exactly are your conditions? Chelsea pointed calmly at himself and replied without hesitation, I want to lead your group. The entire room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Harvey appeared extremely astonished. He widened his eyes and asked, do you really want to take command of the 15th elite squad? The guy standing next to him heard that bizarre demand and angrily clenched his fists, saying, are you crazy? This is a captain of the Daimuk faction. Our guild is famous throughout this region. Don't you dare joke around here. Victor heard this and nervously stepped forward to whisper. Hey, is Chelsea serious about being the commander? That sounds like science fiction. Chelsea just glanced over and said softly, that is a requirement of the mission. Don't you worry. Parvy turned his back, set his beer glass on the table, and spoke up. Many other teams are competing this time. They have tried countless times but always failed at the exact same spot. We have also failed 6 times, each time wasting all sorts of precious items, costing us 2 gold pieces. Iyak heard this and replied, if the problem is money, let me handle it. Just give me command, and I guarantee I will complete this mission brilliantly. Hearing that, the man gasped for Aya, his face turning bright red as he shouted, how dare you even say that? Another man twisted his wrists in support, saying, Captain, let me beat this guy up. Yet, as soon as Harvey turned back around, he did not hesitate to nod at Chelsea. Fine, I accept. He took a sip of his beer and added, but if you are just bragging and fail, I, Parvy of Daimuk, will not let you off easily. The man could not believe his ears and asked blankly, were you serious, sir? Seeing that Harvey had agreed, Chelsea calmly replied, of course, if we work together, things will become much easier. The other guy pointed straight at Chelsea and barked, Captain, do you really trust this guy? What could a weak level 9 possibly do? Seeing his subordinate lose his tempo, Parvy calmly replied, what other choice do we have? Even without him, we still have to try, he stubbornly retorted, but letting a level 9 lead is clearly suicide. Our Daimuk faction is already struggling. That kid is probably a scammer too. He doesn't fit in with our team, just kick him out once and for all. Parvy listened and looked at him with a cold, sharp gaze. Do you know that the entire guild is laughing at us because we haven't achieved any results and are being left behind by other teams? We only need to take the lead and perform well in this mission to restore our reputation. We have no other way. Even if it's the thinnest ray of hope, we must grasp it. Well, Parvy would never let this matter go. The scene shifts to the mission portal. Seeing the Daimuk group appear, other nearby teams began to mock them. Look, it's Daimuk. Are they trying to join this mission too? They'll surely fail miserably like the previous times. But wait, the guy leading them isn't Harvey. Seeing Chelsea in the lead, they whispered to each other, who is that? His outfit looks so weird. Anubis crossed his arms over his chest and loudly ridiculed, isn't this the prestigious Daimuk? Did you change captains? You have no real power but love to show off. At this rate, you'll end up begging for food. Money should be used in the right places. Victor saw the opponent insulting his team, so he stepped closer to Chelsea and whispered, the captain always considers us rivals, but honestly, what he said isn't wrong. The string of consecutive failures has left us almost penniless. That is the reason the captain and everyone else are under immense pressure. The atmosphere in the team is currently extremely suffocating. After grasping the situation from Victor, Chelsea's expression did not change in the slightest. He only uttered 3 words, I know now. Chelsea stepped forward and tapped Anubis hard on the shoulder, making him stumble, and said, trouble moving out of the way, please. Seeing Chelsea's attitude, Anubis sneered, Pay Harvey, your new captain is quite insolent. He raised his voice to mock them for the whole crowd to hear. I wonder if he'll still be so cocky when you guys come back after failing. Chelsea just looked back with a smirk and replied, whether it works or not, you'll know soon enough if you just wait and see. The mission gate finally opened, and Chelsea shouted, all right everyone, let's head out. Chelsea calculated internally. According to Victor, this mission involves encountering extremely troublesome monsters in the dark swamp, but with his divine eyes, this is just a minor matter. He would show them what true power is. The whole team began to enter the portal. The system immediately sent a notification, welcome to the Dark Swamp mission. The level 18 Dark Swamp area requires a group of 12 to 17 people. No one is allowed to exceed level 18. The whole team started moving. Parvy followed behind and asked, what is your specific plan? Chelsea put his hands on his hips and replied, I already have a plan. Chelsea activated the system and turned to ask Harvey, to confirm once again, I will receive all the experience points, right? Parvy nodded and replied, honor is more important to us than anything else. As long as the mission is completed, everything will be fine, but do not let me down. You know, we are desperate for achievements, and putting you in command is my responsibility. If you fail, be prepared to face the consequences. Chelsea observed the system notification that had just updated and calmly said, understood. Parvy turned to instruct his teammates to prepare and follow orders, and Chelsea replied concisely, understood, just do as I say. He was still furious inside, his face twisted as he calculated. He couldn't believe he had let that guy snatch all the experience points, but he would just wait and see. On the opposite side, Chuisi was glued to the analysis system board and said to himself, alright, now it's time for the item Victor mentioned. Let's switch to hard mode. The system explained that hard mode would apply to all missions, and the rewards, including experience points, would triple compared to the normal level. Chuisi caught a glimpse of the 3x text and smirked as he calculated, if all rewards are tripled, then the experience points are 2. I can easily level up once or twice more. A notification from the system quickly appeared, informing all members that Chuisi had decided to select the highest difficulty. Everyone present though was stunned by this choice. Parvy looked concerned. He stared at Chuisi and asked loudly, hard mode. The crowd in the group began to whisper, why did you make such a foolish decision? Did you choose it by mistake? Hard mode is no different from suicide. Victor was extremely panicked. He worked toward Chuisi, trembling, and said, were you tricking us? I told you, never activate this mode unless you know every nook and cranny. You've made a mistake, haven't you? Witnessing the scene, he seized the opportunity to jump in and mock. You idiot. No one has even passed normal mode, let alone this multiplied difficulty. Were you trying to get us all killed? I know this game is just a waste of time. Once we leave here, we'll be the laughingstock of the world. Just as he finished speaking, he turned his back and sneered to himself, what an idiot. I was waiting for an opportunity to get rid of him, and I didn't expect him to work into death himself by choosing hard mode. He continued to taunt Chuisi. Something's wrong with his brain. Luckily, I prepared an escape route. Thanks to this fool, so many precious items for escaping are being wasted. Let's run. We've been tricked by him. Seeing that attitude, Chuisi rushed over and declared with a cold look, if I board everyone in here, I know how to get everyone out. Follow me. He thought to himself that hard mode was nothing. With his God's Eye and this team, they would complete the mission unscathed. Hearing his confidence, the man shouted angrily, do you think you can complete it when even normal mode was a failure? Sup lying. You are harming everyone. This is not a place to play around. If you want to die, go die by yourself. After using his God's Eye, Chuyuxi had a hunch. Alright, everything is going according to plan. The swamp area was extremely damp, and the monsters here were afraid of lightning. Chuyuxi activated his God's Eye to make the information about the monsters appear clearly. The level 18 Fang Crocodile is a water element monster with weaknesses to lightning and fire. Its thick skin and incredibly high defense make it difficult for normal attacks to deal damage. When attacking in packs, they coordinate very well. Do not be reckless. Analysis shows that combining lightning or fire elements with the water's conductivity will be most effective. The God's Eye has mapped out the best attack trajectory. It just needs to be utilized flexibly. Looking at the data analyzed by the God's Eye, Chaozi told himself that if he focused intensely, he could absolutely upgrade the power of his God's Eye. Seeing him rush straight toward the pack of monsters without hesitation, he pointed at Chaozi and yelled, "Bah, did it. These crocodiles are at the hard difficulty level, and there are too many of them. We're doomed." Parvy was holding his shield in a defensive stance. Luke's words began to shake his mind, and he muttered to himself, is he really tricking us? Witnessing Harvey's entire group being strongly shaken, Chaozi looked around and said sonorously, trust me. I will lead everyone to conquer this hard mode. Chaozi immediately took a combat-ready stance, drew his sword, and reminded them, what are you standing there stunned for? 5 mages, div ready. Victor saw there was no way out, so he grabbed his staff to fight. Damn it, alright, let's do it. I'm betting on you. Victor immediately issued an order, 5 mages, follow me. If we run now, we'll be laughed at. The fire element mages heard this and all rushed forward. One of them shouted, whatever, let's do it. Victor immediately added, that's right, I'm not going to suffer such humiliation again. Chaozi is currently fighting fiercely with a pack of giant crocodiles in the murky swamp. Harvey saw it and shouted in panic, Ted, dodge quickly. If 6 monsters bite you at once, you're finished. Without hesitation, Chaozi swung his electrified sword directly at the target and yelled, where are the Fey mages? Blast your skill exactly 1 meter in front of me now. The 5 masters in the group immediately followed Chaozi's command, responding in unison. Understood. Chuyuxi coordinated lightning and fire rhythmically to suppress the crocodiles, immediately casting the interrupt skill. In an instant, the entire group of crocodiles was engulfed in flames, roaring in agony from the searing heat. Victor stood frozen, watching in bewilderment, clearing 6 at once. All the crocodiles were blown away in just a split second. Chuyuxi turned to explain to the group, my Heavenly Thunder skill can exhaust opponents. When weakened, their skills will be interrupted. Additionally, damage doubles if we focus firepower on the right weak point. He thought to himself, it's all thanks to God's Eye. As the system responded, God's Eye has completed analysis. Upon hearing this, his teammates were full of admiration. How does his mind work so fast? We can finish the mission now, just use weaken to interrupt and fire to finish them off. Victor cheered happily. He's shying again, just like last time. I always believed in you. Parvy observed silently and thought to himself, only level 9. What kind of fighting style is this? Who exactly is this kid? Luke still couldn't believe it. He sat down heavily and grumbled. No one cared, but he shouted, it must be pure luck. Who could be calm enough to analyze tactics at a critical moment like this? The teammates replied, Vice Captain, that's just his skill level. Everyone can see it clearly. Why are you being so stubborn? Victor, standing nearby, couldn't help but scold him directly. Can you just shut your mouth? Your behavior is embarrassing. Being scolded harshly by Victor, he turned red with anger, bled, and stammered. What did you just say? Chuyuxi saw the commotion and interrupted. Stop it right now. There's no time to argue. Everyone, follow me. We will conquer the highest difficulty together. Parvy hurriedly carried his shield and followed closely behind, shouting the signal. Did you hear the order, brothers? The entire team marched forward together, leaving Luke sitting bewildered on the ground. He reached out and called urgently, wait a minute. Parvy and the rest followed boisterously, and he proclaimed loudly, just follow Captain Chuyuxi, even hard mode will have to bow down. Half an hour passed. On their journey through the dark swamp, Chuyuxi's group stopped in front of a thick Naya, where the dark blue water below bubbled continuously. While the group was hiding, Chaozi activated God's Eye to survey the situation. While God's Eye was working, Victor sat nearby, sweating with anxiety. He turned to whisper to Chaozi, it seems other teams were all defeated in this area. What do we do now? Sitting right behind him with a resentful look, Luke muttered, the dark monsters on this hard mode are terrifying. I don't know where you get your confidence from, but if we fail because of you, I swear the GOAT team will not let you be. Upon hearing the bitter words, Victor immediately snapped back. It's thanks to his accurate analysis that the team has made it this far unscathed. We couldn't even dream of this before. If you aren't grateful, then just stop talking like that. Challenged by Victor without restraint, Luke lost his temper and scolded back. Victor, have you forgotten who the vice captain is? Wash your mouth. He is just a temporary leader. I'm speaking up for the sake of the whole team's mission. Seeing the two sides arguing loudly, Harvey grumbled, silence. You keep rambling and making it impossible for Captain Chaozi to concentrate. With the support of God's Eye, Chaozi grasped the situation. The data showed there was no leader. To proceed, they had to cross through the swamp. The optimal solution was to use one person as bait to lure the monsters, clearing a path for the rest to slip through. Bet it. Chaozi smiled slightly and thought to himself, if that's all it takes, then things seem easier than I imagine. The system continuously pushed detailed parameters to Chaozi. The analysis showed the only route was just 126 cm wide with an average depth of 86 cm. The best route has been mapped out with an average water depth of under 40 cm. This is the fastest, shortest path that completely bypasses dangerous areas. Chelsea used a dry branch to quickly sketch a diagram in the sand and evaluated it. Every detail matches perfectly. It seems the power of God's eye is growing along with my skill level. Results recorded. Now it's time to make the plan. The system immediately warned, 15 monsters are lurking on the path. You need to lure them away to clear a safe passage. Although the mud hinders you, thanks to your supernaturally trained legs, you can glide as quickly as on solid ground. The solution is to exploit the high conductivity of the swamp, using the Heavenly Thunder skill to draw the dark monster's attention away. Enhance your legs with superhuman strength to keep a safe distance, while luring the monsters into the designated area. During combat, follow the analysis to aim at the vital points. All combat plans will be flexibly adjusted according to actual developments. After observing enough, Master Yeek spoke, as Vice Captain Luke has presented. This is a cooperation for mutual benefit, and I am only a temporary commander. Anyone who is not convinced is free to leave. I will not stand in your way. He turned his head back, his cold and threatening gaze lingering as he continued, but as long as I'm in command, everyone must strictly obey my orders. Hearing that, Luke clenched his fists and muttered that this guy was acting smug just because he knew a little about monsters. BunRv immediately cut him off. Enough, the press your dissatisfaction until the job is done. Everyone wants to get out of here soon. Being scolded like that, Luke could only click his tongue and grumble through gritted teeth. This pathetic rank 9 rookie is real too much. Chelsea silently observed, thinking to himself, if it were my past self, I would probably have been discouraged long ago by the hostility of others. No matter how the world changes, bullies always exist to prey on the weak and view them as threats. This kind of malice cannot be understood or avoided. I used to be a victim of such oppression, but just like Karina and the others, the only way is to become stronger, and I am no longer the weak Chelsea of the past. Chelsea suddenly stood up and spoke clearly to everyone. That's enough small talk. It seems we have no choice but to cross the swamp to reach the next location. BunRv nodded in agreement. I once made it halfway and found the entrance to the new area. Forget that. We must face the hidden shadow monsters. Their attacks are unpredictable. One slip up and we'll have to use a horn to retreat, or even worse, we'll all lose our lives here. Hearing BunRv's warning, Chelsea reassured everyone that although this unfamiliar environment was indeed full of dangers, there was no need to worry too much. BunRv then asked, do you have a plan? Chelsea calmly outlined, I will stay behind to draw the monster's attention while you lead everyone to the next land. I will catch up soon. Victor and BunRv were astonished. Victor immediately objected, you plan to lure the monsters alone. That's too dangerous. BunRv quickly added, I acknowledge your strength, but we don't even know the numbers yet. I cannot accept such an impulsive plan. Luke scoffed, I thought you had some great idea, but it turns out to be just a pathetic plan that anyone could come up with. Fine, go ahead, but don't blame us if you end up losing your life. Chelsea understood Victor's anxiety, so he instructed, Victor, this is a route I have chosen. Memorize it carefully to stay away from the dangerous areas. Victor was stunned. What? How do you know the way so well? Chelsea drew his sword, ready for battle, and continued, luring them is only the first step. I will deal with these monsters myself. You guys go ahead, and I'll catch up shortly. I don't want to waste any more time. Use your head. Have I ever done anything reckless or impulsive? Hearing this, the group behind him could only remain silent, unable to answer. Shouldering his sword, Chelsea strode forward while commanding, stabilize the formation and await my signal. As he stepped into the slimy swamp, Chelsea thought to himself, this is even more disgusting than I thought. This terrain is real unpleasant. However, it is the perfect place to unleash lightning attacks. The group standing above watched Chelsea head down into the swamp with their mouths agape. Luke finally spoke up, Captain, do you really trust this rank 9 rookie to face an entire pack of shadow monsters? BunRv replied, I don't know. I don't fully trust him, but look at the determination. Victor interrupted, I trust him. Rank means nothing. We just need to follow the plan. He even mapped out the exact route for us. Standing in the middle of the swamp, Chelsea looked down at the water and muttered, there are 15 of them. Normally, being surrounded by shadow monsters would make anyone tremble with fear. A monster lunged out from the mud. Chelsea used his eye of insight to gather data. Level 18 Dark Dusk Kennedy, a monster lurking beneath the swamp. Weaknesses, lightning and piercing attacks. Characteristics, a shadow creature that ambushes prey. Low health bar but extremely agile. Absolutely do not underestimate them, because just one bite and it's game over. Chelsea swung his sword, slashing directly at the lunging monster. The system continued to analyze. Their bodies are saturated with moisture, making them nearly immune to fire damage. Conversely, lightning deals fatal damage, and their rounded build makes piercing attacks extremely effective. Chelsea gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and shouted, sorry to keep you waiting. Come at me, you bastards. As soon as he finished speaking, Chelsea charged forward like a mad whirlwind, swinging his sword to slaughter the swamp monsters. His entire body was now radiant with lightning surrounding him, his eyes flashing. Chelsea whispered that it turned out they turned pitch black and hid completely in the mud after each attack without anyone noticing. He struck his lightning-charged sword down onto the swamp's surface to attract the monsters, then continued to whisper that it would be hard to find the fatal weak point this way. Bursts of thunderbolts from Chelsea's body surged powerfully, causing the monsters to scramble out of the water in the blink of an eye. The system signaled that the mission to lure the monsters had been excellently completed. Looking at the pack of swamp monsters gathered in front of him, Chelsea smirked triumphantly for having herded them all into one place. Chelsea shifted as quick as lightning and thought to himself that to ordinary explorers, this sinking ground was a disaster, but with his enhanced body, it was nothing. Thus, he activated the system to strengthen his legs, allowing him to work on the mud as easily as if he were playing a game. After activation, Chelsea dashed away, causing the monsters to chase him relentlessly. As he ran, he shouted for BunRv to lead everyone along the pre-planned route. The crowd witnessing this scene couldn't hide their amazement, whispering that he could actually control the darkness monsters, that his agility was unbelievable, wondering how he could run on the mud without sinking, and saying that with Captain Chelsea leading, any mission would be finished, even if he were only the temporary leader. Victor didn't miss the chance, turning to taunt Luke with a smug look, saying, "See, I told you so. Do you believe me now? Luke remained silent for a moment before speaking up to admit that he had indeed underestimated the boy. BunRv immediately led the group, urging everyone not to stand around dazed but to take the opportunity to move while Captain Chelsea was buying time, while also signaling Victor to guide the entire group. Victor complied, and the entire group began to move quickly across the swamp, heading straight forward. The system displayed a notification that the monsters had been successfully lured away from the formation. Upon arriving at the designated combat zone and seeing the monsters catch up, he shouted that this place would be their grave and he would finish them all off right there. Chelsea held the sword with both hands, his eyes locked on his prey, muttering that the piecing move was quite useful. If he added some lightning, they would surely have no escape. An aggressive monster lunged with its mouth open, only to have Chelsea swing his sword and cut it directly in the moor. The monsters behind froze at the sight, not daring to charge forward recklessly anymore. Chelsea's body now radiated dazzling flashes of lightning as he challenged the monsters, saying they had plenty of time and didn't need to rush to their deaths. Shifting the scene to BunRv's group, they had successfully crossed the swamp. One person joyfully shouted that they had finally done it and had escaped from that swamp. Everyone cheered in delight. They had never come this far, whereas all the other teams had failed from the very first stage. It's all thanks to Captain Chelsea. We have truly passed this hurdle, BunRv also exclaimed excitedly. Just then, Victor rushed back breathlessly to report, pointing straight ahead that the bus activation point had been found. They had arrived at the right place. BunRv was taken aback and asked if it was true. Victor firmly confirmed it, adding that this boss was not too dangerous, as the swamp itself was a most difficult area. Upon hearing the news, the group began to buzz with conversation, everyone eager to move in, but some hesitated because Captain Chelsea had told them to wait. Even though victory was right in front of them, everyone thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show Captain Chelsea their own strength. However, BunRv mused that while he also wanted that, they couldn't be careless as this was hard mode. Luke then spoke up to intervene, telling them to stay calm and that they needed to wait for Captain Chelsea before deciding. The group looked surprised and incredulous. Someone wondered aloud, so what about Captain Chelsea? Luke covered his mouth apologetically, saying he had once doubted him, but it was thanks to him that the group had come this far. Therefore, waiting for Captain Chelsea to join the bus fight was the wisest choice. After hearing that, both BunRv and Victor looked at each other and nodded in agreement. BunRv laughed heartily and replied, "Even I'm completely convinced by you." "Well, better safe than sorry. Let's just wait for Captain Chelsea to decide." Victor also leaned on his arm, looking impressed, and thought, "This vice captain is truly wise. The choice is the safest for the whole build." While everyone was busy discussing, Chelsea suddenly returned and spoke up, "Are you waiting for me? The dark monsters have all been wiped out by me. The boss's area is right in front of us. This is the ideal place to reorganize the formation." Chelsea looked rather disheveled with tattered clothes, but his murderous aura was still blazing. He urged, "Now, let's get down to clearing this tough mission." The system displayed the stats. Level 9, warrior class, wearing beastman armor, wielding the Heaven's Thunder Sword, possessing the sacrificial duplicate skill, with a combat power of 14,500. Upon seeing Chelsea, the whole team gasped in amazement. Did he really take them all down? He's terrifyingly strong. Luke asked in surprise, "Captain Chelsea, who exactly are you? I almost forgot you're only level 9. Victor added, "To be honest, I don't really know much about him either." BunRv looked at him and marveled. "Once this mission is over, we must nominate him for guild leader." Chelsea's group began to enter the bus's territory, and the system announced, "Dark mission, the swamp region." The blood-soaked creature was emitting a deadly aura. Its face wore a human skull. It was a fearsome boss. Chelsea used the system to scan all its information. Swamp Guard, it is always sensitive to any movement from strangers, and its HP is multiplied in this hard mode. After analyzing its weaknesses, you realize the swamp summon skill requires casting time and can be interrupted if hit by high damage magic. Chelsea hid in the bushes to observe carefully and wondered, "I don't see the portal to the boss, even though this is hard mode." Luke, sitting nearby, heard this and explained, "Hard mode doesn't necessarily always have a portal." He explained further that whether a portal appears or not depends on the boss's strength, not just the mission level, so this is normal. If the opponent is strong enough, the portal will appear on its own. Hearing this, Chelsea pondered. So the enemy's strength is the key. He suddenly remembered the portal with a bizarre eye in Cardioli and shuddered. That one-eyed portal must be a special item. Just the way that I glanced at him gave him chills. Luke was full of excitement at this moment. He threw his sword over his shoulder and shouted, "Get to the trigger point quickly. Victory is already within our reach." Suddenly, Chelsea raised his hand to stop everyone. "Wait." Luke stopped immediately and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, Captain?" Chelsea didn't answer immediately but called out, "BunRv, get the mages and a few agile people over here quickly." He replied instantly, "Understood." A group of mages quickly assembled as requested. Victor was also present and curiously asked, "What are you planning?" "I'm so nervous." Chelsea nodded in confirmation and instructed, "Listen carefully. BunRv and Luke, keep leading everyone to attack as usual. The mage squad will continuously rain down the high damage magic spells. Remember to time it when I signal. As for the agile ones, collect items that cause bleeding or poison and divide them up to use." Victor asked blankly, "Debuff items?" Chelsea didn't turn back but continued, "That's right. This bus has an absurd amount of health, and it's doubled in this mode. Using negative effects will make the fight easier. Keep surrounding it and applying effects constantly. If we distract it, we can control its health. The mages must always stand by me to be ready to interrupt its skills. Split into multiple groups to rotate and compensate for cooldowns and casting times." BunRv, hearing such a detailed plan, could not help but be amazed. "Why are you so familiar with these things? It's truly terrifying." Luke also chimed in with praise. "See, I told you Chelsea would help us pass this mission easily. Just put your full trust in him." Chelsea stood up, clapped his hands together, and declared, "Everything is set. Let's finish it in one go. Let's go destroy the boss." The scene changed. Outside the portal, a group of people were whispering, "Is that the representative of the goat group taking recruits on a mission?" The other replied, it really is hard mode. The system added a note. Hard mode gates always emit a bright red light of warning. This is a place to show off strength, but if you are careless, the price paid is not only your life but also your honor. Anubis stood outside and mocked continuously. The great goat group, the leader this time is a human. Look at the hard mode. Those guys must have been led by the nose by that human. They can't even finish normal mode, yet they want to challenge a higher difficulty. Ridiculous. It won't be long before they have to use their recall scrolls to run away, he thought to himself. The great goat group. All those strange humans under the Beastman Guild's command. A team that dares to step into Beastman territory. How crazy. They have been stealing my spotlight for so long, but just wait. As soon as they run away in a panic, I will mock them for the whole world to see. The scenery changed. Inside the mission area, Chelsea's team began to gradually approach the boss. Approaching closer, Victor asked anxiously if they should provide support. Chelsea, while working and carefully observing the boss's movements, decisively replied, no need, I have already grasped the pattern of its attacks. Everyone just wait calmly for my command. Suddenly, the monster inflated just like an airbag. Feeling its territory violated, it turned and roared fiercely toward Harvey's group. Seeing that the boss had inflated to a certain threshold, Chelsea immediately gave the order. Second row mages, deploy and attack. The mage team quickly rushed forward, simultaneously aiming accurately at the target and unleashing the magical attacks. The monster seemed completely unaffected. Full of panic, he exclaimed, it's happening again. Could the captain have anticipated this situation? At this moment, Chelsea slowly approached the monster and calmly declared, let's start the hard mode. After 15 minutes of fierce combat, the boss's health bar was finally depleted, and the system simultaneously announced, the Swamp Guardian boss has been completely eliminated. The whole team was overjoyed at the victory. Everyone cheered, we did it. I can't believe it. We passed the level. It's a miracle. Our group finished first. Pavi, who was holding a shield, also widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, succeeding on the first attempt. Just who is Chelsea? I must introduce him to the guild master. If he joins the guild, our ranking will skyrocket immediately. Standing nearby and hearing this, he chimed in, we must take him to see the guild master right away. Not only is his strength terrifying, but he can also predict the target's movements. With him, no challenge will ever be difficult for us again. Just then, the system sent a notification to Chu Yuxi. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level is 10. Combat power has reached 45,000. Chu Yuxi was extremely excited. He said to himself, taking all the experience points from the boss is a huge bargain. I've finally reached level 10. Thinking to himself, only 2 more steps to reach my goal. I can do this. As Chu Yuxi looked up, he saw the system display a message. The owner of the infinites has reached level 10. Reward received, black camouflage armor. Seeing the gift, Chu Yuxi's eyes lit up. He excitedly checked the system and said, there are rewards for leveling up, too. Let's see what this is. He immediately tried on the armor, his entire presence exuding a sense of great power. System annotation. The black camouflage armor is an extremely flexible and durable set of armor, exclusive to the owner of the infinites. It cannot be traded or sold. Its features will change according to the wearer's thoughts, and even the cape part can be combined with other battle armors. When those sets are hidden, players will still see this armor. Reached level 10. Changed class to warrior, equipped with black camouflage armor, accompanied by a Fox cape, blood-soaked mist weapon, Sky Thunder glow skill, and sacrifice clone skill. Combat power reached 150,000. Chelsea put on the armor and looked down at his hands, murmuring to himself, when the Fox cape is hidden, this armor will be revealed. It seems my body changes to adapt to actual needs. I must test it out next time. Thicka saw that he had changed his appearance and approached, exclaiming in surprise, who is this handsome guy? Chelsea narrowed his eyes and smiled, replying, I just changed into new equipment. Seeing Chelsea's new look, he also had to exclaim, if I had known you looked like this from the beginning, I wouldn't have underestimated you. Parvy, standing nearby, then spoke up, Chelsea, I need your help with something. Hearing him say that, Chelsea glanced at Harvey and replied, help? What exactly is it? Just as Chelsea's group was about to step out of the gate, Anubis leaned on his cane and approached, shouting loudly, look, they are coming out. Hurry up and look at those arrogant great rams. But to everyone's surprise, the system displayed a notification. The great rams have successfully conquered the Dark Swamp mission on hard mode on the very first attempt. The great rams have set a new record with a time of 150 minutes and 36 seconds. Dark Swamp mission, hard mode, first completion belongs to the great rams. Anubis saw the notification and his jaw dropped in shock. The highest record belongs to the great rams with 150 minutes and 36 seconds. Finally, Chelsea's group worked out, the entire team filled with immense spirit. The surrounding crowd began whispering and discussing the feat of clearing the hard mode. Was it thanks to the young man in black armor? Indeed, it was. Big Mountain Goat had just appointed him as the leader, and they had immediately achieved a great victory. He is still so young, and no one knows which guild he comes from. Parvy felt his chest swell with pride upon hearing the compliments. It was truly astonishing. His appearance made them look like failures. At this moment, he nudged Harvey and said, I don't know how long it's been since we were surrounded by this much attention. Thicka headed toward Chuyoshi and enthusiastically said, this achievement is all thanks to Chuyoshi. I promised to bring him to the guild to meet the guild master. Chuyoshi tilted his head slightly and replied to Victor in a low voice, since setting foot in this world, this is only the second time I've been in a situation like this. It feels a bit strange. Victor looked at Anubis, who was standing dazed in the middle of the crowd like a statue, and mocked him, still standing here? Sorry, but we've already broken all the records. Anubis felt deeply insulted and shouted, you guys just relied on a strong person to gain that glory. Chuyoshi worked up to him, looked him straight in the eye with a scornful gaze, and said, strong person, you say? Then what were you saying about me just before? Under the pressure radiating from Chuyoshi, Anubis could only cower and clasp his hands in plea. I apologize for the oversight. I hope you can forgive me. Would you like to join our guild? Let's work together. Just name your terms. By the way, how should we address you? He observed Chuyoshi, constantly calculating in his mind. This guy is definitely no ordinary person. If his strength is genuine, he would be a strategic asset when the guild undertakes important missions. The surrounding adventurers heard Anubis and clamored, give me your contact information. Our guild really wants to negotiate with you. Join our team. Our benefits are extremely generous. Have you decided which side to join yet? How about you? Anubis saw these people fighting over the prize and stepped in to block them. Line up. I asked first. You guys waiting behind, party up. Chuyuxi looked at the crowd chaotically fighting for his attention without responding at all. In his heart, he was only pondering, talent is always sought after, whether in the old world or here. Large guilds crave the strong. As long as your strength is impressive enough, you will be warmly invited wherever you go. Parvy noticed the incessant noise and declared loudly, he has already agreed to join our team, so move aside and let him through. In the Beastman city of Norden, high-rise buildings stand close together, overlapping to create an extremely suffocating space. The group of beastmen suddenly stopped everything they were doing, staring blankly when they saw him appear. Chuyuxi and his dignified teammates worked along the bustling street. Excited whispers broke out. Isn't that the big mountain goat from that guild? Isn't the Captain Harvey? Why is there a human here? Who is that? Never seen his face before. Not sure, but he must be an expert. Although their levels aren't public, he must be at least level 19. Unbelievable, even Harvey's only level 18, so he must be level 20 or higher. He stopped by the side of the road and turned to say, everyone, please wait for me a moment. He suddenly remembered the image of Sakura. He had promised to reunite with her at the Adventurers Guild. He wondered if she had arrived yet, but he would go there later. He hoped to accompany her. The real wanted to see her. Miku was acting coy at this moment. I'm on a diet, so I won't eat. Lung Idu kept pestering her. How about having a drink instead? You've been to the trouble of coming here, so at least do us the favor of having a few glasses. Skullmal chimed in. That's right, we've invited you several times already. Why do you keep refusing so flatly? Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out from behind, and a tall figure appeared. Move out of the way. Skullmal turned around in a fit of rage and shouted. Hey, you brat. We're talking here. Do you want a beating? Lung Idu was suddenly stunned. Looking closely, this guy looked unfamiliar, but he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Miku narrowed her eyes to observe and suddenly remembered. It's that kid. He looks completely different from before. Lung Idu questioned. You're the one who stole our mission, aren't you? The thief who took the materials from elsewhere. Skullmal laughed mockingly. Maybe this guy had to spend his entire fortune just to buy it. He sat down calmly and said, the cure isn't with her. We agreed to meet here. Miku crossed her arms and replied, I haven't seen her today. Other than these two noisy guys, no one else has stayed here long. Skullmal quickly replied, did you hear that? Excluding two noisy people, no one else is here. Lung Idu chimed in. That's true. The two suddenly realized something was wrong and exclaimed in unison. Were we the two noisy people you were talking about? Miku sighed and replied matter-of-factly, who else could it be? Lun Arjo slammed the table in anger. This girl dares to insult us. He immediately activated his superhuman instincts to hold the men's hand tightly. Don't you see she's uncomfortable? Lun Arjo rubbed his wrist and thought to himself, this terrifying strength, who on earth is this guy? But his mouth still spewed insults. You bastard. Kunmo patted his back and advised, there are guards here. Don't cause trouble inside. Wait until we're outside to settle the score. He turned and challenged, hey human, come outside. Let's duel. He muttered curses. Don't think you can show off just because you have a little money. I'll knock you out with just one punch. He just leisurely followed behind. Takira was probably busy, so he didn't want to bother her. Miko frantically tried to stop him. Wait. If you step outside, you'll be beaten to a pulp. Just stay in here. The guards will protect you and keep you safe. Tilting his head slightly, he casually replied as if nothing had happened. I'll be fine. The other guy continued to provoke. If you don't want to get beaten to a pulp right here, get out here and face me. Konmo spoke up. Someone daring to make trouble on Beastman territory. How brave. Seeing the unusual commotion, Barbie asked, Captain Chelsea, what is going on? Upon hearing the word captain, the two froze for 5 seconds. Captain. Miko hid behind the door, curiously observing him, wondering who this guy could be. Chelsea calmly replied, it's nothing big. These guys are just looking for a bit of trouble. The commander rushed forward defiantly. What did you say? Do you want to fight our captain? The two from early tucked their tails and fled the scene, muttering that it was all just a misunderstanding. Dika came over to ask what happened, and he replied, it's not important. Since our teammates aren't here, let's just go straight to the guild. Chelsea said humbly. Besides, the mission is already complete. You don't need to call me captain anymore. Parvy replied, whatever you prefer. In the guild meeting room, O spoke up, congratulations to all of you on completing your first mission and even breaking a new record. He continued, but you want a human warrior to participate in other missions. The guild master, a level 24 elemental mage, Parvy explained, Chelsea is an outstanding talent. Thanks to him, we were able to complete this mission. That is why we want to recruit him into the guild and have him take on difficult missions. He is fully deserving of the high rewards. Riddle sneered in dissatisfaction. Is this a mistake? Your entire team is human, while the guild master is a beastman. The beastman guild taking orders from humans is ridiculous. Riddle, a level 23 swordsman and one of the guild's founders, spoke up. Furthermore, you've only just met this guy. What if he's a planted spy? Entering from the door, Chelsea frowned upon hearing this. A spy from another guild? He spoke up. Riddle has a point. Captain Harvey, Guild Master Quay, and the other three are the ones who built this guild. The choice is decisive. Victor said angrily. He keeps treating us like outsiders just because the guild master is a beastman and the captain is a human. Perhaps the guild master is turning a blind eye because Riddle belongs to the same race as him. He added, if Captain Harvey hadn't treated us well, we would have been cast aside long ago. At that moment, someone rushed over to cover his mouth, saying, Hey, Victor, Sup it, Parvy explained. Other guilds are striving to secure high reward missions. With Chowsi's support, our efficiency will skyrocket. We can guarantee for him his observation and analysis skills are extremely sharp. Riddle mucked. You guys probably need a new master instead, and we don't harbor people like that. Aren't you the ones dragging the guild down? Of course you trust him just because you're both human. It's no surprise. Only humans understand each other, right, Parvy? Parvy angrily slammed his hand on the table. What are you saying? Are you doubting my loyalty to the guild? My team has done its best to achieve brilliant results. Our efficiency may not match yours, but we always fight our hardest for the guild. Riddle turned to the guild master. Our Beastman guild has always been gossiped about because Harvey's team is entirely human. If other guilds find out that we appoint a human as captain, we'll be mucked, and our guild will be ruined. Guild master, you see it too. Please think of our collective future. Parvy stood up abruptly to regain his composure. Guild master, what do you think of this? O hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. Perhaps we should listen to Riddle. Parvy's intentions are indeed commendable, but we must handle our internal matters ourselves. He cleared his throat. We will see this human friend off with all our customary hospitality. Parvy was still unwilling to accept this, wanting to argue further to hold on to a sliver of hope. Guild master, he suddenly looked down, seemingly having reluctantly accepted this outcome. I understand. Only then did Chowsi speak up. I only came here for Captain Harvey. Since things have turned out this way, I will take my leave. Before walking away, he gently patted his chest as if to comfort him. Don't worry too much. You still have trustworthy comrades by your side. Those trustworthy comrades were standing lined up neatly right in front of him. Parvy fell silent for a moment as he looked at the line of people in front of him, and his heart gradually felt lighter. He turned to leave. I'm off. It was a pleasure to stand shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Chowsi said a lingering farewell. I hope we are destined to meet again, and until then, I will try to improve my strength. Riddle still maintained his slouched posture in the chair with his legs crossed. See you out, human. Parvy questioned. Riddle, don't you understand? He is a potential factor that could change the future of the guild. We would have been much stronger with his help, but now that opportunity is truly lost. He smirked mockingly. How ridiculous. What can a human warrior actually achieve? Completing this mission was just pure luck. He led the group forward. That's enough. Let's go. Let's not regret this later. Leaving the guild, he thought to himself. Where should I go to level up? Or should I find Sakura first? I need to apologize for ruining the shirt she worked so hard to make for me. While lost in his thoughts, Anubis suddenly appeared. I finally found you. He frowned in annoyance. You've been following and bothering me for days now. What on earth is going on? He lowered his voice. Please give me a hand. Our guild is facing a tough mission. The guild master sent me to find an expert, and you are the most suitable candidate. The dog beastman flattered Chowsi. Our guild is always open to welcome you. I still haven't forgotten the moment I witnessed your incredible strength. Rewards or conditions, you can choose as you wish. Please, we have no one else to rely on but you. He looked thoughtful. I get to decide both the reward and the conditions. What is the specific mission? He calculated silently. If that's the case, it sounds quite interesting. If I can take this mission all to myself and earn a tidy sum, that would be a huge bargain. He replied excitedly. Great. This is extremely urgent. It is a mission to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a wealthy merchant. Please follow me. The guild master is waiting for you. On the street, many eyes of the beastmen kept watching the two of them. Chowsi spoke up. Rescuing a kidnapped victim? Does the guild also accept this kind of commission? Anubis explained. That's right. After all, a guild doesn't just need fame, it also needs revenue. Any organization must accept commissions to survive, sometimes even competing with other adventure guilds for high-paying missions. Our pest guild is also quite famous in Nordstein City, and it took a lot of effort to secure this mission last time. He wondered, do we even have to compete for missions? 500 gold coins, demon man-eating monster bus. He pondered, recalling the demon farm mission that he and his companion did before. The reward was only about 3 gold coins, and that was already not low at all. He explained, this commission is not just 500 gold coins. The reward also depends on the background of the client. The person kidnapped this time is a beloved daughter of a famous merchant in Nordstein City. The fee is 100 times higher than regular cases, up to 500 gold coins, which is enough to cover the expenses of the entire guild for a whole year. The situation is very exceptional. If you, expert, are willing to help us complete it, we are ready to share half of that with you. Chowsi was shocked to the extreme. How much? Up to 500 gold coins. And even split in half. He laughed to himself. 250 gold coins. Won't he jump for joy at this? Arriving at the pest guild headquarters, Anubis led the way. This way, expert, please come in. Our guild master is already very impatient. Whispers erupted. Is this human the expert that the captain always talks about? The wealthy merchant of Nordstein City slammed the table in annoyance. 3 days have passed already. Do you people have any capability to complete my commission? Tomorrow is the deadline set by the kidnappers. Let me make this clear. If this mission fails, I demand that your pest guild compensate me 10 times the reward value. Otherwise, I will make you disappear from the city of Nordstein, just to see if I have the kind of power. Money is not an issue for me. Pest guild master, pest level 28, greatsword warrior. No, our guild is urgently drafting a plan and preparing to go all out to rescue the young lady for you. It will definitely be on time. Tomorrow will surely be fine. The vice guild master of the pest guild, 5U level 26, crossbow archer, amended to himself, 10 times the reward. That's 5,000 gold coins. Oh my god, we are doomed. The wealthy merchant flew into a rage. Plan? From day one you said you were making a plan, and you're still making a plan now. I heard your guild has tried several times already and failed every single one. Do you take me for a fool? Anubis worked through the door in surprise upon seeing the client there. He asked, is this bull-headed man the client? Chowsi said, alright, one look and you can tell he's rich. Hasn't the guild tried to rescue her yet? Anubis explained, expert, you don't know this, but after accepting the mission, our guild sent a squad right away. However, that area is in the mountains with extremely rugged terrain, and carriages cannot be used to enter. Initially, we send a group of 15 level 20 members, and even Vice Guild Master 5 Wu and alone. Naturally, everyone was extremely confident, but he hesitated, let alone rescuing her. Even approaching the headquarters was difficult. We couldn't even set foot in there. The terrain was too unfamiliar to us, and moreover, it was enemy territory. What welcomed us were countless traps and ambushes. There are about 20 kidnappers, with an average level of 19, and word has it that the leader is a level 25 warrior. If we fought head on, we'd still be confident in our strength, but in the end, we still haven't been able to reach the headquarters. Some were killed, others were injured. After that, we tried 3 more times. Almost all members have tried, but everyone failed and returned. He sighed in frustration. Getting lost in enemy territory was already a sign of weakness, and those people kept leading their entire army out at the slightest provocation, which was no different from turning themselves into target practice. Not to mention, their initial failure had already made the enemy cautious. Yet you all still insisted on throwing yourselves into the jaws of death. Isn't that just working straight into a trap that has already been set? He continued, the master is absolutely right. We realized the futility of those recent attacks, too. They were just childish games that wasted precious time. That's why the guild leader was so frantic in urging me to find a master. The situation has become extremely dire. He didn't bother to speak, suddenly reaching out and gripping his arm tightly. Anubis subbed, his face a mess of tears and snot, and pleaded, truth be told, this is our very last chance for rescue. If we fail this time, the merchant's daughter will lose her life, our guild's reputation will be ruined, and we'll be bankrupt from the massive compensation required. Please, Master, save our guild. Seeing him crying so bitterly, Chuyuxi felt a bit awkward. Calm down, he said. He thought to himself, the target is in the mountains with a series of traps. The average level is 19. The optimal strategy involves a level 25 warrior, which isn't too difficult. This is a perfect time for the Heavenly Eye and the Kappa skill to shine. Level 10, warrior class. Equipment includes the morphing black armor and Fox Spirit gear. Weapon is the blood mist cleaver. Skills include earth slippage, continuous pursuit, puppet, and the blood sacrifice technique. Total combat power, 150,000. This blood sacrifice technique takes too much of a toll on the body. It's time to replace it with something else. Wyndon kept shouting loudly, I'll repeat this one last time. If the commission fails, you pay 10 times the reward, or the guild dissolves immediately. 5,000 gold coins. Is that clear? Observing the man's attitude, he whispered to himself, how interesting. From start to finish, he hasn't mentioned the daughter once, only focusing on money. The man snapped, answer me immediately. Do you dare to accept the commission? If you can't do it, prepare the 5,000 gold coins for me. Stop beating around the bush. While we were anxiously planning to rescue the young lady, he only knew how to demand money. Amidst the heated argument, a confident voice rang out, it can be saved. Chuyuxi stepped forward to confirm, I can save your daughter. I will bring her back safely tomorrow. I guarantee it. The man turned sharply, pointed at him, and asked, Guild Leader Pesach, is this your man? This human kid talks a big game. Anubis stepped in to smooth things over. Guild Leader, this is the master I mentioned. It seems he has agreed to help us with this mission. Pesach proudly replied, exactly, these are mine. The man mocked, I didn't expect your beastman guild to take in humans. Tyr. Wyndon snorted coldly, forget the treble matters. If you say you can save her, let's see if you can actually do something tomorrow. Remember, if you don't finish the job, you owe me 5,000 gold coins. Chuyuxi walked forward and said, Lord Wyndon, let's make a big bet then. If I save your daughter, the reward must be doubled to 1,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the man flew into a rage. Are you crazy? Why would I agree to that? He calmly replied, don't refuse just yet. If we fail, we will take full responsibility. He calmly declared, we will compensate you 50,000 gold coins, 10 times the amount you wanted. How about that? Everyone who heard his words was so stunned they felt like coughing up blood. Wyndon was equally dumbfounded. 50,000. You said that yourself. Fine, I accept. If you save her, I pay double. If you fail, you pay me 50,000 gold coins. The man hurriedly drafted a commitment letter and handed it to Pesach. Sign it for me quickly. Pesach gritted his teeth and grabbed the pen. Whether it's 5,000 or 50,000, we have no way out now anyway. The man left leisurely with his entourage, not forgetting to toss back one last remark. Good, I'll be waiting to see the result tomorrow. You rushed over anxiously and asked, Big brother, why did you agree to sign that? He turned to glare at him. Human kid, you've just pushed the whole build into the abyss. I went there to try it myself and still failed. Where do you get this confidence? Chuyuxi remained calm. I'm certain of victory. You said angrily, you know nothing and you're claiming certain victory. That's 50,000 gold coins. Outside the door, a subordinate's voice announced, the guild leader of the Salmon Association is here. Pesach hurriedly ordered, invite him in at once. Chuyuxi wondered, the Salmon Association guild leader? You sighed in relief, as if her weight had been lifted. He's finally here. Salmon stepped in from outside. Greetings, guild leader Pesach, vice guild leader Feiyu. Long time no see. Beck, the person in charge of the Salmon Association in Noston City. Guild leader of the Noston City Salmon Association. Blue border salmon rank. Pesach greeted them with a smile. Chairman Dark, you cannot imagine how hard we have been working lately. Well, never mind that. Please sit down. Who spoke up? The reason I invited you here is to ask you to heal the wounds on my body. The priest couldn't do anything about it. I'm sorry to trouble you. The old man said, since I have come, I will certainly heal you. Capable vice chairman. I heard that you were severely injured because you personally led the team on a mission. Is that right? He gave a bit of smile. You flatter me. Please don't mock me. Chairman Dark. The old man asked, is it the mission from the wealthy merchant Thun regarding the kidnapping of his daughter? That case is a high level of difficulty and falls under the domain of recovery and healing. It is indeed so. The difficulty is immense, and our guild has been pushed to the edge. I feel the wound subsiding quickly. Thank you, Chairman Dark. Chelsea then spoke up. Although the difficulty is not small, I'm quite confident about completing the mission. Chairman Dark, we meet again. Salmon was astonished to see him. Chelsea, why are you here? Pooh asked in surprise. Do you two know each other? After a brief explanation, Salmon said, I see. Chelsea, you were invited to help resolve this tricky mission. The old man praised him. I believe you will certainly handle everything smoothly. He replied, then thank you for your kind wishes. Best probed, you two seem quite close, don't you? Chairman Dark Salmon is the head of the Naston Salmon Association. How would an ordinary person have the chance to be close to him? Even inviting him this time took a lot of connections. I wonder what Chelsea's background is. Anubis replied, I have no idea, but this only proves he is no small fry, right? Pooh chimed in that case, Chelsea, I will stand by your side. At the very least, I have some practical combat experience and might be of some help. Besides, as vice chairman, I also have responsibility for this case. Chelsea calmly set his teacup down and replied, no problem at all. He stood up to leave. Your wounds are almost fully healed now. Let's set off. Let's go. Salmon's voice called after them. I wish you both a smooth journey. Pooh was surprised. That's so sudden. Are we leaving right now? Bess cautiously approached and asked, Chairman Dark, do you and Chelsea know each other? To tell you the truth, we don't know him at all. We only heard that he's very strong, so we invited him to assist. Honestly, we are still worried he might not have the capability to handle this case. Salmon watched his retreating figure and said gently, that's right, we know each other. Not long ago, he passed the white border salmon exam at my place. He is the youngest white border salmon in Naston Sea and the most outstanding genius on the salmon path that I have ever known. At the same time, he is an extremely fierce human warrior, the only person I have ever seen who could cross the Heartstone realm alone. Best was terrified. He is also a white border salmon. Anubis was so shocked he stuttered, cross the Heartstone realm alone. Old Wood Joe asked again, so, in your opinion, does he have what it takes? On the way, Pooh kept grumbling, hey, do you have a plan yet? The sun is about to set. Tell me your intentions. Don't blame me for being suspicious. The guild has bet everything on this case, not to mention you took the liberty of raising the compensation to 50,000 gold coins. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Where do you get the confidence to demand that much money? Chelsea tried to reassure him, it's okay, I understand your feelings. Indeed, I need to prepare a little. Are you familiar with Naston City? If you are, take me to a place. He was surprised. Take you to a place. Do you want to restock your gear? I already have enough medicine and basic props for both of us. It's more than enough. Don't waste money on shopping. I'm telling you now, my guild won't cover these expenses. His gaze became firm and resolute. No, take me to the arena. Pooh was stunned and shouted, the arena. At this hour? Are you mistaken? We're in such a dire situation and you have the mood to watch a match. He thought to himself, using the warrior class for this mission won't work. He was still grumpy and speechless. The two arrived at their destination, and two warned, we're here. I'll say it again, tomorrow is the deadline. If we fail, I'll risk my life with you. He stepped forward to give money to the manager and asked, two people, are there any good matches today? Chelsea's voice rang out from behind, we aren't here to watch. I'm here to compete. Register me. Pooh was dumbfounded. Huh? You intend to enter the ring? Wait, did I hear that wrong? What the hell is this? I really can't keep up with your way of thinking. The manager bowed. If you want to compete, please come inside, fill out this information, and pay the registration fee, and you're all set. An idea flashed. That's it. I need to use the divine selection system to adjust my attributes to the assassin class. For this mission, an assassin is optimal. I will use the matches to cover the necessary skills. Inside the vast arena, thousands of spectators were packed into every seat in the stands. Naruto the Mukline, a level 21 shadow assassin, stood in the middle of the arena and drew a sharp, gleaming sword. Zephyr cursed, how annoying, always showing off. He muttered, to be this agile even after losing an arm. Facing him is really troublesome. The level 21 beast roared. Naruto turned around, his face full of arrogance, and provoked him. Hurry up and attack me. Sephiroth let out a fierce roar and lunged forward. The weight of his body made the ground beneath his feet seem to tremble violently. He shouted, come on and attack. This thunderous roar was truly mighty. I hate the slow, sluggish fighting style of you warriors the most. Shouts during combat help boost morale for both yourself and your teammates. Your powerful strikes make your opponent panic and quickly lose their fighting spirit. From beneath that jet black fur, a gaze full of murderous intent suddenly became clear. Naruto nimbly dodged the attack with artistic flair and quickly lunged forward to close the distance. Sephiroth was stunned to see his move miss the target, completely unable to touch his opponent. The Shadow Step skill. Streaks of light flashed repeatedly in the air. That was the Shadow Step, an exclusive assassination technique of the Assassin's Guild, rumored to have been created by the legendary assassin Dha owned for close quarters combat. The user merges into the shadows to close in on the enemy and deliver a fatal blow from behind. Each weapon provides different effects, but a dagger is always what maximizes the assassination capability. Naruto retracted his blade and said sarcastically, is that all it takes to try and hit a shadow? The signal horn sounded, ending the match. Victory once again belonged to Naruto. Healers, hurry over and take care of those who are injured. The entire auditorium was drowned in astonishment. Fireworks filled the sky over the hall, accompanied by endless cheering. The audience whispered and discussed the Shadow Step skill that had just appeared. They rumored that Naruto came from the east, which was why his strength was so powerful and terrifying. Chaoshi silently watched the entire sequence of events and marveled, the skills of this assassin are truly terrifying. Pooh asked with concern, you wanted to spar with a thief or an assassin? Surely the organizers didn't pay you with this guy. This is the Shadow Assassin Naruto, the most famous in the east with a record of 21 wins, 6 losses, and he has held the lightweight championship for the past 3 months. Many local guilds are eager to recruit him. The asked back, is the Shadow Assassin from the east really that special? Pooh looked helpless. Do you not even understand that basic information? I'm starting to suspect that you're an imposter who snuck into this continent. He continued to explain, there are only a few mysterious, powerful builds on this entire continent, and the Assassin's Guild is one of them. Naruto came from there, but it is said that he was expelled and had one of his arms severed. Although the reasons are unclear, he remains an extremely dangerous individual. Chaoshi exclaimed, the Assassin's Guild sounds like a mysterious underground organization. How interesting, he replied, that's right. Information about them is extremely vague. Unless you are an insider, no one knows anything other than the fact that they exist. The hall loudspeaker announced that the next challenger was about to take the stage. Let's wait and see. A human with no real combat experience like Chaoshi wanting to fight an assassin, and it just happens to be this guy Naruto. It looks like this rookie is about to be knocked out in the blink of an eye. The whole auditorium erupted in cheers. Someone who has never fought a battle dares to challenge him. Go home and practice for a few more years. This must be some clown trying to get attention. Even the strong beast folk warriors couldn't beat him. It's truly a time when any trash can get on stage just by paying. Quickly let him out there so we can have a good laugh. Naruto asked in surprise. You've really never participated in a match before? You're joking, right? Chaoshi appeared calm. I'm going in. Who side with sympathy? You're truly unlucky to have to face Naruto right away. Why not just withdraw? Even with healers, why suffer pain for nothing like the beast folk? He replied confidently. So what if I haven't fought? Victory or defeat is still an unknown. He was speechless. Good looks really don't make up for a lack of common sense. This kid is way too overconfident. The two stood opposite each other at the center of the ring. Naruto smirked and asked, have you really never tried any combat skills? He gritted his teeth. I feel sorry for you. I sincerely advise you to surrender early to avoid being beaten to a pulp. If you persist, don't blame me for not holding back. His eyes shone brightly as he clasped his hands with determination. Thank you for the advice. Please make the first move. The bell for the start of the match rang. The arena rookie Chaoshi faced off against Naruto. The match officially began. He rushes into attack. I don't have the heart to bully a newcomer, so it's best to end this match quickly and efficiently. Cheers roar from the stands. Go Naruto. Let him taste the cruelty of this arena. Finish him off now so we can watch the next match. Don't waste any more time on this rookie. Streaks of light glide around him. The speed is incredible. Regardless, I should remain cautious as always, just in case. The system constantly alerts in my ear, activating ultimate body. All physical strength enhanced. Defense upgraded. Initiating heavenly eye to scan and analyze opponent information. Naruto was aggressively rushing forward, intending to teach him a lesson, but suddenly he came to a dead halt. The overwhelming aura radiating from him forced the man to retreat warily. Uncle Yossi looked bewilderedly at the man's strange behavior and asked, what is going on? The audience began to whisper, what was that? Why did he stop all of a sudden? Or is he actually planning to toy with this newcomer? Naruto looked on suspiciously. What's wrong with this kid? He was clearly just an amateur a moment ago, yet in the blink of an eye, this towering figure appeared, causing the man to feel a sense of panic. Why has he suddenly developed such a powerful aura? And that look that sends chills down one's spine. Uncle Yossi spoke up. What are you playing at? Not attacking. If you won't take the initiative, then I'll make my move. He thought to himself. I can't see through this guy at all. My intuition is correct. With my years of experience as an assassin, this human brat is absolutely not simple. The system's voice rang out again. Post-combat habits detected. Initiating opponent duplication. From now on, you can directly copy any of the opponent's skills through combat. Please engage in more active fighting. He smiled inwardly. So I've managed to upgrade the opponent copying feature. Now I can acquire skills through actual combat. How wonderful. Before, it had to be activated manually, and while that method touched the heart, it really left much to be desired. Shuyuki rushed forward to attack. I've been eagerly waiting for this. Let's see what martial techniques you possess. Shadow Assassin Naruto. The man became wary. Why is he so excited? I must be extremely careful. New skill activated. Dead Baton Footwork. This is a technique often used by rogues and assassins to enhance agility in an instant, helping to dodge effectively and increase survival rates. He marveled. This Dead Baton Footwork technique isn't bad at all. Shuyuki charged forward, delivering a series of strikes onto the ground where Naruto was standing. Naruto moved quickly and shouted, Shadow critical hit. It seems you're all show. You really are a rookie. Let's end this drama right here. Shuyuki spun and glided past, observing the move before excitedly shouting, this is the one. He charged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks as sparks of light flashed continuously. The blade in Naruto's hand grazed his neck, but it failed to leave even a single scratch. He reached out and lightly touched his neck. The system voice rang out, ultimate body. You have concentrated all physical power into the neck area. Defense and hardness that have increased significantly. Naruto exclaimed in shock, impossible. What kind of monstrous creature are you? The entire stadium, which had been cheering enthusiastically, suddenly fell silent at this unexpected turn of events. He widened his eyes in horror. Could it be that he really is a hidden master? A list of skills appeared for him to choose from. There are indeed many good moves, but my target is already clear. The system voiced, absolute copy. Scan successful. Please select the skill you wish to copy. Chaosi's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the system's voice echoed in his mind, announcing that he had successfully copied the skill. Darkness critical strike would now be enhanced into Thunderous Darkness multi-strike based on his current attributes and equipment. Naruto asked in a panic, what on earth did you do to me? Why couldn't my blade strike you when I got close? Did some sort of petrification technique? He stepped forward calmly and said, the story is too long, and I don't feel like explaining it. No, it's my turn to counterattack. Chaosi used the very same move his opponent had just used to lunge forward, saying, try getting a taste of this. Naruto was so shocked he was speechless, staring at him in terror, wondering, this move, why is it exactly the same as my own attack? Thunderous Darkness multi-strike amidst the dim light. A figure as fast as lightning had already closed in on the opponent. Yet, everything was still under control. Shuyuki strode away proudly after defeating Naruto, remarking, not bad, that move is quite decent. Now it's time to go and rescue that poor girl. The stands erupted into enthusiastic cheers following the announcement that Chu Yuxi was the winner. In the resting area outside, Thiu's eyes shone brightly as he asked with irrepressible curiosity, "Oh my god, is this piece of equipment of yours high grade?" He stretched his body, feeling great. After using the divine selection system to optimize his attributes and switching to the assassin class, he felt extremely agile. The system issued a notification. "You have set your personal attributes for the assassin class. We wish the host a very enjoyable experience." Thiu asked with concern, "The sun has already set. Why do you want to carry out the rescue at night? Won't it be difficult to see because it's too dark?" He replied confidently, "It doesn't matter to me. I can still see everything very clearly. Let's go. Lead the way." Character information. Level 10. Current class is assassin. Equipment includes the camouflage armor and the human fox costume. Weapon is the blood mist chainsaw. Skills include Earth Sky Chain, Violent Chain, Puppet, and Thunder's Darkness Multi-Strike. Combat power is 150,000. The two finally arrived at the area occupied by the kidnappers, with bright moonlight shining through the leaves onto the ground. Thiu pointed and said, "It's the camp right there. Mr. Tun's daughter is being held captive inside." Both crouched behind a tree to observe. The vice president of the Pesach Guild, Fei Yu. Level 26, Assassin Archer. Stats. Level 10, Assassin Class. Equipment camouflage armor and human fox gear. Weapon blood mist chainsaw. Skills Earth Sky Chain, Violent Chain, Puppet, Thunder's Darkness Multi-Strike. Combat power 150,000. He said anxiously, "I don't know what the girl has had to endure over the past few days." Chelsea observed the layout of the camp and immediately understood why everyone before had failed. Thiu confirmed that the guild had tried to rescue her many times but to no avail, as the terrain was difficult to defend and harder to attack, and the enemies were familiar with the landscape and had laid traps everywhere. Even the entrance was a terrible challenge, and he didn't believe anyone could infiltrate it. "Even though I know your strength in the arena is impressive, you accepting this commission means you are now tied to our guild. So, with just the two of us, how do you intend to infiltrate it?" Before he could finish his sentence, he turned around to find that the boy was nowhere to be seen. Thiu looked around in a panic, wondering where he had gone. The guards at the gate were busy talking condescendingly. They included a level 21 beastman warrior and a level 22 duck-headed priest specializing in healing support. The level 21 warrior declared, "That best guild bunch are just small fry. I beat them every time they show up. By tomorrow, this will be over. Even people in our line of work can hardly avoid the traps, let alone outsiders. If they come, they die. Infiltrating is impossible. I'm not afraid of anyone. With the traps here, even the Heavenly King himself would have to admit defeat." Chelsea stood on a high tree top, surveying the entire camp as his heavenly eye began to scan and analyze the enemy's formation. The scan results from the heavenly eye showed that there were 9 wide area triggered traps and 6 active traps at the entrance. The hidden trigger points were clearly marked for him. Chelsea marveled, feeling that the heavenly eye was becoming increasingly advanced, like a professional butler. Every danger point appeared in detail, and the traps at the entrance, along with the 3 guards, would become the optimal targets for his attack. He thought to himself and quickly leapt from the tree branch to the ground. It was time to act. Chelsea's eyes gleamed, and his entire body instantly blended into the surrounding darkness. The system sounded a notification. "The camouflage armor has registered your stealthy movement. The cloak will automatically transform into a mask to help you move more flexibly. Please remove it when not needed." You landed smoothly, but the strong gust of wind still rustled the dry leaves at your feet. Chelsea exclaimed, "Truly wonderful. My divine selection system serves me so diligently." You leaped into the air, flying over the treetops, skillfully dodging the various traps set. Your form glided lightly through every encirclement. You had safely bypassed the hidden underground traps beneath the trees. Chelsea pressed close to the tree trunk, quietly formulating a plan. "Next, I'll take care of them one by one." You covered your mouth and whistled softly, creating a sound to lure them closer out of curiosity. As expected, they fell for it. "What's that noise?" one of them asked. "Go check it out." Could someone have just infiltrated? A soldier jumped out to reassure him. "Don't be so suspicious. This noise is probably from some small animals. Sometimes they wander close. Instead of letting the traps activate randomly, just get rid of them and be done with it. I'll go take a look. You rest. We'll figure out the rest when I get back," the other man instructed. "Don't alert the whole group. You don't seem very experienced at guarding. No one has the time to attack the camp tonight. That would be suicide." The pastor chimed in. "That's right," he spoke up. "It's probably just those pesky animals again. Last time they damaged 3 traps. If I catch them this time, don't blame me." Chelsea calculated carefully. At this distance, using an assassination dagger borrowed from Fivu is the most logical move. The mystical storage provided a single-use assassination dagger. The remaining items are 29. He crept along the base of the tree, circling around it, completely unaware that you were ambushing him on the other side. Chelsea seized the golden opportunity, lunging forward and grabbing him by the head before the man could react. The soldier was quickly dragged behind the tree, struggling futilely in panic. You tightened your grip on his neck, simultaneously activating your body's peak state. Your arm strength was enhanced by 120%, increasing damage. While in stealth mode, attacks gain an additional 30% power. Aiming directly for the heart, it was a fatal blow. With one man down, you quietly observed the situation and quickly chose your next target. Chelsea expertly swung from a vine, moving to another safe ambush point. The system announced, "You have successfully bypassed the hidden trap. The large rock above has been triggered." You landed softly on the ground, stealthily hiding behind a bush to observe your prey. The old pastor squinted, searching. "Where are you?" The guard called out. "Don't take this chance to psych off. Were you planning to sneak off to sleep?" He grumbled, stepping forward. "Let me drag him back. This kid always likes to shirk his duties." The pastor complained while rummaging through his belongings. "Honestly, if the boss finds out about sleeping on duty, they'll be punished." Amidst the faint, quiet night mist, after waiting for a long time and seeing neither of them return, he began to feel anxious. The pastor then shouted loudly, "Hey, where are you? Are you playing hide and seek with me?" It turned out the guard had been defeated by Chelsea long ago. Now only the last one remained. He yelled furiously. They, stop messing around. You two. Show yourselves. Were you trying to provoke me? The pastor urged impatiently. Answer me now. If you remain silent, I'll activate the trap mechanism. He trembled in fear. What is this? What is this terrifying pressure? Could someone have really infiltrated? Chelsea lunged from behind in a flash. I can't let him activate the trap. That would cause me a lot of trouble. The pastor screamed in panic. Demon. The surprise attack caught him completely off guard. The razor-sharp blade tore through the air, slicing across the pastor's neck. A cold, whistling sound vibrated through the night. A single strike took down the target. The system activated its ultimate power mode, enhancing the strength of his left arm by 130%, causing explosive damage in an instant with a 30% damage resonance, hitting a weak point, and launching a surprise attack from behind. It was a life-or-death blow. After clearing away the obstacles, Tsuyoshi calmly brushed off his sleeves. The entrance is clear now. These manually triggered traps are truly troublesome. The system announced once again regarding the Heaven's Eye. A total of 6 manual traps were detected along the 2 main paths, which can be neutralized by destroying the guardrails. Pai watched the horrifying scene unfold, his jaw dropping in amazement. It was too terrifying. Only then did Tsuyoshi remember Fivu. Wait a moment, I'll come to get you. There are still many hidden traps on the path, so be careful not to trigger them. While leading the way, he cautioned, stay away from this spot. There is a tripwire over there. Remember to duck. Pai looked at him in admiration, surprised that he knew the exact location of every trap and even managed to clear out the sentries along the way. The system sent a notification that the Heaven's Eye had marked the trigger points of the traps for the user. As he climbed up behind him, he said, I've conveniently disarmed all these traps while following you. He hurriedly grabbed Tai's hand to stop him. Wait, keep those traps intact because we might need them later. He cried out in pain. Alright, let go. Your grip is incredibly strong. You're a monster. This tall figure took the lead. Follow me. Let's hurry and rescue that girl. Pai trudged along behind him. Alright, master. Both of them approached an abyss, with sharp, sword-like ice pillars rising closely together beneath it. Tsuyoshi worked ahead while Hai was busy firing arrows at the stiff corpse of the sentry. Suddenly, a massive wall blocked the path, causing him to jump back in shock and fall over to dodge it. Level 24 heavy beastman warriors, equipped to the teeth. Pai spoke up. This must be the end of the line. Wang Tun's daughter is likely being held here. They are all experienced soldiers. If we get surrounded, something bad will surely happen. He clasped his hands in gratitude. This journey has been truly dangerous. Without you, I would have lost my life several times already. Master, I owe you my life. He replied, no need for formalities. This is just what must be done. So now, I'll leave this spot to you, while I go lure them out. After hearing his assigned task, his face suddenly fell, and his eyes flashed with profound disappointment. Pai stood up dejectedly. Master, coordinating with you throughout the journey has been truly seamless. In that case, I will take my leave now. Seeing that expression, he was confused. I didn't tell you to go to your death, did I? Do you remember the locations of the traps on the path? Pai realized. That's right, the traps. You didn't let me destroy them so that we could use them against those heavy beastmen, right? You are truly brilliant. I remember you specially marked those positions. He nodded in confirmation. A camp like this always has a strong strategic team to protect it. The system reported that the Heaven's Eye analyzed the scale to be 24 members, including archers, mages, petty warriors, and a leader. Detailed information will be continuously updated and stored during the observation. He thought to himself, alright, all this data has been compiled and analyzed by the Heaven's Eye throughout the journey. Tsuyoshi analyzed. These traps are very dangerous, even to their own troops. We just need to lure them into the marked area without touching the traps ourselves. Even if they don't die, they will be covered in injuries. I will handle the leader. It's almost done. Let's save time. He said in admiration. So that's it, Master Tsuyoshi. You are so dedicated to the guild's trust. On behalf of everyone, I express my deepest gratitude to you. The warriors began to feel suspicious. Why is it unusually quiet tonight? The people below are usually not this obedient. No sooner had he finished speaking than arrows came whizzing out of the darkness. Caught off guard, the warriors were struck by arrows that embedded themselves deep into the thick flesh on their backs. Pai appeared and shouted loudly, you big idiots. Today I am going to level this entire camp. Listen clearly, hurry up and chase me, you amateurs. The warrior, enraged, broke the arrow of the commander of the archers from a few days prior. They charged forward. You amateurs, what nerve do you have to call us 6 brothers amateurs? The warrior roared, today you will all die by our hands. Attack with spears and shields. I will skin you alive and carve you up. With bloodthirsty rage, I will drink your blood dry. The US-led 1EFA was stunned by the overwhelming presence and the sheer number of enemies. He quickly ran to load the enemies. Follow me, you 6 young ladies. If you can't catch me, you're definitely 6 amateurs. Tsuyoshi, hiding behind a tree, couldn't help but one. If you get caught, your life is over. Fivu, taking advantage of the distraction as US-led 1EFA lured the warriors away. Tsuyoshi nimble slipped into the territory. He slightly lifted the curtain and peeked inside, confirming if the little girl was there. The room revealed a surprisingly cozy scene. Lita, Bunny Leopard Zeta, Crazy Warrior level 25. The innocent daughter asked, Uncle, did the princess eat the apple the witch gave her? Bunny Leopard gently replied, well, little one, tell me, should you eat things given by strangers? He was speechless at the sight. This was hardly the situation that should be occurring in such a dire circumstance. The little girl exclaimed excitedly, while Honey Leopard sensed something was wrong. You absolutely must not eat things from strangers. You'll get sick. He covered the little girl with a blanket. Good girl, don't look. The little girl excitedly asked, do you want to play a game with me? Okay. He darted towards the door with lightning speed, and he exclaimed, his reaction speed is incredible, truly worthy of a leopard. Honey Leopard didn't stop his attack, lifting his leg and kicking him back. As kick, he spoke, you don't look like you're from the best guild. Who are you? At least tell me your identity before you die. He asked, what did you mean when you were telling her a story earlier? Weren't you the kidnapper? Uncle Eek stood tall, facing Honey Leopard. Level 10. Current profession, assassin. Equipment, dark transformation set, beastman tribal outfit, blood snow sword weapon. Skills, chain lightning, mimicry, type of skill, shadow flash backstep. Combat power, 15,000. He thought to himself, if he was just trying to coax a child, his gentle expression earlier was a bit much. What was really going on? Honey Leopard roared, an assassin? So you're a master. Not only did you break our trap, but you also secretly dealt with our subordinates. Lita, Honey Leopard Zeta, Warrior level 25. He spoke, I'm representing the guild to rescue your daughter who was kidnapped by you. Can you hand her over to me? I'm just following orders. If that's acceptable, let's not make things difficult for each other. How about it? He did not agree and immediately lunged to attack him. Impossible. He dodged nimbly. No wonder he's a berserker. He doesn't waste words in combat. This profession goes berserk when fighting, getting more bloodthirsty the longer they fight. Chuyo's calculated. It seems I can't delay any longer. If his comrades return, it will be troublesome. He had to think while concentrating on observing Honey Leopard's every move to dodge in time. Mountain splitting quick strike. His eyes flashed as he gathered information. Heavenly Eye activated, analyzing every movement. Each of Honey Leopard's attacks hit empty air. Chuyo's eye skillfully dodged, and he exclaimed, your reflexes are indeed fast. He attacked from behind. Shadow flash backstep. Honey Leopard's reaction was too fast, allowing him to dodge the attack, forcing him to retreat. Chuyo's eye thought to himself, that last strike was the best opportunity analyzed by the Heavenly Eye, yet he still managed to react. The innate sharp instincts of the leopard species are indeed formidable. Punbao retaliated with a swift back arc strike, leaving a deep gash on my hand. This human assassin was not only agile but also possessed formidable strength and was extremely adept at anticipating opponents. His level must be on par with mine. A seasoned assassin. I couldn't understand why he preferred using a great saber so much. Chudu is only at level 10, he muttered. Let's finish this quickly. The system's voice rang out, activating strongest physique. Your arm has been fully enhanced. He quickly charged forward as well, an intense aura radiating from him. Well then, let's have a proper fight. Suddenly, the girl worked out. And Lat1EF wondered, what is everyone doing? The moment Hanbao saw the girl appear, he was so stunned he nearly dropped his jaw. He quickly hid his bleeding hand behind his back. And Lat1EF, didn't I tell you not to leave the room? Go back inside right now. He froze, looking at the scene before him. That expression again. He's clearly a kidnapper, so why is he so gentle with this girl? Or perhaps doting is a more accurate word. And Lat1EF approached, lifted Hanbao's injured hand, and gently rubbed it. Uncle, how did you get hurt? He stammered. Oh, I just, how should I put it? I was just playing with a knife carelessly for a bit. Her eyes brimming with tears, the girl turned to question him. Brother, why did you hit him? He's a good person. You shouldn't hurt him. Punbao seemed flustered. And Lat1EF, this is very complicated. Chudu immediately raised both hands, signaling, no, I came to rescue you. I'm not a bad person. The girl looked at him and smiled gently. Alright. In the past, Lat1EC3 Yuham often made this face, which always made me soften. And Lat1EF said loudly, I don't need you to rescue me. I'm very happy here with Uncle. He treats me very well, and I don't want to go home. He stroked the girl's head to comfort her. Be good. You won't go home anymore. He let go of his guard and asked, hey, were you going to explain the full story? Looking at your attitude towards this girl, there must be a hidden reason. Surely you don't still want to fight? Punbao gently lifted the girl and said, let's go inside first, then we'll talk. I'll also put her to sleep. She'll be very scared if I'm not here to tell her stories. Inside the room filled with warmth, the candlelight on the table gently swayed. Punbao sighed in relief. She's finally fast asleep. Chudu crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and asked, the girl is very fond of you. You're not just a simple kidnapper, are you? He looked at the sleeping girl and said in a low voice, I am a subordinate of Mr. Thun, or more precisely, a bandit under his command. He was astonished. Pa, you're a subordinate of the wealthy merchant Thun. So why would he stage the kidnapping of his own daughter? He lowered his voice. It's all for money, to profit from the massive compensation from other guilds. He suddenly realized the problem. Enormous compensation. So that's it. He thought to himself, from the very beginning, I felt something was off. So, this was just a play directed by themselves. Punbao continued, my gang's just a secret group of bandits nurtured by Mr. Thun. I handle the kidnappings, and he offers generous rewards. Adventurers usually wouldn't take on jobs that involve confronting an entire gang. As for the local builds, we've thoroughly understood their strength and are confident that they can't infiltrate our mountain hideout. All kinds of traps were installed by people hired by Mr. Thud. Chudu leaned against the wall and lowered his voice. I understand. You set up all sorts of traps, knowing full well that the local build strength couldn't possibly overcome them. Then, you simply prolonged the deadline so Mr. Thun could legitimately demand compensation. Truly clever. But I'm curious, after receiving the money, will this girl have to hide forever? How will you deceive the public when she returns to Mr. Thum's side, safe and sound? He suddenly realized something horrible, exclaiming in shock, wait a minute, could it be? Punbao could only bow his head bitterly. Mr. Thun secretly kidnaps newborns and raises them as his own children for this purpose. To him, any child that has served its purpose no longer has value and no reason to continue existing. Chudu was struck by the shocking news, his eyes flaring with angry flames. You mean, Phil, he growled, this has gone far beyond the scope of a scoundrel. So then, this girl. Why did you? He replied, because I myself kidnapped her, and I myself have secretly cared for her all this time. Punbao continued sadly, watching her grow up day by day. The guilt in my heart grew heavier and heavier. He pondered, if Mr. Thun achieves his goal this time, will the girl's fate change? With your capabilities, taking her away from here wouldn't be difficult, would it? He confessed, when I was at the end of my rope with nowhere to go and nearly starved to death, it was Mr. Thun who took me in, the man who raised me and taught me the skills to become a battle-hardened warrior did so I never intended to betray him. Be advised that there is no such thing as true freedom in this world. Everyone lives for some purpose, just like that girl does for her foster father. Even though he doesn't care about her in the slightest, she still considers him her father. So take her away from that bastard immediately. I felt conflicted because if he hadn't taken me in years ago, I might have died of hunger on the street. But the girl is an important exception to me. Tsuyoshi turned his back and walked away, believing that all these years, the debt he owed the man had been fully repaid. Taking the girl away was both providing her with a future and an opportunity for his own liberation. Panbao asked anxiously if he wasn't afraid that the old man would hunt them both down for betraying him, and he reassured her that he understood the old man's private secrets well. He comforted her as if reflecting on his own past, understanding that relying on each other for survival is never easy. However, never give up hope, that things will come soon. The old man hesitated for a moment before slowly asking how to deal with the man. He reassured him that anything you cannot do, leave it to me. Trash not even worth the dregs like that man will no longer be a concern for either of you. He waited outside the door, and seeing his silhouette, he eagerly rushed over to ask if the expert had finished the job. He excitedly bragged that those big guys were spun around like pinwheels just as planned. They couldn't even handle his traps, and thanks to his markings, he managed to dodge all the pitfalls, which made them want to explode with rage. Pooh laughed incessantly and marveled at the foolish look on the soldiers' faces at that time. He just calmly replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, Pooh froze and asked about the man's daughter, fearing that he hadn't rescued her and had come out alone. Tsuyoshi put his hand on his shoulder and calmly replied that the mission was a success and she had been taken to safety. He told Fivu to return to the guild to report the good news, while he would go find the man to collect the payment before meeting up with everyone. Pooh cheered happily in admiration of the expert's talent. He hurried away, knowing the boss must be extremely excited. He had been restless with worry for the past few days, and now he had to report this news quickly. In the luxurious, magnificent room, the light from the chandeliers illuminated the entire space. Pooh happily said goodbye and promised to wait for him at the guild. His eyes darkened, as it was time to settle the score with the man. The man was sitting in the room and, hearing a strange noise, startled and turned around, shouting to ask who was there. Tsuyoshi sat down on a chair casually, tapped his blade on the floor, and loudly declared that he had come to take his life. The old man panicked and backed away, screaming for his henchmen to come to his rescue. Tsuyoshi stepped forward with an imposing aura and told him not to waste his effort. He had already cleared out the guards while the man was busy counting his money. In the villa located in the middle of the valley, the lights were still shining outward. The bodies of the soldiers lay scattered everywhere on the ground, and the trembling voice of the man echoed throughout the hallway, asking if it was the people from the Pace Guild who had broken in and killed all the guards. He trembled on the floor, stuttering in disbelief that his level 15+ warriors had been so cleanly wiped out by him. Tsuyoshi shrugged and explained that the villa was too peaceful, which made them lower their guard. I just quietly approached and finished them off before they could react. Tsuyoshi is currently level 10, a professional assassin, wearing black camouflage armor and an apple beast mask, equipped with a blood mist blade, possessing the skills Flash Ground Chain Strike and Thunderstorm Ambush, with a combat power of up to 15,000. The man's face turned red with anger. He cursed his useless henchmen for feeding them for years with no benefit, then turned to bribe him, saying he could name his price to settle this matter smoothly. Tsuyoshi sat opposite him and demanded to return to the 5,000 gold coins owed to the Pace Guild, mentioning the bet that they had completed the mission and brought his daughter to safety. Tsuyoshi looked straight at him with cold eyes and asked if it was true that he was still raising other children. Tsuyoshi pulled out his blade and held it to the man's throat, making him stiffen with fear. Unable to utter a word, he continued to question whether those children earned any money for him, as he was very curious. With the blade pressed tightly against his throat, he tremblingly raised both hands in a gesture of truce, his voice stuttering as he tried to respond. Curious, were you? Of course I am. If my scheme succeeds, it will bring in a massive fortune. If you cooperate, I can optimize it even further. I can drive up the prices of kidnappings and sell their organs at exorbitant prices on the black market. Let's split it 50-50. If you spare my life, half of this estate will belong to you. You need money, don't you? Hearing the word ordens, Chelsea tightened his voice and questioned, Ordens? You were planning to dissect the children too? The old man did not hide anything and answered Chelsea honestly. That's right, that method is quicker and less risky than kidnapping for ransom. After hearing those words, Chelsea just coldly added, Understood. Seeing that he still maintained an expressionless face, the old man hurriedly added, Is that not enough? All right, just take it all. You can enjoy the rest of your life. That is more than enough. Do you agree? Hearing this, Chelsea squinted his eyes and replied, Not at all, I'm a bit greedy. There is still one thing I want to do that isn't finished yet. Upon hearing this, Winnan hurriedly urged, Just say it. If it is within my capability, I will fulfill it. What do you want? As soon as he finished his sentence, Chelsea swung his blade to end the man's life. He utilized the thunderbolt ambush technique and then whispered 3 final words to the corpse, Your life. The next morning, a crowd of beastmen gathered tightly in front of the Winnan villa. They whispered among themselves, noting there were no signs of resistance. It was surely a surprise attack. The fatal wounds to the back and neck, they had been wiped out cleanly in just one night. Winnan's body was found right in his bedroom, but the state of the corpse looked truly pathetic. No one knew who could have been so cruel. The scene showed that he had been stabbed through the heart from behind. This type of death must have been very painful, and the perpetrator must have harbored a deep, bone marrow level hatred for him to do such a thing. The police found a confession letter from him detailing every crime he had committed. It was no surprise that he was killed. The culprit had forced him to write the letter before his death. The letter listed all his transgressions, including staged kidnappings and a series of other illegal acts. In the crowd, an individual was hiding and listening to the gossip, thinking to himself, a stab through the heart from behind. There's no mistaking it. I'm too familiar with this type of injury. This person was Naruto, a catch-race beastman, level 21, and an assassin in the shadows. He constructed a hypothesis in his mind. All the fatal wounds bear the mark of the ambush technique, especially Winnan's body. Ambush is an exclusive skill of the assassin guild I used to serve, but according to the investigation, the guild did not target him. So, where could it be? Thinking all the clues together, he suddenly remembered that human warrior. He clearly remembered the man's finishing move in the arena. It was almost identical to his own ambush technique, but the man had no background in the guild. He was clearly a pure warrior, so how did he know that move? Who had toward him? The man suddenly realized something, and a thought crossed his mind. Could he have stolen my skill? If I report this to the branch guild master, perhaps I can return to the guild. The assassin guild never forgives traitors or those who dare to steal the secret techniques. This is my chance to redeem myself. He turned and left the crowd, his mind still racing with calculations. He had to report this immediately. At this moment, in the meeting room of the Pace Guild, Pestanu could not hide his surprise. He excitedly exclaimed, "Did you really recover 5,000 gold coins?" Inside the room, Chelsea placed the chest of gold on the table and opened the lid, revealing a shimmering golden light. Both the guild master and the vice guild master of Pace were present. Vice guild master Hill, level 26, an archer, and guild master Pace, level 28, a burly man. The dark race beastman in the room looked at the pile of gold and said, "I knew it. From the very first time I saw you, I believed you would succeed." Best, still unaware of anything, said frankly, "I just heard the news that Quentin was assassinated. That happened right after you left. If you hadn't managed to get that gold back in time, we would have lost the reward entirely." Bill, standing by, crossed his arms over his chest and added, "Even so, his crimes are so great that dying 1,000 times would not be enough to pay for them." He just nonchalantly replied, "I don't care about that. The mission is done, and I've leveled up, too." Chelsea was inwardly thinking to himself after cleaning up Quentin and his lackeys. The system added reward points for me. Killing enemies seemed to provide more experience points than just knocking them out, and it also helped in leveling up much faster. When he took down Quentin, the system displayed level 11, warrior class, equipment including the camouflage black armor and Fox race gear, weapon is the blood dance scythe, skills include precise chain strike, peppy skill, and thunderbolt ambush. Combat power reached 15,500. Hearing this, Pest clapped his hands in applause. "You've leveled up. Congratulations. You haven't just upheld the guild's honor, you've helped us earn a generous sum. Let's split these 5,000 gold coins equally." At this moment, Chelsea removed his mask, scratched his head, and said, "I don't need 500 gold coins. I only ask for 250. Consider the rest a donation, sent to homeless children and families currently in hardship." All three people in the room heard this and their eyes widened in surprise, saying in unison, "The donation." Chelsea held a small bag of money in his hand. He tossed it up and smiled, saying, "That's right. There are many people who need that money far more than I do. I will collect the 250 coins as agreed." Chelsea finished speaking and immediately turned to leave, waving goodbye to everyone and saying he would see them again. He watched his retreating figure and exclaimed, "That guy is truly crazy. Not only is he talented, but he's also strangely generous." Bess quickly chimed in, "That's so true," donating a whole pile of money without even a second thought. He announced to everyone according to his instructions to donate all the remaining money to charity, and the crowd below obeyed without question, which was truly incomprehensible. Chelsea strode down the street, his mind lost in calculation. "I've hit level 11. A little more effort and I'll reach my goal of level 12. Takira must be around here somewhere, but where on earth can I find her? She'll surely be surprised to see me like this. Thanks to the black armor covering me, my appearance is completely different." Chelsea headed toward the Adventurers Guild, thinking to himself that perhaps just waiting there for her would be the best approach. Upon arriving, he saw a crowd blocking the entrance and couldn't help but be curious. Chelsea squeezed through, wondering, why are so many people gathered here? Something serious must have happened. He looked through the crowd and saw a chubby beastwoman screaming. She barked loudly, "Do you know who I am? I am the wife of the chairman of the Northern Beast Trading Company. How dare a half-blood like you bump into my son? Kneel and apologize right now." It was secure. She calmly explained, "Ma'am, I have already made it clear. Your son was the one who crashed into me. I was just standing there waiting for someone." The woman, named Sealers, flew into a rage upon hearing this. "You cheap half-blood, how dare you talk back and make up lies? Are you implying that we are slandering you? Someone like you isn't even worth a glance from us. You truly are a filthy, low-class half-blood." Rough, her son, saw his mother causing a scene and pointed his finger at Secura's face, chiming in, "That's right. There's no way I would have bumped into someone like you, you shameless liar." A guard nearby joined in, "Hey, beast girl, if you bump into the young master, just apologize and be done with it. It's for your own good." Sakura remained silent, bowing her head. Then, she raised her head and answered firmly, "No, if even you are joining in to slander me, then I have no reason to hold back anymore. With so many people here, someone surely must have seen the truth." The crowd around them silently backed away. No one wanted to stand up and defend her. Sakura sighed in frustration, seeing that no one was willing to say a word for her. Seeing this, Sealers pushed her luck even further. She swung her hand and slapped Sakura across the face, scolding, "You low-class half-blood, apologize at once or I'll have you thrown in jail." The guards, watching her get hit, could only hold his head and complain, "So troublesome. Don't be stubborn anymore. Know your place and just apologize." After being slapped, Sakura stumbled and fell to the ground, but still firmly said, "I will absolutely not apologize to you." Sealers grew even more furious. "Oh, planning to resist me? I have more than enough power to ensure you won't see the light of day tomorrow, you foolish half-blood." Her son also haughtily chimed in, "That's right. My father is the chairman of the trading company for this whole city. You know." Seeing Sakura place her hand on the hilt of her sword, the guard immediately shouted, "Hey, put your weapon down immediately. Even if you are a high-level adventurer, you must still follow the law here." Sakura's eyes blazed with fury, but she told herself, "Sakura, try to endure it. You cannot ruin the young master's plan." She gripped the sword hilt tightly but did not draw it, forcing herself to hold back. "Just endure a little longer. I'm usually very good at being patient. I can't let everything go down the drain now." Be patient. While she was struggling with her inner conflict, Chelsea pushed through the crowd and strode forward aggressively. Before Sealers could react, Chelsea landed a thunderous punch on her face. Raph saw his mother knocked down and shrieked in terror. Mum. Chelsea stood in front of the kid. His overwhelming presence made the boy tremble and unable to speak. Chelsea effortlessly delivered a slap, spinning the boy around and sending him sprawling onto the ground. Both the guard and Sakura were stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Chelsea twisted his wrist and growled, "You dared to insult Sakura, and you even dared to lay a hand on her. I don't care who you are. Bear the consequences of your own actions." Chelsea stood proudly, shield and secure. System update, level 11, class warrior, equipment, black camouflage armor, Fox Beastman set, weapon, blood mist scythe, stills, chain lightning strike, puppet, thunder ambush, combat power, 15, 500. The scene shifts to a dark, damp corridor where Naruto is deep in thought as he works. Even in broad daylight, this place remains uncomfortably cold and gloomy. Suddenly, sharp blades are pressed against his throat with the threat that one more step will cost him his life. The person holding the blades against his chin growls and asks what he is looking for. Naruto quickly composes himself, raises his hands in a non-threatening gesture, and says, "It's me, Naruto, a former member of the Assassin Guild. I have come to provide intelligence." The hooded human, Jinka, lowers his weapon and replies, "Naruto, you no longer belong to the guild. Unless you are here on an assigned mission, never set foot in this place again." The system information panel displays, human, level 30, assassin, leader of the northern branch of the Assassin Guild. A long-haired man jumps down from above. He's Rizzo, also a human, level 27, assassin, leader of the northern branch of the Assassin Guild. Upon landing, Demux, so it's you, the one who stole from a client and was punished by the guild with the loss of an arm and expulsion. If you're planning to return for a reunion, I must decline. Naruto hurriedly waves his hands to explain, "That's not it. I just discovered a warrior in the city who is embezzling the guild's assets, and I thought you would be very interested." Jin Kang, hearing this, asks curiously, "Embezzling the guild's assets? This cannot be ignored. Are you certain? Present your details clearly." Rizzo also shows interest, saying, "There is someone reckless enough to do that in these northern lands, and yet we were completely unaware." Naruto firmly insists, "Trust me. At the very least, I can guarantee the details of that raid. I have encountered him before. I want to report this, but if the information is accurate and I help you to eliminate the thief, I want the chance to rejoin the guild." Jin Kang, noting the somewhat annoying tone, thinks that although this guy is bold enough to set conditions, the proposal is reasonable. If the information is accurate, he will report Naruto's request to his superiors. "No, hurry up and present what you know." The scene changes to another location. Sakura sees Chaoshi and calls out, "Master." Sakura looks intently at the man standing before her. Level 11, warrior class, equipped with camouflaged black armor and a beastman outfit. Weapon is a blood dance scythe. Skills include lightning chain strike, puppet, and thunder ambush. Combat power stat reaches 15, 500. The guard at this moment turns pale, his limbs trembling as he stutters, "Are you crazy? Do you know who they are? You just laid hands on the wife and child of the chairman of the commercial corporation. You won't be able to escape." After Chaoshi's slap, Chalo rolls on the ground, throwing a tantrum and screaming, "I will kill both of you. This is the first time anyone has dared to touch us. Prepare to face the consequences." Her son also wails miserably in pain. Chalo screams furiously, "Guards, gather around and arrest them immediately, or else I will tell my husband to cut off all funding to the city." The guards obey immediately, and the commander shouts, "Arrest them both. If you surrender peacefully, we will go easy on you." Chaoshi remains calm as he crouches beside Sakura, saying nonchalantly, "They were the ones who provoked us first. Isn't this an act of legitimate self-defense?" Hearing this, the guard can only stammer, That is." Chalo props herself up and points straight at Sakura, lying deceitfully, "When did I hit the filthy half-breed? Who can vouch for you? I would never touch that type of half-breed. It would dirty my hands." Chaoshi has run out of patience. He glares at her and warns, "Say one more word and I will break all your teeth. There are plenty of people here who witnessed everything." Sakura finally speaks softly, "Master, no one will dare to testify for us. I am sorry for causing trouble for you, Master." Chaoshi listens and says gently, "Don't be discouraged." Sakura, remembering that no one intervened earlier, she says to Chaoshi, "But just now, I hoped someone would speak up for me. I'm only a demi-beast, and she is the wife of the corporation's chairman. No one would dare oppose someone powerful for someone as lowly as me." Chalo crosses her arms, maintaining her arrogant demeanor. Who would bother testifying for a lowly demi-beast and a human? How truly stupid. Just then, Parvati's group walks by. He recognizes Chaoshi and approaches to greet him. "Isn't the Captain Chaoshi?" Victor also says happily, "It really is him. What's going on?" Standing nearby, another adds, "I heard you just made a great contribution to the Pace Guild." The expected of her captain. Chaoshi recognizes his acquaintances, scratches his head, and replies with a smile, "Is that you guys? It's nothing major. I'm just doing what I can." Sealers could only stand rooted to the spot at the scene, muttering to herself about what the hell was going on. The Pace Guild members quickly approached, and Hayu asked with a welcoming smile, "You haven't left yet? We finished our donation just as you wanted." Chijoshi helped Sakura up and said, "I intended to leave immediately, but my companion ran into a little trouble." Sakura also curiously asked in a low voice, "Master, do you know them? The way they treat you makes it seem like they real respect you." Victor's group heard this and asked what was happening. Payu immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, "Who dares to cause trouble here? Messing with him is like slapping the honor of our Pace Guild bride in the face." The boy was still sobbing in Sealer's arms, crying money, and she then asked tardily, "Who is that brat?" Seeing the tense situation, the guard stepped forward to explain, "Ma'am, these two are in a dispute with the chairman's wife and need witnesses. If no one testifies that the lady caused the trouble first, we are forced to hold them for processing according to the law." The crowd behind immediately protested noisily, "Were you really going to arrest Captain Chijoshi? Were you joking?" Do you know how much wealth he has contributed to the poor in this city? If anything, he deserves a reward, not a trial. I'll testify. Me too. Count me in. Pai crossed his arms, looked at the guard, and said, is this enough? The entire guild is volunteering to testify. Miko stepped out of the crowd and said, I would like to testify. The lady was the one who started it. Takira is a gold badge adventurer, and I guarantee she is completely innocent. Realizing the situation was no longer in her favor, Sealers sat down on the ground and threw a tantrum. You bastards. I am the wife of the chairman of the trading company. I'll make you pay. Among the beastkin, a citizen also raised a hand to contribute. I saw with my own eyes that the lady struck first. Others chimed in. If so many people are confirming it, then I'll join in too. Me too. Seeing that the situation was clear, the guard smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. That's enough. Ma'am, please accompany us to the station. Only then did Chijoshi speak up. She should apologize to my friend first. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. The crowd started shouting again. Apologize now. Were you deaf? Even if you're the chairman's wife, our guild won't give you any face. Payu also rolled up his sleeves and said, did you hear that? Apologize immediately. Faced with tremendous pressure from everyone, Sealers stood up and walked over to Sakura, saying, fine, I was wrong. Please forgive us. Her son also muttered a line. I'm sorry. The guard following them reminded her, then please follow us this way. Ma'am, Chijoshi turned to thank everyone for their support. Hearing this, Payu replied, it's nothing. Captain Chijoshi's business is our business too. Payu added, in the future, if you run into any more trouble here, feel free to use the name of our pace guild. After thanking them, Chijoshi called to Sakura, who was chatting with Miko in the distance. Alright, let's go, Sakura. She turned back and replied, yes, master. Before walking away, she also bowed to everyone. Thank you all very much. As they worked down the road, Sakura said, you look strange, master. I almost didn't recognize you. Chijoshi turned and smiled with his eyes squinted. Really? I found some equipment that helps change my appearance a bit. The old clothes you made for me were all ruined during the mission. I'm sorry about that. Hearing this, Sakura smiled and replied, it's okay. It's not just your appearance that has changed. You look much more mature, and your aura is different too. Did you just level up? Chijoshi nodded in confirmation. I just resolved a conflict for a party, and that's how I met them. I also leveled up and earned some money. He handed a bag of gold to Sakura and said, here's 250 gold coins. Please keep them for me. Sakura opened the bag and, seeing the gold inside, couldn't help but be stunned. 250 coins. That's amazing. With this money, we can buy some high-quality gear at the auction. Chijoshi looked at her and smiled. I was planning to buy you some new things, but where did you say it was? Listen carefully. Wait until we reach the next town, and we'll check it out together. Hearing this, Sakura smiled shyly. You don't need to spend so much on me. If you are interested in the auction, we can certainly go. The next town is a top-tier auction house. That is also where the genius mage Kevin is living in seclusion. Hearing Sakura mention him, Chijoshi suddenly remembered. He thought to himself, I almost completely forgot that I had to go see him. I must meet him. After the recent battles, I feel like there's a stagnant flow of energy, a heavy, rock-like feeling inside me. This must be a side effect of the sacrifice. I need Kevin to treat it immediately. The two of them continued working and chatting happily. Both of them had just stepped into the old forest. Chaoshi immediately sensed that something was wrong. Countless leaves flew toward them like darts. Chaoshi exclaimed, what the hell is this? Are those leaves? Sakura quickly drew her sword from its scabbard. She swung her blade, slicing the leaves to pieces, and shouted, come out here now. Someone was hiding in the shadows, muttering a spell before laughing. So, there was one more. Was there? Seeing the enemies appear, Chaoshi and Sakura froze for a moment. The black crow flew in from somewhere and perched towardly on a tree branch. Jinka spoke up, just as predicted. You are not people from the Assassin Guild. If Naruto isn't lying, then you're the one who stole our internal secret techniques, right? Reza flicked his tongue against his finger with a sick look. The girl with you looks tasty. You're both hiding your true levels, but according to Naruto, the boy isn't anything special, while the girl is a bit better, round level 20, but it doesn't matter anyway. He looked at Sakura and licked his lips provocatively. Well, the demi-human. How interesting. Sensing the killing intent from their opponents, Chaoshi and Sakura immediately took up a fighting stance. Chaoshi quietly watched Sakura from behind, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've seen her radiate such terrifying killing intent. Sakura glanced over at Chaoshi and warned, Master, please be careful. These two seem even stronger than any enemy we have ever faced. I can personally sense the killing intent that only appears in those who have stained their hands with the blood of countless people. If they truly belong to the Assassin Guild, they will be extremely tough opponents. She explained further to Chaoshi, the Assassin Guild is a massive underground organization in the East, a gathering place for notorious cold-blooded killers who enjoy bringing back the heads or limbs of their opponents as trophies. Even major powers don't want to provoke them, because once you are in their sights, the outcome is usually very tragic. Chaoshi stepped right beside Sakura and replied, the Assassin Guild? I remember meeting a beastman who claimed to have been kicked out of there, but I have absolutely no connection to them and have never met these two before. Suddenly, he remembered something and stopped. Wait a minute. He reasoned to himself, they mentioned stealing a technique. I see. The technique I copied must be a signature move of the Assassin Guild. No wonder they are targeting me. Seeing him suddenly go silent, Sakura turned to look at him with a confused expression. From high above, Jinker watched down and told Raizo, I know your taste, so I'll leave the demi-human girl to you, but be careful. She doesn't seem like an amateur. As he cast a spell with his hands, he said, and I'll handle the one who stole the technique. Once I bring back his head and hands, the guild won't have any more complaints. Raizo, standing nearby, also raised his hands to prepare a spell and laughed. I love aggressive girls. No matter how strong she is, she will eventually have to submit to me. So, that's settled then. Both of them unleashed their moves simultaneously, shouting, taste the signature combo of the Assassin Guild, Eternal Darkness. Countless sharp lines appeared instantly. Chaoshi, standing on the ground, activated his Eye of Truth. The system notified him that this was Eternal Darkness move, a restraining skill of the Assassin Guild designed to trap targets in a dark space, limiting visibility to make it easier to attack and capture them. Takira realized the situation and immediately warned, "That is the signature move, don't stand too close or we'll get separated." Chaoshi was stunned and exclaimed, "Separated?" Chaoshi told Sakura, "Maybe it would be better if we split up. It will be more effective to fight one-on-one. I also want to see just how dangerous they really are." Suddenly, both Jinka and Reizo dove down from the air, speaking in unison. You're not planning to run, but want to fight instead." Sakura gripped the hilt of her sword and whispered, "Be careful." Jinka circled around Chaoshi, sneering, "So confident, aren't you? Do you think you can just swipe a technique from our guild and lie to tell the tale? Naruto said you stole the blitz technique. Let me show you what a real blitz is." As he finished speaking, Jinka suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind Chaoshi. Just as he swung his blade, Chaoshi immediately drew his sword to block it. Without even turning his head, he spoke coldly, "Is that all a level 30 assassin can do?" Chaoshi glanced back and continued, "If you want to take me down, you should go back and train some more." Jinka was stunned that he had blocked the strike. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "How did he parry so quickly? How did he know the direction of the attack? And why does he know my level so clearly?" Jinka quickly landed on the ground. He frowned and demanded, "What level are you?" "Anyway." Chaoshi hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and calmly replied, 11. System notification. Level 11. Class Warrior. Equipment. Black Camouflage Fox Beast Armor. Weapon. Blood Dance Scimitar. Skill. Lightning Chain Strike. Skill. Copycat Ambush. Total Combat Power. 15. 500. Upon hearing this, the veins on Jinka's face began to bulge, and he roared, "Level 11. Are you mocking me? There is no way someone with such top-tier reflexes is a rookie, unless you're a genius." Hearing this, Chaoshi just shrugged and replied, "Believe it or not, that's up to you." Taking advantage of his distraction, he lunged forward to attack and said, arrogant to the point of stupidity, "Let's see if you can block this." No sooner had he finished speaking than he summoned 3 giant snakes with raised sharp fangs. Chaoshi immediately used his God's Eye to see through it. False Serpent, a movement skill that confuses opponents by approaching with snake-like fluidity from tricky angles, increasing movement speed by 30%. Chaoshi thought to himself, "This body technique is really good. If it weren't for my God's Eye, I'd be done for." Note, body technique includes agility, coordination, and practical combat tactics. Seeing Chaoshi distracted, Jinka lunged forward, stepping downward, and challenged, "Let's see how you handle this. Even my teammates can't block this move." System display. Continuous Shadow Bind, an Assassin Guild capture technique that creates multiple shadow clones to surround and assault the target. The clones disappear once the move concludes. Chaoshi immediately pointed his sword forward and activated the system. Activating Ultimate Physique, he channeled all his strength into his upper body, enhancing his defensive capabilities for a limited time. As Jinka stepped down, his blade only created sparks from the intense friction. Witnessing Chaoshi's ability, he shouted again, "What kind of defense is that? It must be the armor. What level are you exactly? Who are you?" Seeing that he was stubbornly refusing to believe him, Chaoshi had no choice but to display his level stats. Chaoshi looked at him with an icy gaze and reiterated, "I already told you. Level 11. Chaoshi swung his sword, forcing Jinka to dodge to the side in a hurry. He was just a split second too slow, and his throat was nearly pierced by Chaoshi's blade. Jinka was shaken, wondering, how can a level 11 be this strong? Jinka sprang back to gain distance. He clutched the wound on his chest and hurriedly said, "Wait a second. What a strange fellow. If you really are level 11, you must be a natural-born genius. Any guild would roll out the red carpet to invite you. I am the branch manager of this Northern Assassins Guild, and I have a proposal. Would you like to join my guild? With my sponsorship, top experts will prioritize your training. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a genius in the guild." Chaoshi calmly replied, "I'm not interested in those things, nor do I think I'm a good fit. But tell me, why should I trust someone who just tried to kill me to suddenly want to recruit me?" Seeing his flat refusal, Jinka began to cast a strange spell. His whole body suddenly erupted in blue flames, and Jinka continued, "Is that so? Well, I won't give up that easily." Saying this, he muttered an incantation, and his eyes began to glow with a deep red light. His blade transformed into a double-headed weapon. As he poured his power into the weapon, he laughed, "Enjoy this. It's been a long time since I've used this move. Now, let's start the game." Witnessing the scene, Chaoshi stood frozen in contemplation. It turned out that he was channeling both his killing intent and dominance into his weapon. How terrifyingly powerful it was. Jinka immediately swung his sword and said, "Take this, Killing Intent Crystal." The system provided information. That is a Killing Intent Crystal, a signature skill of the Assassin's Guild. She channels all her killing intent and dominance into a single weapon, creating a powerful attack that cannot be blocked or dodged. Seeing this, Chaoshi quickly activated his ultimate physique through the system. One slash from Jinka left a long gash on Chaoshi's armor. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, my right arm. Even my body, enhanced by the ultimate physique, cannot withstand this strike. This power is monstrous. If it had hit my heart, I would be done for." Jinka, now with his head tied up, turned to Chaoshi and said, "Don't underestimate me, Did. This is my ultimate skill. I am at level 30, while no matter how talented you are only at level 11. How could your skills possibly compare to mine? Anyone below level 30 is no match for me under this strike. Since you refuse to join the Assassin's Guild, then go to your death." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward to deliver a second slash, saying, "You won't escape this time. I will kill you and crush your pathetic chest." Chaoshi was thinking, if the ultimate physique and ordinary weapons are ineffective, then I must try that. With that thought, he immediately put his weapon away. One of Chaoshi's hands was now emitting bolts of lightning. Witnessing this, Jinka was surprised and thought to himself, what kind of horror is this? Chaoshi's entire body was now covered in swirling lightning bolts. The system sent him a notification. Heavenly King's hammer has been retrieved from the spiritual storage. Warning, due to inadequate conditions and level, the Heavenly King's hammer cannot unleash its full power. Forced activation will consume a great amount of energy. Activation time, 1 second. Chao-Si looked at Jinker with murderous eyes and said, now, let's see if I can be stopped. System display, level 11, Warrior, equipped with camouflage black armor, Fox Guardian, blood weapon, skill, Heavenly Thunder Chain, skill, Lightning Peak Kape, combat power, 15, 500. In the sky, lightning bolts gathered above Chao-Si's head as he hovered in midair. His entire body radiated an aura that overwhelmed his opponent, and Chao-Si thought to himself, to defeat a powerful opponent like him, I must seize a right moment to deliver a critical blow. The most important thing is to be fast. This hammer can only be used for exactly 1 second, but that is enough. Jinka, standing on the ground, kept his eyes on Chao-Si and asked, that weapon you had just now, what on earth is it to have such terrifying power? Chao-Si held the hammer, looking down from above, and said to him, you came to take my life, didn't you? Then open your eyes and see if you can withstand this blow. Hearing Chao-Si say this, Jinka laughed loudly and mocked him. A pathetic level 11 warrior like you dares to challenge me. Don't make me laugh. I won't be fooled by your parlor tricks. As soon as Jinka finished speaking, Chao-Si immediately swung the hammer down from above, saying to him, prepare to die. After Chao-Si swung the hammer, a thunderous explosion erupted on the ground below. The system display now showed, killing intent, Those Spirit Crystal, killing intent, a high-level assassination technique of the assassin's guild. This is a more powerful version of the killing intent crystal. It merges the weapon and the assassin's body with their killing intent, creating a critical attack that cannot be countered. Chao-Si still held the hammer in his hand. He knew the moment had arrived and thought, this is at the 1 second I need. Meanwhile, in another part of the Sakura Dark Zone, Ji was watching Chao-Si and remarked, the young master is using that power again. It seems the outcome of the battle has already been decided. She no longer needed to concern herself with it, and she looked at Seijo, who was kneeling in tatters before her, without a hint of pity. Returning to Chao-Si, Jinker also flew up to confront him directly. Chao-Si immediately used the system, activating the Heavenly King's hammer. Duration, 1 second. Instantly, Jinker was sent flying straight down to the ground. He slammed his hand onto the ground, creating a tremor that shook the entire space. Jinker was completely drained of energy. He gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, what is this? This power is terrifying. It couldn't possibly be level 11. He raised his hand again, muttered some incantation, and then bitterly remarked, damn it, I have no choice now. He summoned a blue-eyed bat and immediately sent it flying away. Crouching on the ground, Jinker still tried to threaten him. If you finish me off, you will soon become the next prey for the assassin guild. The duration of the Heavenly King's hammer had expired, and its full power could no longer be utilized. He landed on the ground as well. Chao-Si looked quite exhausted, panting as he thought to himself, the power of this weapon seems far beyond the last time. Or perhaps, because I've become stronger, it has evolved along with me. Before collapsing, Chao-Si still managed to tell himself, I must use a recovery potion immediately. Sakura arrived just in time. She caught him and said affectionately, master, are you okay? Leave the rest to me. She leaned Chao-Si against her and took out a potion for him, then continued, defeating the one-eyed assassin in a single blow, your body must have endured immense pressure. Sakura brought the potion to his lips. Chao-Si winced as he drank it. Taste, it still tastes as terrible as always. Hearing this, she teased him, that's why I rarely ever use it. Sakura let Chao-Si rest on her lap and began to nag. That last attack was far too terrifying, but please don't use that piercing skill recklessly again. If you act so recklessly when I'm not around, it will be very troublesome. Chao-Si nodded in agreement, saying, you are right, but he was an extremely difficult opponent. If I hadn't given it my all, I wouldn't have been able to win. Sakura replied, indeed, he was a core member of the Assassin Guild, so finishing him off early was a wise move. By the way, do you remember the story you told me about the lone level 10 warrior facing a dozen enemies? With your current strength, you have nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Chao-Si jumped up and asked, you remember the random stories I told from ages ago? Your memory is truly impressive. Sakura smiled and replied, of course I remember, master. Chao-Si was now calculating in his head, I've been in this world for quite a while now, and I'm nearing the threshold of level 12. Perhaps it is time to return to my world. I must settle everything for Karina's sake. Last time, I clashed with Mina's group when dealing with those jerks who were bullying Karina, and Mina's boyfriend's father is the vice leader of the Blue Side gang. When I return, I'll have to strike first. At this moment, Sakura took 2 potions and handed them to Chao-Si, saying, oh, master, these assassins were carrying high-grade potions. Perhaps they will be useful to you. System note, this A-grade experience boost potion has the ability to increase experience points by 45%. It is a rare item in the adventurer's world, extremely expensive and hard to find on the market. Seeing this, Chao-Si exclaimed excitedly, experience potions. Wonderful, maybe I'll reach level 12 before even setting foot in Kevin Town. He muttered to himself, alright, once I hit level 12, I'm heading back immediately. I really want to see Karina. Chao-Si held the 2 potions, feeling full of energy, and said, I've fully recovered, let's keep going. Sakura heard this and happily replied, yes, master. On the journey, they suddenly encountered a pack of small monsters and a fierce boss. Both Chao-Si and Sakura quickly wiped out the monsters and continued on their way. They also happened to meet a party that was struggling to complete an unfinished mission. Chao-Si joined the group and almost single-handedly shouldered the burden of their work. Thanks to assisting with the mission, Chao-Si leveled up immediately afterward. Level 12, warrior class, equipped with black armor and Fox Beastman accessories, blood dance scythe weapon, lightning chain strike skill, shadow ambush kappa skill, combat power 16,000. The two continued the journey. Sakura said as they worked, we are almost at Kevin Town, master. As soon as they stepped into the town, Sakura suggested to Chao-Si, let's stay here for the night. Just then, a beastman stepped out warmly, were you looking for a room? Guests. Our inn still has 1 premium room left. He was the owner of the inn. She approached the counter and asked the innkeeper if there were 2 rooms available, even if they were just standard ones and not luxury suites. The innkeeper looked at the 2 of them and gave a bitter smile, apologizing that there was only 1 room left. He guessed they must be adventurers heading to Cacnao for Kevin's refining tournament, adding that the place was crowded with adventurers, making room scarce. Hearing the unfamiliar name, she asked curiously what Kevin's refining tournament was all about. The innkeeper looked at them with a skeptical gaze, asking if they were really adventurers, as they should have known about such a prestigious tournament that had been held many times. Takira quickly interjected to smooth things over, explaining that it was a massive alchemy fair hosted by the current reigning wizard, a hub for competitions and various precious medicines, and that she had researched it thoroughly and they were going there on the opening day to sightsee and shop for necessities. She expressed his enthusiasm and agreed, saying it sounded great and they would check it out when they arrived, while the innkeeper chimed in again to ask if they wanted to book the last room. She scratched his head in hesitation and said that if she didn't mind, they could share the room, to which Sakura turned and replied that if he didn't mind, she had no problem with it. Both nodded and agreed with the innkeeper that they would take the room. Suddenly, another couple entered, and the arrogant man demanded the most luxurious room, identifying himself as Vincent, a level 15 blue wizard. Upon seeing him, the innkeeper immediately greeted him with a bright smile, welcoming him warmly and inviting him inside. They would prepare the most luxurious room for him immediately, but Vincent replied coldly, telling him to hurry up and lead the way. Hearing this, She was displeased. He stepped forward to block the way, grabbed Vincent's shoulder, and said, wait your turn in line. Vincent turned back and glared with contempt, asking if he didn't know who he was, and told him not to make a fool of himself, insisting the luxury room was his, and asking the innkeeper to confirm. The innkeeper replied obsequiously, of course, sir, but Sakura, standing behind, spoke up as well, stating that they had arrived first and had already booked the room, telling him he should reconsider his behavior. The innkeeper stammered and explained that they didn't know who he was, as he was Vincent, a disciple of the genius Kevin, a very powerful figure. Not only was he talented in refining, but his master was also deeply respected by level 30 adventurers, so it was best not to cause trouble. The woman with Vincent, named Mira, added indignantly, not even knowing Vincent. Where are you from to be so ignorant? Just hearing the name of his master is enough to understand his status. She stretched his muscles and challenged them, saying, so he's just Kevin's disciple, so what? This room is ours. Now lead the way. Vincent and the innkeeper were stunned by Chaoshi's firm attitude. Vincent laughed grimly in anger and threatened, interesting, still don't know who I am. I am the blue wizard Vincent, the favored disciple of the great genius Kevin. You intend to steal my room? You better be careful. After this, don't even think about setting foot in Cacnao. She did not hesitate to grab him by the collar and throw him aside, replying coldly, I already said it, so what? The innkeeper cried out in fear, while Mira quickly ran over to support her lover and called out Vincent's name. Vincent scrambled up, screaming in a fit of rage that he would make him pay a high price and vowing to ensure he never set foot in Cacnao. She didn't care about his threats and turned to the innkeeper, telling him to lead them to the room. The innkeeper had no choice but to nod, saying, yes, this way, please. Vincent sat on the floor, muttering hatefully that the guy had dared to disrespect him and would face the consequences. Takira followed Chaoshi upstairs and asked in a low, worried voice if what he had done was okay, noting that the man was Kevin's disciple. Chaoshi simply replied that he treated others as they treated him and saw no reason to respect someone who looked down on him. He added that he didn't care whose disciple he was, and from now on, he would never be as submissive as he used to be. Hearing the phrase as he used to be, Takira fell silent and began to ponder the past. Night fell, and Sakura was already fast asleep. Chaoshi sat on the edge of the bed, gazing pensively at the ring glowing on his hand, and whispered softly, Parina, I will return soon. He opened the system interface and began to activate the endless path. Chaoshi utilized the space portal, and as quick as lightning, he had set foot back in his familiar world. The moment his feet touched the ground, he called out a greeting. I'm home. He sat down on the bed, looked at his younger sister sleeping soundly, and thought to himself, how lucky. I didn't wake her up. He leaned over to tuck the blanket in for her, when suddenly he heard Karina talking in her sleep. Big brother, I can't feel my legs at all. Will I ever be able to stand up again? Even if I can't work, it doesn't matter. Please don't wear that sad expression anymore. I will never give up just because of these legs. I don't want to be a burden to you. He looked over at the crutch, which was now mended, and was astonished. This crutch was clearly broken. Did Karina fix it herself? It even kept all the attached accessories intact. Chaoshi let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off his chest. As he tucked the blanket around her again, he whispered softly, you are so resilient. I have let you suffer too much. Now that I am stronger, no one will dare to bully you again, and you won't have to live a miserable life like before. Placing his hand on his sister's hair, he promised in a low voice, I will definitely cure your legs and bring back your old smile. Chaoshi did not close his eyes at all, deciding instead to open his system to check it. He lay on the bed, operating it while muttering, it's lucky it fit into one slot. Without my dear on me, I feel like something is missing. My equipment from the other world is still all there. I must find a way to upgrade it. Now that I have returned, I will take care of everything that needs to be resolved, one by one. The next morning, on the way to school, Karina felt something was very different, so she spoke up, this is so strange. Big brother, what happened to you? As they worked, she said to her brother, only after one night, you look completely different from every other day. Hearing this, Chaoshi looked at her with a gentle smile and replied, I just got a haircut and have been working out a bit. System update, level 12, class warrior, equipment, black armor with Fox Beastman camouflage, weapon, blood dance scythe, skills, lightning chain strike and lightning ambush copy, combat power, 16,000. Karina listened to his explanation and praised him with admiration, changing her hairstyle makes you look much more mature and taller. Chaoshi just laughed it off, that's not it at all. You should just focus on yourself. remember not to wander around and sit quietly in class waiting for me to finish school. Dear me, remembering the bullying incident last time, Purina replied softly, I know, about that day. At the school gate, seeing the two of them approaching, Nina and Vivian glanced over with scrutiny. Purina saw the two girls and fearfully fell silent, while Xiaoxi immediately cast a cold, sharp gaze at them. Seeing this, Vivian said to Mina, isn't that Karina's brother? Why does he look so fierce? Mina angrily snapped, shut up, you blind fool. Xiaoxi turned to reassure his sister. Purina, don't worry. From now on, no one will dare to bully you ever again. Obeying her brother, she obediently replied, yes, thinking to herself, is it because he has become a hero? Big brother has been so different lately. As they passed by, seeing the two girls with their heads hung low, she felt deeply confused. She noticed that this attitude was not like the usual selves, and she wondered, what is wrong with them? Mina looked at the two siblings, her heart filled with resentment. How dare they humiliate me like that? I will use the power of the Billy family to teach them a lesson they will never forget, and then I'll make them kneel and apologize. Xiaoxi and his sister continued working through the crowd to enter the classroom. In Ef's classroom, Jealous group was gathered. Kazarma spoke up first. Riley, they're telling us not to mess with Yak anymore. Honestly, I nearly lost my life last time. Siryu, sitting perched on a desk, grumbled, so, are you planning to make peace with him now? Riley felt these two were just being noisy. Fear called the painful beating from Xiaoxi and was still resentful. You guys are such cowards. Everything is so terrible because you underestimated him. I'm not afraid of a kid who used to run errands for me. Deep down, he was still furious, thinking, I was just careless. Next time, I'll show him who's boss. Siryu, sitting nearby, kept trembling. Wasn't it because our ambush strategy was flawed? We clearly had Xiaoxi cornered. Riley snapped irritably. I already told you. It was because of our own negligence. It was just negligence. Kazarma suddenly pointed toward the classroom door and said, Riley, that's Xiaoxi over there. The whole group looked outside and caught sight of Xiaoxi chatting with MS. Lily in the hallway. Seeing this, Siryu broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, he looks so different. What's going on? Riley just stared at him, speechless. MS. Lily walked into the classroom, stood on the podium, and asked, the Future Star Tournament is about to begin. Does anyone want to sign up? Looking down at the class, she added, this event is a collaboration with many other schools, and the school strongly encourages students to participate. This is an opportunity for you and our school to shine. Riley, sitting below, mucked, were you kidding us? That tournament is only for the hero class. What's the point of ordinary students like us participating? Every year, ordinary students sign up, but none of them ever achieve anything. They're all overshadowed by the hero class. Entering just means wasting effort and embarrassing ourselves. Hearing this, Siryu immediately chimed in, that's right, miss. And with so many other schools participating, how could we ever win? During the marathon, our school hadn't even finished half a lap before the students from the other school's hero classes had already reached the finish line. Down below, the students started buzzing. Do we really have to participate? I don't want to compete just to fail. We'll only humiliate ourselves. It's better to just let the hero class represent the school. The homeroom teacher listened and calmly explained, that may be true, but the prizes this time are extremely generous. Even a teacher like me wants to participate. The tournament is being hosted by the Hero Academy itself, so powerful organizations will be paying close attention to this event, and key figures from hero organizations will be in attendance. The winner will receive a prize of 10 million yen. Upon hearing the figure of 10 million yen, the class erupted like a disturbed beehive. 10 million yen, and there will be leaders from the Hero Academy organization. That's amazing. This organization is under the Hero Association and focuses on nurturing future heroes. If we catch their eye, we might get accepted directly into the association and secure a bright future. Iek, sitting and listening, started calculating the prize in his head. 10 million yen. I'm currently carrying a debt of 600,000 yen from the Lemzar gang. If I win this money, I can pay off my debt and take Karina to another apartment with an elevator. Also, as for that organization, I'm not familiar with these hero systems, but if I catch their attention, maybe I can get further support. Iek's gaze turned determined, a faint smile appearing as he thought, money here is much more valuable than the gold in my old world. Karina and I need money to improve our lives. I must win that 10 million yen and the chance to be noticed by the Hero Academy organization. Riley rested his head on his hands and sighed dejectedly. Forget it. Why waste your breath getting excited? That tournament isn't for us to touch. The geniuses in the hero class will definitely win it all. Siryu agreed. Exactly. How could ordinary students ever compete with them? Class fell back into a gloomy mood, with people whispering, why bother having expectations? We don't stand a chance. Seeing this, the teacher tried to encourage them. Participating is the most important part. Another student interjected, if the hero class students from other schools participate, where would we find a chance to win? Suddenly, an arm was raised and a voice rang out. In that case, it was Xiaoxi. He reached up to adjust his tie and said clearly, I would like to sign up. Hearing this, Riley slammed the desk and laughed loudly, dripping with sarcasm. Just because you beat us once, you're starting to get cocky. I thought you had changed, but you're still as delusional as you used to be. Do you really think you have the skill to go up against the hero class? The whole class burst into mucking laughter. Xiaoxi, were you crazy? Competing against the hero class? Students from other schools are coming to compete, too. Is something wrong with your brain? The homeroom teacher, standing on the podium, had to ask again, Xiaoxi, do you really want to participate? Xiaoxi answered succinctly, yes, please sign me up. Riley, spinning his pen, continued to ridicule, look at that, he's actually trying to look serious. Don't come crying later, okay? Xiaoxi turned back immediately, looking at him with a cold, powerful gaze. Riley, want to make a bet? If I lose, you can do whatever you want, but if I win, you guys had better drop that condescending attitude. Riley's group was stunned into silence, unable to utter a word. Riley flew into a rage, jumping up and slamming the desk, shouting, fine, you're on. The whole class is a witness. You better do a good job. We'll be watching to see how you crash and burn. Chelsea just calmly replied, fine, whatever you say. On the podium, the homeroom teacher reminded them, quiet, everyone. I will submit Chelsea's registration. There will be a preliminary screening for all contestants this afternoon. Those who have registered are required to be present. Hearing his sister's words, Chelsea replied, checking before the competition day. I understand. At the classroom door, Chelsea was waiting for Karina. Knowing her brother was planning to compete, she cheered joyfully. You're amazing, big brother. Good luck. He reached out to pat his sister's head and said, I might pick you up late tonight, so remember not to go home alone. Along the hallway, a few friends walking by saw Chelsea and whispered, is that Karina's brother? I didn't look closely before, but he's actually real handsome. He used to look weak, but now he looks so fit. Let's ask Karina later. He probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet, does he? After chatting, Chelsea turned to leave and didn't forget to wave goodbye to his sister. Inside the classroom, a crowd of students began to gather around Karina's desk. Vivian and Mina were sitting nearby. Seeing this, Vivian said irritably, not again. I don't know why they're always swarming around that girl Karina. Mina replied while scrolling through her phone, I heard her brother is planning to compete in the tournament. He's got some nerve. I must tell Billy about this. After receiving the news from his girlfriend, Billy messaged back saying he already knew. This far the new people at another hero academy, so they would use this chance to teach that guy a lesson he'd never forget. After reading the message, she smiled smugly to herself. Excellent. I really can't wait any longer. Seeing Karina surrounded by people, she muttered angrily, once her brother is dealt with, I'll torment this girl even more miserably than before. Let her enjoy these final moments. In the office, the principal stood by the window, hands clasped, giving instructions regarding the special Future Star event. Formally, this is just an exchange between students, but in reality, it is a competency assessment organized by the Hero Association and major guilds. In short, the hero class's performance represents the school's image and determines our support budget. He turned around and continued sternly, the goal is for at least one student to reach the top 5 to ensure school investment. The person beside him obeyed. I understand. As you've instructed, all hero class students will participate, while regular class participation is optional. Standing before the principal, the vice principal reported while breaking into a cold sweat. As initially expected, almost no one from the regular class is registered. The principal sighed sadly. It's understandable. Regular class students aren't fools. They know how large the capability gap is. Pressing his arms, he continued, anyway, as long as the hero class participates in full, it's fine. The association representative we arrive for inspection this afternoon. We must prepare carefully, absolutely no mistakes. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the vice principal replied with a pale face, preparations are fine, but there is one strange matter. A regular class student named Sukshiro Chaoshi has registered. Hearing this, the principal turned around in shock. A regular class student. In the afternoon, at the pre-tournament testing area, candidates were busy warming up when someone said, I heard a regular class student registered for the exam this time. Seeing her friend say that, the pink-haired girl mocked, what an idiot. Does he think he stands a chance against us? Is he trying to bring shame to our school? Tesho replied while warming up, he doesn't have a single chance of passing this test. This was specifically designed for semi-heroes like us. The system annotation stated that semi-heroes are gifted youths, often placed in privileged classes at high schools to fight for the school's honor. Tesho looked up and said, Dev, that's him. The pink-haired girl looked and her cheeks turned pink. He looks quite handsome, doesn't he? Tesho watched Chaoshi while exercising and muttered, really? He doesn't look like anything special compared to the hero class lot. Tezuo, holding the list, grumbled, why is there a regular class student here? It's a waste of time. This man was the teacher assigned to oversee the testing session. Hearing that, Tesho smiled meaningfully. Even the teacher said so. Regular class students here stand no chance of passing. Switching to the second floor observation room, a group of people were looking down. The host spoke, thank you for taking the time to visit our school. The principal was talking to the visitor. He trembled slightly. Chairman Suzuki, down there are the hero class students. The exam is starting soon. We look forward to your guidance. Suzuki replied calmly, the organization has high expectations for your academy's hero class. I'm only here for a visit. This man was Suzuki, the chairman of the Hero Academy organization. Following behind, the principal replied happily, we are on it. We hope the students don't disappoint you. The results will be displayed right here. Please feel free to observe. The principal whispered in the vice principal's ear. Start quickly. The vice principal, holding his phone, replied, yes, sir. Pezro below, having received the mobile notification, thought to himself, the vice principal has already contacted me. Finishing his speech, he raised his hand to get the attention of all the students and announced loudly that it was time to begin the assessment, with the examination format exactly as agreed upon by the teachers and students. He invited them to form groups and entered the simulation device. Kazuo stepped up to the simulator, pointing at the bright screen, and explained, these are 3 standard machines responsible for D and E level assessments and F level dungeons. With your current abilities, most of you will be running the F level program, so don't worry. Gather according to the divided formations. A score of 60 or above is passing. Uncle Iosi looked up from below and raised his hand to ask, sir, we didn't know in advance that we had to form groups. We only received notice about the test this afternoon. Hearing him, Tezuo was taken aback and scratched his head at the unexpected appearance of a student from the regular class. He thought to himself that the kid would probably adapt soon. After a moment's consideration, he said, in that case, we'll be the last one to take the test alone. Facing that decision, Chaoshi thought to himself that doing things alone was already a habit from his past life. So, he calmly replied, yes, sir. Standing up as it, Tesho glanced at Chaoshi and sneered, it seems the teacher doesn't care about him anymore. This test isn't dangerous, but the dark energy and actual difficulty are terrifying. Keiko, standing next to him, put her hands on her hips and added, even the professional semi-hero association struggles, let alone a regular student going alone. It's laughable to think how long he'll last. Suzuki and the school board were observing sternly from above. Groups of students began to enter the simulation chamber one by one. With his arms crossed, Suzuki watched silently and pondered. The goal of this assessment is to screen potential semi-heroes. The Hero Academy was established to recruit talent for the United Association against other rivals. During this sensitive period, major guilds are fiercely competing. A slight slip-up means losing a promising candidate immediately. On the training grounds below, after the teams had settled into position, the system announced that the students had officially entered the competition. As soon as he stepped into the jungle scenery, Toshio exclaimed in surprise. Even though I've heard about it many times, seeing it with my own eyes is truly overwhelming. The team members began activating the control interfaces. Toshio cheered. Well, we get to choose basic equipment too. After equipping their armor, he turned to his teammates and urged, "Were you all ready? Let's go. We need to score over 60 to pass the test. Everyone, be careful." A while later, there were still other groups outside patiently waiting for the turn. When Toshio's group emerged from the machine, the system displayed that the 5-person team had completed the F-level test in 24 minutes. Breathing a sigh of relief, he turned to Keiko. "That was so tense, we almost failed." Suzuki, observing their results from above, pondered thoughtfully. F-level with a maximum score of 100. Most teams scored between 70 and 80. No one exceeded 90. It seems this hero class is lacking truly potential seeds. They are still too young. The highest record in recent years was 93 points, which was a 2-person E-level test, and they gradually rose to become heroes. Although it's only 1 level difference, the talent between E and F is a vast gap. Those who can pass E-level will easily get into any reputable academy and catch the eye of major guilds. But such geniuses are very rare. I wonder if I'll find anyone today. He turned to the principal and commented with a smile, "That's wonderful. With a little more polishing, their future will be bright." Has the test already ended? In response to his question, the vice principal seemed a bit flustered and replied, "Yes, there is still a student from the regular class preparing." Hearing this, the principal cleared his throat, indicating his displeasure. Suzuki clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "A kid from the regular class is participating too. That's bold. Anyway, he's the last one, so let's stick around and watch. Even if he fails, he's just a regular class student." On the arena floor below, Kazuo was diligently writing on a board without looking up. "Congratulations to everyone for completing it. Now it's the regular class student's turn. Hurry up. If you get scared inside, you can just give up right away." Hearing the warning, Chaoshi didn't say a word but simply nodded slightly. "Thank you, teacher." The surrounding students began to whisper among themselves. Toshio crossed his arms provocatively. The dark energy in there will probably make him so scared he'll wet his pants. Another student chimed in. "Let's guess how many seconds it will take him to crawl out of the machine." Chaoshi entered the simulation chamber. The system immediately displayed a prompt to select a profession and equipment for an F-level dungeon. Looking through the options, he muttered to himself, "Profession and equipment? I've already prepared everything, so let's start." The system updated his status. Level 12, Profession, Warrior, Equipment, Fux Camouflage Armor, Blood Service Weapon, Skill, Scattered Lightning Strike, and Ability, Copy Thunderous Ambush, with combat stats of 16,000. Chaoshi quickly unleashed a move, defeating the monsters. A group of level 1 black earthlings suddenly charged towards him with glowing red eyes. He looked at the monsters and shook his head. Only level 1. If the test for semi-heroes is this simple, it's too easy. Without exerting any effort, Chaoshi cleared out the monsters and calmly moved on. Karina is still waiting for me. I need to finish this quickly. Sitting snugly inside the simulation machine, a sudden flash of light caused Chaoshi to instinctively look up. The monster collapsed to the ground after a few sword strikes. As he swung his weapon, Chaoshi muttered, "It's so easy it's boring. It's only been 6 minutes and the rank 3 black rabbit is already wiped out." The system immediately displayed a completion notice. Suddenly, the machine emitted a red signal for a data error. "Your capabilities exceed the initial setup, so the system is automatically activating the rank D test." After reading the notice, Chaoshi grumbled, "Another rank D test. I thought rank F was enough." The system's red warning lights flashed, signaling that the rank D dungeon was ready and requesting the test to begin. Without hesitation, Chaoshi stepped further inside, nonchalantly muttering, "Whatever, with my current strength, what's the difference between rank F and rank D anyway?" The crowd outside was abuzz with gossip because Chaoshi had not yet emerged. Toshio smirked and turned to tell the teacher, "Teacher, try opening the machine to see. Maybe he's so scared he's already wet himself." Kazuo looked at the display screen full of anxiety. 12 minutes had passed, which was too long for an average student, and he worried something bad might have happened. It was truly troublesome. Standing from above with hands behind his back, Suzuki leisurely commented, "A student from the regular class lasting this long is quite admirable. Principal, remember to reward him for his courage when he steps out." And the principal quickly nodded in agreement. Naturally, no matter the result, such spirit is truly precious. The simulation machine suddenly began to vibrate violently. The machine door burst open, and smoke billowed out along with an announcement that the test had concluded. As Chaoshi stepped out, the system immediately displayed a message congratulating him for passing with a maximum score. The total time taken to complete both the rank F and rank D tests was 12 minutes, with a perfect score of 100. The people nearby widened their eyes in utter astonishment. As he walked away, Chaoshi muttered, "So that's everything finished." The trio in the second floor observation room was equally stunned. Suzuki exclaimed, "Is this truly a student from the regular class?" Below, Kazuo looked at the display screen while drenched in sweat. 100 points, and he even cleared the rank D test. How can this be? There must be something wrong with the machine. Toshio's face was flushed with anger because he could not accept the truth. He shouted, "The system must be malfunctioning. A kid from the regular class couldn't possibly complete both tests in 12 minutes. Passing the rank D test is completely absurd." Chaoshi approached Kazuo and said, "I don't care about the scores. Qualifying is enough. I have to go pick up my younger sister, so please excuse me." And the teacher could only nod in agreement. Just as Chaoshi was about to leave, the voice suddenly called out, "Pay, student." Wait there. Suzuki stepped out to block his path and asked, you just passed both the rank F and rank D tests, right? Xiaoxi simply nodded casually in response. The vice principal standing nearby stammered, impossible, the original settings were for a low-rank dungeon. How could a rank D test appear, and how could a regular student complete it in 12 minutes? Ignoring the vice principal, Suzuki continued to ask, your name is Suzuki Zero Xiaoxi, isn't it? Tell me, what was the final monster at rank D? Xiaoxi turned to move on and shrugged. It was a rank 6 black wolf. It was fast but too weak, finished in just a few strikes. If that's all, I'll go pick up my sister now. Goodbye, teachers. Suzuki fell silent without a word. Suddenly the principal spoke up, Suzuki Zero isn't lying, is he? Suzuki immediately interrupted him. Go ahead and pick up your sister. Xiaoxi turned his head toward him and said thank you. The principal still tried to explain. Mr. Chairman, there must be a mistake in Suzuki Zero's results. Suzuki immediately interrupted the principal. Please allow Suzuki Zero to participate in this exam, and keep all secrets regarding the results in today's events confidential. Although the principal didn't understand the purpose, he nodded in reluctant agreement. Suzuki remained motionless, lost in thought. It was unmistakable. The final boss of the grade D exam was clearly rank Wolf level 6. According to him, it moved swiftly but was too weak. But how could one know without facing it directly? That score was real. He was a hidden genius, no, accurately speaking, a monster. A regular class student passing both grade F and D exams within 1 minute with a perfect score truly broke all records. I must keep a close eye on him. If my judgment is correct, I must recruit this talent for the Hero Union at all costs. Chairman Suzuki worked authoritatively down the corridor, the last rays of the late afternoon sun shining faintly upon his figure. The system notification appeared again. Level 12, warrior class, equipped with black armor, disguised as a Fux demi-human. Weapon, blood rain, skill, lightning chain strike combined with a copy ambush combat style, combat power, 16,000. In the blink of an eye, the day of the future Superpar tournament arrived. Bright red banners were hung in front of the school gate, and crowds of students were flocking into the competition area. A male student holding a briefcase in one hand confidently worked through the dense crowd to head inside. His appearance caused a stir among the surrounding students. They're students from Kirazu and Sawahiro, the two most prestigious educational institutions with the top scores. Are they participating too? Another person exclaimed. Rumor has it they have plenty of hero class students qualified to be real heroes. We stand no chance against them. The top 5 positions will surely belong to those two schools. Our school has no hope of making the top rankings. Norm raised a megaphone to drown out the whispers. The voice echoed everywhere, requesting contestants to quickly complete registration procedures at the counter before gathering at the competition area. Xiaoxi, carrying his bag, walked to the registration desk. Seeing him, the instructor immediately asked, you're from the hero class, right? Nim, please. Xiaoxi calmly replied, I'm Tsuki Zero Xiaoxi, a regular class student from Shinshin School. His system displayed the stats. Level 12, warrior class, equipped with black armor disguised as a Fux demi-human. Weapon, blood rain, skill, lightning chain strike combined with copy ambush combat style, combat power, 160,000. Pikey, who was on duty at the registration desk, watched his receding back and called out, a regular class. You have nerves of steel, but don't push yourself too hard. Hero class students are extremely tough customers. Inside the stadium, the atmosphere of the opening ceremony had begun to heat up. The vice principal hurried over and announced, Principal, Chairman Suzuki has officially arrived. Both the principal and vice principal immediately went out to welcome Suzuki. Upon seeing him, the principal quickly invited him into the room and said, I sincerely apologize for not having someone greet you properly. Suzuki, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, no need for formalities. All regular class students have registered to participate, right? Standing nearby, the vice principal quickly replied, yes, they have all completed the procedures. By now, they should be settling into their seats inside the arena. Suzuki nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Inside the arena, students were busy with their final warm-ups. In Suzuki's mind, he was still calculating, so Suzuki Sairo has registered, which means he is very serious about this tournament. If his power is real, there is no doubt he's an outstanding talent. If the major guilds find out, they will try to snatch him away. I cannot let that happen. At a corner of the grandstand, the vice principal leaned in and whispered to the principal, representatives from all the guilds have arrived. Should we begin the opening ceremony? The principal nodded in agreement. All right, make sure the guests are welcomed properly and maintain the most polite manner possible. The vice principal leaned in again and continued, Chairman Suzuki likely knows well that this year both Kirazu and Sawahiro schools have sent the most outstanding talents to compete. Upon hearing this, the principal glanced around and asked, wait, have they sent out students even better than before? Full of anxiety, the vice principal frowned in confusion and continued, it seems both schools are desperate for victory, while our school performs poorly every year. I fear we won't be able to make any breakthroughs this time either. The principal let out a weary sigh and replied, I understand. That is the general situation. We just have to give our best effort with what we have. Just then, in the contestants' waiting room, the bell suddenly rang. The compatibility test will begin shortly. Please gather at the testing area. Everyone in the room hurriedly warmed up, including Suki Sairo. He wondered to himself, shouldn't the ability test be the beginning of the tournament? The screens on the machines displayed one after another, a challenge sequence testing the smallest movements while utilizing maximum power. Physical and strength points will be recorded live. The maximum score for each category is 100. Suki Sairo immediately understood, so the exam starts from this step. The more refined the movement and the greater the explosive power, the more accurately the result will reflect one's true ability. Since all parameters are accurately measured by machines, no one can cheat. The crowd behind whispered as someone stepped forward. That's a student from Sawahiro School. I wonder how many points he'll get. Standing before the scoring device, he concentrated all his focus on the decisive strike. He built up momentum and then unleashed an extremely powerful punch. The computer screen immediately displayed the result, 72 physical points and 74 strength points. Seeing the numbers displayed, The male student just gave a smug smile and muttered, "Too easy." The group of candidates behind began buzzing with conversation. Both indices being above 70 is a decent level, but one must reach the 80 threshold to have a chance at competing for the top 3. One person turned to ask the score of the candidate next to them, who honestly replied that their physical fitness was 76 while the power was only 66 due to restricted movement. The other then advised them to focus on improving their force control. Tsuki Sairo accidentally overheard these words and thought to himself that a milestone of 70 points in each category seemed alright. He wondered what kind of results he himself would achieve. The candidates stepped up to the testing machine one by one. The screen continuously displayed the checking status, such as Inzessen student reaching a physical fitness score of 62 and power of 69, while a student from Segahira possessed physical fitness of 73 along with power of 65. Zessen school recorded physical fitness of 76 and power of 72, while the Segahira school representative achieved physical fitness of 78 and power of 68. Zessen school continued with physical fitness of 56 and power of 62, immediately drawing mocking comments from the group behind about the school's average results. Constant laughter rang out. A male student mocked that he didn't expect Zessen school to let regular class students compete, causing the crowd to whisper that the school must be short on people and had to fill empty spots. In the stands, the committee representatives were deep in their own calculations. It seemed Kirazu school held a major advantage, and if properly trained, they would surely become brilliant heroes, while the students from Segahira were quite impressive and Zessen school was completely outmatched. In the observation room, the principal covered his face and sighed in disappointment at the terrible results, while Suzuki was worried seeing the students lagging behind their rivals, though they still pinned high hopes on Suzuki's hero. Below the stands, Riley's group was gathered with Chaoshi's class. Tsuru wondered why the other schools knew about that, while Riley smugly asked where Chaoshi was and why he wasn't competing. Karina sat watching the developments below and softly called out her older brother's name. Mina stood with her arms crossed next to Karina and sarcastically asked if her brother intended to embarrass the whole school, while Vivian added that if he were strong enough, he would have fought students from other schools, just like the way he had mocked them the other day. Hearing that, Karina immediately turned around and firmly replied, "I believe in my brother." Mina flew into a rage, calling them both idiots and swearing that when her brother failed, she would hand deliver a letter of condolence. Suzuki continued to watch the arena intently, frowning slightly because so far no one had exceeded 80 points in both categories. He hoped the strongest contestants would appear in the final rounds. He bit his lip, waiting to see when Suzuki Sairo would take the field, wondering if he would be strong enough to face the outstanding figures from Kirazu and Sohira schools. A sudden confrontation broke out among the group of candidates when one bumped the student's shoulder, forcing the other to angrily shout to watch where they were going. That student turned around, immediately drawing all the attention of the surrounding crowd. It was Vince Love, a hero from Sohira school, who had passed the rank D, level 4 exam with a combat power of up to 580. Everyone recognized Vince and began whispering that Sohira's ace had appeared. He was a heady contender for the championship, making the student who had just picked a fight bow his head in regret for his slip of the tongue. Vince calmly worked toward the testing machine. He reached out and lightly touched the ball right in front of him. After taking a short run up, he delivered a powerful punch to the target. The testing device's screen immediately displayed Sawahira's stats as physical fitness 86 and power 90. The crowd behind was amazed at his graceful movements that still delivered such terrifying striking force. Suzuki witnessed this as well and concluded that Sawahira was indeed the strongest. High chances were that this boy was the most elite student this year, and he would approach him for recruitment after the event ended. Below, students buzzed with excitement as they saw the next face entering, saying that Kirazu's ace had arrived. As he worked, they loudly ordered those who hadn't even reached 80 points to shut up and see for themselves the performance of Kirazu's real ace. It was BunRv, a student from Kirazu School's hero class, who had passed the rank D, level 4 exam with a combat power of 620. BunRv leisurely worked to the testing machine. With just a light touch, the ball immediately spun at a dizzying speed. The electronic scoreboard quickly lit up, showing that Kirazu Academy's representative scored 89 in physical fitness and 92 in combat power. The crowd below was so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped, buzzing with chatter because he was just a hair away from scoring a double over 90. The guy hadn't even warmed up properly. Kirazu's prodigies were indeed on another level, and it seemed this year's championship already had a winner. Witnessing this, Suzuki nodded in approval, thinking to himself that this kid possessed immense potential, truly living up to the reputation of a top student from Kirazu Academy. He must meet and talk with him as soon as the tournament ended. Seeing BunRv's smug expression, Vince's face suddenly darkened a shade. BunRv leisurely walked over and smirked provocatively at Vince. "Only you are qualified to be my rival here, but this championship trophy will definitely be mine." Just then, a figure suddenly stepped in and spoke up. "Excuse me, it's my turn to take the stage now." Recognizing the boy who had just stepped up as Chayoshi, the crowd behind immediately began to whisper and mock him. "That's Shiro Chayoshi from the regular class at Seishin Academy. I can't believe it, nobody like him has the nerve to show his face here. Is he going to make a fool of himself and tarnish the school's reputation? How dare he arrogantly stand right behind BunRv like that?" Chayoshi stepped up to face the strength testing ball of the measuring device, his mind still busy analyzing. "So, I only need to make a minimal movement while still exerting maximum power, right?" Seeing him stand there dazed without making a move, the crowd behind began to jeer and urge him on. "Hurry up and get on with it." From the stands, Mina sneered as if waiting to watch a comedy show. "So the loser has finally shown his face. What a shame, you're only going to be a laughingstock for everyone. Watch out that you don't wet your pants from fear before you can even strike." Sitting in the stands, Karina was extremely worried for her older brother, silently cheering him on. "Big brother, you can do it." Seeing Chayoshi finally appear, Suzuki felt a surge of intense expectation. The opportunity has come. Let's see what this kid can do. Just reaching 72 to 80 points would be enough to make a mark. Meanwhile, The principal embarrassedly covered his face, not daring to whoosh, thinking that this regular class student was absolutely doomed. Standing in front of the testing machine, Xiaoxi sighed softly and thought to himself, since things have come to this, I only need to slightly activate a tiny fraction of my ultimate physique in the heavens chosen system, and that should be plenty. Having made his decision, he opened the system while leisurely extending a single finger, gently tapping the strength testing ball. The ultimate physique mode immediately focused on strengthening his middle finger, causing his defensive energy and recoil absorption capability to skyrocket in an instant. The tip of his finger immediately radiated a terrifying surge of power, and a notification simultaneously popped up on the system screen. Heaven's chosen system activated, transferring 60% of total body strength into the middle finger. Although other body parts suffer a noticeable energy drop, in return, the middle finger's attack power has skyrocketed to 600%. The moment Xiaoxi's finger made light contact with the bullseye of the ball, a halo of destructive power exploded, and a powerful gust of wind swept through, causing the surrounding students to stumble and hastily raise their hands to shield their faces. Everyone present at the scene gasped in absolute shock at this bizarre sight. The digital scoreboard flickered rapidly before stopping. The Station Academy representative scored 100 in physical fitness and 100 in strength. The system then flashed another line of text. Station Academy's representative possesses both infinite physique and infinite strength. Looking at the bizarre numbers, Xiaoxi sighed to himself, "Shoot, I overdid it a little." The poor testing ball also instantly vaporized from its mount and shot straight up into the stratosphere at a dizzying speed. His face contorted with worry. The kid thought, "I'm doomed. I'll definitely have to pay out of my own pocket to replace this broken machine." After Xiaoxi's divine finger flick, the ball soared high in the sky for a long time before falling back to the ground with a heavy thud, pathetically dented and emitting a thick plume of black smoke. What on earth just happened? The entire stands immediately erupted at that insane sight, as frantic whispers echoed nonstop. The ball flew completely out of sight. What kind of monster possesses that kind of strength? This is ridiculous. The measuring device must have short-circuited, or else that guy used some sophisticated method to cheat. The guild section was also in an uproar. Who on earth is that student for his score to be so terrifying? If it wasn't a device malfunction, then his abilities far exceed those of every other contestant here. There must be some shady cheating going on. How could a regular high school student possess such world-shattering power? Standing beneath the platform, the proctor frantically inspected the debris while hurriedly reporting over the phone. "I will contact the administration to verify the situation. Everyone please wait a moment." Standing nearby, Xiaoxi heard this, scratched his head, and mumbled, "If we can't measure it again, then let's just forget it. I don't really mind." Boniface turned pale as a ghost, stammering and roaring, "This is absolutely absurd. The testing machine must have malfunctioned, or that kid secretly used some booster item to cheat." Beside him, Vince crossed his arms and coldly chimed in, "We don't know for sure yet. Let's just wait and see what the school's final verdict is." Just then, the principal hurriedly pushed through the crowd, calling out to clear the way. "Make way, everyone. We need to inspect this machine immediately." Suzuki also immediately strode over, standing in front of Xiaoxi and proposing solemnly, "Chiro Xiaoxi, show me your hand so I can inspect it." Tsuyoshi reached out his hand to be checked as requested. Suzuki observed and thought to himself that he initially suspected the young man had cheated using auxiliary equipment, but he saw no signs of any items or tricks, and the boy's palms were covered in calluses despite his young age. He frowned in surprise and asked, "Why are your hands so covered in scars and calluses like this?" Tsuyoshi accepted the question from Suzuki and frankly replied, "I have been doing various part-time jobs to make a living for nearly 10 years now." Upon hearing his explanation, the chairman could only exclaim in astonishment, "What?" When the inspection was completed, the technician Neki stepped forward to announce that the machinery was still operating stably. After recovering the data, the impact force results for both items had reached a perfect score of 100, leaving the principal unable to believe his eyes as he stammered to confirm this to Zex in school. The crowd began to murmur about how such terrifying strength had broken the measuring device, insisting that this was certainly cheating or a cheap trick by the Zex in school representative. Seeing the intense opposition, Neki nervously asked the principal for his opinion. At this moment, he turned to Suzuki and declared, "As chairman, I do not have the authority to change Cyro's score." Suzuki immediately stepped forward and firmly affirmed, "As a representative of the Hero School organization, I personally inspected and confirmed that Cyro's results are completely transparent, with no signs of cheating at all. I once again officially recognize Cyro, a student of Zexin School, as achieving a maximum score of 100 in both competition categories." During this announcement, Boniface and Vince simultaneously exclaimed in shock, "What? 100 on both tests?" Jealousy rose within Boniface. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself that he hadn't cared about the guy Cyro before, so could this be why Billy had to beg him to deal with him? Billy's father is the vice leader of the Blue Snake Gang, a strategic partner of his faction, so he was forced to complete this mission at all costs. He would settle the score with him after this match. The group of sub-hero students buzzed, one exclaiming that they hadn't expected the chairman to confirm such a thing, while others nodded in agreement that the result was real, and thus Cyro, a student from the regular class, had excellently taken the lead with a perfect score of 100. The final result was clear, and the loudspeaker immediately announced it, displaying Cyro's image on the big screen with his achievement of 100 points and his first place ranking overall. The stands became rowdy. Jella's group broke into a cold sweat and yelled in astonishment, "First place! This guy is crazy." Siryu, standing next to them, also gaped in surprise at this unprecedented historic record. Parina cheered joyfully in the stands, "My big brother is just so amazing." Devin was equally astonished, while those around her continuously discussed his shocking score. Parina turned to boast to everyone, "My brother is truly excellent, isn't he?" Mina was so angry she gritted her teeth, wondering why they would let him win like this. What on earth were they doing? She immediately pulled out her phone to text and complained of her boyfriend, Billy. On this side, Suzuki stood with his hands behind his back and declared that Cyro was the only student from Zexin School to make it into the top 10, mentally calculating that if Zexin School intended to rely on Cyro to compete for the top spot, the next round would be very difficult against opponents from Kirazu and Sawahir schools. A moment later, the signal bell rang again in the arena, and schools were allowed to freely form teams for the second round, which was a team test. The loudspeaker announced that the second round was a destruction race in a simulated dungeon, with the goal being for each team to defeat as many dark creatures as possible within 10 minutes. Students on the field began to discuss, with some stating this was a chance to change their fortunes, and the whole team would have to give their best effort to win the highest rank. The teacher holding the tracking board approached Tsuyoshi and informed him that due to the rule requiring at least 3 people to form a team, Sayra would have to sit out this round, to which he nodded in agreement. He looked at the scoreboard and thought to himself that Sex and School had a 10-point lead, which was fine for the time being. In a corner, Boniface was still furious and muttered, "Damn it, I can't do anything in this round. The chance to teach him a lesson is still ahead, so for now, I have to focus all my energy on winning the second round." Boniface warmed up his body and encouraged his teammates that they had trained methodically for this situation countless times, and as the strongest team from Kirazu School, they would certainly come out on top. His teammates responded in unison to confirm. On the other side, Vince also quickly gathered his team and affirmed to everyone that even though the big schools wanted to win first place, their side was not inferior and was fully capable of winning. The team members shouted in unison, "Agreed, we will give our all for Sohira School." On this side, the Seisen captain is holding a meeting. Both Kirazu and Sohira are absurdly strong, and the top 2 spots are certainly already theirs, so the team is only aiming to accumulate maximum points to squeeze into the top 10. The Seisen member speaks up. "It turns out the gap in ability is this huge. Our team is completely outclassed by them." The loudspeaker blares, signaling the official start of the competition, and the teams move into the simulator area one by one. The teams enter the arena area below, while in the stands, Jell has her feet up on the seat, laughing uncontrollably. "Look over there, Suzuki Zero is standing alone again." Siryu, sitting next to her, also chuckles sarcastically. "Har har har, it seems no one is interested in teaming up with that guy." Chaoji is still standing with his arms crossed in a corner of the arena. The students around him begin to gossip. "Look, who would believe a regular class student could have such a terrifying power stat?" In the spectator seats, Mina and Vivian are teasing Karina. "Look at your classmate, he doesn't even have a single teammate. How talented, isn't he? How pathetic." Seeing this, Karina looks displeased and mutters. Everyone just looks at him with contempt. Chaoji remains standing in line with his arms crossed, his mind calculating the strongest position will be determined by the total final score, and additionally, the most outstanding contestant in the match will receive the MVP title, a quite valuable honor. "I will save my strength in the first half and focus on winning the MVP title. As long as I accumulate good individual points, the 10 million yen reward will surely be mine." Once settled into the simulators, the schools begin to give their all to fight. Teams from other schools, the system interface updates the numbers. The amount of dark monsters destroyed has now reached 18. The Sohira team under the command of Vince. The system continues to count up. The amount of dark monsters defeated is now 48. Boniface's Kirazu team. The system screen announces, the amount of dark monsters destroyed is 62. Outside the arena, everyone is focused on tracking the progress via a large screen. One spectator speaks up. It's halfway through, and as expected, the Kirazu team is still in the lead with a terrifying number. Another person comments, both Kirazu and Sohira teams are coordinating incredibly well. Suzuki is also observing intently, his hands clasped together as he thinks deeply. I personally expected Suzuki Zero to accomplish something, but in these team exams, it's hard for him to show his true potential. Regular class students are always ostracized by the hero class students. That is a harsh reality. Just then, the Seisen School group exits the simulator, everyone's face exhausted. They cannot maintain the simulation any longer. The ending time is 6 minutes and 39 seconds, and the number of dark creatures defeated is 33. The leader, Tesho, speaks up. "Why has everyone fainted? Only the vice captain and I have managed to stay conscious. At this rate, the top 10 is impossible." The person behind him replies, "Captain, even though this is just a simulation dungeon, the damage is real. We truly can't push ourselves any further." As they step outside, the Seisen captain breaks into a cold sweat looking at the leaderboard. This is terrible. The leading Kirazu team has already taken down 86 monsters. How many more will they flatten in the remaining 10 minutes? Tasho turns to look at the screen and snaps. Sohira has also taken down 63. The gap between us and the team below is only 8. How frustrating. They approach the teacher's support desk and explain, "Sorry, teacher, are we allowed to go back in? The vice captain and I still have enough strength to fight." The teacher replies, "The rule requires a minimum of 3 people to form a team. The other members are too exhausted. Moreover, even if someone joins now, there isn't enough time left." The captain curses, "What a bunch of useless people, we only need one more person." Suddenly, Toshio pulls his arm and says, "Look, there's someone." He points toward Chaoji, who is standing in a corner with his arms crossed. That regular class student, Tsukishiro, is over there. Upon seeing this, the captain rushes over to drag Chaoji in front of the teacher and says, "We need 3 people to form a team. Come with us quickly, don't let our points go to waste." Chaoji, hearing what his school captain said, replies, "I don't mind." As soon as registration is complete, the 3 rush into the simulator. The captain grabs Chaoji's shoulder and urges, "We have enough people, hurry inside." The teacher standing nearby watches and shakes his head. "I don't think you can make any difference in the 3 remaining minutes." Once inside, the captain immediately orders Tasho, 3 minutes left. "Vice captain, let's charge." Tasho grips his sword tightly and says, "I've only destroyed 33. If I can take down 10 more, there's still a chance to get into the top 10. Without looking back, he says to Chaoji, "Hey, Suzuki Zero, I don't know the extent of your strength, but since you've joined, you need to know how to lend a hand." Facing the 3 of them is a dense swarm of one-eyed monsters. Chaoji calmly steps forward. He casually orders, "You two, close your eyes." Tasho asks in confusion, "What? Close our eyes?" Chaoji immediately channels his power and replies, "It will be better for your eyes. Just close them." Chaoji begins to open his face. The system displays a notification for the summoning of the 4th weapon, Nether Cold Light Sword. Simultaneously, the system updates the stats. Level 12, Warrior class, equipped with black camouflage armor and a Fux demi-human set. Weapon is the Blood Dance Scythe. Skills include Lightning Chain Strike, Pepe, and Thunder Ambush, with combat power reaching 16,000. His two teammates behind him heard this and covered their eyes, saying, "We understand what you mean, but we don't have much time left. We must take down 10 more monsters to make it into the top 10. Xiaoxi heard this and asserted, "Just trust me." His entire body now enveloped by powerful flashes of immortal lightning. With a single wave of his hand, he struck the ground, and the entire area exploded violently. Xiaoxi lunged forward frantically, sweeping through the horde of monsters, whispering to himself, "Let's go. I will pierce through this entire crowd." Xiaoxi utilized the system to activate his ultimate physique, elevating his own strength to a new level. He swung his sword to unleash the electric chain strike, with lightning resounding everywhere, while the system continuously reported 43 defeated, then 53, 73, 103, 180, 240, 303 units. He frantically finished off his targets, but noticing the thing seemed unstable, he proactively stopped. Xiaoxi shouldered his sword, worked leisurely, and said, "This should be enough for now." His two teammates standing nearby witnessed the scene and were so shocked they shouted, "Wait, just a single strike? Did you really take down 300 of them?" Just then, the signal bell echoed everywhere, marking the official end of the team's competition time. The large screen immediately updated. First place went to Seishin School with 330 kills, second place was Kirasu School with 102 kills, and third place was Sawahira School with 86 kills. The trio of Xiaoxi stepped out of the simulation machine, causing the entire auditorium to buzz with skeptical whispers about the name Seishin School. Suzuki appeared on the field unexpectedly and rushed over to question Tasho. "It's impossible. Did he really destroy 300 of them right before the end?" Tasho stuttered, "We really don't understand what happened either." And Suzuki Shiro added, "They told us to close our eyes." So, the captain also scratched his head shyly and continued, "After that, we just saw flashes of light, felt vibrations and thunder, and then Suzuki Shiro had wiped out all the monsters with just one move." Tasho nodded in agreement. "We didn't cheat at all, I swear." Suzuki looked at Xiaoxi with a different gaze, thinking to himself, so it was all thanks to Suzuki Shiro. He is definitely a hidden genius with extraordinary power, not a monster, but someone who will shake the hero world. After this tournament, I must speak with him. I cannot let such talent slip away. The auditorium suddenly erupted like a beehive. Many believed this three-man team must have cheated because their power far exceeded the strongest team, Kirasu. They criticized Suzuki Shiro and accused Seishin School of using dirty tricks to manipulate data to save face, believing that if they dared to do something so despicable, it would eventually be exposed. Just then, Yukata stepped down to the field, sword out the principal, and said, "Principal, we represent the off-campus judge union. These results are highly irregular, so we need to re-examine the data." The principal rubbed his head, looked troubled, and replied, "We are also very confused by this, but of course, everyone is free to check. There is certainly nothing suspicious going on." Seeing the tension, Jealous sat in the stands, arms crossed, smiling smugly. The judging panel is stepping in to investigate. How interesting. Siryu, sitting next to him, added, "He must have cheated. There's no way that guy is that strong." A group of students in front covered their mouths and whispered, "If this is actually cheating, it's going to be a shocking scandal." As for Mina, she couldn't sit still and continued to mock Karina. "Your brother definitely played dirty, didn't he?" Karina frowned and retorted, "My brother would never do such base things." Back on the field, Suzuki stepped forward and called out from a distance, "Yukata, what are the results?" The group led by Yukata, after a third check, could only scratch their heads. "Well, I see the data spiked right before the match ended. Although hard to believe, I found no signs of outside interference, so perhaps it's not cheating." The school principal exclaimed joyfully, "So Suzuki Zero is completely innocent. Seishin School always competes fairly and transparently." Someone else chimed in, "But I have never heard of any three-man team capable of reaching such an astronomical number." Just then, Xiaoxi, along with Tasho and the captain, worked over and suggested, "How about this? If we don't take first place in the upcoming matches, you can consider us as having cheated, and if we maintain our lead, there will be nothing left to doubt." The principal hurriedly intervened, "Suzuki Zero, calm down. Taking first place in all matches is a bit." Before he could finish, Xiaoxi interrupted, "Don't worry, sir." Boniface heard the boy's words and smiled thinly, acting smug, telling him to just wait and see if he could keep his promise in this individual round, then stood shoulder to shoulder with him, clenching his fists as he exclaimed, "I thought this was just a competition between the two of us. We just finished the hero exam, and now we're being upstaged like this. Still, I like people who are overly confident like that." Yukata thought this proposal wasn't bad at all and chimed in, "Alright, let's do it. Don't say we're forcing you, but if you don't take first place in any of the upcoming rounds, we'll assume you used dirty tricks to cheat." Shuyoshi immediately raised his hand to show his agreement and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." The whole group immediately entered the individual competition, starting with the lunge jump. Boniface went first, skillfully completing a very smooth jump, and the screen displayed his name, Boniface, Kirazuhiro School, D rank standard, level 4, combat power 620. When it was Chuyoshi's turn, he immediately activated his system, Extreme Physique, enhancing his legs and increasing his power significantly. Chuyoshi only had to crouch slightly before completing the jump, leaving Boniface wide-eyed in astonishment. The system screen displayed a notification, first place in the lunge jump, Seishin School, Chuyoshi Sukai Sairo. Moving to the second event, the short sprint. The moment the signal was given, Chuyoshi dashed off, leaving both Boniface and Vince far behind. The results were displayed instantly. Champion of the short sprint, Seishin School, Chuyoshi Sukai Sairo. The third event was a discus throw, and Chuyoshi quickly started his system when his turn came. With his ultimate physique, his arms were reinforced with strength, and his throwing power increased visibly. He put all his might into throwing the disc as far as possible. The disc flew and disappeared into the distance, and the scoreboard updated. First place in the discus throw. Seishin School, Chuyoshi Sukiisaro. The judges sitting outside also stared in shock, startled, and exclaimed, "Pa!" He broke the record. Karina sat in the stands cheering endlessly. Go for it. While Mina and Vivian frowned. Mina muttered, how is Karina's brother so unbelievably strong? And Vivian chimed in, taking first place in all these matches like that, he's probably broken every record. On this side, Sally and Siryu's expressions were no better. Siryu was sweating profusely, his voice trembling. Riley, the kid, how is that possible? Riley could only lament, this is truly insane. Meanwhile, in the hallway, a figure was quietly watching from afar. Billy. His face was pale, his eyes full of anger, and he thought to himself, I don't care if he's cheating or not, this can't continue. What is Boniface doing? He held his phone in his hand, continuously sending messages to urge Boniface on. On the field, both Boniface and Vince were sweating buckets and panting. Boniface gritted his teeth and muttered, damn it, where did Seishin School find this terrifying monster? Vince, standing beside him, was also exhausted. I have to admit, he's really tough to deal with. At that moment, Boniface opened his phone to see a message from Billy. After reading the message, he just thought to himself, I understand, Billy. I want to take action too, but I don't have the strength. It's so frustrating. While he was busy looking at his phone, Vince approached and reminded him, Boniface, the next match is the final round. I'm going to unleash my special move, just wait and see. After all this training, I'm confident I'll have a fair match against Yuki-Zero. Hearing Vince's reminder, Boniface suddenly remembered something. That's right, for that match, Billy's father secretly gave me the P2P mind intrusion device. It's an expensive black market item I was saving for later, but if I don't use it now, I won't have a chance to defeat Yuki-Zero. The machine is set to 10%, so it shouldn't cause any harm. The loudspeaker on the field suddenly blared. Next is the final match, the pulley pole. This is a traditional finale that everyone has been looking forward to. The system explained. In the pulley pole, players use ropes, strength, and willpower to pull a female student from their school upward. When they reach the top of the pulley, the pulling ends, and the female student must grab the school's nameplate to win the overall victory. The loudspeaker announced, each school must send 3 students to participate. Let's start the final match. At that moment, someone approached Chuyoshi. The man, Marfist, said, Yuki-Zero-kun, the principal wants you to participate. Try your best to take first place. Chuyoshi scratched his head in confusion. But I don't have a female student to pair with, thinking to himself that Karina's leg still wasn't recovered. Hearing this, the teacher said immediately, leave finding someone to me. You don't need to worry about that. The teacher immediately used the loudspeaker to announce, Yuki-Zero, Chuyoshi from Seishin School will be participating in the pulley pole. Since he doesn't have a female partner yet, any student willing to join, please come down to the field. As the loudspeaker fell silent, the crowd of female students in the stands began to whisper. I also wanted to pitch in, but I was worried that the previous victory lacked transparency. Someone else then interjected, saying that Yuki-Zero stood out even more than the students from the hero class, though he was just from the ordinary class, and I still felt uneasy about becoming the center of attention. Just then, Karina hardly raised her hand to volunteer, but Haru, sitting next to her, panicked and held her back to stop her because her legs were not in good shape at all. Vivian, chewing on a lollipop, also casually remarked that since no one else was willing to step up, they would end up picking someone to participate anyway. Suddenly, Mina spoke up and said, I have an idea. She put on a sinister expression and announced that she would enter the fray herself to cause trouble. If she failed to take first place, she could just blame it on the weak ability of that guy Yuki-Zero. Hearing this, Vivian turned and asked, were you really going yourself? She stood up and headed toward the arena, laughing grimly as she worked, saying that she could no longer keep relying on BunRv because she was sick of it. Seeing this, Vivian didn't bother to stop her, only telling her friend to do her best and be careful. While Chaoshi was busy warming up on the field, the teacher approached to announce that a volunteer had been found and told the two of them to greet each other. He stood up and turned to greet her politely, saying, I'm Chaoshi Yuki-Zero. It's nice to meet you. He was momentarily stunned when he saw the face of the person standing before him. Mina gave a cryptic smile and said, let me lend you a hand. The teacher left them to it and turned to walk away. Before leaving, the teacher reminded them both to discuss things among themselves because he had to go perform a final inspection before starting, to which Chaoshi respectfully replied, yes, sir. Chaoshi looked straight at Mina and questioned her, why are you here? You certainly don't have any good intentions. Mina stroked the lock of her hair and retorted, I'm here because no one else dared to accept. You'd be better off checking your own attitude. The loudspeaker sounded again, urging the contestants to quickly get into position as the tug-of-war match was about to begin. During the announcement, all the contestants quickly prepared themselves. As Mina tucked her hair back and climbed onto the lifting platform, she remarked, so this is a lifting floor. I've seen it before, but this is my first time stepping onto it. Thanks Yuki-Zero, pull me to the top to secure first place for our school. Chaoshi didn't pay any attention to her and silently focused on preparing for the match. Seeing herself ignored, Mina felt a bit angry and thought to herself, you dare to brush me off? Fine, just you wait. As for Vince, he was flexing his arms to show his strength to his teammate and encouraging him, let's go together, I'll pull you to the pinnacle of glory, to which his teammate trustingly replied. On Boniface's side, his teammate also offered encouragement, come on Boniface, I'll give it my all, but he didn't bother to reply at all. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, just wait, Yuki-Zero, I won't let you win this match. The loudspeaker sounded again, ordering the contestants into position. The technical team checked the cables and gave a thumbs up, signaling that everything was ready. The system explained that each contestant had a pair of assistants to help with pulling the rope. They would handle situations where the player was exhausted or encountered unexpected issues, such as a lifting platform falling freely. Every position was secured, and the loudspeaker immediately issued a command for all players to focus. Get ready. No sooner had the pull command been given than all the contestants simultaneously used all their might to pull the rope. As for Tsukisaro, he gripped the rope tightly and thought to himself, this is too light. Thanks to my supreme physical constitution, everything has become too simple. But if I go up too fast, it will be very suspicious, so I will accelerate gradually to take first place. In the stands, everyone was cheering enthusiastically. Come on Kirazu school, go for first place. Go Vince from Sawahira school, fight with all your might. Boniface gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. He told himself that whether he took first place or not no longer mattered. His only goal now was to crush Tsukisaro. It was almost done, and once he activated this thing, no one would be able to withstand the sudden, excruciating headache that was coming. As he thought this, he loosened his grip with one hand. He slipped his hand into his pocket, eager to see the pathetic look on his opponent's face when he finally crossed the finish line. In the stands, the students were shouting until they were hoarse. Come on. Pull. We're halfway there. Don't give up. Just a little more. We're almost at the finish line. Down on the field, the contestants were beginning to tire, drenched in sweat. One grumbled, it's too heavy. I can't pull anymore. While the person next to him braced himself and replied, damn it, give it a little more effort. Don't give up. Vince alone saw the others struggling and laughed scornfully. Take a good look, you bunch of amateurs. He pulled his teammates forward in one go, and the girl beside him waved excitedly. Vince, we're in the lead. Keep it up. Just then, Tsukisaro began to unleash his power. Tsukisaro accessed the system and activated his ultimate physique to strengthen his arms. He calmly pulled the rope, calculating in his head, maintain a steady pace and then gradually accelerate before reaching the finish line. That is the smart way to play. Mina stood on the high platform looking down, her expression murderous. She gripped the railing tightly and cursed emotionlessly. Damn it, no, I absolutely cannot lose. Suddenly, she jumped up and screamed, Tsuyoshi, pull faster. As she shouted, she thought to herself, should I intervene more aggressively? Try to squeeze out every bit of strength. Below, Tsukisaro felt the rope begin to shake violently. He quickly steadied himself, gripped the rope tightly, and thought to himself, it seems she has no intention of stopping. The assistant saw Mina jumping around and tried to dissuade her. Miss, please stand still or you'll fall. It's very dangerous. In the stands, Billy, Mina's boyfriend, was watching the scene with delight. He smirked and thought, that's it, well done my love, volunteering to help me eliminate the competition. Ryu, keep jumping. By any means necessary. That guy must lose. Mina stopped jumping and gripped the railing, looking down with a triumphant glint in her eyes. You're finished. But suddenly, she froze. Seeing Tsukisaro still standing as firm as a rock down there, she suddenly broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, Tsukisaro looked up, his eyes filled with a warning as he stayed straight at her. An aura of murderous intent radiated outward as Tsukisaro said coldly, have you caused enough trouble? Facing Tsukisaro's gaze, Mina's limbs went weak, and she began to feel genuine fear. That look was so terrifying it felt as if he wanted to devour her alive. The loudspeaker blayed urgently. The match is entering its final seconds. Contestants, give it your all for your own honor and the school's. Hearing the mention of the finale, Boniface wore a sinister smile. The finale. My moment has arrived. He stared at Tsukisaro's back and thought to himself, if I don't get first place, none of you will have peace. This kind of hypocrite deserves to die. He recalled the plan he had staged earlier. Just press the button and it's done. He couldn't wait any longer to see the look of pain on his face. Don't even think about touching first place in front of me. He pulled the activation chip from his pocket and firmly pressed the button to start the device. The B2P system attacked the brain directly, a high-level psychological weapon banned from circulation. When activated, it creates neurological shockwaves that cause the victim to suffer from excruciating headaches. It is extremely dangerous. As soon as he pressed the button, a wave of interference began to spread across the competition area. The students suddenly felt a sharp headache due to the impact of the frequency waves, and everyone rubbed their temples. Boniface was no better. He clutched his head, his eyes bloodshot, and gasped in a hoarse voice, why is there a splash effect? My head is about to explode. He suddenly realized there was a problem with the item Billy's dad had given him. Tsukisaro looked at the scene around him with concern, wondering what was happening to them. Suddenly, a headache struck, and Tsukisaro finally felt the discomfort. The system also immediately sent a notification, warning of a detected neural pulse, while simultaneously activating protection mode. Most of the other students had completely collapsed under the impact of the frequency waves, with no one holding the ropes tightly anymore. Their teammates fell into a free fall all at once, and panicked screams rang out. In the stands, the crowd began to stir. What's going on? Why is everyone collapsing? Even the assistants. Those girls are in danger. If they fall, they definitely won't survive. Someone please save them. Only then did the principal realize how serious the situation was, and he immediately called on everyone to help. Come on, everyone, let's try to save at least one person. On the way there, someone spoke up, we are too far away, we won't make it down in time to help. A girl struggling in midair cried out for help. Suddenly, a hand appeared and grabbed the rope tightly. Mina opened her eyes at that moment and exclaimed in astonishment, oh, it stopped. She hurriedly ran to the railing and looked down, wondering who could have done this. Mina immediately recognized that the person holding the rope was Jyoshi. From below, a gleam flashed in his eyes as he thought, I can't let this go on. If I just stand by and watch, those girls will be in danger. Immediately, Tsukisaro commanded, ultimate physical plan, reinforce legs to maximize jumping power. The system quickly accepted, the plan was executed, and the jumping power of his legs was enhanced. Looking at the girls falling all at once, the situation was truly alarming. Tsukisaro quickly ran in a circle, grabbing all the ropes that were slipping out of everyone's hands, thinking, I must hold on tight to all these ropes. I can't let a single one slip away. In the stands, witnessing that scene, someone gasped, oh my god, it's Chioji. He managed to stop all the lifts from falling. After a quick sprint, Tsukisaro finally gathered all the ropes together. He was still trying to hold on tightly to everything, determined not to let anyone fall, but the accumulated weight was truly beyond imagination. Focusing all his physical strength into his arms, the system announced, ultimate physical plane, all power concentrated in the arms, pressure on the legs is extremely high. Suddenly, the girls cheered in unison, come on. Don't give up. Mina stood up straight, and the scene before her eyes made her exclaim, Chaoji, he is pulling everything up all by himself. Everyone in the stands also gaped in astonishment, whispering, each lift must weigh up to 50 kilograms, with over 10 lifts in total, plus the weight of the girls. Where is the strength coming from? Go Jaji. Suzuki Zero, you can do it. At this moment, Suzuki Zero was exerting all of his strength, gritting his teeth and thinking, it's so heavy, I have to push through. His gloves were also torn completely open. Seeing this, Suzuki called out loudly, Suzuki Zero. While thinking to himself, he will definitely become a legend. No matter what, I must get him into the elite hero team. The principal and everyone else had also rushed to the scene, and he immediately shouted, hurry up. Help him. Only then did Suzuki Zero finally let go. His two friends rushed over to support him, and his surrounding teammates also pitched in. Voices urged, pulled on tight. Suzuki Zero, you did great. Everyone, lend a hand to hold the lift platform. Pari, everyone immediately worked together to tightly grasp the rope. Suzuki Zero still resolutely refused to let go of the rope. He spoke up, let me hold this one. Seeing this, the assistant asked, are you sure you don't need a rest? What you just did was too exhausting. At this point, Sujiro replied, the match isn't over yet. I've already declared that I will take first place in every round. Mina observed from above and muttered to herself, is he planning to keep fighting? He must be completely exhausted by now. Her face flushed red as she thought to herself, that is so amazing. Sujiro forced himself to stand up, his body trembling. He thought to himself, my hands are about to fall off. Don't cramp up now. I have to hold on tight. I must win first place. Right at that moment, the system issued a warning that the endurance of his muscle groups had reached its limit. In the stands, everyone watched with bated breath. Come on, you can do it. He's still pulling. Parina also clasped her hands tightly in prayer. Come on, big brother, you can do it. Up in the stands, the crowd cheered wildly. Do, Tsuyoshi. Give it your all. First place is waiting. Keep going. Sujiro received rounds of encouraging applause. He braced himself and continued to pour all his strength into pulling the rope. Look, the bell is right before our eyes. Someone in the stands spoke up. Now, all that girl has to do is pull down the school banner, and it's complete. Seeing this, Billy roared, Mina, don't pull it down. If you do that, the whole team will lose first place. Hold your position. Mina was full of hesitation, telling herself, what should I do? Looking down from above, she saw Sujiro struggling with all his might to hold onto the rope. She quickly made her decision. Mina spun around, grabbed the bell pull rope, and yanked it hard. Sitting in the stands, Billy clenched his fists and screamed frantically, Hey, Mina. Standing below, Sujiro saw this and smiled in satisfaction. The banner was finally dropped. On it, the words Station High were clearly printed. The entire crowd witnessing the scene erupted into wild cheers. Station High. Tsuyoshi Sujiro. First place. A voice boomed over the speakers across the arena. First place belongs to Tsuyoshi Sujiro from Station High. Raleigh and Saryu were shocked, muttering in a daze. First place. Really? Standing in the stands, Vivian said in admiration. It's truly unbelievable. With tears in her eyes, Parina choked up with happiness. Big brother, you did it. In the guild's monitoring room, everyone was bursting with excitement. It's been so long since such an outstanding genius appeared. We absolutely cannot let other guilds snatch him away. Hurry and gather all information on Tsuyoshi for me. We must recruit him to our guild at all costs. Koji whispered in the ear of his boss, who was sitting on the sofa, that the guide Tsukisaro had been in ISO lately, and that the earlier incident originated from the young master giving an item to a contestant. Upon hearing this, he immediately asked about the young master. The leader of the Blue Snake Gang held his head in frustration, feeling a headache coming on from having to collaborate with a genius of this nature. Halfway through his sentence, he grabbed his coat and stood up to leave, saying that Tsukisaro was beyond their control and that he still had to settle matters with the house's young master. In the competition area, a dapper guest in a suit expressed his congratulations, noting that the principal's school had truly trained an exceptional hero who had also claimed a glorious victory. The principal, overflowing with joy, replied, Thank you very much for your high praise. Winning the Future Star Scholarship is a great source of pride for my school, the principal said, before someone suddenly approached with an urgent report. Principal, Chairman Suki, we have an urgent matter to present. The principal turned and asked what was wrong. The newcomer, Yoshio, replied that they had just found a P2P device on a contestant. It appeared that the previous incident was caused by this very device. According to the investigation, it is on the list of extremely dangerous prohibited items, and they needed to know how to proceed. Suki was startled upon hearing this, a prohibited item. And the principal also asked in a panic, It's not a student from my school, is it? Who on earth is it? Yoshio replied that it was Boniface from Kirazu School, their ace. Initially they thought they were mistaken but they have now apprehended him, and asked the chairman to continue the investigation. Suzuki said in a low voice to let the staff handle it while he would contact the Kirazu side directly. Beside him, the principal sighed in relief that it wasn't his student. As the exam results were nearly invalidated, Yoshi stepped forward, drenched in sweat, wondering if the principal had called for him for a specific reason. Suzuki told him he had arrived just in time, and the principal gripped his hand tightly and praised him. You are the brightest star of our Shinshin school. You completed the exam brilliantly. From now on, the school will fully support you. Just ask for whatever you need, and for now, the tuition fees for you and your sister will be completely waived. Chaoshi quickly pulled his hand back and declined, thanking him for the waiver but stating he did not want to receive any special priority. Suzuki then spoke up, on behalf of the Hero School organization, I officially invite you to join the elite hero team. Although there is no precedent for a high school student, your abilities qualify you think it over carefully. Furthermore, as a champion, You will receive prize money and an apartment in the No. 1 residential area, a very prime location. Xiaoxi and the principal were both astounded to hear this, and he asked again if he really would be rewarded with a whole residence. A serious expression appeared on the principal's face as he reflected. The Chiman was really going all out this time, and recruiting a genius to the team would be a resounding achievement, which explained why he was so determined to play his best cards that day. Up in the stands at that moment, a girl was quietly walking up the steps without saying a word. Suddenly, a hand tightly gripped her collar, and an angry voice rang out demanding she return there. She let out a small groan, saying, "Billy, you're hurting me." Billy shouted while tightly holding her collar and pulling her away, asking why she had taken off her name tag and allowed that Tsukisaro to win so easily. He angrily shoved her hard against the wall and screamed, asking if she had forgotten how he humiliated them, reminding her she promised to help him defeat him, and calling both her and Boniface useless. Mina, covered in sweat, stammered that he had saved her life and the lives of everyone else, and that without him, she would have been finished. He didn't care and blared back, retorting that he had stolen all the glory and everyone's attention, calling her good for nothing. Mina was silent for a long moment, her eyes fixed on Billy with a look full of disappointment. She brushed his hand off and coldly declared, "Billy, let's break up. Don't ever come looking for me again." His face flushed red, blue veins bulging in disbelief, as he stammered, unable to speak a word. Like a cornered beast, he swung his hand violently and screamed, "You damn woman, you've got some nerve." Mina instinctively raised her hands in fear to protect herself, but her voice remained firm as he told him to go ahead and hit her if he was so brave, but once he did, he should never expect to see her again. Right at the critical moment when the situation hung by a thread, a muscular hand in a black sleeve tightly gripped his arm, bulging veins forcing his needle-stabbing motion to stop dead in its tracks. "It's Chajoshi," he said, fixing his gaze calmly on Billy. "So it's you." He was so panicked that his face turned deathly pale as he stammered, "Tsukishiro, let go right now." "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Mina stared at him in shock with wide, bewildered eyes, whispering, "Tsukishiro." Chajoshi glared with murderous intent. "I didn't want to get involved in this, but if you're the one behind it all, I can't ignore it." Having said that, he easily threw the man to the floor with just one hand, as if crushing a tiny ant. He slowly sat down and demanded with a cold gaze, "Do you know how many people would have been hurt if I hadn't stopped you in time? This isn't a childish game between students. We're talking about human lives, do you understand?" Billy was sweating profusely as he trembled and threatened, "I'm the young master of the Blue Snake Gang. If you don't let go, you'll regret it." Chajoshi cut him off with a thunderous punch and said coldly, "It seems your mind is truly beyond salvation." He was flung back like a heavy stone, blood spurting from both his nose and mouth, staining his clothes. Witnessing the scene before her, Mina was equally stunned, paralyzed with fear. Billy scrambled to his feet, crying out in a panic, "I'll kill you. How dare you lay a hand on me? You'll pay a heavy price for this. I'll make sure you regret it." Chajoshi watched him stumble away and retreat without a care. "Fine, do whatever you want." Just as he finished speaking, Vivian rushed over and asked, "Mina, are you alright? That guy Billy's going crazy everywhere looking for you." She suddenly froze when she saw the person standing next to Mina and said, "Chujishiro, why are you here?" Chajoshi looked at her with icy eyes. "Even if you lower your voice, don't expect a thank you from me. I still haven't settled the score for you bullying my sister." Vivian was extremely panicked inside. Pretending she hadn't heard anything, she rushed over to frantically fuss over Mina. As he was about to turn and walk away, the voice from behind suddenly called out his name, "Tsukishiro." Chajoshi turned his head back and asked, "What more trouble are you trying to cause now?" Vivian spoke up in a panic, "Mina, what's wrong? What are you doing, Mina?" Mina collapsed to her knees. "I sincerely apologize for treating your sister poorly. I deeply regret everything I did. I'm sorry." Vivian couldn't understand why Mina was doing this. "Mina, why are you suddenly acting like this?" Mina didn't reply. She continued to plead, "I swear from now on I will never bully Mina, no, I won't touch anyone. Please forgive me." "Vivian, say sorry." Vivian also lowered her head and followed suit. "I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Chajoshi replied calmly, "An apology can't change the fact that you bullied and hurt my sister. The fact that you've admitted your fault doesn't mean Karina and I have to forgive you." His face remained expressionless. "If I were to wound you and then say I'm sorry, would that pain heal instantly?" A silence fell over the three of them. Both Mina and Vivian remained speechless, not knowing how to respond to the question. But right then, he suddenly spoke up, "However, I have heard your apologies. Stand up." In the locker room, as he stripped off his shirt, Chajoshi said, "Once we're done changing, let's go find Karina." He was deep in thought, calculating, "I'll get my reward tomorrow. I wonder if the new villa will have an elevator." Right at that moment, the locker room door was suddenly pounded on violently. It seemed someone outside was trying to break in. Just as he pushed open the door, Chuyoshi was tightly surrounded by a crowd. They were all friends from the Jelly Club. Chuyoshi didn't care at all, leisurely putting on his shirt before speaking, "You guys want to cause trouble?" I will definitely." Before he could finish his sentence, the whole group immediately knelt down on the ground, kowtowing and apologizing profusely for having treated him like an errand boy in the past. Chuyoshi found it incredibly annoying, his head throbbing like a hammer, wondering why everyone was bowing down to him today. Right at the school gate, a group of students followed behind to cheer for him. Riley said excitedly, "You fought so well today, I respect you immensely," while another added, "Especially that last round, I almost fell for you." Chuyoshi thought to himself, how exhausting, and Siryu beside him gleefully chimed in, "That jump was truly a masterpiece." Even Boniface was terrified. Karina looked at her brother being surrounded by the crowd and said, "You're so famous, brother," and Karina's friend, seeing Chuyoshi approach, said, "Hello." Right at that moment, Mina and Vivian ran over in a panic. Mina shouted, "Chuyoshi, leave quickly. Billy is bringing his whole band of subordinates here." Without letting her finish, a hand grabbed her collar and jerked her aside, barking, "Get out of the way, girl." Seeing this, Vivian cried out in fear. Mina, Billy appeared with a powerful array of henchmen. looking at Tsuyoshi with intense hatred. Tsuyoshi, don't you dare look down on me. Even without my fart's backing, I have plenty of subordinates. Come at me if you're so tough, you poor dog, I'll tear you apart. Riley broke into a cold sweat and said, it's Billy. He's a young master of the Blue Snake Gang, right? Did you real pick a fight with him? He's hard to deal with. Despite his trembling limbs, he still tried to show some loyalty. Hey, I respect you, so I'll lend a hand. Come on if you're ready. Tsuyoshi face remained icy as he replied, it's not necessary. Don't get involved. Just look after my sister. He tilted his head to crack his neck and continued, after today, there's no reason to hide anything anymore. It's clear now about me being the hero. His eyes turned a commanding shade of purple. He looked at Billy and said, I'll show you the difference in level between us. After finishing his words, the battle armor was already on his body, and his personal info appeared. Level 12. Class Warrior. Equipment, black camouflage armor. Fox Beastman set. Weapon, blood rain claws. Skill, chain flash strike. Copy skill, lightning peak ambush. Combat power, 16,000. Billy's subordinates panicked at the sight. Billy wasn't any better, trembling as he reassured himself, don't be afraid. I'll pay you double. Our side has superior numbers. One subordinate stammered, it's a hero. Facing them, Tsuyoshi stumped hard, forcing the ground to crack under his terrifying strength, and said, bring it on. Before a fat guy could even gather his senses, he was knocked down in the blink of an eye with a single punch. Tsuyoshi glided through as if they weren't there, his speed eerily fast. No one could remain standing where he passed. Billy stood behind his subordinates like a little lamb, shouting, don't just stand there. Deck him all together. No. Waijiro summoned all his courage to charge and attack Tsuyoshi. Don't you dare look down on us, you son of a bitch. Without even turning his head, he only gave a slight glance. The armor's function initialized, activating the ultimate physical constitution. At this moment, the man swung his club down hard, his face full of aggression, staring intently at Tsuyoshi. Seeing the strike land, he shouted joyfully, I did it. Suddenly his mouth gaped open in shock as he looked at the iron club, now twisted beyond recognition. Speechless, Tsuyoshi voice rang in his ear like the Grim Reaper. He clenched his fist and landed a blow on Waijiro, calmly saying, too weak. With a punch of unstoppable force and eyes full of killing intent, he shouted, take this. Taking the full force of the powerful punch, the man was sent flying backward like a streak of fire, crashing straight into the leader, Billy. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsuyoshi was like a descending god of war, completely wiping out the rowdy crowd nearby. Riley's eyes sparkled with admiration as he praised him, saying Tsuyoshi truly was top tier. Siryu, standing nearby, agreed, noting that with such an aura, he was more than capable of leading ever school gang. Karina watched her older brother and thought that he had transformed into a completely different person. The friend with her couldn't take her eyes off Tsuyoshi and asked, Karina, your brother is so cool, I wonder what kind of girls he likes. Over here, the battle had not yet ended. Billy's subordinates kept falling one after another by his hand. Scanning the area and seeing that the enemy numbers were still high, he spoke up, are there still a few more of you? I will finish everyone off with just this one single move. Having finished speaking, he swung the iron bar and pointed it straight into the air. Tangled streaks of electricity began to surround him, making the subordinates break into a cold sweat as they watched. Somewhere else, two figures stood atop a high roof, seemingly watching the chaotic melee below intently. One of them commented, with such fierce intensity, both strength and accuracy show that Tsuyuxi's ability is on an entirely different level. The old representative of the final glory guild finally smiled, an S-rank hero with a known strength and rank. The chairman of the Angry Dragon gang nodded, and old Sandor, leaning on his cane, marveled, impressive, he's the best D-rank hero I've ever met. We must recruit him for our final glory guild. Sandor, standing nearby, snorted coldly, stop dreaming, the Angry Dragon gang has had our eye on this talent for a long time, we won't yield. He continued, there were a moment later in his awakening test a widespread power outage in the entire area, which I suspect he caused. He truly is a rare talent. The person dressed in black calmly remarked, he has achieved great things this year, winning the Future Star Award and stopping a disaster, which not everyone can do. The Supernova tournament is about to start, and he's the name everyone is after. This year's Supernova tournament promises to be much more intense than previous ones, as rankings will determine resource allocation. Even the Hero Alliance Council has sent its most battle-hardened rookies, those greedy people. In other words, every qualified guild is aggressively recruiting potential rookies. The men smirked. Now that Chiosi Tsukishiro's power is fully exposed, it looks like we are done for today. Having finished speaking, the dark figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a faint wisp of blue smoke that slowly disappeared. Watching the person who had just left, Sander crossed his arms and muttered, what a cunning old fucks. I must definitely find a way to approach Chiosi Tsukishiro personally. As soon as he finished speaking, giant dragon wings suddenly appeared on his back, and he flapped them powerfully, soaring into the sky. Below, powerful columns of lightning surged up, terrifying everyone. Chiosi shouted, flash chain strike. Everyone get down now. All of Billy's subordinates took the full hit from his ultimate move, losing all strength to resist and only able to lie there writhing in pain. From outside, Billy was trembling uncontrollably, plumping to the ground in sheer terror. It turned out this was a gap between an ordinary human and an elite hero. Chiosi slowly approached him, looking at the clown who was previously arrogant but was now like a cowering dog, not daring to utter a word. He swung his arm, and the iron bar flew forward, impaling the ground right next to the guy's face. His face turned pale with fright, too terrified to speak, only able to stare as the bar whizzed past. The terrifying force drove the iron bar deep into the ground. He panted in panic, not daring to think about what would have happened if it had hit his face. Chiosi maintained a cold face and indifferently said, get lost and don't ever show your face here to bother me again. The man's voice trembled as he replied, yes, I understand. Mina watched Billy flee in panic, then approached Chiosi and gently asked, Tsukishiro, were you hurt anyway? He glanced at her and replied, Thank you for the tip. While Mina covered her face and bowed slightly, it was nothing. At that moment, Jelly and Siryu led a group over, shouting, Tsukishiro, let's start a gang. We'll definitely be invincible. That's right, give me a spot as a leader. Chaosi is just too amazing. He sighed wearily and replied, oh dang. You all should just go home and get some rest. Please, the sun is gradually disappearing behind the mountain range. At this moment, only he and Karina remained. The young girl spoke up, big brother, you have grown so much stronger that even your classmates must be jealous. He gently explained, everything has two sides. Power often attracts attention, and not all attention is well-intentioned. Suddenly remembering something important, he said, that's right, thanks to your brother's victory, the hero organization has decided to award a bonus of 10 million yen along with a house. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise, 10 million yen and a house. You're not joking, are you? He nodded firmly, I wouldn't lie to you. It's a gift from the chairman of the hero organization. Since the apartment has an elevator, you won't have to struggle climbing stairs every day anymore. Karina looked at him with happiness. Big brother, you are always thinking of me. Thank you. Chayoshi did not reply, only smiling gently and looking at his younger sister with affection. He flicked her forehead lightly. You are my little sister. Taking care of you is only natural. Why be so formal and distant? Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Suzuki Zero. It was Suzuki. He looked at him and proposed, could we spare some time to talk? I want to meet URL to discuss the upcoming Rookie Superstar tournament in more detail. At his home, pouring a cup of water for his guest, Chayoshi said, Chairman Suzuki, please have a cup of water. He accepted the cup and replied, thank you very much. Have you been living here with your sister all this time? He replied, yes, since our parents passed away, my sister Karina and I have relied on each other here, but the stairs are too much of a challenge for her legs. Are you certain the villa you mentioned has an elevator? Suzuki smiled and confirmed, of course. I came here today to finalize a moving date for you two. He hesitated. I'm very grateful for your kindness, but could we wait until everything is ready before we move in? Suzuki did not argue further. He turned to look at Karina and asked quietly, what happened to your sister's legs? He fell silent. She was a victim of the shadows a long time ago. Our parents also passed away in that terrible incident. Karina's legs were crushed and most of her nerves were damaged. Doctors once said the chance of recovery was near zero, yet she has always been resilient, striving to live life to the fullest every day. Suzuki sighed with pity. I'm very sorry to hear that. The shadows have caused too many tragedies for families. But I have heard news that the rebirth Kim Dan will be auctioned off next month. If you possess it, there will be hope for her legs to be healed. Upon hearing this, Chayoshi jumped up, exclaiming in astonishment, the rebirth Kim Dan, really? You aren't lying, were you? Suzuki replied, that is the information I have, but to enter that auction, one must meet two strict conditions. The rebirth Kim Dan is a rare golden liquid capable of regenerating damaged cells. It only appears when high-level heroes defeat special shadow monsters in A-rank dungeons. Thus, it is extremely precious and expensive. Suzuki stroked his chin thoughtfully. First, you must earn the title of C-rank hero. He hardly interrupted. And what is the second condition? Tell me quickly. Suzuki's face clouded with sadness. He frowned as he looked at him and blurted out, you need to prepare at least another 1 billion yen in cash. Hearing that, Chayoshi froze. The room was deathly silent. He stammered, 1 billion yen. He nodded, that's right. Every auction imposes extremely strict standards on power and reputation. You can reach C-rank if you make it into the top 3 of the Rookie Superstar tournament. Once you get in there, requesting a promotion will be within your reach. However, in terms of finances, even a chairman of an organization like me would find it difficult to support such a huge amount. This number is far beyond the typical 10 million yen bonus. Looking at the money before him, he thought to himself, money may not be everything, but it is something I cannot lack right now. How can I manage to scrape together 1 billion yen in just 1 month? He suddenly remembered a conversation with Sakura. This medicine is truly effective, but the taste is terrible. If only I could formulate it into tablets. He asked, tablets? He thought to himself, that's right, this world already has convenient medicinal pills. It's just that the medicinal efficacy from my world is still far superior. If I can successfully recreate remedies from another world right here, perhaps the dream of earning 1 billion yen in a month is no longer out of reach. Seeing him looking dazed, Suzuki anxiously asked, Tsukishiro, what's wrong? He replied, it's nothing. I was just wondering, if I make it into the top 3 of the Super Rookie tournament, will I be eligible to register for a Class C hero title? He replied, exactly. It's a major arena for rising Class C and D heroes, attracting interest from countless guilds, including our alliance. Sending outstanding individuals to compete will help increase our benefits when distributing dungeon resources. Do you understand its importance now? Chayoshi placed his hand on Suzuki's shoulder and said firmly, I understand. Please allow me to participate. I will go immediately. Suzuki asked in surprise, why the rush? Were you serious? This isn't some high school game. It's very dangerous. He ignored the warning and asked eagerly, no matter how dangerous it is, I'm ready. Where should I register? Suzuki was being pulled along like a puppet, his face pale, trying to suppress his nausea as he said, at the Hero Alliance headquarters. I'll take care of the transportation for you, so just slow down. Sitting nearby doing her schoolwork, Parina looked up in bewilderment, not understanding what had just happened. Looking at the empty room with no one left, the girl exclaimed in shock, what on earth just happened? Standing in front of the Hero Alliance headquarters, Chayoshi marveled, this place is truly grand. But President, why did you target me for this mission? He scratched his head and confessed, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. As the president of the Hero Academy, I'm under great pressure regarding achievements because we haven't found any talent all year. While outside guilds are striving to recruit young talent with generous benefits, many rookies dislike our restrictions and prefer the freedom of guilds. After hearing this, he nodded and said, I see. Everything is clear now. I will give it my all so as not to disappoint you. The cold female voice rang out. It was Mitsuko. She spoke up, Tsukishiro, you still don't meet the standards to participate in the tournament. As the registration officer on duty in the office, Suki asked in astonishment, what? I thought there was still one reserve spot left. What am I lacking? She replied, there is indeed a reserve spot, but Suki-sire still doesn't have enough records in the system proving his abilities for review. To compete in the Super Rookie tournament, you must place in the top 3 of at least 2 public dungeons. I've checked the records. Aside from the trial dungeon, Suki-sire has no other achievements. You are not eligible. Suki frowned, his hand clenched as he said, I was too careless. The tournament is only a week away, and the competition in the dungeons is extremely fierce. Placing top 3 in 2 locations in just a few days is impossible. Chaoshi quickly intervened. President, please calm down. What do you mean by top 3 in 2 public dungeons? Suzuki exclaimed, my mistake. In that case, there really is no way left to participate. Currently, there are 6 public dungeons in total, 3 rank C, 2 rank D, and 1 rank B dungeon, which is the most difficult. To be featured in the rookie tournament, you and your teammates must achieve a top 3 record in any 2 of them. However, since many opponents are vying for spots, these 6 dungeons are extremely crowded, and there is less than a week left, not to mention that forming a strong team also takes a lot of time. Hearing that, he confidently stated, no problem. I will achieve top 3 in 2 dungeons before the tournament begins. Suzuki asked in shock, are you serious? Misuko laughed sarcastically, you're boasting again. How could you possibly do it? You idiot. He turned his back to leave and replied briefly, I'm off. Just keep the final spot for me, and then you'll see whether I'm an idiot or not. A notification appeared. The infinite corridor has been activated. He thought to himself, right at this moment, I need to go to that other world to get the upgrade formula. I must reach level 15 before returning. A blinding beam of light appeared, accompanied by a spatial vortex that took him to a distant place, another world in Kexnho, the city of the genius Kevin. Chaoshi's willpower surged, just level 15. I will single-handedly clear all 6 dungeons. While reading the system notifications, an important message appeared. Due to an unstable system error, he could not stay in this world for more than 3 days. If he overstayed, he would never be able to return. He exclaimed, why am I so unlucky? Only 72 hours to go from level 12 to 15. It's hard, but I'll manage. Sitting on the bed and looking out the window, he sighed. It seems the upcoming journey will be much more arduous. On to the next day, the Sakura appeared with a sweet voice, sending her greetings for the new day to her master. He smiled and replied, good morning, Sakura. It has been a long time. She wondered and asked what he meant by a long time, but he ignored her words and said they both had countless tasks to handle. Hearing that, the Sakura enthusiastically responded, yes, master, I will get ready to set out immediately. Along the way, watching the bustling crowds passing by, Chaoshi remarked that the streets were as lively as ever, which was a given in Kevin's territory. The Sakura added, indeed, Kevin recently organized a refining competition with massive rewards, attracting many young mages and explorers hunting for elixirs. He immediately inquired about the potion-making competition and its prizes, and she replied that she had scouted ahead and found Kevin's rewards to be truly substantial. Third place receives an elementary recipe. Second place gets an apprenticeship along with 1 regular and 1 upgrade formula. Meanwhile, the champion becomes Kevin's direct disciple and receives 1 elementary recipe plus 2 upgrade recipes. The recipes alone were of immense value to sorcerers, as an elementary one was worth 300 gold coins. Hearing this, Chaoshi was astonished and asked again if the rewards were truly formulas. He excitedly thought to himself, great, if I collect enough of these rare recipes, I can easily pocket 1 billion yen when I return to my old world. Sakura looked at him and confirmed, that's right, the championship spot comes with 1 basic recipe and 2 upgrade recipes. I wonder if you intend to try your hand, master. He slightly smirked and said confidently, definitely, I'll register to compete in this alchemy tournament to take first place. Sakura asked again because she thought his goal was to meet Kevin. He replied that he couldn't shamelessly go begging him, as it would be quite disgraceful. He wanted to win convincingly, so he urged her to go register with him. Sakura watched him and thought to herself, so master is determined to join the refining competition, which means our next schedule is delayed again. The registration form clearly stated the candidate was Philin, a white mage rank from the Nightcat tribe. She annoyedly remarked that a weak mortal dared to load of here, then asked if he really wanted to join the competition organized by her master. Chaoshi put on a bewildered look as if he didn't understand what was going on and asked who she actually was. She angrily shouted that she was the one who sat next to him during the sorcerer examination, the one whose first place he had indirectly stolen. He laughed it off to make peace, saying he was just joking and remembered now, then asked how to sign up. Philin turned away and called him foolish because this potion-making tournament was far more rigorous than the previous exam, gathering blue-robed sorcerers, including her own talented senior. Therefore, if he didn't want to face a humiliating defeat, he should withdraw early. Seeing that he was completely ignoring her, Philin angrily yelled at him not to underestimate her and promised to guide him, but he had already turned his back to lead Sakura away, asking Sakura if that was the registration desk. The voice suddenly rang out, praising Philin for handling everything very well. As soon as the speaker finished the sentence, they saw Chaoshi standing next to her, chatting happily. Vincent, a level 15 blue-robed wizard, was a newcomer. He blayed and shouted, asking why he had the nerve to show his face here again. Philin hid behind him and pressed the mortal to see if he knew her senior, while also scolding the senior for acting arrogant based on his status as the teacher's direct disciple. He casually replied that he indeed knew him and asked if that man was truly her senior. Vincent glared at him threateningly, saying he had previously warned he would banish him from the land of Nao, yet now he had crawled back to his death. With that, he shouted for his subordinates, causing several dark figures to appear and respectfully asked Vincent what he needed them to do. Panicked, Philin urged her senior to stop, saying that although this mortal was incompetent, he wasn't an evil person. He simply wanted to try his hand at the tournament. Vincent roared at her to shut up, scolding Philin for not only embarrassing the teacher in the previous exam but also defending that coward, so he would get rid of both of them at once. Watching the henchman aggressively charging to attack him, Xiaoxi calmly noted that in this situation, his retaliation would be perfectly legal self-defense. At the registration desk, Xiaoxi stood protectively in front of Sakura and gently advised her to stay out of it, as dirtying her beautiful hands on this group would be a waste. Philin watched his back as he prepared to face the entire group alone, anxiously asking if he really intended to fight them all. The battle armor parameters appeared before his eyes. Level 12, warrior class, equipment including light camo armor and beastkin gear, weapons consisting of a blood-drinking mace, possessing the skills chain strike and thunder ambush, with a combat power reaching 16,000. Nuichian brandished a gleaming dagger and stepped closer, saying, "Don't look down on us. Playing the hero for a girl when you have no actual strength is truly pathetic." A man stepped forward from behind, speaking up, "Move aside. Vincent's enemies are my enemies too. Let me show them the price of daring to stand against us." The tribesman stopped Gillette. Level 18. Berserker and his companions stood nearby, stammering in surprise. "Are you really going to handle this yourself, Gillette?" Vincent patted his shoulder triumphantly and said, "All right, Gillette, I'll leave this fool to you. To think a lowly mortal would want to participate in the refinement tournament are ridiculous. As for the half-beast girl, if she's willing to submit, you can do whatever you want with her." Xiaoxi and Sakura stood watching the low-class crowd in front of them without a word. Xiaoxi's expression began to change intensely. Gillette replied in a hoarse voice, "That half-beast girl is too mediocre to catch my eye, but that little girl Philin. She seems like an interesting toy to play with." Philin heard this and replied angrily, "You really are a disgusting person. I'm going to tell my master about this behavior of yours." Vincent stood in the crowd, looked at her, and replied, "Don't worry about it, Gillette. I will personally handle the master properly." Philin shouted in anger, "Senior brother." She thought to herself, "He always bullies me just because he has the title of senior brother." Gillette sneered, raised his spiked mace, and said, "Is that so? All right, little girl, I'll make you mine tonight after I send this annoying mortal on his way." Xiaoxi stood before her like a solid cliff and reassured her, "Don't be afraid of anything." His eyes were now filled with killing intent, muttering, "That rude pig-headed guy and your perverted senior brother too. Not a single one of you will survive." Having said that, he lunged forward like a bullet. Gillette stared at his opponent in astonishment, thinking, "He dares to charge into our ranks all by himself." Before he could regain his composure, a world-shaking energy explosion erupted, and a blinding light spread throughout the space. It was a collision between his blade and Gillette's spiked mace. Gillette broke into a sweat, thinking, "What a terrifying power." Xiaoxi stared at the enemy and coldly said, "Back off, you animal." A notification panel appeared, ultimate physique activated. His arms were instantly and powerfully enhanced. A surging force erupted, enveloping his body, exerting pressure that made the enemy stagger backward. Gillette's companions were startled and terrified, shouting in disbelief, "What the hell is this?" Philin, standing on the sidelines, was equally surprised, so strung. Sakura, standing beside her, added, "Young master's strength is truly beyond imagination." Vincent was now dripping with sweat, stepping back continuously, his eyes wide as he thought, even Gillette, with that level and power, couldn't even touch this mortal. Who on earth is he? Opposite him, Gillette was struggling in pain, unwilling to accept this, thinking, "I can't let this humiliation consume me. I must turn the tables at all costs, even if it costs me my life." He roared, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Xiaoxi. The center of the battle suddenly erupted with lightning bolts. A brilliant aura emerged, frightening the enemy, followed by a counterattack with the power of thunder and lightning. Seeing this, Vincent joyfully shouted, "Right now, Gillette, attack. Finish him off for me. I will see to your safety. Don't hesitate anymore." Hearing that, Gillette, who was frantically unleashing attacks, jumped back. "Fine, if that's what you want." Vincent, Xiaoxi maintained an expressionless gaze, took a few steps back, and kept his eyes fixed on his opponent. Immediately, the dark purple energy surged from his body, rushing forward like a living entity to envelop Gillette. In horror, he realized something was wrong and exclaimed, "This is an isolated space that can only be created by high-level skills." By this time, the surroundings were tightly sealed. The heavy atmosphere left Gillette stunned, with cold sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered, seemingly signaling that Xiaoxi's next attack was about to unleash. Immediately after, thousands of lightning bolts materialized, rushing straight toward Gillette like eerie phantoms, leaving him no time to react. Facing danger on all sides, he thought in terror, "It's over. I can't defend or counterattack in time. Could I really lose my life here?" At that critical moment, a surge of energy resembling a blue flame rushed in at terrifying speed, tearing through space. That energy collided powerfully with the barrier that Xiaoxi had just set up. Stunned, he startled and turned his head to look back. The barrier was pierced by the beam of light, creating a large hole, while on the ground, the strange flame was still smoldering. Xiaoxi silently assessed, "This blue flame neutralized my skill. It is indeed a power that cannot be underestimated." A calm voice rang out, "The tournament is about to begin, so don't cause any more trouble. Vincent and Felina, don't make a scene at the entrance." Hearing the voice, they both startled and turned around to look. A beastman appeared, his fingertips sparkling with blue flames. His name was Kevin, a genius wizard and a level 36 master of the lores of earth and wind. He spoke, "You are bringing shame upon the honor of the wizarding world." Vincent looked at him tremblingly and stammered, "Master Kevin, why now?" Kevin interrupted and questioned, "Why are you here instead of focusing on preparing for the upcoming tournament?" As if finding a savior, Felina burst into tears and ran to her master. "Master, senior brother Vincent keeps bullying me." Sakura's expression turned solemn as she muttered, "Kevin. He has finally shown himself." Standing from afar, Xiaoxi was also lost in thought. Kevin, could he be the owner of that blue flame from earlier? On this side, Vincent was frantically explaining, "I was only teaching this insolent outsider wizard a lesson on your behalf." Along with Felina, looking down from above, he asked with a cold gaze, "Teaching others on my behalf at a time like this? You think too highly of yourself. Hearing this, Vincent grew even more panicked and hurriedly pleaded, "No, master, I wouldn't dare. Please show mercy and forgive me." Kevin ignored him and turned his gaze toward the two green-skinned figures nearby. "And you too as well. Get the hell out of here immediately." Sweating profusely, Gillette and his companion obediently replied, "We apologize for causing trouble. We are leaving right away." "Yes." Kevin turned to look at Felina and asked calmly, "And Felina, what are you still doing here after completing the wizard exam?" Felina was flustered, not knowing what to say, and stammered, "Master, I didn't do anything. I was just guiding the outsider wizard who defeated me in the exam to the refining tournament." Hearing this, he glanced toward EX standing nearby and asked, "Is the outsider wizard who defeated you also participating in this tournament?" Chuyuxi observed him then spoke, "It's a surprise to see you here, Kevin. I've come here with a letter of recommendation from Chairman Dark. This is his letter. I heard rumors that the refinement tournament is about to start, so I wanted to drop by and try my luck." Hearing that, he looked slightly surprised and asked, "A letter of introduction from Chairman Dark? I see. It turns out your buddy still has remnants that need to be dealt with. Since this is a recommendation letter from a senior I highly respect, Chairman Dark, I won't make things difficult for you. Follow me. As for you, prepare the materials for the competition. Don't disgrace me as my most elite disciple." "Yes, master, I will definitely give it my all." Turning his head to look around for Sakura, he thought to himself, "Wait, where did Sakura run off to?" Kevin looked directly at him and said, "According to Dark's letter, you are surrounded by darkness and have to use forbidden alchemy to hold on. Is that true? To maintain both body and mind in that state, could it be that you are brewing a special medicine?" Chuyuxi calmly replied, "Just call me Chuyuxi. Perhaps my body is naturally healthy, or maybe it's luck that I wasn't drained before I could face it. Entering the dark zone on my own accord was indeed a reckless decision." His footsteps halted mid-stride. He asked in surprise, "Did you really have the audacity to enter that dark land alone?" He scratched his head and answered with an innocent look, "Yes, I am a warrior after all. But at that time, I had something I needed Chairman Dark's help with. It happened to be during the witch trial, so I decided to try my luck." He became more and more astonished and exclaimed, "You only participated by chance and defeated Fu Lin to win?" "Chuyuxi, just how far have you progressed in medicine refinement?" "Who is your mentor?" He replied shyly, "I have never attended any school, and I don't have a master either. I rely entirely on my own intuition." After hearing this, he looked at him seriously and thought to himself, "This kid, could he be a genius even more exceptional than me?" At this point, Kevin said, "I see. It's quite impressive, Chuyuxi. Now, follow me." Leading Chuyuxi away, Kevin silently decided, "I must verify this myself. I cannot accept the existence of someone whose talent surpasses my own." While working, Kevin turned to ask him, "Is it because I possess the lores of earth and wind that Chairman Dark recommended you to me?" "The medicine I refine contains the power of the lores. It has the ability to repel the darkness within your body." Chuyuxi scratched his head and replied, "Yes, I place my full trust in you." The two of them stopped before a grand door, from which emanated mysterious and enchanting magical currents. Kevin pushed the door open, entered, and said, "This is my refining space." Inside was a large, luxurious room, where rare herbs of all kinds were displayed everywhere. He explained, "I have a strong passion for collecting and researching herbs. I'm confident that no one understands them more thoroughly than I do." Chuyuxi looked around in admiration and asked, "This refining setup is incredible. Does it help optimize the preparation process?" Kevin replied thoughtfully, "I suppose it helps somewhat." Glancing at him, he smirked slightly to himself, "Am I overthinking? He can't even distinguish high-grade herbs, so what would he know about the value of this refining setup? If this is his limit, there's nothing to worry about." Kevin looked at him and said firmly, "In any case, I have never considered myself inferior to anyone in refining skills, especially after mastering the lores of earth and wind. Allow me to take a drop of blood. I need to check your body's condition." Chuyuxi nodded and replied, "Yes." Fresh blood oozed from a cut on his hand, dripping into the bowl that Kevin was holding ready. At that moment, his body was enveloped in blue winds, his eyes lit up, and his scepter slowly rose, floating in the palm of his hand. Chuyuxi watched the scene and thought, "A blue wind. Just before, it was blue fire. Could that be the power from the lores of earth and wind?" Behind Kevin, a deep blue magic circle appeared, drawing in the swirling blue winds until they were firmly pulled inside. Bloodstains were splattered, scattered all around. Kevin couldn't help but be stunned upon realizing that traces of darkness had truly seeped in here. Seeing the young man still standing there nonchalantly, he was immensely surprised because the other party was completely normal despite the darkness having deeply permeated him. If this dark aura were to possess ordinary adventurers, they would have surely gone mad long ago. Seeing Kevin standing frozen, Chuyuxi instantly scratched his head and then hesitantly asked if his condition was too terrible. He glanced at the boy and replied, "I now understand the situation clearly. Medicine no longer has any effect. I am forced to use the power of the Lord to cleanse the darkness. Please turn your back quickly." The boy was overjoyed, laughing as he said, "Then I'll trouble you to lend a hand." Kevin then spread his hand open, and a brilliant blue energy current flayed up, emitting an unusually mystical aura. His hand reached forward, and the energy transformed into a circular magic array encircling his wrist. He focused his power and pressed firmly towards Chuyuxi, and the stream of energy rushed in, pouring into the boy's body. The boy did not resist at all, simply letting the power flood in, experiencing a painful sensation as if his body was being burned from within. Kevin frowned, thinking to himself, "This dark aura is indeed tougher than I imagined. I must exert all my strength to completely eliminate it." He whined aloud, "The dark energy in your body is real stubborn. I will increase the energy. It will hurt a bit, so please bear with it." The boy immediately replied, "Pain. I understand." Kevin channeled power into his hands, and as energy continuously converged, he pressed directly onto the boy's back. As the magic array continuously rotated, the dark energy in his body began to be quickly drawn out. Yasi gritted his teeth, his entire body drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, compared to what I've been through, this is nothing. Standing behind him, Kevin secretly mused, even I would struggle to endure this pain without taking a palliative medicine beforehand. Consider this a training session. He then spoke up, if you can't bear it anymore, you must tell me immediately. At this point, the boy's body was gradually reaching its limit, and the situation wasn't very promising. I must use my ultimate physique to suppress it, he thought. The ultimate physique was activated, and the internal defense system immediately went into operation. After activating his physique, Yasi let out a small sigh of relief, feeling much more comfortable now. Kevin was stunned and astonished, watching him. What is this? That strange power within him is clashing with my lore. How ridiculous. This person harbors many unpredictable things. I must definitely be more cautious. The thought had just flashed through his mind. A mysterious dark blue flame flickered at his fingertip. He thought to himself, the task of eradicating the dark energy has finally been completed. Kevin approached Yasi and asked, it's all done. I completely eliminated all traces of darkness. How do you feel? Sensing the changes in his body, the boy thought to himself, as expected of Kevin, the genius pharmacist master, to eradicate such stubborn dark energy so easily, it must be due to the astonishing power of the lore of earth and wind. The 12th lore in that legendary destruction system is truly formidable. I wonder how terrifying the power of the first-ranked lore will be. Just thinking about it makes me curious. The boy looked at him and replied, yes, I feel much better now. Thank you very much, truly. If you don't mind, I'd like to offer a few gold coins as a token of my sincerity. Kevin heard that and immediately waved his hand. No need. Since you were introduced by Chairman Dak, helping you is natural. I heard from Philin that you're interested in the refining tournament. Do you still plan to participate? Yasi eagerly asked. Of course. And I qualified? Kevin nodded. If you achieve first place in the pharmacist exam, then of course you're qualified. The tournament is about to begin. If you don't need any further preparation, you can participate right away. But I'll warn you, even with Chairman Dak's guarantee, I won't go easy on you. Even my own disciple, the Blue Mage Vincent, never receives any special favors. He replied that simply being allowed to participate was enough and that he didn't dare dream of any special favor. Kevin spoke up admiringly. To dare enter my tournament without any preparation, you truly deserve the title of the one who subdued Fulling. This time, perform impressively so everyone can see your true strength. Come this way, the competition is about to begin, she said. Yasi hurriedly followed her, responding, yes, the central tournament arena. At that moment, the arena was already packed with tens of thousands of spectators, and the loud clamor echoed throughout the stands. In the center was a figure wearing full-length robes, with various containers and several ancient books spread out in front of them. Fulin led Yasi out and said sharply, Master has given me the responsibility of guiding you, so you must strictly follow all of my instructions. Your registration is complete, but where is the woman who was with you? Does he abandon you? He looked at her with innocent eyes and replied, thanks, Fulin. Thakira probably has urgent business to attend to. She would never abandon me. Fulin's face turned bright red, both from embarrassment and irritation as he shouted, don't just call me by my name. Only Master is allowed to do that, you pathetic human. He raised his hands in surrender and said with a gentle smile, I understand, Fulin. She turned around to keep working and remarked, the wizards participating this time are all proud young faces. It won't be as easy as those trivial tests before. Even my seniors are much more talented than most. You have no chance of winning, but consider it a valuable lesson. Yasi asked, are you not participating, Fulin? You are also Kevin's disciple, right? And a white mage, no less. Fulin explained, Master declared that if I didn't take first place in this exam, my status would be revoked. Furthermore, my senior is participating, so it would be inconvenient if people gossiped about Kevin's disciples monopolizing the top spots. But it's fine, I still have many other opportunities. Hearing that, he scratched his head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Fulin replied calmly, it doesn't matter. A loser will always be a loser, though you really are quite impressive. Yasi did not respond but quietly observed Fulin. The corner of his lip curled slightly upward. The arena was now fully prepared, with 5 large stone platforms and 5 tables. 3 figures were already in position. In another direction, Fulin placed her hand on the refining station in front of her and said, this is a refining station I prepared for you. It's mine, so don't break it. Don't be wasteful, and remember to clean it thoroughly after the match. Yasi replied, alright, I'll be very careful. Fulin began to explain the format. This is a direct knockout competition. Half of the candidates will be eliminated in the first round. Even though you are weak, since you are using my station, don't embarrass me. He replied seriously, I will give it my all. In the stands, the crowd began to whisper excitedly, a human. Or is it another wizard? Lately, all sorts of strange people have been joining this noble refining tournament. He's probably just here for the experience. What a waste of space. He must have bribed the official in charge to get in. Below, Yasi narrowed his eyes at the crowd. Fulin, standing next to him, said, don't pay any mind to them. To those people, the presence of a human here is something extremely abnormal. She gently pulled down his collar and whispered, most of the formidable rivals here are blue mages. Even though they are enemies, observing them closely will be very beneficial for people like you. Yasi smiled slightly and looked at her gratefully. I understand. Thank you, Fulin. A shout echoed through the arena. The refining tournament officially begins. Contestants, please prepare. The first match is a herbal test. 2 participants held test tubes in the hands and chatted excitedly. In this opening match, you will prove your basic skills by selecting herbs for medicine. This is my specialty. Standing nearby was Drex, a level 17 blue mage beastman. He stared at the vial doubtfully. Is there anyone in this tournament who doesn't know how to choose ingredients for refining? He narrowed his eyes and thought. There's no way this is just a simple ingredient selection contest. It must be about appraisal ability. An eminent wizard must possess sharp judgment. Drex scanned the candidates in front of him and thought to himself, among these, only a few blue mages are qualified to be my rivals. In his mind, the image of Vincent appeared. The biggest threat is him, a genius disciple of Kevin specializing in advanced refining. He must have been taught many secret arts by his master. Drex glanced at the remaining people with disdain. As for those white mages, they'll never be a match for me. Suddenly, a strong shove from behind slammed into his back. The person hardly apologized. Drex snapped irritably, bumping into someone in the middle of a vast place like this. Where are you looking? Chao-Si shyly waved his hands. I'm sorry, I was slightly distracted trying to find my position. The screen fully displayed the combat parameters, a level 12 warrior clad in black camouflage armor and beastman attire, wielding the blood-rain divine weapon, possessing skills like blazing lightning strike and the ability to replicate ambush techniques, with a total combat power of 16,000. Drex stood with his arms crossed, looking down at him with disdain. So this was a human from the rumors. Was this physique truly that of a warrior, or a mage? How interesting. Perhaps he might even win a consolation prize for his participation. Vincent unexpectedly interrupted the conversation. He only showed up due to his acquaintance with my master. He should have been focused on hunting monsters instead of putting on such a show for everyone. He stared at the man with wide, surprised eyes. Vincent. Drex fixed an annoyed gaze on him. So you managed to get in here through connections. How embarrassing. Vincent added, refining medicinal herbs isn't a game that can be won with just brute strength. Uncle Iossi spoke sternly, his face showing an unreadable coldness. If we weren't in the competition area, I would have beaten you senseless. The man angrily pointed a finger directly at him and shouted, get out of the way and stop causing trouble here. Drex chimed in, watch your attitude, or you'll be disqualified. Uncle Iossi continued to work slowly, his fists clenched with confidence. You best be grateful for those rules. Just you wait. Don't come begging me at the end. The loudspeaker boomed. The first competition officially begins. Benny winked at the crowd. The herb identification test is about to start. I will announce the rules now. The young lady held up a wooden board with a gold-plated strip. We will announce the name of the medicine to be prepared. Contestants must correctly identify the ingredients and collect them within the allotted time. If you don't have enough, you will be immediately disqualified. Points will be awarded based on the quality of the ingredients you select. Beautiful girls walked onto the arena in 2 lines, each carrying a basket full of herbs. In the stands, the crowd began to buzz with chatter. I heard that Kevin himself set the questions. It's bound to be intense. You have to be quick in selecting ingredients and also accurately judge the quality of each item. I wonder who will dominate this competition. Falling leaned against the wall, arms crossed, lost in thought. Will that weakling be alright? Although his performance in the previous exam was impressive, facing those experienced blue mages, it's hard to say. Conte turned to the person beside him and started a conversation. Truly a young prodigy. Kevin, this refining tournament is indeed special. I'm glad my disciple Drex can participate. Hopefully, this will be a valuable lesson for him. Kevin immediately denied it. Not at all. I just want to create opportunities for talented young mages to showcase their abilities. He narrowed his eyes, looking deeply at the other person, and stroked his chin. Hey, Kevin, who are you keeping an eye on? Isn't your favorite disciple Vincent already outstanding? Conter is a level 33 red mage, a beastman. He took a sip of wine, his eyes subtly glancing at the other person. Vincent certainly has talent, but the important thing is whether he can maintain his performance in the tournament. Drex, on the other hand, is a promising new prospect among the blue mages. The information board appeared, name, Kevin, title, genius mage, possessing the lores of earth and wind, level 36 red mage. Conte replied, thank you. By the way, I heard there's a human contestant this time. I've never met a mage who is human. Kevin immediately understood that the person being referred to was Chelsea, who was personally recommended by the guildmaster Dactyne. His eyes gleamed, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. He was originally a warrior and never formally trained as a mage. Yet, not only did he participate in the mage exam as a human, but he also defeated my female disciple to take the lead. I'm truly very curious about him. He looked skeptical. The person who has never been to mage school is still tapping the exam. Could guildmaster Dactyne have made a mistake? Conte rested his chin on his hand, his expression filled with excitement as he pondered something. If what you say is true, even I would have to pay special attention to him. On the arena floor, Chelsea stood tall in his position. He thoughtfully observed the baskets filled with herbs, so these were pre-prepared ingredients. No wonder half the contestants were eliminated in the first round. The amount of ingredients in the baskets was only enough for half the participants, meaning half of the remaining contestants wouldn't be able to find what they needed. Chelsea rubbed his chin, contemplating the prospect of everyone fighting over them. Moreover, each medicine requires a variety of components, so contestants must know how to select exactly what they need from this pile of baskets. If they rushed to grab ingredients indiscriminately or wasted time searching, they would surely be immediately disqualified. He clenched his fist, his spirit greatly uplifted. Interesting. This tournament is more challenging than the mage aptitude test. The challenge here is to select quickly and accurately. It's time for me to use my divine eye. Benny announced loudly. At this moment, I will announce the name of the medicine. The young lady tore off the gold plating on the wooden board. The first medicinal product is a basic cooling potion. Crowd of contestants jostled and shoved, hurriedly rushing to scramble for the precious ingredients. Chuyasi watched blankly as the crowd rushed forward like a storm. Their speed was truly astonishing, worthy of skilled mages who had memorized the basic medicinal formulas. He began to channel his inner energy and whispered, well, I'll have to rely on you. Divine Eye. The system chimed to signal that the Divine Eye was analyzing, and the results determined that the basic cooling potion required spirit firegrass, partwood, and with advance. Chuyasi also immediately rushed into the scramble. Alright, just 3 more ingredients and I'm done. Witnessing the massive crowd fighting for herbs, he broke into a cold sweat and thought, am I too late? Vincent easily obtained his ingredients and was extremely smug, while Drex was still struggling to squeeze through behind him. He yelled, get out of the way, this is child's play. He glanced at the handful of herbs in his opponent's hand. Not bad. It seems these mages aren't just for show. Chuyasi clenched his fists with determination. I absolutely cannot fail here. His eyes narrowed sharply. It was time to show the true power of a warrior. Chiyasi launched his cauldron ambush skill, aiming the first ingredient target directly at the mage standing in front of him. The man was utterly shocked by his action. Isn't this a skill wave? Is this human trying to cause trouble because he's afraid of losing? On the spectator stands, Code exclaimed in surprise. What is he trying to do? Use warrior skills? Kevin knitted his brows in annoyance. What is the meaning of this? The contestants broke into a cold sweat as they looked up at the sky. Why has it suddenly turned so dark? Chiyasi suddenly closed in behind the men, as fast as a ghost. This startled the contestant, who shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" As the man tremblingly assessed the situation, Chiyasi immediately commanded in his mind to cancel the skill. The system responded instantly. Cauldron ambush had been completely retracted. Looking at the contestant who had turned pale with fear, Chiyasi thought to himself, no need to overact anymore. That's enough. He reached out to take the herbs from the basket. Great. I finally found the spirit firegrass. The system screen lit up. The divine eye had marked the location of the premium grade spirit firegrass. Chiyasi placed his hand on the other man's trembling shoulders and said softly, "Thank you." Kote hadn't expected him to take such a risk using a warrior skill to close the distance and then cancelling it at the last second. He was truly an interesting young man. Kevin stood stunned in shock. Not only did he succeed, but he also chose the premium grade grass. Is this actual ability, or is it just luck? Chiyasi obtained the ingredients with burning enthusiasm, and the system immediately announced that heartwood had been collected. The surrounding opponents also broke into a cold sweat under the pressure as the system further announced that the withered vines had been obtained. Benny winked mischievously. Time is up. Praises, please take your positions to accurately evaluate the quality of the ingredients chosen by the contestants. She continued her announcement. The cooling potion requires spirit firegrass, heartwood, and withered vines. The appraisers began to make their way onto the arena. An appraiser walked past a contestant and coldly declared, "You chose all the wrong ingredients." Eliminated immediately. Their comments were nothing more than echoes of the first person's. The contestant slammed his fist onto the table, feeling helpless in the face of his own inadequacy. The examiner approached his station to evaluate. Drex had selected the ingredients with extreme precision, and the total quality score achieved is, Benny announced loudly, 84 out of 100 points, a truly outstanding quality. Drex crossed his arms with a smug expression. Indeed, it was just as he thought. Kevin spoke up warmly, truly Khan's favorite student. Both his speed and keen insight are astonishing. He replied modestly, "It is merely passable." In the row below, Bendy continued to announce the results. The materials were chosen very accurately. The total quality score is 94 out of 100, a superb result. Vincent raised his chin and looked at the sky. In this arena, no one besides me is qualified to take first place. This time, it was Khan's turn to glance at the person beside him. Worthily named a genius disciple. He grinned with delight at the prize. "Thank you, sir." With the score, first place in the first round will certainly belong to Vincent. Phil clenched his fists in outrage. That weakling. The ingredients he chose are incredible. The examiner arrived at Chaoji's table, and Venny began to call out. Ingredients accurately selected. The total quality score is. Chaoji looked up at him. Is this that human mage? Chaoji. The ingredients are accurate, but will the quality be up to par? The magic stone mounted on his staff suddenly glowed intensely. Chaoji's eyes widened as he looked suspiciously at what he was holding. What is this? Could it be that the testing device is broken? Kevin stood up hastily and ordered, "Stop stalling and announce the results immediately." He stammered his announcement. "Yes. Contestant Chaoji." Bendy immediately followed instructions and spoke out. Ingredients selected accurately. Absolute quality. The total score achieved is. He held up the staff engraved with the number 100. 100 out of 100 points, a quality that could not be more perfect. Kevin and Kunt were both stunned upon hearing it. What was that? Of course, the crowd in the stands gasped in amazement. There's no way. That human got a perfect score. Even Vincent and Drex were outperformed by him. Phil covered his mouth in horror. That weakling. I really can't believe my eyes. Chaoji looked down at his palm with satisfaction. The god eye analyzed everything perfectly, without a single deduction. I'm real looking forward to the next round. The other contestants clutched their heads and screamed at the results. A perfect score. Unbelievable. To reach this level, every single ingredient must be perfect. How did he manage to pick the best items in such a difficult situation? The examiner held the staff with the number 100 high to confirm all candidate scores have been accurately measured by the analyzer. There are no errors in these results. That is my final confirmation. Kunt gradually accepted the truth. It seems he has a natural talent for selecting materials. I wonder what his skill level is in other fields. Kevin muttered cryptically. Indeed it is. His gaze became cold and sharp. I myself am also extremely curious about that. Then he once again held up the wooden board to announce round 2 of the refining competition officially begins. All remaining contestants, please return to your workstations immediately. You are now required to refine an intermediate level invisibility potion. We look forward to seeing your skills. A childish voice rang out. Bag, you, rookie. Fu Lin crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over Chaozi. You did quite well in the last round. Refining is a core skill to measure a mage's ability and talent. He nodded in agreement with her. In fact, the previous round also revolved around that. Fu Lin looked suspicious and asked, by the way, where is your staff? Hurry up and take it out. How can you start while missing something so important? Chaozi started, scratching his head in embarrassment. Oh, I completely forgot about it. He broke into a cold sweat as he recalled everything. Originally, Guildmaster Dak had lent him a staff out of sympathy, but now, since his stats mostly belonged to the warrior class, if refining consumed a lot of mana, it would definitely not be enough. She guessed some of it from his expression and frowned slightly. You forgot your staff and still call yourself a mage. He scratched his head sheepishly. It was my oversight. Let me go get it right away. Fu Lin blushed, avoiding his gaze. You're real hopeless. She reluctantly handed the staff to Chaozi. Take it, you get it. Luckily, I'm here to save you just in time. He took the staff from her hand. Thank you, Fu Lin. Chaozi asserted confidently. With your staff and my existing refining foundation, I will definitely win. She pretended to be cold and turned around to walk away. I hope you can do as you say. Bendy announced solemnly. Crush the ingredients and begin refining. Each person has only one single chance with a 30-minute time limit. As soon as he finished speaking, the stands buzzed over this difficult challenge. Only one chance in half an hour? An intermediate invisibility potion already requires high technique from experienced mages. It's indeed too overwhelming for the majority. Kant maintained a serious expression, stroking his chin in contemplation. Both the ingredients and the time limit are extremely thorny obstacles. Kevin was not at all surprised, because to dominate a refining tournament, one must at least overcome a challenge of this level. He focused intensely, silently calculating in his head whether Chelsea actually possessed natural talent or if it was just a fluke last time. The girls began distributing the herbs to the participants. Please receive them carefully, contestants. First was Grex, an experienced beastman mage currently at level 17. Following him was Vincent, another mage who was also at level 15. Chelsea received the herbs and said politely, "Thank you." Eli blushed and replied sheepishly, "You're welcome. This is my duty after all." Benny announced in a loud voice, "The 30 minutes begin now. Contestants, please proceed with refining immediately." An impatient contestant shouted, "Hurry up. Why are you guys being so slow?" Kevin covered a part of his face, maintaining an indifferent attitude. This test is a measure of composure and precision under high pressure. Those who lack mental fortitude will definitely make mistakes immediately. A contestant turned pale, thinking tremblingly, "Damn it, because I panicked too much, I accidentally channeled too much Manhwa, completely ruining the ingredients." Another person angrily threw an instrument at the girl. "Did you ruin the ingredients when you brought them here?" The girl retorted in a panic, "It absolutely wasn't me. Please believe me." Drex clenched the vial of herbs in his palm. To a mage, refining was not only a sacred task but also a thrilling experience. On the other side, Vincent was skillfully controlling the flow of the medicinal ingredients. Chelsea observed the two of them and thought to himself, the refining race has truly begun. He evaluated Drex's method. Crushing ingredients requires molding them into powder using one's own Manhwa. The more delicate the Manhwa control, the more perfect the final product will be. Chelsea observed him again. The crucial and final stage in the refining process was a combining step. The system status panel showed Vincent, a level 15 blue mage with 1060 Manhwa points. He concluded that Manhwa capacity was a prerequisite for this task. He glanced sideways and secretly admired Kevin's disciple, who truly lived up to his reputation. With that level of fluctuation, his Manhwa capacity must have reached the 1000-point mark. Conti exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected your disciple to hide his skills so well. That Manhwa wave is truly formidable." A hint of malice flickered across his face. A Manhwa capacity of over 1000, bah. With such talent and skill, in just a few years, he will surely rise to the ranks of the Red Mages. Kevin smirked triumphantly. Vincent is indeed a precious gem bestowed by nature. However, this foundation and spiritual power still needs further cultivation. Conti asked suspiciously, "Speaking of which, where is Chelsea?" He also replied blankly, "I don't see him anywhere. Not even a trace of his presence can be sensed." Finally, they saw his figure. He doubted, is he just standing there dazedly? Conti squinted, observing the situation. If he doesn't start working right now, he won't be able to finish on time. Kevin was puzzled by Chelsea's attitude. Is he stalling? I don't detect any Manhwa fluctuations from him at all. He secretly thought this race must be a private stage for those two opponents. Chelsea activated his divine eye to analyze Grex, a blue mage with 880 Manhwa. His current item was an intermediate invisibility potion with 96% D grade quality, and the refining process was a 36.3% C grade. He then proceeded to analyze Vincent. The blue mage possessed 1060 Manhwa. The item being refined was an intermediate invisibility potion with 72% C grade quality and 28% B grade quality. The refining progress was 42.6%. His eyes grew sharp. He quickly calculated in his head that his opponents had 880 and 1060 Manhwa while he only had a mere 510. Grex seemed to be crafting a C-grade potion, while Vincent was making a B-grade one. Truly Kevin's disciples, these ordinary potions were nothing to them. Brilliant, flushed with impatience, yelled, "Hey, rookie. There are only 20 minutes left. Focus on your work." Bendy, sweating profusely, hastily intervened, "Don't distract him like that." Chelsea raised his staff and began refining. "That's right, I've started now. Although I'm a warrior, my Manhwa capacity is definitely not enough." Grex and Vincent were surprised to see him begin. He sneered derisively, "Is that his Manhwa limit? He's no different from a mid-tier white mage." He smirked with a sarcastic tone. "The first round was quite impressive, but your luck must end here." From above, Conti frowned, stroking his chin in contemplation. Is that all of Chelsea's Manhwa wave? This capacity probably isn't even 600. What a waste for someone with such a natural talent for selecting ingredients. Kevin curled his lip in disdain. Did I overestimate him? If that's all he has, it's not worth bothering with. He added, still, daring to gather all his courage to participate in the competition is commendable. Dylan looked at Chelsea with a mix of belief and doubt. Is that all the Manhwa he has? Impossible. He wasn't this weak during the mage examination. What kind of trick is he playing? Drex puffed out his cheeks in determination. It's time for me to unleash the special skills my master taught me for this tournament. A surge of fiery red power unexpectedly erupted from his mouth. That was a high-level Manhwa reinforcement secret art. His Manhwa instantly increased by 300 points, bringing his current total capacity to 1180. High-level Manhwa reinforcement allowed for a surge in Manhwa, but the price was a hardening of HP. The result was 50% HP remaining in exchange for 300 Manhwa points. Drex worked triumphantly, looking at the person beside him. Now my Manhwa farce passes yours. Vincent must think I'm only capable of crafting C-grade potions, but this time, he's mistaken. He raised his staff high and declared commandingly, "Combine." The spectator froze in astonishment. Unbelievable. Is that an intermediate B-grade invisibility potion? A brilliant glow flashed inside the test tube. Drex triumphantly admired his achievement. A nearly perfect rank B solution. Everyone, come over here and marvel at this. Quan Ti laughed arrogantly as if victory were already in his hands. It was truly a masterpiece. Even his disciple had only managed to refine a mediocre rank B type. The tournament championship would surely belong to my student, meaning if the boy took first place, his total score would become an unbeatable fortress. Kevin, I won't let you keep dominating forever. Kevin maintained an indifferent attitude, deep in thought. High-level mana enhancement techniques were inherently treacherous, requiring one's very life to accumulate energy. This wasn't something an ordinary mage could reach. It seemed T. Real pampered her disciple. Regardless, high-level magic always possessed unpredictable power. In the dark corner, the corners of his mouth curled up in contempt. Did that brat real believe he could win with such a mediocre rank B potion? How naive. Kevin furrowed his brows tightly. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't prepare thoroughly? You see now, old man, he placed all his expectations on Vincent's performance. Go on, show them what you're made of. He gently lifted the medicine bottle in his palm. Suddenly, Vincent's eyes lit up with a subtle, knowing spell. The blue potion bottle strangely disappeared right from his hand. The blue flame of the Earth 5 Phoenix erupted fiercely right in the palm of Vincent's hand. T stood up in shock. What on earth is that? Cold sweat poured down her face as she looked toward Kevin. That was blue fire refined from Earth and Gale, truly exceptionally rare. He gave a malicious smile with scheming eyes. I gave it to Vincent not long ago. He can use it however he wishes. Kevin felt immensely satisfied. Indeed, this flame contained the power of lores. It had taken him a full week just to extract the small amount, but with it, his honor would surely be preserved. Below the stands, Vincent told himself firmly, Master instructed me to incorporate this flame into the final step. The power of lores will instantly raise my mana capacity threshold. There's no way I will lose. The power of lores has been completely absorbed. The current mana stat has reached 1,530. The blue flame curled into a burning sphere in his hand. The crowd began to murmur and gossip. Isn't this an even more intense supernatural phenomenon? Another rank B potion. No, at this scale, it's simply impossible. Vincent looked up at the herbal potion bottle. His tone became even more arrogant. This is a mid-tier rank enhancement potion. I wonder if anyone else here is capable of creating a masterpiece superior to this. Uncle Yassi nodded slightly. So that's how it is. They had the rank boosting techniques within a single step. If I hold back now, how can I possibly compete with that rank of potion? The system issued an emergency notification. Warning, mana stat insufficient. Do you wish to activate the optimal form to increase energy capacity? Current mana stat is currently stuck at 510. Finally, you made a decision. Alright then, I will utilize the optimal form to push my mana capacity to its ultimate limit. The scepter emitted a purplish-white light. The system announced that the optimal form had been activated. Mana capacity has surged. The system coldly reminded him. Current mana stat is 9,660. It continued the announcement. Rank S potion obtained. The terrifying supernatural phenomenon is manifesting. It is recommended that you quickly switch to a defensive stance. Seeing lightning fill the sky above Uncle Yassi, the audience couldn't help but murmur in shock. Could this be another anomaly? This is the third time so far. This phenomenon is even more powerful than the previous two. What's more, its intensity is simply horrifying. Fueling was also extremely bewildered. The mana fluctuations from that seemingly weak guy suddenly surged powerfully. With this rolling flow of magic power and strange phenomenon, just how much energy did he actually possess deep down? Vincent stared at the surrounding lightning, filled with doubt. Just now, his mana capacity was clearly at a normal level, so why had it suddenly spiked like this? Was he using some kind of trick? No enhancement seeker technique could ever reach such a terrifying level. Sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth in irritation. Even the lores of nature could hardly produce such a shocking effect, and he himself had never seen anything like it. Nearby, Drax also began to tremble with fear. How could such a supernatural event actually take place? A giant dragon serpent made of lightning materialized, roaring majestically to intimidate everyone. Vincent's eyes widened in shock. What on earth was this? He froze and stepped back in panic, unable to believe it was real. He felt as though his eyes were playing tricks on him, with a strong intuition that this was an ultimate S-class supernatural phenomenon. The system displayed an explanation. An S-class supernatural phenomenon is the highest level among anomalies, exerting a profound influence on heaven, earth, and everything around it. However, it always brings a heavy divine punishment when one crafts S-class potions. Xiaoxi raised his staff to guide the lightning bolts, connecting them to the precious medicinal ingredients to begin the brewing process. The system notification rang out. The command to adjust magic power for crushing ingredients is complete. Please quickly release your current mana. The medicinal plants were crushed into fine powder, and the information window popped up again, reporting that the ingredient crushing process had been completed to a level of 1,100%. He barked out a clear command, fuse them immediately. Benny was filled with horror as his pupils contracted. This was impossible. It was a divine lightning punishment. Without prior preparation, he would suffer an extremely devastating blow. Kevin's pupils also contracted as he stared at the lightning dragon. The rarity and difficulty of S-class potions lay precisely in this harsh challenge. Alchemists needed superb skills and abundant mana to hope to withstand the divine punishment. Normally, they had to take buffing potions beforehand. Could he be looking for a quick death? The system interface appeared before Xiaoxi, asking if he wanted to use the Heavenly King Hammer to completely negate all of that damage. He did not rush his choice but calculated silently. His original plan was to use his perfect body to take the lightning strike, but to his surprise, the Heavenly King Hammer could do it too. This would make the brewing process much more effortless. Finally, he decided to act. The Heavenly King Hammer itself was already emitting a lightning ore. With this treasure, everything would be treble. Come forth, majestic Heavenly King Hammer. From the boundless void, a massive and gorgeous golden hammer suddenly descended. Before he could recover from his shock, Kevin faced yet another blow. What on earth was this? Even the pangolin was astonished. This oppressive aura was simply too terrifying. The great lightning dragon lunged down from the high clouds with a fierce momentum. All of that energy was completely swallowed up by the Heavenly King Hammer. The system notification window announced that the Heavenly King Hammer had completed absorbing the entire divine lightning strike. Chelsea quietly commanded in his mind, quickly put away the Heavenly King Hammer. He calmly told the system, begin the blending phase. Right at that very instant, brilliant streams of golden light from the staff began to flow into the small blast vial. The entire bird's nest-shaped arena was enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. Chelsea slammed his staff onto the ground and stood tall. It seemed that every step had been flawlessly completed, creating an S-grade mid-tier invisibility potion. The system quickly confirmed the result, reporting that the mid-tier invisibility potion had been successfully crafted with the highest S-grade quality. Kevin's face was covered in beads of cold sweat as he gritted his teeth in shock. Why did he possess ability far superior to his own for an S-grade potion that he himself had to exert all his might to craft? He simply could not accept this harsh reality. Finally, Kant could not suppress her anger. Master Kevin, please forgive me, but that mediocre fellow must have cheated. He leaped down to the arena floor, demanding everyone follow him to verify the matter. Kant insisted on her stance. How absurd. How could a white mage ever produce an S-ray potion? Kevin also hurriedly strode after him. The system explained, flight is a mage-exclusive skill that allows them to float by enveloping their entire body in Marner. Vincent also believed that Chuyuxi could not have done it. He must have cheated. Even my master would find it difficult to brew an S-grade mid-tier potion so easily. The crowd of spectators stood up in unison to mock. A human who dares to play tricks in a potion-making competition is truly despicable. This human shouldn't have been allowed to participate in the first place. Just chop off his limbs so he won't be able to wander around anymore. Fu Ling crossed her arms, her voice resolute. No, he did not cheat at all. I witnessed his abilities with my own eyes during the proficiency test. Benny smiled awkwardly, but if you ask me, it's best to let Master Kevin make the final judgment. Enduring the insults from all sides, Chowsi calmly replied, you say I cheated. I only used my own strength like everyone else. Feel free to interrogate me. I'm used to it. Kant stepped close to his face. Mage Chowsi, you used some sort of trick, didn't you? Master Kevin and I closely monitored your Marner waves. At most, you only possess 600 units of Marner. With such a meager amount of energy, there is no way you could brew an S-ray potion. He raised his staff defiantly. Do you dare to let me test your Marner? If that is truly your ability, then prove it to everyone. Kant growled, answer me immediately. The system noted, Marner measurement is a specialized spell used to determine energy capacity. The larger the reservoir, the brighter the emitted light. Chowsi fell silent in contemplation. Marner measurement. But, if I can't control the enhanced Marner, they will think I've cheated, even though my actual reserve is very modest. He smirked to himself, but then again, there is no reason for me to hide it anyway. Chowsi slammed his staff hard on the floor and readily agreed. Go ahead and test it. If this helps shut your mouths, then be my guest. He was determined to expose his true colors, to see if your ability is the real deal. I will measure your capacity right now. Kant brought his staff close to Chowsi. He ordered, release your Marner. Show us all your true level. The system announced, optimal form activated at 100% capacity. Marner reserve enhancement has reached its maximum threshold. He smirked disdainfully. Fine, just make sure you measure it very carefully. The Marner measuring device continuously emitted brilliant blue beams of light. That aura brightly illuminated the entire spectator stands. The light was so blinding that Kant had to shield his eyes with his hand. What is this? It didn't increase gradually but shot straight to this level. Just how vast is his Marner capacity? Chowsi said triumphantly. I have just released 100% of my Marner. He looked at the trembling staff in his hand. The object was shaking violently, unable to withstand the pressure. The sphere began to crack all over. Faint blue light still lingered on the stage. Looking at the fragments of the sphere, her eyes were vacant, her hands trembling as she tightly gripped her staff. He seemed unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. It was beyond imagination. Chowsi gently rubbed his aching neck. Was he satisfied now? He looked directly at the instructor, his expression nonchalant. This should be enough to prove my magical abilities, shouldn't it? That's true. Kevin chimed in for him. It was truly impressive. He politely expressed, I apologize for doubting you. This is the first time I've encountered someone so exceptional. I hope you understand the reason why I found it difficult to trust you from the beginning. Kevin clapped Chowsi forcefully on the shoulder. Facing such a young and outstanding talent, even I feel overshadowed. You are truly a genius. I feel honored. Kevin quickly snatched the S-grade potion vial from Chelsea and turned to say, Instructor, I don't think we need to question his performance any further. He admired the shimmering golden liquid. This S-grade top-tier potion is more than enough to confirm he's a champion. Do you agree? The instructor stood frozen. Indeed, there's no longer any reason to doubt. Kevin scanned the stands. Does anyone else have any objections? If you're not convinced, step forward and challenge Chelsea yourself. Draft bowed slightly in response. Not at all. Vincent frankly admitted, I acknowledge my defeat. Kevin clenched the glass vial in his hand. So, it's over. He held the glass vial high, announcing, Chelsea is the champion of this tournament. Fu Lin exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Wonderful. He really did it. He seemed to notice something, subtly glancing in her direction. Chelsea smiled gently and replied to her, thank you so much, Fu Lin. The girl's face turned crimson with shyness, her hands quickly covering her mouth in embarrassment. Fu Lin's eyes sparkled with unconcealable admiration. She waved in response, playfully sticking out her tongue. That's because I help you. Kevin silently observed Chelsea's every gesture, his sharp eyes narrowed. The young man who is also an exceptional mage. I can't help but respect him. Kevin stared at the potion vial in his hand. The creation he made is truly miraculous. Could it be that I, Kevin, have truly failed? That is the S-grade top-tier invisibility potion. He turned and walked away coldly. Who knows how far he will go in the future? Fierce killing intent emanated from Kevin. Numerous malicious schemes began to form in his mind. I will mobilize all my connections and power to ensure he cannot leave the city alive. Chelsea, you will die here. Fu Lin handed over the chest. This is a prize for the tournament winner. Take it. For a mage, this is undoubtedly a reward worth risking one's life for. Chelsea opened the chest. Inside lay countless precious items. Finally, I have them all. From the basic circulation potion recipe, to the intermediate resuscitation potion recipe, and even the advanced mana recovery potion recipe. Chelsea looked contentedly at the pile of spoils he had just collected, thinking, with these valuable formulas, I'm sure I'll turn my life around in that other world and earn enough yen 1 billion to pay for the auction. Fueling looked skeptical about Chelsea's decision. Have you thought this through carefully? You are giving up the chance to become a disciple of the renowned Master Kevin. With your talent for concocting an abundant mana, if he gets you, you could completely become an outstanding mage. He smiled, his eyes narrowed. Chelsea patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry too much. I'm a warrior, after all. Fueling blushed shyly as she looked at Chelsea. He continued, even if I were to become a mage, I still want to forge my own path. That suits me better. Fueling avoided Chelsea's gaze and softly asked, so, are you real planning to leave, and where will you go? He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, pondering seriously. My buddy has recovered, so there's no reason for me to stay here anymore. I'll just rest a bit, meet Sakura, and then hit the road. Chelsea already had a plan in his head. I have the formulas now. I just need to return to the real world, earn yen 1 billion, and then come back. Fueling pouted and turned her face away. You always mention her. What exactly is Sakura's relationship with you? He asked in surprise. Sakura, Chelsea calmly explained. She's my friend and also my teammate. Perhaps she's been away for personal reasons, but she'll definitely be back soon. Fueling stopped pouting but still wouldn't look back at him. So that's it. The teammate, but remember to stop by and see me before you leave. I have a gift I want to give you. Chelsea scratched his head, confused. A gift for me? Why not right now? Is she startled? I mean, when I leave. Fueling crossed her arms across her chest, looking annoyed. We'll understand then. See you later, you fool. Watching her figure disappear, Chelsea wondered why she suddenly got so angry. A moment later, in the rented room, he sat thoughtfully on the bed. I've never had the chance to truly understand this infinite ring. Since I acquired it, it seems I haven't had a single moment of rest. The system suddenly issued an urgent notification, warning that due to an unstable debugging error, the player could not remain in this world for more than 3 days. If that deadline was exceeded, the player would no longer be able to return to their original world. It also warned that the player could not use the infinite corridor until 3 days had passed in the real world. Chuyuxi lowered his head and mumbled, calculating. That means I can only stay here for a maximum of 3 days each time and have to wait another 3 days before I can return. That's quite interesting. I'll have to create a very detailed schedule. But what exactly does debugging mean? He opened the system panel. Never mind, now's not the time to worry about it. A mechanical sound echoed in Chuyuxi's head, warning that a wooden lake had been stored in his consciousness induction storage. The corner of his mouth curved upwards. Everything is getting more and more interesting. The system announced that the infinite corridor had been activated. Chuyuxi excitedly said, I just need to bring these 3 formulas back, and I'll be done. He plunged into the infinite corridor. Yen 1 billion, wait for me. Time flew by. Suzuki actively promoted. I know this place isn't as luxurious as the Heir's villa, but I've arranged the best room for you. Karina's eyes widened in surprise as she looked around the space. Chuyuxi was also surprised to see the room. Thank you so much, sir. This place is even more wonderful than I expected. The little girl clasped her hands together in awe. This room is so magnificent. It's hard to believe I'll be living here. Suzuki smiled, his eyes narrowed, and patted his shoulder. The Heir Union spares no expense. Besides, you're well worth the investment. Your younger sister will surely be comfortable here too. Do you need anything else? Chuyuxi hesitated, scratching his head. Actually, if possible, I'd like to turn one of the rooms into a small laboratory. I want to try concocting medicinal herbs. He asked in surprise. Concocting medicine? That requires a lot of specialized knowledge and high-level skills. Are you really sure you want to do that? Suzuki readily agreed to the request. If you want to, feel free. I have plenty of empty rooms. I'll have someone renovate it and prepare the necessary equipment. It'll be finished this afternoon. Chuyuxi happily replied. That's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. You've helped me so much already. Your eyes sparkled with intense hope for the future. All plans can finally begin tonight. A line of ants followed each other, carrying prey back to the nest. Nearby, an accidental step from a sneaker scattered them. This location is where the sign for the Blue Snake Gang is placed. Yukio puffed up his chest and spoke condescendingly. Hey kid, do you know what you're getting into? Toru doesn't like you. If you get lost and beaten up, don't come crying. Chuyuxi calmly replied. I know exactly where I am. My purpose is to meet the leader of the Blue Snake Gang. Is he here? I want to discuss settling a debt. The man scoffed and said playfully, you're real playing hard to get. Coming to pay and acting all high and mighty. If you're so brave, just work in and see. State your name quickly. Not showing any fear, he stated clearly. Chaoshi Tsukishiro. The sound of hurried footsteps followed immediately. The strong hand roughly pushed Yukio aside. Tsukishiro-san is here. Get out of the way. Takashi and his subordinates appeared with tense expressions. Tsukishiro-san, we've been waiting for you. The boss ordered us to greet you personally. Seeing the familiar face he had once punched, he exclaimed in surprise. Monsieur. Seeing the submissive attitude towards him, Chaoshi couldn't help but feel bewildered. What in the world is going on? The man worked ahead, leading the way for him. Please follow me. This way. Takashi turned to the person inside the room, his voice filled with apprehension. Tsukishiro-san has arrived. Lanza raised his hand in a welcoming gesture. Kira Tsukishiro, it's a great honor to meet you. This is the leader of the Lanza Gang, a rank 24 warrior with a power stat of 14,100. Chaoshi plucked the suitcase onto the table, his expression icy. This place is noisier than I imagined. He flung open the briefcase full of money and said, that's 600,000 yen in total, including principal and interest. Count it carefully. Lanza approached with feigned politeness. There's no need to be so formal. You could have just sent it with someone else. I'm very grateful. Let me introduce everyone. He pointed to the person maintaining a rather displeased expression. This is the vice leader of the Lancet Gang. System display. Rank 10 Guardian Warrior with a power stat of 300. Then he pointed to the man with the gold-capped teeth. And this is the president of the Mad Wolf Gang. Rank 21 leader of the warrior class with a power stat of 200. The system began to announce. Heavenly Eyes in the process of analysis. His sharp eyes scanned the numbers. Power 300, 200, and 100. Not bad. Xiaoxi glanced at Lansa and questioned. Alright, let's get down to business. Both Lansa and the Mad Wolf man flinched. Lansa was sweating profusely, calculating. He saw through all three of our strengths in just 1 second. Could he possess some rare and extremely expensive special item? Few people own them. This kid is definitely not simple. He worked over to the other two and said, let me get straight to the point. Lansa placed his hand on the stack of ledgers on the table. Both the Lansa gang and the Wild Wolves owe you a great debt of gratitude. He interlocked his fingers and placed them on the tabletop, his gaze deep. We want to shed our past and stand on the same front line as you. What do you think? After hearing the proposal, Xiaoxi was speechless for a few seconds. What? Lammingan stood up and continued. First of all, I sincerely apologize for the impulsive and reckless behavior of my son. He lowered his voice, acting humble and eager to please. I have sent him to a distant city to be disciplined, ensuring he won't cause any more trouble. I hope you can be generous and let this go. Zordine also stood up with a regretful look. My subordinates also acted inappropriately. Even though it wasn't my order, as a leader, I take full responsibility. That space ring originally had a tracking charm on it, but I have completely removed it, so feel free to use it with peace of mind. His gaze suddenly brightened, his mind entirely focused on the information about the ring. Chai Yoshi looked at the shiny ring on his finger and remembered the group that attacked him the other day were subordinates of Darlang. It turns out the ring he took from that sorcerer had a tracking spell on it. He had been truly careless. He spoke calmly. I have already settled things with Billy at school, so however you choose to punish him is none of my concern. Those 3 men from Darlang intended to take my life but were defeated in the end. I'm sure you are aware of the situation. They are all dead now, so consider the matter closed. Lamzar placed his hand on the suitcase of money and gave a wry smile. That's great, then please take this back. His voice became stern with a hint of suspicion. I don't like owing favors. Fairness is my principle. Take this money. But why has your attitude changed so quickly? I never wanted to get involved with gangs or associations. Lamzar nervously explained. News of your achievements at Future Star has spread everywhere. There isn't a big player who doesn't know you. Chairman Suzuki is desperately trying to recruit you. Everyone sees you as a rare talent, and the sects in the region are all eager to connect with you. Zordine hurriedly added. We are just a small group. No one would dare mess with a genius of your caliber. Lemmingan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Since we've cleared this up, from now on, we are allies. Chai Yoshi paused and pointed at himself, asking, am I really that famous? Deep down, deep right, asterisk if the attention is only contained within this region, that would be good. At least I won't have to face any more trouble. Asterisk. After a while, the scene shifted. Lamzar happily said his goodbyes, as did Chai Yoshi. Remember to come visit often. Lammingan added in a friendly tone. You are always welcome here. He felt speechless. This warm hospitality was truly excessive. Chai Yoshi carried the suitcase and turned to leave. Alright, that's done. Now, back to the daily grind. Let me buy some ingredients and start refining medicine. The system notified him, you have retrieved the bucks from your storage space, a shop with no signage. Saddle was busy taking inventory in his ledger. Recently, these types of herbs have been so rare. It's best to stock up while they are available, along with those other items. Chai Yoshi approached and said, hello, sir. I'm looking to buy some ingredients for medicine refining. The man waved his hand. Just help yourself to what's in the warehouse. But he muttered to himself, asterisk this kid looks like a real nuisance. Asterisk, he replied, that won't be enough. I heard this is the largest ingredient supply store in this area. Chai Yoshi passed a list full of ingredient names through the door crack. I want to take all 15 types listed here. Settle picked up the paper and exclaimed in shock. What? He pushed up his glasses, his eyes wide as he looked at the list the boy requested. 15 types. Ticking them all. Were you serious? I don't have enough stock for that. Chai Yoshi stated firmly. I'm completely serious about this order. He placed the suitcase of money on the counter. Chai Yoshi opened the suitcase and asked, is this enough? 9 million yen in cash, and I want to sign a long-term supply contract with your shop. Saddle's voice erupted in surprise. Those 15 types, are you really taking all of them? He looked at the thick stack of bills in the suitcase and drooled with greed. If this player was legit, he was the biggest VIP customer he'd ever had. Buying all 15 of these would cost at least 6 million yen. Chai Yoshi smiled to himself after showing Saddle the money and snapping the lid shut. Asterisk after paying off the debt to Lamzar's gang, including interest, I still have about 9 million yen left. According to my heaven's eye calculations, this is enough to buy the basic ingredients, but I have other plans to carry out. Asterisk. The man happily patted the boy's arm. Take a seat. I will prepare what you need immediately. Now, tell me the details about the transaction. Saddle handed the paper to his assistant, Annie, and ordered, get all the ingredients on this list from the warehouse and pack them carefully for the customer. She was astonished. All of this. This is going to take some time. His fingers tapped a rhythm on the thick teacup. Were you planning to collect all 15 of these ingredients for the entire month ahead? Saddle sat huddled, looking cautious. This warehouse restocks every 7 days. How do you plan to settle the payment? Uncle Yassi spoke leisurely. So, what's the total cost of today's ingredients? Saddle pointed to a paper on the table. The current listed price is around 6 million yen. But since you're buying wholesale, I've rounded it off for convenience. Push the suitcase of money forward. Here's 9 million yen. Consider the remaining 4 million yen as a deposit for next month. Please keep it for me. I'll pay the remaining balance at the end of the month. Uncle Yassi held up the paper to examine it closely. If you wish, we can sign a contract to make it official. I've already prepared the paperwork, but throughout this month, you must guarantee the supply of ingredients at the fixed price and not sell to anyone else. This clause is clearly stated in the document. Sato replied at his leisure. I have no objections. This deposit is more than enough. Moreover, the price of these 15 items has always been stable. Our shop operates with integrity and never arbitrarily raises prices. He nodded in satisfaction. Then I hope for a smooth cooperation between us. Yes, he secretly rejoiced. With enough ingredients, I can start the experiment tonight. Even if the price of medicinal herbs skyrockets later, thanks to the contract, I won't have to worry about anything. The sunset bathed the late afternoon sky in gold. Chuya pushed open the door and stepped into the brand new laboratory. He exclaimed, it looks quite respectable. Not bad at all. Purina chimed in. I heard Chairman Suzuki even personally funded a considerable amount. I truly must thank him. I didn't expect you to know how to make medicine. What exactly are you planning to do in this lab? Chuya knelt on one knee before the little girl and replied, of course, I want to repay Chairman Suzuki even more than that. He explained to Karina the true purpose that made him determined to build this lab. Chuya's eyes were heavy as he looked down. It's to fulfill a promise from the past. He tenderly looked at the small girl's legs, which bore the after effects of her condition. I promised I would bring back your smile, but the matter from before. Karina interrupted hesitantly. What are you talking about? It's strange. Chuya smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. We'll know when I'm done. I'll start now. Please wait outside. The little girl looked puzzled, not understanding what he intended to do. Karina pleaded. Oh, come on, brother. He firmly closed the laboratory door. Just like that. I need to concentrate intensely. Chuya's lips curved into a mysterious smile. He flicked his fingers. Chuya appeared excited. Let's begin. The system repeatedly announced. You have just retrieved the wooden box from your personal storage space. You have successfully extracted the pre-processed herbs from the storage spaces, inside a test tube containing a golden liquid, simmering over a small flame. He muttered, I need 3 core ingredients for a basic circulatory enhancement medicine. For the other 2, each requires 6 separate ingredients. Chuya poured all his concentration into his research. The heavenly eye is truly overpowered. It automatically analyzes all the optimal ingredients in this world and even specifies the refinement process. The system sent a confirmation notification. Heavenly eye is performing analysis. He narrowed his eyes and observed, let's see. Chuya could intently read the paper in his hand. The final step is to mix the extract from the ant grass and the green vine in a 1:3 ratio. He licked his lips, his excitement mixing a blue-yellow liquid in a 1:3 ratio. Chuyuxi placed the beaker into the heating apparatus. It looked simple, but it was adequate for now. His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. In this world, the usual refining process stopped here. The effectiveness could be checked after heating, but chemical reactions could go wrong during this stage, making the success rate of the mixture quite uncertain. His face contorted with stern concentration. Chuyuxi began to calculate. I will use magic to accelerate the fusion process and simultaneously infuse Manhwa to significantly increase the success rate and enhance the medicinal efficacy. The system notified. You have retrieved the basic staff from storage space. He looked at it. Lightning crackled from both ends of the staff. Finally, it was time to use the basic staff he bought before returning. To look imposing, he had left the Gut King's hammer at the inn in the other world, but time had stopped there, so perhaps it wasn't long now. Chuyuxi raised his staff high and began chanting, initiating the fusion. This was a refining technique known only to him in this world. The system continuously issued warnings and progress notifications for the fusion. 30%, 40%, 60%, 90%. This astonished him. The combination of science and magic was proceeding at an incredible speed. The system's voice sounded again, announcing that the fusion was complete. Chuyuxi cheered joyfully. Excellent, the first batch is done. Now, let's see how effective it is. He picked up the test tube and shook it a few times. Circulation enhancement potion. Doesn't look bad. I should try it right away. Chuyuxi tilted his head back and drank the potion in one gulp. A golden aura enveloped him. The system appeared and announced, refining rate, 100%. Circulation enhancement potion. Increases blood and stamina recovery speed by 45%. Reduces damage taken by 12%. Duration lasts for 10 minutes. He exclaimed, the effect is truly amazing. Chuyuxi clenched his palm. No pills in this world can achieve this level. It's truly a formula from another world. The medicines here can't compare. He looked at the test tube with slight disappointment, but the taste was truly awful. Well, I'll encapsulate it into pills then. As soon as he thought of it, Chuyuxi's eyes sparkled intensely. On the lab table now lay several capsules. 2 worlds, countless paths await my exploration. When he had become proficient in controlling nearly 10 test tubes, he thought, good. Now let's start mass producing the basic circulation enhancement potion. If the market reaction is favorable, everything will proceed as planned. Time quickly passed to the next day. Outside a certain cave, a group of people stood, lamenting. Continuing like this is truly exhausting. Although C-rank materials yield much loot, the terrain is too vast. Furthermore, we can only afford common potions. We must be careful. After all, we are still weak. Chaozi appeared silently. His invisibility cloak helped conceal his identity and made his face unrecognizable, a common item used to hide one's status. Chaozi had his face covered. He pushed a rectangular object forward. This spot will do. It's an area with the most adventurers. One person noticed Chaozi and spoke up. Look, a wandering merchant. Is he really planning to sell potions like that? How foolish. The adventurers looked at him with disdain. The potion industry is already monopolized by 3 major corporations. Buying from official stores is safer. These are definitely fakes. He took out a pill and introduced it. Everyone, if you're not satisfied with your current potions, try our new energy boosting potion. The box has 6 pills, perfect for adventurers. First come, first served. The adventurers pondered, staring intently at the pill in Chaozi's hand. A new potion. Is it from one of the 3 major corporations? No, I frequent pharmacies, so I would know if there were new products. The adventurer reached out and grabbed the pack of pills, smirking contemptuously. Hey, medical supplies are essential for professionals. Nobody uses sketchy, off-brand stuff. Do you really think this is better than the medicine from the 3 big corporations? What even is this? selling at such a price. As for how it works, he explained calmly without the slightest irritation, this is a basic energy pill that boosts blood circulation, assists with health and stamina recovery, and simultaneously reduces incoming damage. The information is clearly written on the packaging. A pack of 6 costs 24,000 yen, and each person is limited to purchasing 10 packs per day. Veins bulged on the man's forehead, and he gritted out every word. 6 pills for 24,000 yen. You scammer, were you crazy? Medicine from the 3 big corporations only costs 20,000 yen for 10 pills. He slammed both hands onto the table and shouted, this is a tasteless joke. Get out of my sight. This is obviously low-quality trash. The adventurers around them began rolling up their sleeves, charging forward menacingly to teach Chelsea a lesson. You brazen con artist. The shady stuff is even more expensive than name-brand products. You're a total fraud, and sooner or later, someone who's had enough will come and flip your stall over. He didn't argue back, only faintly curling his lips into a cryptic smile. Chelsea pointed to the capsules. I have prepared several free samples. If you aren't satisfied with the results, feel free to flip my stall. He held up a pill, his voice filled with defiance. But if you find it effective, you'll have to buy a whole box. Kasumi's face turned red with anger that surged straight to his head. He gritted his teeth. Fine, let's see what you've got. If this is fake, don't even think about running away. Kasumi snatched the pill from Chaoshi's hand. Pine it over. Let's see. The crowd mocked his actions. He's actually believing this nonsense. It's hilarious. Let's wait and see how he gets humiliated. Regardless, 24,000 yen isn't worth much anyway. Kasumi placed the pill in his mouth, eager to see if it was truly divine. In the blink of an eye, the pill slid straight down his throat. The effects of the medicine took hold immediately after, and the system notification sound rang out. The speed of health and stamina recovery increased by 45%, and damage taken was reduced by 12% for 10 minutes. Kasumi froze in shock. What was that? He gave a meaningful harsh smile, a 45% increase in recovery speed and a 12% reduction in damage for 10 minutes. This price is completely worth it. An adventurer nudged him. No way. Could this thing actually be that effective? In Kasumi's ears was a noise from the crowd. If this were true, it would far surpass the medicine from the 3 big corporations. The market only sells products that restore 10% health and 12% stamina, while this item is many times stronger and even includes defensive properties. He held the box of medicine tightly in his hands and spoke to Chaoshi in a much lower tone. Hey, I'll take the whole box. I can still buy up to 10 boxes, right? This is my hero card. Scan it. I'm buying 10 boxes. He nimbly swiped the card through the machine. 240,000 yen was deducted instantly. Here are your 10 boxes. Thank you very much. The system explained. This is a payment device specifically for heroes. Loading money onto the card makes payments extremely convenient. Kasumi hurriedly hid the 10 boxes of medicine in his bag like a thief. Thanks. Will you be selling here tomorrow? What time do you start? Turning his head back, dozens of eyes were staring at him with curiosity. The adventurers rushed forward to fight for the pills. Give me a free sample to try. You said there were free samples, right? I want to try it too. The guy must have been hired by you to put on an act. Give me one now. If this is a scam, you're done for. Chelsea replied calmly. There are exactly 5 free samples left. One adventurer remained hesitant and didn't dare to take it. Meanwhile, the person standing next to him had swallowed his immediately. The third person reluctantly took it with a look full of suspicion. When it was the fourth person's turn, his expression wasn't any better either. The last pill finally fell into the hands of an even quicker adventurer. A brilliant golden light enveloped the 5 of them. The leader growled, well, have you seen the light now? The crowd pushed each other, scrambling for the cards. I'll buy 10 boxes. Me too. Me as well. Here's my hero card. Pay first. I'm also ordering 10 boxes. They rushed to snatch the remaining pills. Is this real that miraculous? Give me a box. Hurry up. Another box. Just give me 10 boxes quickly. Me too. Chelsea smiled meaningfully. Everyone, please line up properly. Each person can only buy a maximum of 10 boxes. Adventurers were busy making calls. With this effectiveness, even at double the price, it's still selling out. Buy now. It's a rare item. Whoever gets it makes a huge profit. Send out the signal. Call the whole team to gather as many as possible and resell them. I don't care about anything else. He beamed and thought, everything is on track. Of course, I can't just collect 1 billion yen in participation fees from this game. Anyway, these pills are more than enough for the initial phase. With their powerful effects and limited supply, this craze is sure to explode. Looking at the long line of people, Chelsea excitedly predicted, when the time is right, the 3 major pharmaceutical corporations will inevitably come looking for me. At the headquarters of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, one of the industry's 3 giants, inside the production review room, Fumio was pointing at the LED screen to present the market situation. This week, the revenue of the 3 key products, including ours, has plummeted, falling to less than half of what it was before. He wiped the sweat from his brow and adjusted his glasses. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation stems from the rise of the black drugs that are causing a stir. BunRv continued, we have confirmed that these items are not related to our 2 rival companies. He opened his briefcase and took out 3 boxes of pills. These are stamina boosting and mana recovery pills. We invested heavily to develop them. It's hard to believe that current heroes prefer such unregulated goods. BunRv anxiously presented the test results. Through rigorous testing, we found that these pills can only be produced using extremely sophisticated technology. It's strange that they are called black drugs. The system explained that black drugs are a line of medicines manufactured by individuals or small-scale workshops, not by large corporations. The shareholders whispered among themselves. Clearly all 3 types come from the same source, with consistent preparation methods and superior effectiveness. Luckily it's not from a competitor, otherwise they would have taken over the market long ago. Even with advanced machinery, we can't decipher the ingredients. We don't know what genius is behind this. Still remaining anonymous. The conference room door burst open, and a sharp female voice rang out. If these pills are black drugs, then the products of our 3 large companies are truly a failure. The entire room collectively stood up and bowed 45 degrees. Madam Chairwoman, she worked decisively past them. Have we tracked down the production group yet? Our two remaining competitors must have already started taking action. That was Ms. the president of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, with her butler tummy right beside her. Ms. crossed her arms over her chest and declared, we absolutely cannot afford to fall behind. Fumio sighed heavily. No one knows who produces them, and they constantly change their selling points, making tracing difficult. Noboru chimed in to reassure, but we are making comprehensive investigative efforts and will soon have a detailed report. Her eyes narrowed sharply. It's too late already. The company's situation is extremely precarious. Ms. abruptly stood up and left the room. Prepare the car immediately. Tummy bowed and replied, yes, Madam Chairwoman. At the entrance of a dungeon, the voices of adventurers echoed. I'll pay 10 times the market price. Give me the last $3. Get out of the way. I'll pay 20 times. I'll pay 30 times. Kira was stunned by the insane level of competition. Who exactly is that mysterious pill seller? Sarmu stared at the pill and replied, they must be pharmaceutical masters. His effectiveness is truly on another level. No wonder everyone is fighting over them. Luckily, I managed to get a few bucks today. Chowsi observed the chaotic crowd before him and thought to himself, a week has passed, and everything is still going according to my plan. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his smile harboring a calculated intent. Now, he only had to wait for the prey to fall into the trap. A firm voice rang out, I am willing to pay 100 times more. Sell it to me, adventurer. 100 times the original value. Misa put her hands into her coat pockets. If you agree, I will pay 100 times more in exchange for 10 of your precious minutes. What do you say? Chuyoshi felt triumphant inwardly, thinking he had reeled in a formidable big fish. The supercar door slammed shut, with two bodyguards standing tall, guarding both sides. Misa gently swirled the wine glass in her hand. Thank you for your 10 minutes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Misa, CEO of Red Tier Pharmaceutical Group. He replied politely. It is a great honor to meet you. Chuyoshi fell into thought. The price at the head of one of the three largest pharmaceutical companies was such a young woman. He had expected her to be at least middle-aged. He wondered who she really was. Misa got straight to the point. I want to acquire the formulas for the 3 energy pills you are offering. Chuyoshi raised 5 fingers. 10 billion yen. Misa was slightly startled by his exorbitant demand. She placed her wine glass on the table and raised an eyebrow to negotiate. 10 billion yen is quite a huge figure. It far exceeds our projections. Don't you intend to consult with your associates? Red Tier came here with full bubble. Each of Msei's words was as sharp as a knife. We can only pay 3 billion yen. Although your formula is valuable, this figure is already extremely generous. She squinted as she calculated, thinking this kid was intentionally inflating the price. With 10 billion, she could acquire 50 other formulas. Was he perhaps a leader? Chuyoshi replied calmly. No, 10 billion yen is a fixed price. I have no associates. Those 3 energy pills were researched entirely by me. He looked up, his bright eyes staring straight at Msei. You understand better than anyone that these energy pills will help your company regain market dominance. Isn't Red Tier facing a serious crisis? She was shocked by this information. No associates? If that were true, he was an astonishing pharmaceutical genius. Msa asked skeptically, the biggest crisis, what do you mean? Chuyoshi held out his phone showing a graph and analyzed. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies dominate the market, but the data I have shows that Red Tier's market share has dropped from 26% to 12% over the last 23 years. The reason is that your products have lost their competitive advantage, being left far behind by Asarma and Tatsumi in terms of both quality and cost. Msa was stunned by Chuyoshi's firm arguments. Had he prepared this thoroughly? Was her presence here also part of his calculations? Red Tier was truly on the verge of collapse. She asked in a low voice, is there anything else? Msa smiled brightly on the surface, but her voice was full of murderous intent. Tomi, Sepit. She strode toward the supercar. We have the formula. Now is the time to counterattack. Return to the company immediately and summon the executive board. We need to implement a large-scale marketing strategy. The old bodyguard nodded. Yes, ma'am. A coffee shop. A voice full of astonishment rang out. How could you possibly do that? Suzuki was so startled he spilled his coffee. Did you really earn enough for the 10 billion yen entry fee? And in just one short week, Chuyoshi replied softly. President Suzuki, please lower your voice. Surrounding customers turned their gazes toward the table. 10 billion yen, did you say? Did the kid just randomly earn such a huge amount of money? Could it be? He placed the card on the table. I just happened to have a valuable formula, so I pulled off a small deal. This card has 10 billion yen. Please help me secure a spot in the auction. Suzuki excitedly suggested, take me with you next time. You are becoming more and more mysterious. Chuyoshi recalled that memory with a sense of lingering danger. She understood how the effectiveness of the energy pills could shift the market. If she possessed them, she would control the game. Currently, Arana and Tatsumi were also eyeing them. Did she still think 10 billion was too expensive? She sipped her wine in silence, her heart filled with anxiety. The profit analysis combined with a sharp threat if he was as young as his voice suggested. He was truly a monstrous genius. Finally, she had a compromise with Chuyoshi's demand. Alright, 10 billion it is. However, since this is a transparent transaction, I want to know your identity. He told himself he was only temporarily hiding his identity to avoid unnecessary trouble, but if she was the only one who knew, it wouldn't matter. Chelsea turned to Misa and said that was fine, but asked her to keep it a secret. He took off his cloak and politely reached out to greet her. I'm Chelsea Sukisaro. I look forward to a successful collaboration. MS. Misa. She was stunned by his handsome appearance, never expecting him to be so young. Misa shook Chelsea's hand in return. It is a pleasure to meet you. He adjusted his hat and stepped calmly out of the vehicle. Tony solemnly presented the card with both hands. This is a bank card worth 10 billion yen, already linked to your information. Please accept it. Chelsea took the card and thanked him. Tommy watched him walk away, filled with doubt. Was it truly safe to entrust such a large sum of money to him? Miza crossed her arms and replied with a firm voice, it is indeed a risky investment, but just by looking at his demeanor, I am sure this is the wisest decision. His rare talent for compounding medicinal herbs at such a young age promises a bright future. If this deal succeeds, you will be the savior of red tears. Tomi's tone was full of submissiveness. Of course, I completely trust your decision, Madam President. The look behind her glasses was profound and calculating. Since childhood, you have always shown sharpness and decisiveness. That is the reason your father was confident in handing over this empire to you. Back in the present, Suzuki casually stuffed the 10 billion yen card into his coat pocket. Chaoshi held up 2 fingers. This meets the first requirement for the auction. Now, for the second condition, which is to reach rank C by making it into the top 3 of the Supernova tournament. Can I register for the promotion now? He nodded and replied, I thought you had given up. To participate in that tournament, you have to reach the top 3 in public dungeons twice, and the registration deadline is tomorrow. It is almost impossible to climb the ranks in just a few consecutive days to reach the top 3. Tsuyoshi's expression remained unusually calm as he raised his coffee cup and took a sip. Not at all. 1 day is enough. Can you take me there tomorrow morning? Night gradually covered Tsuyoshi's mansion. Parina hugged her pillow and smiled brightly. Good night, big brother. I'm going to rest now. It's so peaceful here. He quietly observed her through the small gap in the door. Tsuyoshi gently closed the door and said, Sleep well, Parina. He walked straight into his room, thinking that since President Suzuki would take him to the public dungeon tomorrow morning, he told himself he must strive to become stronger before they left. Tsuyoshi stared intently at his golden ring. I have been stuck at level 11 for too long. I must break through this limit. The system chimed with a notification. Warning, infinite card door has been activated. He made a firm resolve in his heart. After I return, I will definitely bid for the rebirth golden pill for you, Parina. The system continued to sound a warning. Infinite card door has opened, but due to a technical error, you cannot remain in the other world for more than 3 days. Tsuyoshi entered the infinite corridor with a determined look. I will certainly help you return to how you were before. He continued to stay in the familiar magic world. He returned to his usual warrior form and wondered, hasn't Sakura returned yet? I will plan to level up over the next 3 days while I wait for her to come back. Tsuyoshi's information displayed. Level 12, warrior class, equipped with black camouflage armor and fuchs attire, wielding the blood dance weapon, possessing the skills lightning chain strike and lightning ambush kape, with a combat power of 16,000. His face suddenly darkened. In this world, I can't accomplish anything without her. Tsuyoshi flung the window open, thinking that Sakura must have heard the news of his victory and would likely return tomorrow morning. Looking at the scenery outside, he couldn't help but wonder where she had been and if she had any friends nearby. A flock of shattering monsters let out terrifying cries. Suddenly, the leader turned sharply and looked directly at Tsuyoshi. It lunged forward, intending to pounce on him. Tsuyoshi was stunned by this sudden series of actions. A loud explosion echoed, and terrifying destructive power spread all around. Tsuyoshi was confused, wondering who could have launched such a sudden magical attack. A mysterious voice echoed, saying they thought just one move would be enough to finish him off. Norio appeared, a member of the GI-led 1EA3D-I-led 1EC1U tribe, a level 32 mage, with 51,000 combat power. He was surprised Tsuyoshi dodged the attack and thought capturing him seemed troublesome. He took out his weapon from his storage space, his heart filled with confusion, not understanding what was happening. Tsuyoshi observed with suspicion, wondering why they had chosen him as a target and if they were the assassin guild from before. Norio looked at him with amusement, praising him while lamenting the loss of such talent. He vigilantly looked behind him as soon as Norio finished speaking, anticipating when they would attack together. The one who ambushed Tsuyoshi was CG, a human with the assassin profession, with a level of 30 and combat power of 30,500. He was utterly surprised, realizing there was still another attacker. Thanks to his sword's hilt, he managed to parry the man's attack just in time. The system notified him that ultimate physique had been activated, causing his muscle flexibility and reaction speed to surge instantly. Tsuyoshi frowned uncomfortably, thinking about the assassin's combat power. If not for ultimate physique, he would have been defeated long ago. CG's eyes behind the mask stared intently at Norio. She flinched slightly after that look. Tsuyoshi was thrown out of the room. He felt at a disadvantage facing 2 high-level enemies in such a cramped space. Nevertheless, he landed successfully on his feet, and the system immediately issued a notification. Ultimate physique activated once more, enhancing the spring in his legs. Norio and CG stood imposingly on the rooftop. Both looked down at him from a significantly high position. Tsuyoshi gripped his sword hilt tightly, secretly calculating whether someone had hired them to assassinate him. In any case, he couldn't be careless with these people. He pointed his blade toward them and asked why they were attacking him, as he had never offended them. She replied, Don't worry, we're just hired hands. You're just unlucky. The other person Norio also added a question, asking how he intended to respond. CG squinted dangerously and asked how he, a mere level 12 warrior, managed to dodge a guaranteed hit with such unbelievable reflexes and endurance. Norio shrugged excitedly, stating that since Tsuyoshi even dodged magic, capturing him would be enough to complete the mission. Immediately, both of them vanished without a trace. He quickly attacked Chaosi from the right, while she targeted him from the left flank. Chaosi skillfully and gracefully dodged every attack. Norio was shocked. Was another hit blocked? Seiji thought to himself. He dodged it again, and so did she. His eyes flashed with anger as he gripped his broadsword tightly. Do you think I'll give up so easily? Chuyuxi raised his sword high into the sky, and a bolt of lightning element struck down from above. She returned to stand beside him, both stunned by the sight. As the lightning struck, Norio quickly raised a defensive shield. Seiji snorted softly. Peak lightning. If your power were a bit higher, I might have had trouble escaping safely. He unleashed his power, lunging forward with his knife to attack again. Actually, you're only level 12. Struggling now will only cause you unnecessary pain. Each spark created by Seiji flew toward Chuyuxi, but he easily deflected them. Norio suddenly appeared on the other side. Don't forget me. Unfortunately, he was hit by her attack, his face contorting in pain. Chuyuxi gritted his teeth in anger. Facing 2 enemies many levels stronger than himself was truly impossible. Seiji was surprised by his ability. It's miraculous that you could hold out this long at level 12. Norio advised sincerely, you should lower your weapon and surrender obediently. He replied unflinchingly, who would listen to you? Chu wondered if he should summon the Heavenly King Hammer and fight with everything he had. The system suddenly spoke, warning about summoning the Heavenly King Hammer. She shielded her face from the blinding light. What is this energy? He felt extremely bewildered. The pressure was steadily increasing. He confidently stepped forward, his back against the Heavenly King Guardian, when a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Chu, you're hiding something, aren't you? He looked up at the sky in surprise. This voice. Tevin pointed at Chu and unleashed a technique. Explode. Your secret. Occult. Sharp thrust went straight into him, and Chu spat out blood. His face was smeared with blood, his teeth clenched, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. Chu clenched his fists, looked up at him, and screamed in rage. Master Kevin. The moon had risen high. Below, the sounds of battle echoed as clouds of dust billowed up. Kevin landed softly on the ground from the air. When I stripped away the darkness within you, engraving that secret into you was indeed the right choice. Mysterious energy always radiates from you. Chu, could that be the source of your extraordinary talent? He held his wound, his body trembling as he asked, why? Was everything you did for me just a lie? He looked down at Chu with disdain. Did everything for you? What a fool. You are far too naive for this cruel continent. I thought you were pretending to be weak, but it turns out you are just a complete idiot. Norio looked at Kevin and repeatedly remarked how surprised he was that Master Kevin had to show up in person. Seiji smugly interjected that with those fatal wounds, the boy had no way to escape. Pan bowed his head respectfully to reply to them both. Thank you for your help. I will finish the border-breaking potion as requested by tomorrow. He had expected the other two to be the ones preparing the ingredients. Hearing this, their attitudes became servile, and they obediently replied, of course, everything is ready and will be delivered to you soon. The system displayed an explanation that the border-breaking potion was an extremely rare, top-tier elixir with ingredients that were difficult to find. This item was a treasure for the adventuring world because it helped them easily break the level limits, and Kevin smirked to himself. Just painting a picture of her top-class divine medicine was enough to make these fools volunteer to be his lackeys. Pen looked down at him from above with a smug expression. Chelsea, stop struggling in vain. That secret is already carved deep into you. I only let you live until now because you have completely lost the ability to resist. Chelsea's voice rang out, full of grievance and confusion. Why are you treating me like this? It is clear that I have never done anything to offend you. Kevin knelt down, facing him directly. That is not true, Chelsea. Pen's face turned fierce as he gritted out each word. Your refining skills are a major threat to me, so you must die. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for being too weak. Chelsea offered a smile that was even more twisted than crying. I understand now, so that is the reason. The smile was truly bitter. He provoked him. Master Kevin, a man heralded as a genius, is actually afraid of me. How truly cowardly. Those words made Kevin's blood boil. His face betrayed his clear rage, and red blood vessels popped out in his pupils. He unleashed a blinding stream of light. Die. I will crush your brain into 100 pieces. Chelsea bit his lips tightly, clutching his throbbing wound with one hand. Philin rushed over to intervene. Master, please stop and spare him. Kevin looked at her with a cold gaze. Philin, have you followed me all the way here? She trembled as she pleaded. A noble person like you. Master, why must you bear a grudge against someone as worthless as Chelsea? I apologize on his behalf, so please stop. He naturally did not accept Philin's interference. Surprising, you actually pity this guy? But Philin, you are too young to understand. This has nothing to do with you, so step back, or you yourself will have to suffer the consequences. Sweat broke out on her face as she stammered in response, but, refusing to yield, Kevin struck out toward Philin and shouted, back away immediately. He went all out, unleashing his strongest technique, destruction. Chelsea did not care who was coming. Today would be the final moment of his life. The system noted that destruction was a cruel type of magic that pumped a massive flow of magical energy into the opponent's brain to destroy it from within. Philin was in tears, looking at him in despair. No, Chelsea. Seiji stood aside, arms crossed, observing, destruction. I don't understand what he could have done to make Master Kevin this angry. The kid will soon be torn apart in agony. Norio replied calmly, that is not for us to manage. Any fool who dares to provoke a big shot like Master Kevin can only blame themselves for being unlucky. Chelsea just stood there, motionless and unafraid. Is that so? Kevin knelt on one knee, getting into position to perform the finishing blow. At that very moment, the system issued an alert. Divine Choice system updated. 10% progress achieved. The user's body is absorbing surrounding energy to self-heal. A mystical purple light enveloped him. A violent gale erupted, with dust and rock fragments flying everywhere. Kevin covered his face with his hand to defend himself, astonished by what had just happened. What the hell is this? Why is my spiritual power being drained in an instant? Norio flew over to assist. He is still alive. How could that be possible? Fueling was also stunned, no less than Yoji. My wound slowly closed. Fortunately, Fueling had bandaged me just enough in time. Yoji muttered to himself, just as a bum in his chest was about to explode. The divine selection system sounded a red alert. It detected the critical situation and immediately initiated an update to repair his body. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he survived thanks to it. But things were not that simple. Recalling that life or death moment, he knew the system had to drain energy to upgrade. If interrupted, it would vanish, and he would be back to square one. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him, and a pitch-black shadow was brutally struck down by divine lightning. He mumbled with weariness. To put it bluntly, I have no other choice. The system announced the summoning of the Heavenly Kings. Chelsea roared, either you die, or I will finish you. The giant thunder dragon appeared above his head. Even if I had to endure so much pain, even if this body turned to ashes, Chelsea's palm blazed with a blinding golden light. I will send all of you to meet your maker right here. The Heavenly King was personally summoned by him to the battlefield. Chelsea tightened his grip on the hammer. Ignoring the system's continuous warnings about insufficient level, the Heavenly King's power could not be fully unleashed. Intentionally activating it would consume a massive amount of energy. The attack caused severe backlash. The system warned that the upgrade process was not yet complete. The Heavenly King began repairing the user's body. All muscle fibers were continuously torn apart and then recreated, causing incomparable extreme pain. Kevin narrowed his eyes, looking at him. The opponent's mind and body were clearly being torn apart by an incredible force, yet he could still regenerate continuously. This aura was both chaotic and terrifyingly powerful. How did he manage it? Looking at the hammer, Seiji couldn't hide his surprise and rushed to his side. Master Kevin, this kid is not ordinary. Let's join forces to take him down. Norio also spoke in a panic. My magical wave patterns are being disrupted by him. I can't stand still any longer. The system sent a notification, warning that 10% of the Heavenly King's energy had been released, and the body damage indicators were changing by the second. At this moment, Chaoshi's appearance was no different from a hammer-wielding demon. Turning disaster into fortune, the hammer continuously crushed his body. While the system constantly recreated it during the upgrade, the system continued to issue warnings with an indeterminate release time. He charged forward like a berserk beast. In that case, let's just wipe them all out. Kevin sensed an ill omen and immediately activated his magic shield. Fortunately, he managed to erect an energy shield, blocking Chayoshi's attack. Seiji sneered from behind the defense. What a fool. No matter how strong you are, you'll never break through our double shield. As he finished speaking, he smashed Kevin's shield into pieces. The three inside stared in shock as their solid defense was destroyed with such ease. Chaoshi looked at them like ants. I told you, today I will tear each of you apart. The beastman, with his body full of wounds, trembled as he struggled to escape the forest. The night wind rustled the dry leaves, whispering in the silent night. Takira walked leisurely behind him, her demeanor extremely confident and calm. The beastman pleaded with her in fear, please show mercy. I sincerely apologize, please spare me. Takira pulled her hood down low and said coldly, spare you. Did you show mercy to my father that day? He frantically denied it. I wasn't the mastermind. I thought you were the one who did it. My lady, your soul suddenly appeared behind me, your glowing red eyes staring at me, showing that you have already departed from this world alongside the old beast king. Although Sakura's face darkened, her eyes remained unusually sharp as she said, you are not the mastermind, but you are still an accomplice. Everyone's identity has been recorded. I will definitely take revenge on all those who humiliated my father and conspired to harm him. The beastman hurriedly waved his hands to defend himself, pleading, spare my life, my lady. I was threatened and had no other choice. My father's enemy is the current beast king's father, who threatened to kill me if I did not obey his orders. She sneered, gripping the hilt of her sword, and said, don't worry, I will send your comrade to follow you both very soon. Instinctively, the man drew his sword to defend himself, thinking, if she wants to kill me, then prepare to face death. Clutching his old, painful wound, the beastman muttered, I received a deep wound in my back during that battle. Damn it, I have no choice left. Takira prepared her weapon and said, you may keep calling me my lady. Then, she lunged forward like a gust of wind, unleashing the saturation technique. She looked at the man in front of her with a tone full of contempt. You truly give me goosebumps. He was completely overwhelmed by Sakura. His eyes rolled back, and he thought, she has truly mastered her father's saturation technique. She took out a notebook and jotted down a few things, adding, as for you lot, just sit still and wait to see what happens. Takira approached to examine the beastman's body, thinking, I didn't expect to run into him while he was plotting to kill Kevin. The gatekeeper back then he was the one who secretly opened the gate for them to infiltrate. She recovered 6 gold coins, 4 medium-grade mana potions, 8 medium-grade recovery potions, and many other medium-grade items. Although he was weak, he ran very fast. It took me quite a while to catch up to him, but those who betrayed my father will absolutely not escape. Suddenly, her eyes widened as a chill ran down her spine. Takira looked toward the capital, confused, wondering, what is this feeling? She quickly flew off, rushing forward. Master is in danger. The night sky seemed to be torn apart as thunder and lightning struck violently. Twitching scenes, Chaoshi was screaming in pain. Zenji, it hurts. It really hurts. His entire body was convulsing violently. His frame was constantly being crushed, and his soul felt as if it were burning. How terrifying is the power of the Heaven King. Can the divine selection system heal this injury? System warning, physical damage is nearing the 60% collapse threshold. If it reaches 100%, my body will be completely destroyed. Witnessing Chaoshi's power, Norio and Seiji were extremely confused. Master Kevin, who is that kid? This pressure. Impossible. Is he really level 12? Then what is his true level? Kevin calmly replied to them. You are all so foolish. That is just a special skill. Can't you see he is constantly suffering heavy damage? It is likely a life-sacrificing technique. There is nothing surprising about it. As far as I can see, the two obeyed and obediently rushed toward Chaoshi, who was holding the dragon hammer, saying, understood. Seiji warned him, kid, I will crush your throat with a single blow. Don't blame me. Chaoshi did not answer but instead wore a cunning smile, causing everyone to freeze, eyes wide. They thought, I can't move. At this moment, the system issued a warning. The danger from the Heaven King's hammer is its supreme essence, which is the ability to control lightning. Those who possess it can discharge powerful electrical currents that spread around them. Any enemy who approaches without high lightning resistance will easily be paralyzed. Chaoshi then mocked Seiji. Want to get close to me? Do you want to die? Having said that, he attacked the mine directly. Lightning engulfed them all. Chaoshi swiftly eliminated the obstacles hindering Tetsuyu in the blink of an eye. The opponent has fallen. The target information is a level 30 assassin with a combat power of 30,500. The system suggests he use the energy from the defeated foe to upgrade himself. He agrees, but the situation worsens when the system reports that it has absorbed the energy, with progress reaching 48%. Warning, physical damage levels are reaching an alarming 66%. Kevin watches the match and reminds his student to keep his distance and not force it close in. Seeing Chaoshi rushing toward him, he feels uneasy because the energy flow surrounding his opponent is too abnormal. Norio is also terrified to see his comrade taken down in a heartbeat. Unable to believe a level 12 kid could be this strong, he hurriedly refuses Master Kevin's medicine and begs for surrender. Chaoshi laughs with delight. but the system continuously rings a red alarm as his body nears collapse at 70%. Even so, he forces himself to appear tough and challenges his opponents to see what other tricks they have. A brilliant golden light tears through the night, marking the end regardless of whether the enemy chooses to surrender right now. Chaozi dodges the attack, but it is too late for Norio to face him head-on. His eyes reflect the boy's silhouette, amazed by his lightning-fast speed. Chaozi swings his large hammer forcefully, sending Norio flying several meters away. The system continues to blare as the energy source is overexploited. Upgrade progress has reached 63%. Veins bulge and ripple on Chaozi's arms. The system announces that the body has been severely damaged, nearing the 76% destruction threshold. Kevin watches the scene in anger because his disciples are so useless. He intended to use them as bait, but he did not expect Chaozi to use that strange power to drag him into the fray as well. Suddenly, he wears a devious smile. Kevin flies into the air with a blazing formation behind him, confident that someone like him could never defeat a genius who understands the laws of Earth. Chaozi looks up, realizing the ancient legendary laws of Earth, Wind, and Thunder are present in their deadly form. He draws his staff and utters sarcastically that he never expected the boy to push him to the point of using this tower. Kevin begins to unleash his moves as the laws of Earth and Wind roar intensely. The space all around is suddenly flooded with a blinding green light. Chaozi stands firm, trying to steel himself to fight and wondering if this is a moment he should seize it. As his body reaches its limit, a warning to release the power from the Heaven King's hammer appears, the physical damage already at 86%. Chaozi observes the situation and realizes this is the true power of the lores. He gathers his remaining strength to lift the large hammer and spin it in the air, determined to stake his life to amplify the power of this weapon. His system feels like it is about to explode with the warning that 30% of the Heaven King's hammer's tower has been forcibly activated. Notification: physical damage is nearing the dangerous mark of 93%, with only exactly 30 seconds left until reaching the 100% threshold. Warning: the current system upgrade process is 63% complete. Amidst the countryside, a violent tempest suddenly appears, sweeping away every obstacle in its path. Facing this threat, Persino cried out in panic, "BunRv, find shelter quickly." However, Onagabu remained strangely calm. "My great-grandfather once told me about this lightning. This is the omen of the descent of the Heavenly Beast King." Kevin used his staff to summon billowing torrents of magical mist, blanketing the entire sky. He seemed to read his opponent's mind, this strong fighting spirit. Just level 12 yet he dares to challenge me. I must defeat him to seize that ultimate technique. Kevin mocked that intention. Do you think that cheap technique can overcome my destructive power? Look at that tattered body. How ridiculous. Consider it an honor to die by my lore. Uncle Iak continued to gather energy into his body. Warning: releasing 30% of the Heavenly King's power. Warning: physical damage has reached the 93% threshold and will reach 100% in 30 seconds. The system updates the upgrade progress 63% completed. Right at that moment, Fu Lin was unfortunately dragged into the center of the feast vortex. The system displays the severe consequences when the user stubbornly overloads on energy. Warning: physical damage has almost reached the 94% threshold, with only 26 seconds left until reaching the 100% peak. He refused to give up his goal despite many obstacles. Fu Lin, it's your fault for appearing here. I must eliminate that guy. But with you here, I cannot use the transformation spell. Growing angry, Kevin intensified his magic to completely obliterate him. Chetty, and Uncle Iak. Uncle Iak enveloped his body in a mysterious magical aura, his eyes burning with the will to fight the enemy. Awakening his power, he quickly grabbed her. Fu Lin was shocked by the tremor and cried out hurriedly, "Uncle Iak, watch your back." Warning: physical damage has almost reached the 95% threshold, with only 21 seconds left until reaching the 100% peak. Consecutive waves of magic caused terrifying explosions, making the ground shake violently. Kevin was deeply smug about his own power, possessing a nearly immortal body. I won't even be scratched by this attack. This is where it all ends. She lay nestled in Uncle Eve's arms after the tremor, then looked up. I'm still alive. The magical vortex lunged at his back as if to tear Uncle Eve's body apart, yet he stubbornly endured it to protect Fu Lin. Warnings: physical damage has almost reached the 95% threshold and will reach 100% in 18 seconds. He was astonished by that persistent endurance. His ability to resist the lore was growing stronger. The battle raged on as both sides continuously clashed with massive amounts of energy. Chaozi raised his hand high, standing tall and proud in the center of the fury. That supernatural power terrified Kevin. Impossible. Have you surpassed the power of the lore? How could a level 12 do this? And that bizarre power. Why does it make me tremble so much? His magic gradually overwhelmed his opponent and was spreading throughout the area. His magic vortex technique was suddenly swallowed by Chaozi in surprise. The power from his very own lores has now vanished. Seeing Chaozi looking exhausted, she worriedly asked him, "Chaozi, were you okay?" However, Kevin has not yet given up. He is determined to charge in and continue his attack. The system warns of Chaozi's dangerous condition. Body damage is about to reach the 96% safety threshold and will hit 100% in just 16 seconds. He immediately summoned a surge of powerful energy that rose up just as he was struggling to persevere. Kevin couldn't help but be stunned by this battle. He's already been hit. How is he still able to move? His body should have reached its limit by now. Even though his body was exhausted, Chaozi maintained his determination to use all his strength to counterattack. Enemy weapons will be disabled or destroyed. These attacks will occur based on the adventurer's power in the current situation. He even leisurely mocked with an arrogant look, truly a troublesome mage. He was stunned by Chaozi's lightning-fast movement. Damn, he's too fast. Now, is your turn to counterattack. Chaozi nimbly unleashed a series of consecutive punches that Kevin took the full brunt of. The striking force was so powerful it seemed as if he had been driven firmly into the ground. Kevin suddenly felt confused and skeptical. He caused me to be careless and neutralized everything. With such pressure, he still stays calm. Who is he after all? You are quite right. Whether a mage or a sorcerer, do not expect to beat a fighter in close combat. If you want me dead, even if it costs my life, I will skin you. Warning: 30% of the Magic King's accumulated power has been released. Body damage is about to exceed the 98% safety threshold and will reach 100% within 9 seconds. Notice, the version update process is 72% complete. Chu Yuxi's face gradually contorted along with it. The power of the lore. How could it be? He stubbornly refused to believe what was happening. Were you planning to drag the genius Kevin Taddy into the grave with you? You fool. Even if you disable my staff, the power of the lore will still continue. This time Kevin was truly angry and unleashed his trump card, Twin Dragon's Lore of Wind and Earth. Die. A majestic magic dragon roared as it charged toward the venomous snake. Warning, body damage is about to exceed the 99% safety limit and will reach 100% within 6 seconds. Notice, the version update process is 75% complete. The confrontation now became even more intense with the image of the giant serpent facing off against the majestic Thunderbird. He swung his axe down in a powerful attack. Don't think that's enough to face this Thunderbird. Immediately, the poor serpent was split in two in an instant, stunned by the overwhelming situation. He stood motionless. Have I lost? The powerful destructive force, like a falling meteor, shattered everything. Phil uncovered the face in astonishment at the current situation. Master, a brilliant light suddenly blazed, like a precious gem about to explode in the heart of the town. The whirlwind gradually vanished with the wind, leaving behind a disheartened Chaosi. His body had reached its final limit. He collapsed, his entire body stiff, as his injuries had reached an alarming level. The damage to his body had exceeded 100% of the safe threshold. Congratulations, the update is 80% complete. The enemy has been defeated. Now, use the power to upgrade your own system. Chaosi, the young man, lay listlessly on the ground, opened his eyes, and sensed his surroundings. I'm still alive. This time, it was truly a perfect completion. Although Chaosi was severely injured, he was transported to another space. Note, the player is on the verge of death. Congratulations, the divine selection system has completed its update. The system is restarting to provide enhanced features. Oh, look, an unexpected source of power has been detected. The power of the ice and earth lore has been absorbed. The source of power will be used for the new version update. 100% complete. Absolutely fantastic. The system proceeds to regenerate the body. You have been promoted from level 12 to level 18 due to using too much power. Your current profession is warrior, clad in black camouflage armor, wearing an Applebee's skin outfit, holding a mining pickaxe sword, possessing the chain lightning strike skill, along with the ability to replicate the ice and earth lore skill. Your current combat power is 25,000. The scene shifts to the dawn of the next day. The sky was strangely clear. The early morning sunbeams gently filtered through the window. They warmed Philin, as if caressing her. Philin woke up, her dreamy eyes slowly opened. Chaoshi, my master. Next to her at this moment was only Sakura. Were you awake? Philin sat up, full of confusion. Who are you? What about Chaoshi? And master? Where are we? Sakura asked back, puzzled. Do you mean Kevin? Her face darkened, her eyes sharp as daggers. He's dead. Hearing that, Philin was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Master, Sakura patiently explained it to her. His body was crushed by the young master's own hands. Kevin must have been jealous of his potential. Perhaps he attacked to seize the strange power within the young master. In any case, that act proved him to be wicked and despicable. Philin lowered her head, her whole body trembling. Master, you're dead. You're truly gone. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and looked up. Then what about Chaoshi? His body had vanished at the time. Patting it, Sakura coldly stood up and replied, you don't need to worry about that. If you hadn't helped the young master, I would have sent you to follow him. You are unreliable. If you're awake, then leave. The door suddenly burst open, and a voice echoed, Sakura, she's not at fault. Philin looked towards the door, filled with hope for the person who had just appeared. Chaoshi. She leaned against the doorframe, whispering, I'm alright, but the scene before Philin's eyes left her speechless. Chaoshi appeared before her with an incredibly strange appearance. Level 18, warrior class, equipped with camouflage armor and a fox beast-skin outfit, armed with blood claws, possessing the flash ground chain strike skill, the copy skill, the lore of ice and earth, and a combat power reaching 25,000. Philin vaguely recognized traces of her master's lore of ice and earth and wondered how Chaoshi had obtained it. He replied vaguely that he had suddenly changed since waking up, considering it a blessing in disguise. Thanks to the lore of ice and earth, his energy system was upgraded, helping him escape death. Chaoshi looked at his hands brimming with excess energy, secretly rejoicing at having leveled up 6 times. It really was Kevin. His skills had also shifted to the lore of ice and earth, and power was coursing through his veins. He looked up and curiously asked her where she had actually gone last night. She clutched her chest in pain, asking if he didn't trust her just because of her master, and that he no longer had any faith in her at all. Right? Sakura kept a cold expression, asserting that the master had never ordered anyone to go there. It was likely an ambush, so she, his close disciple, should know his true nature. Those scornful words made Philin unable to bear it, so she decided to leave. Her eyes darkened as she stepped closer toward Chaoshi. Do you remain calm? Facing Philin's gaze directly. Before things could get worse, Sakura stepped forward to stop her and question what she was trying to do. Philin retrieved a small handkerchief after accessing her inventory. She hesitated before handing the item to Chaoshi. She whispered that she had wanted to give it to him since last night. Sakura looked surprised when she saw the handkerchief. He held the item in his hand, silently recalling the words she had spoken back then. Philin shyly confessed that she came to find him because she was afraid he would leave without saying goodbye, adding that since he wasn't good at sewing, she had used a little magic, and he should just throw it away if he didn't like it. Chaoshi softly called her name and immediately stopped her, asking Philin to end this. She burst into tears, saying she didn't know if the master understood him or not, but he had raised and trained her to be a mage since she was a child, so this debt of gratitude was hard to deny. She didn't want to stand idly by even if he wanted to kill her master. They should just pretend they never knew each other. Her weakness made Sakura glance at her with unease. Chaoshi looked up at the high sky and took a long breath, watching Philin's small figure fade behind the forest canopy. He whispered a thank you to himself and continued on his way. Sakura remained lost in thought about Kevin daring to attack the young master. She had been too negligent. How could the young master, only level 12, defeat him, even if his body recovered surprisingly quickly? Chaoshi suddenly called her name, causing Sakura to snap out of her thoughts and answer. Yes, he said that last night Ketan had almost taken his life out of groundless hatred, and it was she who had treated and healed him, from which he learned a bitter lesson, not to trust anyone too easily. Sakura looked at him with confusion and curiosity, only able to exclaim, "Young master." His voice sounded even as he said that although it was unclear what her future plans were, it was she who had encouraged him to keep living during his most desperate moments of divine punishment. Chaoshi's face softened slightly. Perhaps her past could not yet be revealed, but he was always willing to listen when the time was right. Sakura froze, her hands clasped tightly together in confusion. Her cheeks flushed pink as she gently nodded in agreement with him. Tsuyoshi turned around and motioned to Sakura. "All right, let's set off now." His hands cradled the gift as if cherishing a precious treasure. Tsuyoshi gently imagined Fuelin's delighted and passionate face when she completed the scarf. He lovingly and carefully wrapped it around his neck. Sakura followed closely behind, busily rummaging through her bag. She pulled out one notebook, crossed out a line of text, and politely replied, "Thank you, young master." The two walked side by side into the forest, where countless hardships awaited them. Scene transition. Near the entrance of the common dungeon, the old gates were surrounded by a massive crowd of waiting people. Suzuki ran after Tsuyoshi, constantly nagging, "Do you really want to venture into that dungeon all by yourself? Once you register, there's no turning back. Look around you, all those parties have at least 3 people. He used his ability to snatch the file from Suzuki's hand and reassured him, "I'll be fine." Suzuki stood in a daze, watching the stack of papers fly out of his hand. Tsuyoshi glanced at him proudly. "I'm strong enough now. Level 18, warrior class. Equipment includes black camouflage armor and a Fux Beastman suit. Skills include Flash Earth Chain Strike and Icewind Earth Lore Copy, with a total combat power of 25,000. Sander slowly made a phone call to the other end. Back then, didn't Chairman Suzuki recruit Suzuki Zero Tsuyoshi? He calmly walked out of the arena, which was run by President Raging Dragon, one of the 5 major guilds. The one guarding this arena is an S-class hero with an unknown level and combat power. It seems we have underestimated the Hero Alliance's move. One of the 3 most formidable guilds, the Master of the Glory Guild, an old man with a devious smile, is a genuine S-class hero, with both level and combat power being unknowns. The person on the other end laughed coldly and replied, "Nowadays, everyone is busy scouting young talents. Sandor, what are you busy with? I can't make head or tail of what you're saying." Amidst the ruined battlefield strewn with steel, Sandor stood still inside the protective barrier and replied indifferently, "Just a small matter. If he joins the alliance, his true strength will be revealed at the upcoming Spirit Tournament." The top fighter of the Raging Dragon Guild, Luker, an S-class hero with an unknown level and combat power, approached Sandor and excitedly boasted about his achievement. "Captain, we're done." Still focused on the phone call, he said, "We need to investigate more thoroughly." Sandor looked back at him with a cold gaze. "Just wait until the tournament starts. I'm hanging up now." The person on the other end of the line was not very pleased. Taking a drag of a cigarette, he asked back, "You call that a trivial matter? You sure are working hard to expand your influence." Luca grabbed the kneeling Ruth by the head, forcing him to stay conscious, while Sandor looked at him and greeted, "Ruth, long time no see. If you had accepted our conditions before, it wouldn't have come to this." Although Ruth's entire body was trembling uncontrollably, his tone remained resolute. "Sandor, no matter how much you force this, you won't get anything. I've been dedicated to this for years and am ready to face death." Sandor looked displeased at that response. He snorted coldly and delivered the finishing blow. Then die. Having dealt with Ruth, he softly instructed Luca and turned to leave. "Luca, I'll leave the rest to you." He accepted the order and replied immediately, "Understood. You can go ahead without worry." Amidst the desolate ruins, he slowly worked away. Suddenly, a voice full of astonishment rang out from the reception desk. "Stop daydreaming and go home immediately. Level 18 wanting to enter a dungeon alone is just asking for death, let alone trying to race for the top rankings." Chaoshi replied with an indifferent expression, "With lore forbid solo runs. I'm in a hurry. Can you handle the registration for me?" The basic file includes level 18, warrior class, and skills consisting of Flash Evaluation, Chain Strike, Copy Skill, and Ice Defense Lore, with a combat power of 25,000. Mamoru shouted angrily, asking if he wanted to commit suicide. Hikari, sensing the commotion, stepped closer and whispered, "If he is determined, you shouldn't try to stop him." She held Chaoshi's file, deliberately pressing her body against his arms to look him over. "Your name is Chaoshi Tsuki Shiny, and your request has been approved. We currently have 6 dungeons, 3 rank C, 2 rank D, and 1 rank B with the highest difficulty. The record is for a 3-person party, and there are absolutely no medical services inside." He didn't pay the slightest attention to her tricks, took back the file, and replied curtly, "I understand." Mamoru was surprised by his attitude. The beauty who was usually pursued by thousands was ignored by him. What a blind person. Hiroki, though furious, still tried to act sweet. "Good luck." He looked at the thick stack of missions in his hand and calculated, "Even though there are 6 dungeons, I can only clear them today." Suddenly, Hiroki noticed a group of people arguing at the gate. Tatsuo reprimanded her, "You lost the staff. It will be very expensive for us to claim it back from another guild." Parna sat on the ground sobbing, "I didn't mean to. A monster suddenly appeared, so I panicked." Hideo asked anxiously what to do now, as that item was very expensive. It had previously been auctioned for 21 million yen and could be used for many years. Losing it was a heavy loss. Tatsuo sighed helplessly. "We've run out of healing potions after the last trip, and going back in is very dangerous. Maybe we should just trade the reward and ask another guild," because they were blocking the path. Chaoshi politely spoke up, "Excuse me everyone, would you mind moving aside so I can pass?" Tatsuo shyly moved aside to let him through and asked, "Sorry about that. Were you planning to enter the rank C dungeon?" Hideo tapped his shoulder and warned, "He looks like a stranger, probably just a newbie. Should we trust him?" Tatsuo signaled him to keep his voice down. "I know, but don't judge others so quickly." While the two were whispering, Farner approached and begged Chaoshi, "We accidentally lost our staff in there. Could you help us find it?" This left the other two stunned. Tetsuo quickly pulled her back and apologized to Chaoshi. Sorry, were you planning to go into the dungeon? We dropped an item near the exit. If you find it, there will be a reward. He maintained an expressionless face and replied, I am a solo player. I have no builder party. His calm words left the whole group astonished. Tetsuo stuttered, going alone. Hideo also hurried to ask, what level were you? Were you a rank B hero? You still look so young. Before entering the gate, Chaoshi replied calmly, level 18, rank D hero. Tsukiri voiced his concerns. Level 18 and soloing is no different than suicide. Tetsuo added that this was not an evaluation dungeon, and Iyarsu further warned, at that level, you will be devoured soon. Tetsuo awkwardly introduced them. Our guild has 5 members, including a mage, priest, thief, tank, and warrior, all around level 20. He kindly advised, just one small mistake is enough to lose your life in a rank C dungeon. You should be careful. Chaoshi didn't wait to hear the rest and hurriedly walked through the gate, not forgetting to thank them. Thank you for everyone's advice, but I'm out of time. Goodbye. They had officially entered the rank C dungeon and prepared for battle. Iyarsu sighed helplessly at the recklessness. Perhaps we have to rely on another guild. Hideo looked at his back. Probably just a newbie who scored high on the evaluation and is overly confident. Only Tetsuo noticed something unusual and mused, but he looks very calm. Perhaps he is not a novice. The current status, now inside the rank C dungeon. On the other side of the gate, Chaoshi was standing in the middle of a dark cave. He changed into his combat gear and observed his surroundings. I have never seen a stalactite dungeon like this before. The notification board began activating his skills. The system was initializing the God's Eye analysis. The limestone cave terrain area has characteristics of darkness and humidity, with monster levels ranging from 20 to 25 and a 30% spawn rate in the dark. Recommended skills include fire, light, and holy types. Chaoshi finished equipping his combat gear and was ready to embark on the mission. The divine recruitment system had just been upgraded, but it seemed everything was still the same. He summoned his level 18 lightning sword, currently appearing as a warrior in black camouflage armor, wearing a Fux Beastman suit, equipped with a blood dance blade, utilizing the chain lightning strike and copy skills, one with the lore of ice, wind, and earth, with a combat power reaching 25,000. The system interface displayed compatible items to make usage more convenient, allowing for unlimited extraction of items from every world. He hadn't worked for long before Chaoshi encountered a monster trembling in the darkness. It turned its head, revealing eyes glowing red like the flames of hell, causing the other monsters to begin waking up. Tsuchigumo, level 22. Chaoshi looked at this rather unimpressive group of monsters with a look of disdain. The dungeon here seemed much quieter than other worlds, which was great. He would test just how powerful the lore of ice, wind, and earth was. He swung his sword, infusing the lore of ice, wind, and earth into the blood dance blade. The weapon immediately took on an unfamiliar wind attribute, as the extraordinary lore power could now be released through the weapon. The Tsuchigumo rushed headlong toward Chaoshi, lore derivative Gale. He swung his sword, creating a violent storm that caused the monster's body to vanish instantly. Chaoshi looked at his sword with a cold expression. This lore was truly powerful. If he continued like this, he could enter the top 3 dungeons simultaneously and receive legendary lores. If he acquired more lores, challenging high levels would be within his reach. 15 minutes passed outside the dungeon. Hideo complained that things were bad and that it was unlikely any other party would enter today, while Tetsuo clicked his tongue and said that if someone else got it, they would be done for. Hearing this, Parna could only hang her head in shame and offer an apology. Tsukiri looked toward the dungeon gate and mentioned Chaoshi, saying 15 minutes had passed and he must have met his end, to which Iyarsu expressed his agreement. He was convinced of it, as he had been on expeditions himself and was all too familiar with this grim outcome. No sooner had he finished speaking than the date suddenly appeared before their eyes. The group could not help but be stunned when the announcement loudspeaker played the news of a new record. Mamoru read the document and couldn't believe his eyes. This was an S-rank dungeon, yet a new record had been set in just 3 months. Paraki hurriedly asked which party it was. He handed the file to her and replied that it wasn't any party, but the first solo play of the boy from earlier. The system continuously updated information. Pierosuke Chaoshi had cleared the dungeon in 15 minutes and 33 seconds, surpassing the old record of 90 minutes and 54 seconds. This was the first time someone had completed the challenge solo. Amidst the astonishment of many, Chaoshi worked out with a cold demeanor, without a single scratch. Tetsuo could not hide his surprise, while Hana stared intently at the staff the boy was holding. He swept his sharp gaze over the group and asked in an authoritative voice if this was the staff, and whether there was no extra reward for breaking a record. Seeing Chaoshi appear, Mamoru and Hiraki rushed to greet him. They needed to confirm that he was indeed the level 18 Tsukizero Chaoshi from earlier, so they asked everyone to clear the way. Tetsuo was unconvinced because the boy had actually retrieved his staff. Hideo was astonished to see he had cleared the dungeon, and Hana instantly suggested that he join them and go on adventures with the group. He casually replied that it was their item, and he had simply picked it up while fighting the level 3 boss Tsuchigumo, so he took it along out of convenience. Hearing Chaoshi's nonchalant answer, Tetsuo was stunned. He wondered if he had really just picked it up. If he was this strong at only level 18, he was truly the most formidable D-rank hero he had ever known. Was he really just a D-rank? Tetsuo was still in shock while Mamoru hesitantly spoke up. May I ask which of you is Tsukizero Chaoshi, the one who just broke the record? Hiraki continued by asking to verify his identity. Chaoshi felt annoyed and urged them, is verifying my identity really that necessary? I'm very busy, so please hurry up. Hiraki still couldn't believe his eyes. Is it really you? I thought it was just someone with the same name. Mamoru didn't beat around the bush and got straight to work. I need to verify the information first. Tsukizero Chaoshi has just set a new record in a level 3 dungeon with a time of 15 minutes and 33 seconds in solo mode. After updating the data, Mamoru offered an invitation. Could you visit the Hero Alliance headquarters with us? Besides a guild record, you will also receive a generous reward for breaking the solo achievement. However, Chaoshi didn't care at all about the invitation. He waved his hand and started working toward the next dungeon. This isn't a good time. I have to clear another dungeon. Let's do it another time. His actions stunned the group once again. Tatsuo hurriedly called out after him. Going into another dungeon already. Don't you want to take a rest? Ponra asked worriedly. That's right, you don't even have a cleric for healing. It will be dangerous if you overexert yourself. She scratched the wound on his face and replied indifferently, feeling her support is unnecessary. I just want to warm up a little. Every word he uttered shook the atmosphere. Tatsuo asked with his mouth agape, warming up. You mean the record you just set was only a warm-up? 20 minutes later, a level C dungeon with ruined terrain. The main attributes included earth and spirit. Monster levels ranged from 22 to 28. The dark emergence rate was 36%, and the system recommended water, ice, and earth skills. Xiaoxi urged himself to move faster. I want to clear all the dungeons here today. However, after the update, I probably need to figure out the new functions myself because I can't fully grasp them right now. I need to study and test them more carefully. After working for a long time, he finally set foot at the entrance of the boss room. While opening the heavy gate, Xiaoxi thought to himself, ever since I received this divine selection system, I have never allowed myself to rest even once. As the gate opened to welcome the real battle, he encouraged himself, let's move forward. Suddenly, Xiaoxi froze. Before him stood a woman with an elegant posture, wearing a dress made from sturdy pieces of stone from the battlefield. It was a dark lady boss. She seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. He tilted his head and sighed in disappointment. Not shadow type. How boring. It turns out that humanoid monsters exist here too. I read that there are 30 types of active monsters and 60 types of shadow monsters here, with new species appearing every year. The lady slowly raised her arm. A massive wave of magic radiated outward, and she spoke in a sympathetic voice. Brave hero, you have worked hard. Xiaoxi was slightly startled when he saw the magic power shooting straight toward him from the lady. Wasn't that a sound wave? Xiaoxi immediately activated his divine eye to analyze it. This is a mental attack that makes the enemy fall into illusions for a period of time. The intensity and duration depend on the level difference between the parties. He calmly analyzed the opponent's technique. I definitely felt this mental attack wave. It's just like the magic wave in that other world. This monster must be very skilled at mental attacks. It uses illusions to deceive and kill hearers. Xiaoxi observed the terrain and glanced at the lady, who was gathering magic power. Perhaps the scattered bones around here are the victims of those deceptive illusions. Without waiting for him to prepare, she launched the next attack. The divine eye immediately activated an automatic defense layer to block low-level non-physical moves, lasting 3 hours with a 24-hour cooldown. The lady was surprised to see her opponent still calm. Is the attack ineffective? She wondered silently and decided to increase the frequency of her attacks. Xiaoxi laughed and silently thanked the system. Is this one of the new features? Can I use such a powerful passive skill? If so, that's great. You are no longer a threat, he said, swinging the heavy sword in his hand with force. The lady's dark eyes reflected the blue magic light. Her figure vanished with a blow, and she screamed in frustration. Why is my technique so useless? Outside, Manhwa received the news and couldn't help but be amazed. Unbelievable, he has broken the records of 2 consecutive level C dungeons. As soon as he left that one, he threw himself into the third. Not as a group, but solo. He's setting an incredible solo record. Peruki spoke nervously on the phone, apologizing. We don't have any background or track record for Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. He doesn't belong to any prestigious family or major guild. This file only shows he once lived in the slums. That's right, Chairman Suzuki. We are still monitoring his every move. Tatsuo's group watched in awe as they awaited his results. In just 1 hour, he had single-handedly shattered the records for 2 dungeons. He would surely conquer a rank C dungeon soon. Too, it was terrifying, proving that the remaining rank D dungeons were nothing to him. Crowd gathering to wait for Tsuyoshi to exit the gate grew larger and larger. Right outside the last rank C dungeon, someone in the crowd marveled. That rank D hero named Tsuyoshi is capturing everyone's attention. A moment later, he sauntered out again. Faint blue mana still lingered around him, and the system continuously signaled that a new record had been set. Hero Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi had cleared the dungeon, finishing in 36 minutes and 28 seconds, breaking the old record of 46 minutes and 54 seconds. The solo run was a complete success, setting the current shortest time record for this dungeon at 36 minutes and 28 seconds. The witnesses surrounding him kept making offers. You've broken the records for 3 rank C dungeons in a row now, Mr. Tsukishiro. We are from the Desert Guild. Come join us. We will provide everything you need, as long as you agree to break dungeon records alongside our One Eye Guild members. Tsuyoshi politely declined the guild's invitations just as he stepped out of the Hero Association. I apologize, everyone, but I'm used to fighting alone. Someone asked, do you still intend to continue? He explained immediately, I have no intention of joining any guild. I'm in a hurry, so please let me pass. Another person expressed their admiration. Aren't you going to rest and recover? If you're tired, let the priestess with me assist you. The priestess also offered, I'm a priestess. Let me heal you. Can I join you in the dungeon? Tsuyoshi worked leisurely through the crowd, flatly refusing the offer. That won't be necessary. He's worked triumphantly, thanks to my new passive skill that reduces fatigue. I don't feel exhausted at all after clearing these levels. The next rank B dungeon will surely be tougher. The effect of the passive skill is to minimize fatigue. It is a permanent skill that reduces stamina consumption based on the level difference when one's overall power overwhelms the enemy. Following this were quick victories in rank D dungeons, and the chain of records continued to grow. Notifications about the record-breaking spree appeared constantly on the bulletin board. Inside the rank D dungeon, the string of new records kept rising. Mamoru looked at Tsuyoshi's back as he headed toward the next dungeon and asked, 2 rank D dungeons in 10 minutes and 33 seconds and 1 minute and 6 seconds. Have you reported this to headquarters? Peruki replied with a complicated expression, I've reported it. It seems he's playing for real. He's even targeting the final rank B dungeon. Outside the dungeon authority building, Suzuki called anxiously without receiving a response. Suzuki Tsuyoshi. He stared at his phone screen, complaining, the boy should at least let me know the situation. If I were a hero, I would have rushed in the long ago. How annoying. The dungeon gate will close in 3 hours. Suddenly, Suzuki looked back and saw 2 people rushing inside. Hurry up, he's in there. Is that true? I just heard a rumor. He tapped one of them on the shoulder to ask, excuse me, I'm Suzuki, chairman of the Hero Association. What is happening in there? The man excitedly recounted, don't you know? A rank D hero just broke the records for 5 dungeons. He did it solo. They say he's hiding an incredibly powerful skill. We're here to see this person named Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro in person, before he could fully process the information. He fell into deep thought. That makes sense. Perhaps he was sent by some powerful organization. Then, suddenly remembering something, Suzuki shouted in panic, Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi. Back inside, Tsuyoshi shouldered his greatsword once more, continuing his journey to clear the dungeons. People whispered to one another, that's Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, the rank D hero who is preparing to enter the final rank B dungeon. In front of the rank B dungeon gate, Tsuyoshi stepped inside, to the astonishment of the many eyes watching him. A deathly silence enveloped the area, with all eyes fixed firmly on his silhouette. Keisuke uttered a remark filled with scorn, saying that this rank D Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi was merely fooling everyone. The guy who had just broken records in 3 rank C dungeons and 2 rank D dungeons was now daring to enter a rank B dungeon, which was nothing short of a death wish. Junpei, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, adding that it was preposterous for a rank D adventurer to take on a rank B dungeon solo without a party. If he truly possessed such ability, the major guilds would have recruited him long ago, so he wouldn't be appearing here. Takshi hypothesized that perhaps some faction or fans had hired him to break the records, and he surely must be using forbidden items or illegal performance-enhancing drugs to achieve such a miracle. Takshi continued, saying that rank D players like them understood the harshness of a rank B dungeon all too well, so he was definitely hiding something suspicious, while Sunji smugly remarked that he would certainly die inside. Kiyoshi timidly spoke up in defense of Tsuyoshi, saying they shouldn't be so quick to judge, as he had personally seen him leave a rank C dungeon safe and sound, so he believed the man was no ordinary person. He was immediately countered and subjected to shouting, shut your mouth, what do you know? If he really had the ability, why is he still just a rank D adventurer? Keisuke completely agreed with Sunji, saying that either the man had cheated his rank, or he had someone backing him, because for normal people, even a rank C dungeon was a nightmare, let alone venturing into a rank B one. Kaoji wanted to speak up in rebuttal, but his voice trembled as he struggled to maintain composure, saying the system had evaluated him and provided the results, so how could he have done it without real strength? Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, drawing everyone's attention. The noisy crowd suddenly turned their gaze toward the newcomers, and someone shouted upon recognizing them, look, it's the Wild Rose Guild. The Wild Rose Guild, rank C adventurers with deputy leader Edric at level 35. Leader Lauren was also a rank C adventurer at level 38. They seemed to have just conquered a dungeon and were strolling casually into the middle of the crowd. The rose emblem embroidered on the members' clothing exuded dignity and vitality. Pajam, seeing them for the first time, couldn't help but admire them. Look, that's the famous Wild Rose group, the strongest rank C guild in this area. I hear the female leader is a very formidable level 38 warrior. Jin excitedly introduced them. That's them all right. The guild that once set a record of 47 minutes and 15 seconds in a rank B dungeon. Breaking numerous records to compete for the top spot is no joke, and moreover, they are an independent guild that doesn't rely on any major organization, which is truly admirable. Teishi clicked his tongue in mockery, saying it was just for show, but he wondered why they were there, and if they too had been drawn by the rumors about Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi. Lauren stepped forward and signaled for the crowd to keep quiet. She spoke coldly, asking if it was true that a rank D adventurer named Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi was currently soloing this rank B dungeon. Tatsuo stepped out from the crowd to confirm, yes, that's right. He has consecutively broken records in 3 rank C dungeons, which has left everyone here completely bewildered. Edric frowned and spoke up, saying it was strange for a rank D to dare challenge a rank B dungeon alone, and the issue was likely that he was using forbidden drugs or being assisted by some force to cheat. Lauren was also skeptical, noting that if it were true that he was breaking records solo, he couldn't be underestimated, but the idea of a rank D doing such a thing was truly absurd. Seeing her hesitation, he pouted and said, why waste time thinking about it? It's definitely cheating, and whether he lives or dies, he will have to pay with his lifespan because of those drugs. The record in this dungeon belongs to the Wild Rose Guild, and a small fry rank D doesn't stand a chance of breaking it. Led by the others, the crowd began to murmur that if he used stimulants, his license should be revoked immediately, and they agreed that as soon as he came out, they should force him to undergo testing to find out. Amidst the angry sea of people, someone whispered to their comrade, I don't think so. When I saw him leave those rank C dungeons, he looked very calm and didn't show any signs of having used banned substances. Edric heard this and looked annoyed, saying, someone like that dares to challenge me. These weak rank DS think they can compare to us rank CS. Since I'm free, I'll teach them a lesson. Lauren maintained her stance to defend Tsuyoshi, saying that regardless of whether he cheated or not, daring to enter a rank B dungeon alone was already an impressive feat, and if he worked out alive, they would need to reconsider their evaluation. Upon hearing this, he retorted, Leader, he definitely won't be able to do it. Lauren didn't want to hear anymore and cut Edric off, saying she was only speaking in terms of evaluation, and if he truly had the skill, she would love to get to know him and show him what the Wild Rose Guild could offer. The argument died down for a moment, with only murmurs and whispers echoing before the dungeon gates. Inside the B-rank dungeon, the surroundings were cloaked in the gloomy colors of fading embers in a chilly autumn breeze. The system quickly updated all information about Tsuyoshi at this moment. Level 18 with his current class as a warrior, equipment consisting of black camouflage armor and an apple beastman suit, weapon being the Bloodbrain sword, skills including chain lightning strike, pepit, and the lores of ice, wind, and earth, with combat power reaching 25,000. After observing his surroundings, he frowned slightly. And 8, dungeons of B rank and above had a scale and challenge far greater than those of lower levels. Then Tsuyoshi continued his journey, mumbling as he worked, these records are enough for the Super Rookie tournament, but I still want to test myself in this B rank dungeon. Show me something truly interesting. While working, a notification from the Divine Eye suddenly popped up. Divine Eye, analyze. The Divine Eye's analysis showed this is a B-rank dungeon, grassland terrain, an area of about 12 square meters, with around 30 to 35 monsters, a 45% shadow attribute spawn rate, and recommended use of wind, thunder, and earth attribute skills. Xiaoxi remained calm, snorting in disdain. Only 30 or 35 weak monsters at this level is decent, but if the boss is a shadow type, it will be much more exciting. Afterward, Xiaoxi stopped to meticulously observe his surroundings. Let's see, which world's shadow type will be tougher, the original world or this place. I'm really looking forward to it. Filled with fighting spirit, he immediately rushed forward. Bring it on, monsters. As his greatsword swung down, space itself seemed to be torn apart. Everything was blown far away in the violent destruction. Everything shattered like a torn spatial veil, and the territory shook violently as the beast scored the scent of the intruder. Stepping out of the darkness was a wolf monster with formidable stats, level 30, wind and shadow attributes, characterized by extreme agility. With its sharp claws, it can slice through any armor. Its weakness is a Bella, and it is recommended to attack with skills related to thunder and earth. Having achieved his goal, Xiaoxi exclaimed with satisfaction. Perfect. As another sword strike came down, the wolves were struck by his lightning, twitching continuously as if vibrating from thunder on a phone. One tried to stretch and slash its claws at Xiaoxi, while the other bared its fangs and lunged forward in the chaos. He didn't spare any praise for their attack power as he delivered the finishing blow. They really are agile. As soon as the slash came down, one beast was immediately crushed, its body vanishing into the void along with the ashes. The remaining beast resisted fiercely, lunging forward only to be immediately blocked by a magic shield. What's next? Refusing to give up, it kept lunging forward, trying to take Xiaoxi apart, prompting him to use the earth windmill skill. With just a single counterattack, the beast was sent flying by him, its body slamming hard against the earth and rocks, leaving it motionless. Having finished them off, Xiaoxi still didn't feel satisfied and pouted slightly. He thought deeply, perhaps I need to change my gear and weapons in the other world. They really are much stronger than the low-level monsters from before, but that's what makes it truly interesting. Is that all? Come on, send some more weak B-rank monsters, just as I expected. Just as Xiaoxi finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. Countless ferocious creatures surged from the mist, crashing in like fierce waves. The sword in his hand was already drenched in the fresh blood of the monsters. Chuyoji observed the scattered corpses, feeling immensely satisfied, as it had been a long time since he had been able to fight so freely. A series of deafening roars suddenly echoed, immediately drawing his attention. It was an elite grade level 32 Tezek with an earth attribute. It possessed a body covered in stone armor, granting it extremely solid defense, almost impenetrable unless severely wounded. It was also very flexible in its combat style, and could be defeated by simply targeting its eyes with lightning or poison elemental attacks. This monster was now advancing, making the ground shake violently. Although Chuyoji was slightly skeptical, he quickly launched a preemptive strike against this elite enemy. His sword stroke, aimed forcefully at its head, was blocked by the golden armor, rendering the attack useless. Only then did Chuyoji truly sense its toughness, and he quietly uttered, "This one's quite a tough nut to crack." As soon as it touched the ground, the Tezek seized the opportunity and charged straight towards Chuyoji. He hastily channeled his magic power to fend off the tremendous pressure from it. The block caused Chuyoji's energy to deplete significantly. Nevertheless, he smirked, impressed by how nimbly such a bulky creature moved. Still want to fight? The Tezek showed no intention of resting. Instead, it immediately gathered momentum, preparing for its next assault. Chuyoji, too, ever gained his excitement. Still want to test your strength. The Tezek, its eyes bloodshot and full of killing intent, charged swiftly forward. This time, he easily parried its charge and said, "I don't have time to play with you, you big brute." Chuyoji quickly found its weak point and decisively delivered the finishing blow, for he had seen that its eyes were indeed its fatal spot. The finishing slash rang out, just as the system sent a notification. The solid armor was completely destroyed, thanks to the attack hitting its vulnerable spot. With his emerald bright eyes, Chuyoji calmly ordered a lightning strike to shatter its body into pieces. Stabbed in its weakest spot, the Tezek screamed in agony, making the entire area tremble. The lightning strike pierced through every cell, leaving it unable to recover, and it collapsed. He finally defeated it, though Chuyoji himself sustained quite a few injuries. Facing an elite monster with only weapons and no divine system support was truly an extreme challenge. He looked at his heavy sword and mused that he needed to quickly upgrade his equipment in other lines. Don't want to run into trouble when facing a boss, he thought. His divine eye reported that his compatibility with the host was only 46.3%, resulting in insufficient efficiency. It was too simplistic, but at least he had acquired a high-level weapon with a passive speed boost skill. Chuyoji sheathed his sword and pondered, if a B-rank dungeon is already like this, I wonder how difficult the high levels will be. Even without weapons, his excitement for high-level monsters didn't diminish. He especially looked forward to it if the boss was a dark element type. Outside the B-rank dungeon, the crowd began to grow noisy, wondering if he still hadn't emerged. Taesuk showed a disdainful expression, remarking, 20 minutes have passed without him showing his face. He's probably going to meet the king of hell. A low-level guy attempting a B-rank dungeon alone is practically seeking death. Junpei yawned widely and joined in mocking Chuyoji, saying he was truly delusional. If he was surrounded by a horde of level 30 monsters, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. The dungeon master must be about to show the challenger's demise. Eric slowly admitted his defeat, recounting that when the Wild Rose Guild first faced the B-rank dungeon, it was truly a historic moment. The level 30 Tezek monsters and the final boss were difficult to defeat within 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds, a record no one in this region could surpass. Amidst the countless admiring glances directed at the Wild Rose Guild, someone still spoke up in defense of Xiaoxi, saying that Tsukishiro wasn't ordinary either, and perhaps the same applied to this B-rank dungeon. His words were immediately interrupted by Eric, who frowned deeply and spoke with a challenging tone. Were you implying we're not a match for him? A mere D-rank individual who still hasn't emerged after 20 minutes must surely be dead. If he truly returns safely, I will demand the Adventurers Guild conduct a drug test. If he used banned substances, the consequences he faces will be dire. Tixi lightly adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement with Eric. That's right, if he used banned substances, he couldn't last this long. No matter what kind of drug, one person cannot defeat all the monsters in a B-rank dungeon alone. Forget that record now. His life might be in danger. The crowd began to be convinced, and cheers of agreement erupted everywhere. The B-rank dungeon was vastly different from C and D ranks. If a D-rank adventurer still hadn't exited after 20 minutes, the outcome was clearly inevitable. Lauren remained steadfast, standing silently at the guild's entrance, waiting for Chayoshi to emerge. The system screen displayed the information. Current challenger is Tsukishiro Chayoshi, a D-rank adventurer. Status still fighting. Time elapsed 20 minutes and 17 seconds. Previous record by the Wild Rose Guild, 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds. This is a mission record. The record for clearing the first C-rank dungeon in 15 minutes and 33 seconds belongs to Tsukishiro Chayoshi. The record for clearing the second C-rank dungeon in 26 minutes and 12 seconds also belongs to Tsukishiro Chayoshi. The record for clearing the third C-rank dungeon in 36 minutes and 28 seconds was set by Tsukishiro Chayoshi. The record for clearing the first D-rank dungeon in 10 minutes and 33 seconds belongs to Tsukishiro Chayoshi. The record for clearing the second D-rank dungeon in 11 minutes and 6 seconds also belongs to Tsukishiro Chayoshi. Lauren finished reading the information on the system board and fell into deep thought. The D-rank adventurer, Tsukishiro Chayoshi, completing dungeons of C or D rank in such a short time on his own. She suddenly thought of a possibility she didn't want to believe. 20 minutes had passed. A normal D-rank adventurer would have perished by now, but perhaps. Edric seemed to read Lauren's mind and asked, Captain, what are you looking at? She replied softly, it's nothing. Lauren intently reread the notice board, wondering to herself, with this mysterious power, could he still be alive and fighting fiercely? Current challenger, Tsukishiro Chayoshi, a D-rank adventurer. Status still engaged in combat. She couldn't accept that reality, clenching her fists to calm herself. Impossible. A D-rank adventurer could, because in this B-rank dungeon, which was filled with aquatic plants, Chayoshi finally reached the domain of the final enemy. It was right there. Before him was a colossal gate, emitting a dark aura, intricately carved with ancient figures. Chayoshi also felt overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from the gate, and he was stunned for a moment. Around him, strange statues seemed to remind Chayoshi of the pervasive presence of darkness. But then, he gathered his courage and reached out to push the door open. Let's go. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. As soon as he slightly opened the door, a dense wave of energy rushed out like a tide, sweeping Chayoshi inside. In an instant, he had set foot in the final enemy's territory. The boss of the area, the deep, dark terrain, Moonpetal Venomous Sword, level 45, the dark boss. Upon seeing Chayoshi, he was slightly surprised and spoke. You came alone? This is the first time I've seen someone like that. Divine Eye analyzes Moonpetal Venomous Sword, level 45, dark boss. Attributes, intelligence, darkness, ice. Characteristics, highly intelligent, solid defense, extremely fast. Weapon capable of inflicting mental damage and spreading throughout the territory. Weakness heart. Recommended attack with light or fire weapons. The venomous sword sneered, intently looking at Chayoshi. The tiny adventurer, daring to confront me alone. Chayoshi stood still, his body trembling noticeably. Seeing this, he taunted, You are trembling. Are you scared? You must be terrified. If you're scared, just self-destruct. That way, I won't have to exert myself. After he finished speaking, Chayoshi replied, No, I'm not afraid. The demonic poison sword looked at him with a gaze full of confusion. Chayoshi looked up, staring straight at him. He boldly declared, I'm not afraid of you at all. In fact, I'm excited to face someone of the shadow element like you. I want to seize your sword immediately because I just lost my own weapon. The demonic poison sword was slightly astonished, as he had never been challenged like that, especially not by someone who had never dueled him before. The demonic poison sword stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with interest as he observed the boy. How interesting. A tiny human who was this daring. He did not hesitate to offer praise, but also cleverly warned Chayoshi that while his courage was precious, he was still a long way from laying his hands on this weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold aura instantly radiated out, freezing the entire space. Chayoshi bowed his head and then smirked coldly. Very well. The grates were blazed with magical power, and amidst the roaring sound of thunderstrikes, he vowed to personally slaughter everything for the sake of his parents and Kariner. At the 8th floor dungeon, in the boss area, the demonic poison sword looked straight at Chayoshi and asked, O deep darkness, are you craving my weapon? He replied without the slightest hesitation, I will take it after I crush you into 100 pieces. The demonic poison sword raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Do you dare to stand here alone and challenge me? Irritated, he swung his sword toward the boy and shouted, You foolish human. With just a single swing of the demonic poison sword, the shockwave spread throughout the surrounding space. Chayoshi immediately activated his divine eye to analyze. Mental shockwave. Effective attack range within 15 meters. Dealing damage with a psychological erosion effect. 10% chance to stun for 3 seconds. Recommendation. Avoid the attack and counterattack. His eyes flashed, and the corner of Chayoshi's mouth curled up with excitement. So it's an area of effect attack. He used all his strength to leap backward to dodge the shockwave from the blade, calculating in his mind that he had to utilize the Ice Storm attribute to quickly create a safe distance. In the blink of an eye, Chayoshi had managed to move to a safe spot. Witnessing his attack being nullified, the demonic poison sword looked surprised and became cautious. You dodged that. Interesting, but the prelude has only just begun. He slammed his sword into the ground and immediately activated the still, frozen domain expansion. The ice under Chayoshi's feet began to crack into pieces. He maintained his composure to use the divine eye for analysis. The information appeared clearly in his sight. Frozen domain expansion, area of effect attack within a 30-meter radius, reduces movement speed by 30%, and has a 5% chance of freezing for 5 seconds. Recommendation, use lightning strikes to break it or exit the domain immediately. Chayoshi pondered as he realized it would slow his movement. Then his expression darkened as he retorted, Don't think you can pressure me so easily. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the blue veins on Chayoshi's hands became clearly visible. Countless lightning bolts struck down around him, and the summon lightning strike skill caused the notification frozen domain expansion destroyed to appear. The system notified him that the opponent's skill had been nullified. Flash Earth Chain Strike is currently on a 30-second cooldown. Xiaoxi rushed forward and told himself, I've broken the domain and neutralized the skill. This is a golden opportunity. The greatsword in his hand swung straight toward the demonic poison sword. However, the blade pierced straight through his body. Xiaoxi stood stunned as he watched the HP bar of the poison demon sword drop only slightly. He wondered to himself, was it really just an insignificant scratch? The poison demon sword's face remained indifferent, his voice sarcastic and full of contempt. Brandishing his sword, he sneered, claiming that Xiaoxi's attack was nothing more than an itch. Xiaoxi quickly leaned back to dodge the sudden slash. He immediately activated his divine eye to analyze the data, and a description line popped up. The opponent has a physical defense stat of up to 75% along with 90% darkness resistance. It is recommended to target the hard and use lightning or light elements. Xiaoxi dodged to the side and muttered, so your defense is that tough? In that case, I'll just have to aim straight for your vital point. He gathered strength in his toes and leaped powerfully off the melting ice. Seeing Xiaoxi rush forward like a moth to a flame, the poison demon sword sneered, what a self-complacent fool. As he swung his sword down, Xiaoxi agilely dodged to the side, letting the blade graze his cheek. The poison demon sword looked surprised, unable to understand how his opponent had predicted his attack direction so accurately. Without giving his enemy time to react, he quickly teleported behind him, moving into position to unleash his chain lightning strike. Gripping the hilt tightly with veins bulging on his hands, Xiaoxi unleashed his frozen earth strike along with a challenge, taste this and see if it is to your liking. The slash tore through the air and struck straight into the poison demon sword's chest. His HP bar plummeted at a dizzying speed. A scream of agony echoed through the air. Xiaoxi smirked disdainfully, realizing his enemy was not so invincible after all. The poison demon sword's gaze turned highly allured as he muttered, you are indeed tougher than I thought, human warrior. But, he raised his sword high in a fit of rage, you are far too overconfident. His divine eye began analyzing again, clearly displaying new sets of stats. Frost Sword Aura is a target-locked attack that deals physical damage, with a 20% chance to slow the target for 5 seconds. Prioritizing a counter skill is recommended. Xiaoxi struggled to dodge but was filled with dread. Since it was a target-locked skill, it would be nearly impossible to escape. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve. If he couldn't dodge it, he would use momentum to neutralize the impact. Despite his preparation, the attack still caused Xiaoxi's HP bar to drop significantly. He narrowed his eyes to watch his opponent while panting heavily. Not only could the enemy take a hit, but his speed was also truly formidable. Xiaoxi charged forward to attack again, shouting, don't just stand there like target practice for me. His blade pierced the poison demon sword's chest, causing purple blood to erupt from the old wound. Poison demon sword quickly swung his blade to push his opponent back, burning with rage. He never expected that a mere human could corner him like this. The divine eye activated once again to support Xiaoxi. A mental shockwave and a physical sweep were triggered, initiating a coordinated attack that swept 120 degrees in front to deal mixed damage, with an additional 30% chance to stun. The system recommended immediately retreating behind the bus. He quickly carried out the instructions. The sharp blade pierced the old wound, instantly causing the demon poison sword's health bar to waver. He stared in wide-eyed shock. This move again. How can you predict my actions so accurately? Xiaoxi stood there calmly. Perhaps it is because your fighting style is too obvious. One glance was all it took for me to figure you out. The demon poison sword seemed to be provoked to the point of laughing hysterically. Do you think you're so great, human warrior? He roared, unleashing his power. I underestimated you. Clearly, you are no ordinary fighter. Xiaoxi showed a look of alarm as he witnessed the transformation of the demon poison sword's body. A pair of sharp, cold wings suddenly grew from his back. The system displayed a warning. The Ingayatlim demon poison sword had activated its final form. The divine eye was conducting an analysis. The detailed data panel showed that the Ingayatlim demon poison sword had completed its transformation, with its strength increased by 50%, and its speed and defense increased by 30% and 20% respectively. It also gained the Ice Moon Presence skill, which dealt area of effect damage and caused mental debilitation. However, its weakness remained unchanged, making Xiaoxi sneer. Are you already rushing to force yourself into your final form? He swung his sword defiantly. Bring it on. Let me give you a taste of shock before you die by my hand. The system announced that the Heavenly King skill set was preparing. At the same time, outside the B-rank dungeon, the crowd was tightly packed and surrounding the area. Lauren raised the warm teacup in her hand with anxiety, wondering if Tsukishiro Xiaoxi would truly break her group's record. She began to feel uneasy as the guild's title was about to shake. This would certainly have a major impact on the prestige and resource allocation, leading to many changes within the guild in the future. Right then, Eiji stepped forward to pour more tea for Lauren and asked, Captain, what are you so busy thinking about? Startled, she replied, thank you. Lauren looked at him with sad eyes. What do you think of that hero named Tsukishiro Xiaoxi? Eiji gave an assessment that matched her feelings. He is indeed very formidable. Perhaps our record will soon be surpassed. Checked. Lauren pressed. What reason makes you come to such a conclusion? Eiji shared honestly. I have never met him, but I've heard about his attitude when entering the dungeon. Even though he was mocked and harassed by the people around him, he still coldly brushed past them without a care. Recalling Xiaoxi's indifferent expression at that time, he asserted, if he were just a show-off fool or a reckless addict, he wouldn't have behaved with such restraint. Lauren also nodded in agreement, truly composed and courageous. Suddenly, Eiji noticed a noisy commotion nearby. Eric and a crowd of fans were discussing boisterously. Using stimulants will definitely shorten one's lifespan. Even if he survives and gets out, he'll just end up disabled. I swear I will swallow this staff if he works out of there alive. Eiji looked away from the crowd and said resolutely, personally, I think the quietest monsters are the most terrifying ones. Returning to the B-rank dungeon boss area, the demon poison sword in its final form was facing Xiaoxi head-on in the dense darkness. His entire body began to be enveloped in golden electrical currents. The demon poison sword looked on warily. That aura doesn't seem to belong to this world. Could it have come from some distant, other realm? He stared at Chuyuxi and said, I must admit, you are not the strongest opponent I have ever met, but you have surprised me more than anyone else. With a calm composure, he provocatively replied, don't worry, there are plenty of things that will surprise you even more coming up. Just then, the poison demon sword rushed forward in anger. Is that so? Then show me. The two figures quickly lunged at each other, their every movement so fast that the naked eye could not keep up. That terrifying speed turned the scene into nothing but flashes of fleeting, multicolored light. At this moment, Chu Yuxi had activated his analytical eye. The information appeared, perfect form. Speed increased by 30%. Combat power increased by 50%. Current attack method combines speed with mental invasion. Effective range determined, 10-meter radius. Suggested combat strategy, apply the lore of frozen soil to maintain movement speed and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Tracking as he went, Chu Yuxi thought to himself, he really is fast. He concluded that facing this form of his head-on made survival unlikely. With such a gap in strength, it would be difficult to escape in one piece. Thinking so, he immediately rushed up to attack, applying the lore of frozen soil. Chu Yuxi swung his sword to block his attack, but his blade could not withstand it. The attack grazed past Chu Yuxi's face, stepping back with only half of his health bar remaining. Chu Yuxi smirked. Nice one. He immediately leaped up, teleporting behind the poison demon sword. Chu Yuxi continued to launch attacks at him. However, that slash didn't cause him any damage at all. The poison demon sword laughed triumphantly. Your weapon is nothing more than a mosquito bite. Raising his giant hand, sharp claws high in the air, he said, let's see how long you can keep acting tough. Even so, seeing Chu Yuxi quickly dodge, the poison demon sword couldn't help but marvel. Although completely suppressed and continuously losing health, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he was unusually calm. Unaware of what was on his mind, Chu Yuxi calmly dodged every attack. The poison demon sword attacked in a mad fury. How much longer can you hold out? Countless ice spikes enveloped Chu Yuxi. The analytical eye appeared. Skill, Ice Moon Harsan. Wide area attack. Effective range, 50-meter radius. Damage type, Ice plus mental invasion. Side effect, 30% chance of freezing for 5 seconds. Suggested combat strategy, find cover immediately. An ice spike grazed his face, leaving a lung scratch. Chu Yuxi assessed, this attack range is too wide. Quickly, he spotted a position, channeling all his strength into his abdomen for defense, pushing himself to his limit. The giant ice pillar erupted, sending Chu Yuxi flying. His health bar plummeted, accompanied by a system notification. The ultimate body's efficiency has been reduced by 60%. The poison demon sword frowned slightly. You're still alive after that. But with that much HP left, can you actually win? He quickly rushed forward with his sword, deciding to end this battle. I will cut you in two. Pay the price for your own recklessness. Suddenly, Chu Yuxi discarded the sword in his hand and muttered, the time has come. A brilliant golden light flared from his hand, illuminating the entire space as he used his divine eye to analyze, utilizing the momentum from the Jaisha boss's own attack as leverage. Chaozi gripped the sword hilt in his hand tightly, silently calculating the perfect moment to summon the Heavenly King Hammer as soon as the enemy revealed an opening. His eyes briefly flashed with a trace of cold killing intent, full of determination. Seeing Chaozi rush forward, the poison sword demon sneered contemptuously, mocking how a weakling like him could ever hope to kill it. The silhouette of a fierce beast suddenly emerged from Chaozi's weapon. He estimated that thanks to the system upgrade, the hammer's power had increased from 3 to 10%, and he could now infuse the lore of ice, wind, and earth to supplement the wind and lightning attributes. Chaozi muttered under his breath as he channeled the power of the lore into the hammer, and the system responded immediately. The lore of ice, wind, and earth newly infused into the weapon granted it the wind attribute, but the Heavenly King Hammer could barely withstand this surge of energy, leaving both of his hands nearly crippled. Chaozi gritted his teeth and clutched the weapon's hilt, pouring all his strength into his hands. The system confirmed that the peak physical state had been activated in both hands. The damage neutralization rate currently reached 68%. He focused his power and charged straight forward, prowling at his opponent to watch closely. The finishing blow was unleashed, sending the poison sword demon flying backward. He screamed in panic, unable to believe his health bar was plummeting so rapidly. Chaozi swung his final fatal blow, cleaving the poison sword demon's body into 2 perfect halves. His sword flew from his hand and stabbed deep into the cracked ground. Chaozi landed softly, touching down safely right next to the fallen sword. The backlash from the final move caused Chaozi himself to suffer internal recoil, making him cough up blood. He immediately drained a recovery potion to return his health bar to a stable state. Chaozi tremulously reached out with his injured hands and picked up the poison sword demon's blade. He looked at the enemy's corpse, which had not yet vanished, and asked with a mocking smile if he was surprised. The system broadcasted an announcement that the hero Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi had successfully cleared the challenge. The total completion time was 45 minutes and 36 seconds, far surpassing the old record of 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds. A column of golden light soared upward along with an announcement that he was the first to clear the solo trial in the fastest time, receiving the soul-severing moonblade with spirit, darkness, and ice attributes, while leveling up from 18 to 20 in the warrior class. His equipment set included black camouflage armor, the Fox Beastman suit, the soul-severing moonblade, the lightning chain strike skill, the lore of ice, wind, and earth, the null copy skill, and a combat power of 27,600. The crowd outside the B-rank dungeon was waiting tensely, their eyes fixed on the gates. Right then, a resounding announcement declared that hero Tsukishiro Chaozi had cleared the B-rank dungeon in 45 minutes and 36 seconds, breaking the old record of 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds. This was the first time anyone had cleared the solo trial with a new record of 45 minutes and 36 seconds at this dungeon. Specifically, Tsukishiro Chaozi's time of 45 minutes and 36 seconds appeared directly above the Wild Rose Guild's performance of 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds. Eric was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The surrounding crowd also stood in dazed silence with their mouths agape. Clearing the solo trial in 45 minutes and 36 seconds was unthinkable. Lauren jolted in surprise and jumped up from her seat. She widened her eyes, watching the date, unable to believe he had actually achieved something so extraordinary. The staff around them buzzed with astonishment. Where is Tsukishiro? Why hasn't he appeared yet? It only took 45 minutes and 36 seconds to solo the boss. The figure is truly unbelievable. The gate suddenly shone brilliantly. A powerful gust of wind rushed out from the dungeon. The crowd frantically covered their faces, wondering what on earth was happening. Chaoshi's figure slowly emerged from behind the light of the gate. In his hand was a glorious trophy, the short sword of the poison demon blade. Ui Funleaser. His imposing demeanor and expressionless face silenced the crowd. No one dared to utter a word. A few people couldn't keep their mouths shut and whispered, "I swear his body is splattered with the boss's blood, maybe even his own." It's horrifying. Chaoshi didn't bother to respond. He only felt annoyed that this noisy crowd was wasting his precious time. He needed to see Chairman Suzuki to register for the Super Rookie Tournament at the Hero Association immediately. Suddenly, someone pushed through, raised an arm, and shouted, "Don't you dare run away. You used forbidden substances to cheat, didn't you?" Edric chimed in sarcastically. Exactly. How could a normal person do something so absurd? There's no way a D-rank hero could single-handedly take down a B-rank dungeon boss. Hearing this, the crowd changed the tone to one of aggression. It must be performance-enhancing drugs. The vice captain is right. You owe everyone a satisfactory explanation. Chaoshi maintained a calm attitude and replied, "Sorry, but I'm busy. I have to get back to the association headquarters urgently, so I don't have time to chat." Edric swung his weapon to block his path. "You better stay here. Were you acting busy to escape? If your strength is real, then fight me. Only if you defeat me will that record be worth recognizing." Chaoshi glanced at him with a look of disdain. "How ridiculous." Edric pressed his advantage. "Nonsense. Everyone look closely. He's panicking and trying to run away." Chaoshi thought to himself, the vice captain of the Wild Rose Guild, a level 35 mage with a combat power of 18,000. He will regret this insolence. Just then, a figure appeared, blocking Chaoshi's path. Lauren spoke in a stern voice. "Wait a minute, Karasuki Zero Chaoshi. If you won through pure strength, I would respect you, but for a D-rank hero to do that is too hard to believe. Even I am skeptical." He asked coldly in return. "So what?" Lauren suggested. "I want you to prove your strength. What you just did is highly suspicious and requires an explanation to the heroes present here. I hope you understand that results are always the most important thing to everyone." Chaoshi asked the staff member standing nearby. "What time is it now?" The person hurriedly replied, "It's about 5:00 p.m. Sir." He nodded and glanced at the group. "In that case, I still have time. The duel is fine by me." The crowd gasped in surprise. "He's crazy. He just fought a B-rank boss and still wants to keep fighting. Has he lost his mind?" "That's the vice captain of the Wild Rose Guild," Edric thought arrogantly. "What a fool. Just finished a boss fight and now asking for a duel. It's no different from suicide. Besides, I've just mastered my ultimate move, the elemental explosion." He thought confidently. "This is a type of magic our guild spend a fortune to win at auction. It paralyzes the enemy, manipulates elemental power, and erupts into massive damage. Even if he's lying and is actually C-rank or of similar level, I can easily defeat him in a flash. At the same level, a mage explosion move is always peerless." The gentle evening sun shone upon the lake, accompanied by the referee's loud voice. "The rules of the match prohibit killing. Both sides, prepare to begin." Both stood facing each other, waiting for the signal. A brief reminder of this regulation was necessary. The rule of not killing is one of the official statutes for duels between heroes, aiming to determine the winner without causing harm to the opponent's life or body. Edric swung his weapon and introduced himself. "Wild Rose Guild, Vice Captain Edric, C-rank mage, level 35, combat power 18,000. Chaoshi mysteriously introduced himself as a level 20 warrior, while silently thinking to himself that revealing his combat power of 27,600 would only cause trouble. Edric smirked. He didn't say a word about his own stats, or perhaps they were so low that he feared revealing he had used some premium energy potion that left no side effects. Chaoshi lowered his voice in response. "You will be completely frozen in shock once I show you my true power." Edric waved his weapon disdainfully. "You've got a big mouth. Let's see if you still dare to talk like that after being beaten to a pulp in a moment." Lauren stood silently, observing the developments. Her eyes suddenly widened in sheer astonishment. It was the sight of Chaoshi casually carrying the greatsword on his shoulder. Lauren suddenly recalled what Aji had said. Fools or addicts could never maintain such a calm composure. The supervisor nervously raised his hand and shouted, "Begin the match." Edric swung his axe and arrogantly declared, "I will end this farce immediately." Light flashed from the tip of the sharp axe. He roared triumphantly, "Take a good look at the difference in class between us." In his heart, Edric was extremely thrilled, believing that this technique would shatter that fool with the aftershocks of the explosion. Lauren was slightly puzzled. Using that elemental explosion right from the start didn't seem fair at all. Chaoshi still stood there calmly, the silhouette of his sword radiating a bright aura. Suddenly, his entire body moved so fast it was as if he had vanished from his original spot. The onlookers were still busy praising Edric's move and paid no attention to him, marveling at how early he had unleashed the elemental explosion. Where did he get such abundant stamina? Even though he had been fighting all day, he didn't show the slightest hint of fatigue. Edric was gathering all his strength to summon violent whirlwinds. However, Chaoshi suddenly appeared right in front of his face, making him freeze in panic. The system signaled that his body had reached its peak threshold of 36%, with all energy concentrated into his right hand. Chaoshi threw a punch straight to his face with a contemptuous smile. "I only hold the D-class hero title because I haven't had the chance to take the promotion exam yet." Edric was terrified and tried to say something, but everything was cut short by Chaoshi's thunderous punch. Edric was sent flying straight toward the spectating crowd. His body slammed hard onto the ground, and he lost consciousness immediately after. The system instantly announced, "Edric, the vice captain of the Rose Guild, a level 35 C-class mage with 18,000 combat power, had been swiftly defeated in a single blow." Lauren was shocked. Was it really over in just one blow? If she had been in his position, would she have been able to dodge that terrifying punch? The muscles on Chaoshi's arm still bulged with blue veins, and his eyes clearly showed killing intent. He coldly swept his eyes around and questioned, "Is there anyone else who wants to test their strength against me?" The surrounding crowd panicked and quickly covered their faces, shocked by the sight of Edric, with 18,000 combat power, being sent flying in a mere instant. Lauren was equally startled, an uneasy feeling rising within him. This was no ordinary power, and if he had already reached level 20, what would the future hold? At this moment, Ig calmly stepped forward and said, "That is why I insisted he is very strong. I just didn't expect it to be to this extent. Hurry up and take Edric to get treated." Several people quickly stepped forward to help Edric away. Only then did Lauren's mind gradually begin to calm down. Standing calmly before him, he confirmed, "Here is Suki-Zero Chuyuxi. Your strength is genuine. On behalf of the Wild Rose Association, I recognize you." Chuyuxi replied indifferently, "Thank you." Suddenly, a senior staff member announced, "Everyone's attention, please. All parameters for Suki-Zero Chuyuxi have been approved by the system. The results are completely valid. From combat stats and level to records, everything is accurate. No protest regarding this will be accepted." The crowd whispered among themselves, "What a freak. He cleared a B-rank dungeon single-handedly and blew Edric away with one move. He must be at least C-rank. I even mocked him earlier, how embarrassing." Chuyuxi did not care about the gossip and worked away coldly. Lauren could not hide his admiration, thinking to himself, could he become an S-rank hero soon? If only I could form a party with someone like him. Outside the dungeon agency, a shiny black car was already parked by the roadside. Upon seeing Chuyuxi appear, Suzuki's face beamed with joy. He was so happy that he teared up, praising him endlessly. "Well done. Clearing a B-rank dungeon alone in just 45 minutes and 30 seconds. I was the first to get this news. I truly struck gold with this talent." Suzuki patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with expectation, and said, "The Super Rookie tournament starts tomorrow, and today is the registration deadline. I was worried there might be a hitch, but now I'm relieved. You didn't just survive. You set an incredible record." That said to the Hero Association headquarters. Chuyuxi nodded. Yes, the car carrying them both sped off at breakneck speed. Shifting scenes to the Hero Association headquarters in the evening, the voice exclaimed in astonishment, "In just one day, you've wiped out all the records at the locked dungeon." The staff member could not hide his shock while looking at the data. 45 minutes and 35 seconds to clear a B-rank dungeon single-handedly. It's absolutely terrifying. Suzuki spoke up, "Hurry and verify the information so we can register immediately. You will be participating in the Super Rookie tournament as a substitute." The staff member hurriedly bowed. "Yes, please wait a moment." A while later, the staff reported that the procedure was complete. The registration for Suki-Zero Tsuyoshi to participate in the Super Rookie tournament as a substitute has been approved. Please arrive at the venue on time tomorrow. Tsuyoshi thought to himself, she speaks so respectfully. No matter the world, strength is always the key metric. Outwardly, he replied calmly, "Yes." Suzuki's eyes shone brightly as he patted his shoulder and laughed, "Well done. Even as a substitute, this tournament is highly competitive. Everything now depends on you. The future of this Hero Association relies on you." Tsuyoshi muttered with a smile, "The Super Rookie tournament, that's right. I need to win to earn my C-rank hero license. That must be the shortest path. If I reach C-rank, I'll have a chance to buy the rebirth golden pill at auctions, and perhaps Karina's legs can be cured." Returning to his apartment in the evening, the street lights outside filtered through the window, lighting up the entire room. He gently tucked in the blanket for Karina, who was still fast asleep. Tsuyoshi's gaze was tender as he looked at her, silently promising, "Karina, I will help you work normally again soon." He slowly closed her bedroom door. Returning to his own room, Tsuyoshi collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, not even bothering to change his clothes. He opened the system to check. When he reached level 20, a new reward appeared, but he hadn't checked it due to the duel. Sure enough, the screen displayed a notification that he had reached level 20. The reward must be very enticing. Tsuyoshi exclaimed excitedly, "Here it is." He immediately clicked on the compatibility system. Seeing the notification on the screen that he had reached level 20 and could claim a reward from the compatibility system, he wondered, do I get a reward for every level up? 2 new notifications immediately appeared. Reward 1. Apply the Divine Selection version update to one of your existing skills, significantly amplifying the skill's effects. Reward 2. Update to the strongest body version, automatically increasing whole body defense level with 60 times the durability, while allowing for adjustments to the body's center of gravity. Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up. Can I choose which skills to upgrade? That's amazing, because lately, I found the old techniques quite restrictive, especially when facing high pressure, heavy-hitting opponents. Recalling the recent battle, he immediately surged to his feet. The second reward grants a 60-fold increase in defense across his entire body, which will significantly compensate for his physical weaknesses in fierce combat. Chelsea quickly pressed the accept button, and a blinding flash of light erupted brilliantly. The system announced that the second reward had been successfully activated, and his body had reached its peak, tempered state. Chelsea hastily pulled up his shirt to inspect his firm abdominal muscles, marveling in awe. It's truly incredible with a 60 times defense boost. Up until now, I've often suffered injuries when channeling powerful internal energy, and this gift will certainly lessen the strain on my body. At the same time, the system interface displayed that the first reward had been recorded and requested him to quickly choose a skill to be improved. Lightning Burst Strike. He hesitated, then decided on it because it was the only skill he currently possessed. He hoped to find more powerful techniques soon. Golden Light radiated once more. The old skill was upgraded from Saint Tier to Thunder God Tier, with its area of effect increasing 100-fold, from 3 meters to 300 meters. It also completely removed all previous restrictions, allowing for continuous attacks on targets within a 5-meter range for 10 seconds. Chelsea was stunned and amazed by the 100-fold increase in stats, plus the freedom to unleash attacks. Sustained bombardment for 10 seconds was truly peak performance and significantly more powerful. He lay down relaxedly and told himself he had to get some sleep soon to prepare for tomorrow's rookie tournament. How long has it been since he had such a good night's sleep? The Kira's image suddenly appeared in his mind, causing an invisible anxiety to creep into Chelsea's heart. She seemed to be enduring something difficult to express. He closed his eyes and blamed himself. Once he finishes everything here, he will return to that world soon to use his current strength to support her. The scene shifted to the outskirts on a quiet morning along a sparsely populated road. Suzuki waited and instructed that resources would be tight in this tournament, so he should never hold back. Rank is a matter of survival, and he must always be wary of opponents willing to risk their lives. Chiaosi responded indifferently, yes, sir, but in his heart, he scoffed, as he had become too accustomed to these life-or-death games since embarking on the path of a hero. Witnessing this attitude, Suzuki felt worried, as the boy seemed to have matured much more and become more distant and cold than before. He tried to start a conversation, saying the tournament this year would take place in a dungeon beneath a large mountain. It's rumored that this place was once pierced by a legendary SSS hero with a single blow, which is why it's called One Strike Mountain. Chiaosi curiously asked about the difference between SSS heroes, and Suzuki explained that he himself had only heard whispers about the disparity in strength among these top individuals. The car sped towards the mountain that was appearing in the distance. Suzuki mused again, wondering if that legendary warrior still existed in this world, as it was all just stories passed down through word of mouth. The car stopped, and he announced they had arrived. Chiaosi stepped out and looked at the magnificent scenery before him with astonishment. This is the arena where the tournament, known as One Strike Mountain, takes place. The colossal cave entrance stood towering before his eyes. Chijoshi muttered the name One Strike Mountain and couldn't stop contemplating the earth-shattering power of that legendary hero. No matter how many times he heard it, that title still held immense power. Suzuki marveled that the inside was much larger and more breathtaking. He too was stunned for a few seconds the first time he set foot here, and now he would take the boy to the entrance before he had to venture on his own in later rounds. The supervisor at the entrance checked the contestants' information, Suzuki Sairo, and advised him to at least return alive, no matter what. Chijoshi entered with a calm demeanor, affirming that he fully understood that. At the central area, the tournament for rookie contestants was taking place. Countless warriors were gathered in the vast waiting hall. Chijoshi held a map and looked around. The headquarters of the Hero Association was right here. He scanned the area using his perceptive abilities. Member No. 1G, level 36, C-rank hero, warrior profession, combat power 16, 500. Member No. Priest, level 36, C-rank hero, combat priest profession, combat power 15, 500. Member No. 2F, level 36, C-rank hero, rogue profession, combat power 16, 000. Chijoshi mused, these are truly elite members from the major factions, all young and capable C-rank heroes. He took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello everyone, I'm Suzuki Shiro Chijoshi, a level 20 warrior, participating as a reserve member for the Hero Association. Rage King said casually, level 20 and already D-rank. Is the Hero Association so short on people these days that they have to send a rookie like you? Babin scoffed, you should at least be C-rank. Reserve is reserve, but we don't want to carry extra baggage. Sayred probably thinks he has some connections to get in here. Well, let's just work hard so he doesn't have to get involved in anything. Chijoshi didn't pay any mind to those taunts. He calmly worked to his seat and said, well then, good luck everyone. He reassured himself that his goal at this tournament was very simple, to help the association win so he could obtain a C-rank hero certificate. Only by obtaining that certificate would he be eligible to participate in the auction, and only then could he hope to secure the rebirth elixir so Karinu's legs could recover soon. Recalling Karinu's image, Chijoshi secretly vowed, no matter how difficult the situation, I must win at all costs. Suddenly, arrogant laughter echoed throughout the room. Only level 20 and already a reserve? The Hero Association must truly be desperate for manpower. The annoyed Vates turned sharply towards the entrance. The C-Chart Guild, one of the 5 most powerful forces, which had a deep-seated feud with the Hero Association, now staggered in with a defiant look. This group consisted of 4 individuals. From right to left were Endok, level 37, C-rank hero, rogue profession, combat power 17, 000, and Hakim, level 37, C-rank hero, warrior profession, combat power 17, 500. Next was a reserve, Dentetsu, level 36, C-rank hero, warrior profession, combat power 16, 000. Finally was Horkoi, level 36, C-rank hero, mage profession, combat power 16, 500. Chijoshi silently assessed, no wonder this group is so aggressive. It turns out the combat power is all a notch higher than ours. Sayori softly reminded, the 5 major forces and 3 great guilds always try to suppress the Hero Association. The superiors usually turn a blind eye, but conflicts are inevitable when their interests are touched. Meanwhile, Fabian grumbled, hey, you D-rank reserve, they're laughing at you. Pat Keem crossed his arms and mocked, taking a D-rank as a reserve is truly the funnest thing this year. This time, just be prepared to lose in humiliation. Fabian gnashed his teeth in anger. Don't be so arrogant. The Hero Association is still the most reputable organization for evaluating hero ranks. The results aren't decided yet, so don't act superior. Gentetsu cracked his neck then stepped forward to retort, so what if we're superior? Nowadays, hero evaluations are the same everywhere. He smiled wickedly and proposed, how about we have a practice match before the tournament officially begins? Rest assured, this practice match is sanctioned by the organizers. The rules are no weapons and no killing. What do you say? Gentetsu glanced mockingly at Chijoshi. If you're scared, just withdraw. It would be strange if you lose for real and then blame that D-rank reserve kid. Thebern immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, C-rank versus C-rank. I hope you won't run away halfway through. After saying that, he turned to instruct him. The D-rank like you can't handle him. Let me take care of it. Gentetsu urged. What are we waiting for then? Let's start right away. In the temporary arena area, the crowd began to buzz with chatter. It seemed the confrontation between the Hero Association and the C-Chart Guild was about to begin. Fabian walked straight to the center of the arena. His stats displayed, representing the Hero Association. Fabian, level 36, C-rank hero, rogue profession, combat power 16, 000. Opposite him, Gentetsu also cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. The first member of the Seagull Guild to reach level 36 is a warrior with a strength stat of 16, 000. Both stared intensely at each other, waiting for the starting whistle to blow. Fabian was the one who took the initiative to charge forward and attack first. He told himself he didn't need any weapons. His bare hands alone were more than enough. Gentetsu casually leaned aside to dodge, scoffing that his opponent's techniques were childish. Fabian came to a sudden halt, gritting his teeth and shook at the enemy's speed. Gentetsu smirked sinisterly, saying he was used to dealing with highwaymen. He growled that he had no intention of going easy on someone as slow as him. Having finished his sentence, he unleashed a blow that broke Fabian's leg bone. He clutched his leg in agonizing pain, moaning pitifully. His two teammates screamed Fabian's name in horror. He clutched his leg and wailed in pain. The system announced his right leg was broken, forcing him to leave the tournament. While Gentetsu mocked that the heroes of the Union Guild were only good at bracking, he raised his leg again, intending to disable the remaining leg, asserting that he didn't care about being penalized for violating substitute regulations. Rise and Sari rushed over and shouted, "Stop right there, you bastard." However, a figure quickly flashed past them. Chaoshi instantly teleported next to Fabian's position. He reached out his hand to block the vicious blow from the hulking man. Gentetsu turned pale with terror because the opponent's strength was so great. He tremblingly asked who he was. Chaoshi looked coldly at Gentetsu and growled back, "Do you mean to kill me?" Only then did Rise's group regain their senses and shout, "What on earth was that speed just now?" Chaoshi turned and told the staff to quickly take him for emergency care, and they hurriedly replied yes in a state of confusion. Before being helped away, Fabian still tried to warn him to be careful. Chaoshi calmly replied, "The one who needs to be careful right now is you." He pulled down his mask and challenged, "If you want to continue this match, then step forward." The giant loomed over Chaoshi and smirked, "A substitute wants to fight me." He mocked that even a D-rank kid dared to be this arrogant. His feet began to stump hard on the ground. Then let's see. A heavy, powerful, and aggressive fist lunged at him. "Here I come." Rise could not stand this despicable behavior and rushed over with Sari. This bastard intended to kill their member to disqualify them from the competition due to insufficient numbers. A blue stream of light suddenly zipped past Gentetsu. Gentetsu's face suddenly changed, full of shock as Chaoshi easily dodged that dangerous attack. Understanding his opponent's fighting style, he instinctively threw a straight kick at Gentetsu's leg. Gentetsu writhed on the calcareous ground, a painful moan escaping his lips along with a lament about his right leg, not giving his opponent even a second to recover. Chaoshi quickly lunged forward, grabbed Gentetsu by the head, and asked with a cold smile, "It must hurt to have a broken leg, right?" He used great force to slam Gentetsu's head into the fearfully cracked wall. Gentetsu's body collapsed onto the cold ground, and the system immediately displayed a notification, unconscious, incapacitated, no longer eligible to participate in the tournament. Chaoshi's unexpected victory left the surrounding crowd stunned. Could he really just be a D-rank? Before everyone's eyes, he brushed the dust off his shirt and calmly declared, "Let's call it a draw." He looked toward the group in the distance, his voice challenging, "Do you still want to continue?" The three people standing behind him involuntarily shuddered, their hearts filled with anxiety. The crowd quickly turned and left, retreating in a hurry, not forgetting to leave behind a threatening warning. Just like that, despite the lingering concerns, the contestants couldn't help but marvel at Chaoshi's overwhelming strength. It was truly an incredible ability. Just one kick and one punch were enough to break Gentetsu's leg and send him flying. It was hard to believe he was only D-rank. The scene shifted to Sari facing Chaoshi. She expressed her sincere gratitude at the Hero Association waiting area. "Thank you so much for avenging Fabian earlier. What is your true strength? How could a D-rank hero possess such extraordinary ability?" Maintaining his cold expression, he honestly shared with Sari, "I simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. I really am D-rank. Because he was injured, I had to participate in the tournament." Chaoshi did not hesitate, firmly asserting, "I definitely cannot lose in this tournament." V whispered beside him, full of admiration while looking at Sari's back. "V is so passionate." She stepped closer, placed a bracelet on his wrist, and instructed, "This is a bracelet authorized for use in the tournament." A sparkling silver light emanated from the bracelet and simultaneously appeared on the wrists of the three of them. On Sari's system screen, a notification appeared regarding the rules and events of the tournament. Contestants were invited to carefully review the detailed information. Hearing this, Chaoshi looked confused and asked, "This event is an elimination competition, a simple way to eliminate half the participants." An elimination competition, as Sari explained. She visualized the scenario where contestants would have to face monsters. Everyone will have to fight monsters in a simulated dungeon. If you reach 150 points within 1 hour, you pass. Otherwise, you fail. However, there are a few rules as follows. Formidable faces appeared one after another following her explanation. There are currently 120 contestants. If more than half pass this round, only 60 will proceed to the next round based on their scores. Those who pass but are not in the top 60 are still considered failed. For example, even if you reach 155 points, it is not certain you will pass, so we need to defeat as many monsters as possible to earn more points. Ways added to her words from the side. You can choose between two difficulty levels, normal mode and dark mode. In normal mode, each monster is worth 1 point, while in dark mode, only shadow monsters appear, and defeating one earns you 5 points. Every 30 seconds, the number of monsters will automatically double significantly. In other words, this will be an extremely difficult challenge, so you need to be highly vigilant. He emphasized, don't let the points in dark mode distract you. Choose normal mode. Monsters will be generated based on the player's level. You are at level 20, so both normal and dark mode monsters will be level 20. But even at the same level, dark mode monsters are stronger than normal ones. Many previous contestants chose dark mode and were ultimately defeated. The explanation session continued animatedly. Sari tried to convey everything she could. That's right, even normal mode is not easy. Every 30 seconds, the number doubles. No matter how enthusiastic you are at the start, your stamina and energy will eventually run out, and you will easily be surrounded. In short, this is like a test of endurance and combat skills. An hour of fighting like that must be very exhausting. Chaoshi wanted to know more information, so he asked, what is the highest record? Sari and Zeus replied in unison, looking a bit surprised, the highest record for this basic stage. Then they quickly answered him, telling the story of a hero contestant with overwhelming charisma who appeared long ago. A contestant from the Hero Association chose dark mode, and in just 45 minutes, achieved 1. 500 points. That means they had to destroy 300 shadow-level monsters within 45 minutes. 300 shadow monsters. It's unbelievable. The person has now become the youngest S-rank hero in history to join the Hero Association. Our pride and joy. Base and Sherry couldn't help but shudder at such an incredible achievement. If I chose dark mode, I probably wouldn't be able to last 10 minutes and destroy 20 of them. Having to face a doubling number of shadow monsters every 30 seconds alone is truly a nightmare. That's right. Furthermore, because I'm a frontline priest, I can't last more than 5 minutes. Those shadow monsters are strong. Once they double in number, we have almost no chance of winning. Eek smiled with great satisfaction. 45 minutes, 300 monsters, and 500 points. This challenge is quite interesting. The gigantic circular space filled with bands of purple light is where the super rookie competition is taking place. Eek watched with surprise. It turns out this is a real dungeon, not a virtual simulation. Cherry enthusiastically explained the legends to him, such as the story of the legendary S-rank hero who cleared this dungeon with a single powerful punch. The mysterious energy here remains a difficult puzzle that neither science nor current experts can explain, and perhaps it is what created this place. The gold ring on Eek's finger suddenly emitted a brilliant light. This phenomenon caught his attention and aroused his curiosity. Could something be wrong with the ring? The crowd of contestants in the hall was gradually lining up to enter the dungeon. Standing in front of the dungeon entrance, Cherry carefully instructed her teammates. As discussed, we will try to hold out in normal mode for as long as possible. If too many monsters swarm out, do not try to fight head-on. Maintain your distance and take them out one by one. She firmly encouraged everyone, stay alert, because even at level 20, the shadow monsters are much stronger than us. If we let them double in number, we are doomed. Since the team has already lost one member, the three of us are the final hope, so let's do our best. Rise also boosted morale by patting Eek on the shoulder. Let's work together to break through and go even further. The ring kept vibrating, making Eek even more confused. There it is again. I wonder what this thing's reacting to. The system panel appeared amidst flashes of purple lightning, asking to choose between normal mode and nightmare mode, with normal mode being much more manageable. Rispat and Sari watched his choice. Normal mode was indeed the safest option. Chuasi did not hesitate. He reached out and selected the difficulty on the system panel. His cold expression showed excitement as he awaited the upcoming challenges. The difficulty was confirmed as nightmare mode. It's a pity for the opponents, because once they cross paths with me, they'll be finished. A majestic mountain landscape gradually appeared before his eyes. This is the simulated dungeon for the Super Rookie Tournament in nightmare mode. Chuasi was astonished by the scale of the place. He did not expect the dungeon to be so overwhelmingly large. Level 20 warrior, equipped with camouflage armor and a beastskin suit, armed with a crescent moon cleaver, possessing the lightning and copy skills, with a total combat power of 27,600. He intently observed the system panel to calculate. The dungeon was set to nightmare mode. The contestant's level is 20. The shadow monsters are also level 20, and the first one will appear in 10 seconds. Every 30 seconds, the number of monsters will double. One must be very careful because if they are not eliminated in time, the monsters will replicate continuously, making the situation dire. Eek felt relieved as he understood the situation. No wonder nightmare mode is called a nightmare. Ordinary players would certainly not be able to survive here. The golden lightning surrounding him caused his palms to glow with a powerful blue light. I am not an ordinary contestant. This is the perfect opportunity to test my new skills. The system panel began counting down the appearance of the first monsters. 10, 5, 3, 1 second. A hideous creature slowly crawled out. It was a level 20 shadow monster, with 8,000 combat power, shadow and spirit attributes, and the hard scale trait providing a 20% defense bonus. It has the ability to cause mental fatigue through the level 20 shadow monster's analytical spirit eye. Combat power 8,000, 20% defense bonus. Dex cause mental damage. The system recommends keeping a safe distance to avoid mental strikes and prioritizing an early elimination. Chaozi looked at it thoughtfully. His eyes ignited with murderous intent and recognition. These monsters truly cannot be compared to the ordinary kind. Chuyuxi focused on analyzing the data on the panel. The one-shot skill has a range of 300 m, strikes enemies within 5 m for 10 seconds continuously, and has unlimited uses. 300 m in 10 seconds. Really? He carefully planned his approach. Using the new skill at this distance is entirely feasible. A few meters between him and the monster is enough to prevent the opponent from dodging or escaping the area of effect. Step by step, Chuyuxi began to execute his plan. I'll try attacking the edge to see how it reacts. His eyes locked onto the target at the mountain peak while the system interface continuously updated data. His divine eyes were calculating the 283-meter distance from his hiding spot to the target. This flat ground was truly an ideal location to unleash his techniques. Chuyuxi built up powerful momentum in preparation for a 283-meter leap. His buddy shot forward like a bolt of black lightning through the air. The monsters were appearing in increasing numbers. For every 30 seconds that passed, the number of shadow beasts doubled. Facing this prospect, Chuyuxi was not intimidated but rather excited, determined to wipe both of them out at once. A surge of lightning enveloped his sword as Chuyuxi advanced with overwhelming intensity. He used his celestial thunder power and the lores of wind and earth, determined to wipe out these hideous creatures. A deafening clap of thunder tore through the silent atmosphere. He swung his blade to unleash a powerful attack and shouted, "Taste the power of my new skill." The monsters were startled and panicked, looking around in search of their enemy. A violent surge of celestial lightning suddenly struck immediately afterward. The monsters hit by the attack writhed in agony, yet they still could not pinpoint his location. Chuyuxi remained calm, calculating his strategy. By maintaining a safe distance, he would never be discovered by them. The system notified him as the lightning still surged, the final 10 seconds of his skill beginning the countdown. The two monsters collapsed and vanished into the earth. He had successfully defeated 2 level 20 shadow beasts and received 10 cumulative points. Chuyuxi was naturally cautious and always carefully considered every action. Maintaining distance combined with the power of the lures for 10 seconds allowed him to overwhelm enemies of his own level. He felt extremely interested because this challenge was truly captivating. In another space, the observation area for the Supernova tournament was bustling with activity. The brightest faces were being projected by the system onto the large screen. The judges, representing powerful builds, were A-class heroes who were randomly selected to ensure fairness and closely monitor the talent of the younger generation. The group gathered around the large screen, and Keiji spoke first. The preliminary round has begun, and the contestants have all entered the dungeon. As usual, half of the participants will be eliminated. Tadahiro calmly replied and offered his assessment. If everything goes smoothly, it will be over in 30 minutes. Current data shows that only 18 out of 100 contestants have dared to choose the hard mode. Miyako, sitting nearby, did not hesitate to explain. That is understandable, as the goal is to evaluate true strength. If half of the contestants chose hard mode, how wonderful the results would be. Yoshihiro expressed agreement with Miyako's viewpoint. Most promising young faces are wary of hard mode, where the number of enemies doubles every half minute. A contestant lasting over 10 minutes in this mode is already a rarity. The list of contestants continuously scrolled on the data board, signaling that the elimination process had begun. Fumika watched intently and then remarked, 10 minutes have passed, and those who haven't met the point requirements are starting to show. At this rate, the number of people eliminated will skyrocket soon. Keiji suddenly jumped up in surprise, causing the whole room to buzz with discussion. What is going on here? Mitoki squinted at his colleague meaningfully. What's wrong, my friend? Was a contestant from your side eliminated early, and you want to take them back for more training? Keiji awkwardly pointed at the data board and explained, that's not it. Everyone, look at the stats of this contestant, Tsukizero Chayoshi. It seems like there's some sort of error here. The system interface immediately displayed the details of Chayoshi's personal profile for everyone to see. Candidate Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, signed to level 20 rank D, is facing the maximum difficulty challenge and has currently defeated 98 dark entities with a total score of 490. Keiji was still in shock while reporting that only 10 minutes had passed, yet a score of 490 had already been achieved in this dark mode. Everyone in the room cried out in unison in incredible disbelief at the event. Soji and Asuka looked at each other skeptically and began to ask a barrage of questions. This is absurd. How could a D-rank hero do this? Hero League representative, please tell us if he is using any secret items. Sweat beaded on Shizuka's forehead as her fingers continuously swiped across the personal data panel. The representative judge from the Hero League stated, I have never heard of a candidate by the name of Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi before. Everyone's eyes were glued to the portrait photo being displayed. She could not hide her trembling at the massive achievement of Tsuyoshi, who was merely a reserve member who registered with the league at the last minute. The entire room became noisy upon learning he was a reserve. It was preposterous that such a person would choose dark mode and score 490 points in just 10 minutes. Kiwichi firmly asserted that this candidate had definitely cheated by using high-grade support items. The whispers and rumors about Tsuyoshi continued unabated. Even though the displayed data was truly hard to believe, they began to agree with a more plausible theory, that Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi was about to break the record of the youngest S-rank hero. Tsuyoshi stood motionless in the darkness, his hands tightly gripping the hilt of his blade. In the sky above, thunder roared loudly as flashes of electricity crackled continuously. The shadow monsters simultaneously looked up at the storm-filled sky. He raised his blade high, and tiny sparks of electricity began to discharge into the surroundings. Instantly, a powerful bolt of lightning from above struck the ground. The direct hit completely annihilated the swarm of shadow monsters. A massive energy sphere gradually formed as the electrical currents converged. Tsuyoshi raised his hand to wipe a bead of sweat from his chin. While gasping for breath, the system panel reported that defeating 12 rank 20 monsters earned 60 points, bringing the total to 98 monsters with 490 points and 48 minutes remaining. Exhausted, he recalled clearing out the monster swarm for the third time. Although he had utilized his lore powers to the fullest, his physical stamina limits would not allow further maintenance, necessitating an urgent recovery. Tsuyoshi quickly took out an energy potion and drank it to restore his depleted strength. After sheathing his sword, he sat down to rest and wait for the new wave of monsters. Breaking the 500-point record of the youngest S-rank hero in 45 minutes still seemed quite easy to him. Closing his eyes tightly, Tsuyoshi told himself that he must definitely break that record. After 50 minutes had passed since the start, a figure slowly stepped out of the gate. Waze stepped outside, his face showing a clear look of relief. The displayed information showed that Waze was C-rank hero from the league, a level 36 warrior with a power index of up to 16,500. In normal mode, he had defeated 560 monsters, corresponding to 560 points, successfully completing the challenge in exactly 50 minutes. Recalling the scene of Chayoshi sweeping through the monsters left him in awe. Holding his ground for 50 minutes against 500 enemies was truly impressive. He began to calculate in the first half hour, using his warrior physique to take down 12 monsters per minute, and even though his stamina decreased slightly afterward, he still maintained a pace of 10 per minute. With this performance, he was sure to make the top 5. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he appeared quite confident. Winning the competition would bring numerous attractive benefits from the Hero Association, and perhaps he might even be specially promoted to the ranks of S-class heroes. Glancing back at the gate, Reyes became suspicious. Zero, Chayoshi, and Sari should have finished by now, so where on earth could they have gone? He scanned his surroundings, but seeing no one, he felt even more puzzled. It was truly strange that there wasn't a single soul in sight. Ray suddenly snapped out of his thoughts when he saw a large crowd gathered around the monitoring board. Feeling both confused and curious, he worked over, wondering what ranking everyone was crowding to see since he couldn't spot any results. Recognizing a familiar face, Ray called out to Sari and approached her excitedly, asking, "You're out too? How did it go?" She didn't bother to respond, merely saying coldly, 30 minutes, 386 points. Ray hurriedly consoled her, saying that for a frontline priest, that was an impressive result and she would surely pass, so not to worry. I just reached 500 points in 50 minutes. Amazing, right? Anyway, how is the kid Tsukishiro Chayoshi doing? Sari looked at him, stunned, and replied, he chose the dark mode. Upon hearing this, Ray immediately panicked. The kid. I told him not to be reckless. If he gets eliminated, we'll only have 2 people left, which will be a huge disadvantage in the following rounds. Where is he? Has he been defeated? She reluctantly uttered. He is still fighting. Extremely surprised, he turned sharply towards Sari. Still fighting? What do you mean? Reyes looked up at the screen in the direction she was pointing. On the giant display board, Chaoshi sat proudly at the top of the list. Candidate Tsukishiro Chaoshi, affiliated with the Hero Association. Level 20. D-Class Hero. Difficulty selected. Dark Mode. Current count, 588 shadow monsters. Total kill points, 2,940. Still lingering after 53 minutes. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled with disbelief. 588 shadow monsters. 2,940 points. He's in the lead. I can't believe my eyes. Sari also couldn't hide her shock as he explained that everyone was rushing over because Tsukishiro Chaoshi had just shattered the record of the youngest S-Class hero in history. With his eyes glued to the screen, Reyes was even more astounded. Has he really broken that record? His voice shook as he read the stats. 45 minutes, 300 shadow monsters, 1,500 points. The legendary record that had been an inspiration to so many young heroes, Reyes marveled, was now being easily broken by a level 20 D-Class hero. Sari continued, there are exactly 7 minutes left, and everyone is waiting in suspense to see how many more monsters Tsukishiro Chaoshi will take down. After exactly 7 minutes, Chaoshi walked out of the gate leisurely, his body covered in dust from the battle. Seeing him appear, everyone froze, speechless. As soon as he saw his silhouette, Reyes called out loudly, Tsukishiro, over here. Sari, still stunned, stared at Chaoshi and asked, do you know your results? He calmly replied, of course I do. Reyes clapped him hard on the shoulder, half in admiration and half in reproach. You crazy guy. I can't fathom how you did it, but you truly broke the record and earned that incredible score. On the evaluation board, this data stood out prominently. Candidate Tsukishiro Chaoshi, affiliated with the Hero Association. Level 20, D-Class Hero. Difficulty selected. Dark Mode. Final result, 648 shadow monsters. Total points, 3,240. Status, finished after 60 minutes. Reyes looked at his final score and felt immensely excited. 3,240 points. That is absolutely peak. Sari softly remarked. I'm afraid no one will ever be able to break this record again. Looking up at the display board, Chaoshi sighed. If only I had a little more time. My achievement would have been much greater than this. The judge's voice rang out clearly. The qualifying round has officially closed. 75 people have been eliminated, with a total of 45 survivors. The holder of the highest record in this tournament is Tsukishiro Chaoshi from the Heroes Association. In hard mode, you wiped out 648 monsters and earned a full 240 points, setting an incredible milestone that made all eyes turn toward him with envy and hatred. Sari whispered worriedly, you are the pride of the Heroes Association, but be careful because from now on, you have become a target for all the remaining contestants. Chaoshi turned away calmly, his expression completely indifferent. He understood all too well that this would happen sooner or later. Reyes leaned over and whispered to Sari, could he be the trump card that the association just deployed? She could only shake her head. I don't know either. A completely unknown name just appeared and shattered the record like this. The watches on everyone's wrists rang simultaneously with a notification. Content of the second event appeared clearly. Candidates must work together with the teammates in the association to sweep the pre-designed dungeons. If only one person remains, that association will be disqualified. At the specialized training facility of the Heroes Association, Kashimiya Kenji, a famous S-rank hero with close ties to the leadership, was busy training. Kenji let out a long breath after the match. The information board displayed the statistics. The time to defeat the level 60 shadow monster was exactly 12 seconds. The figure walked onto the field leisurely. Even a level 60 monster couldn't last 12 seconds under his hand. That is truly the class of an S-rank hero. That was Sesko, one of the 4 powerful elders at the Heroes Association. He asked, the Super Rookie tournament has officially begun. Why are you absent? Tenji wrapped his hand bandages back up and replied with a bored tone, every year follows the same boring script. I'll just wait for the final award ceremony. That will be fine. However, Sasuke's next sentence made him freeze. Your qualifying round record has just been officially broken. Kenji's expression remained calm. I already guessed it. Records are born to be surpassed by the next generation. He smiled enigmatically and asked curiously, how impressive are the numbers and time of the new record? He replied calmly, hard mode. He earned 240 points in 60 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly darkened. Unbelievable. Kenji gritted his teeth. Is that number real? Sasuke handed him a stack of files. See for yourself. He is the center of conversation after setting that double record. Reading the information inside, he was still skeptical. 240 points for hard mode in 60 minutes. An S-rank recruit from the Heroes Association and his name is Tsukishiro Chaoshi. This name is completely unknown. Which S-rank supervisor is backing him? He spoke slowly. The interesting thing is that this D-rank kid has no mentor at all. He is just a reserve personnel personally nominated by Chairman Suzuki from the association school. He was stunned in amazement. Reserve? Does his background been thoroughly checked? Could he be a spy planted by another faction? Like previous precedents, Sesko affirmed, we have screened thoroughly, but found no suspicious traces whatsoever. Returning the documents, Kenji advised, continue to keep a close eye on this Tsukishiro. If he is truly an exceptional talent, he is the key to opening that gate. The pile of documents gradually vanished in his hand. That gate? We cannot miss this opportunity. I will monitor his every move. He continued wrapping his hand bandages and said, I want to personally nominate him for the award ceremony, to see who is truly superior between him and me in my younger days. This is the dramatic starting area of the rookie tournament. With a voice full of anticipation, the judge announced, the competition is about to begin. Builds quickly into the prepared dungeon. Swift as lightning, the contestants immediately step inside. As they run, Sari cautioned, this involves the allocation of new positions. Dilts will be randomly sent to dungeons and given them missions immediately. Beth asked hesitantly. So, that means we have to secure good spots first, with difficult locations and tough missions. There's a chance we'll be defeated or eliminated, he added. Chaoshi leaped ahead, then used his speed to rush through the opening door. Inside the observation room, several figures were intently watching below. Masayuki said in a low voice, "This is where the true rookie competition will take place." Tomoko seriously advised, "I hope everyone is ready." After the three of them passed through that door, they suddenly appeared in the middle of a dense forest. Sari cautiously scanned the area. Failure within the allotted time will result in elimination. Rise explained. These are dark crystals, special crystals found within high-level dark monsters. They are very valuable for crafting sharper weapons and strengthening defenses. They sell for a very high price on the market. Sari looked around with slight worry. Rare dark monsters. Collecting 6 within 3 hours is indeed very difficult, and we're in a vast forest. They must be far away. EX silently examined the displayed mission information. Suddenly, she raised her hand, signaling the other two to be quiet. Just as Rise was about to ask, Sari spoke softly. The mental alert I just set up is showing signs of weakening. Not far away, a few excited voices could be heard. They've just entered and are already able to harvest. The efforts so far were truly not in vain. Some guild is happily rummaging through someone else's loot on the ground. This means if we don't die, our rankings aren't too important. It's quite advantageous, isn't it? Leaving the defeated, the conscious person behind, they quickly left. Let's go. The figures gradually disappeared. Let's continue searching for smaller guilds. Rise and Chaoshi silently watched the scene. Sari quickly reminded them, we should leave this area first. As they walked through the forest, the three of them cautiously observed their surroundings. He irritably recounted, I heard that among the volunteer contestants, there are a few who are only looking to exploit. The items the contestants are carrying are all valuable. I don't think we'll encounter them soon. She also felt uncomfortable with the situation. No hero should die. The rules of this tournament are so flawed. Chaoshi finally spoke. No, it's designed for them to destroy each other. Sari and Rise looked at him in confusion. Destroy each other. Chaoshi stroked his chin and began to analyze. The important thing isn't the mission, but how to survive. The real intention of putting all the guilds in the same dungeon is to eliminate contestants through them killing each other. I'm not sure of the specific purpose, but these guild battles are crucial for survival competition. He was slightly surprised. Survival competition. He also soon saw through the situation. It turns out this deal was just an excuse, wasn't it? Oh my, you noticed the change immediately, and many others are starting to stir as well. Instantly, several sharp stones whistled through the air, hurtling toward the group. Wraith didn't hesitate. He drew his sword to shield his two friends. Just as the stones were about to hit, he swung his sword with precision, shattering them into fragments. Wraith shouted angrily, playing dirty. Are you? What kind of hero acts so cowardly? Show yourself. In a flash, Again appeared, and the stats appeared one by one. Phi Demon, level 36, Mage with power level 17, 500. Venom Fang, level 37, skill 17, 000. Dark Blade, level 37 Warrior, 17, 500. The leader sneered sarcastically. I told you to take that to heart, didn't I? Chaosi remained silent, offering a faint smile. It seemed these guys were targeting him. Dark Blade's eyes burned with cruelty. We've been stalking this group since we got in here. Let's settle everything right now. Hey, rookie, what kind of treasure are you using to break records? His face showed clear greed. For a D rank to achieve such feats, you must be hiding some valuable treasure, right? Hand it over to me. It must be worth a fortune. Gripping his weapon tightly, Bade gave instructions for the plan. All three of us will engage. Sari, stay behind me. As for Suki-Zero, I'm not sure of your strength, but can you handle one of them? Watch out for the thief. He's targeting Sari, the priest. Following that, he stepped forward with great resolve. Fine, our hero build isn't to be trifled with either. Let's see who falls first. The guy laughed coldly and snapped his fingers. Did you think there were only 3 of us? Want to play fair? 3 against 3? Keep dreaming. We aren't that naive. Suddenly, several other figures jumped out from the bushes, and the data appeared as well. Warrior, level 36, with a combat stat of 15, 200. Mage, level 35, with a power level of 15, 000. Dark Blade said arrogantly, these 2 brothers also want to teach the people from the guild a lesson they'll never forget. Raise's face turned pale at the sight of reinforcements, and Sherry stammered, another thief and a mage. Facing them like this is a huge disadvantage. Maybe we should just bowl. Just then, Chelsea placed a hand gently on his teammate's shoulder. You 2 go find the black crystal as per the mission. Leave me here to handle this on my own. Raise panicked and shouted, are you crazy? You expect the 2 of us to abandon you and go on the mission? Even Sherry was terrified and confused. Don't joke around like that. There are 5 of them over there. You worked forward calmly. Trust me and go now. Don't waste any more time. I can handle all 5 of them by myself. Raise, restless, hurriedly tried to stop him. Are you really going to take on 5 people? If your level were high, there might be hope, but as a level 20 D rank, that's no different than throwing your life away. However, Dark Blade and his cohorts had already surrounded them, looking for an escape route. I'm afraid you won't be getting out of here. Chelsea summoned his sword while reassuring them. There isn't much time left to debate. Believe me, they only want the item I have. He still hesitated. Facing 5 enemies at once, no matter what secret artifact he had, it was too reckless. Amidst the sparks of electricity crackling around him, he replied, the truth is, I don't have any treasure at all. Venom Fang paused as an ominous feeling washed over him. Does this guy really only carry a D rank title? Cherry stood silent for a moment, then she grabbed his arm and pulled hard. Raise, let's go. Even though Ray still wanted to linger. In the end, Suki-Zero had to fight alone. He quickly spotted Sari and Ray's trying to slip away and immediately ordered the capture of both who were attempting to escape. Chuyoshi channeled his skill and in the blink of an eye closed in on his opponent using the Wind Earth lore. Before Hakim could even compose himself, he was already standing tall right in front of him. The peak source of physical power was fully concentrated into his arm. With just a single slash of his sword, he attacked all 4 enemies at once. One of them, unable to defend in time, was slashed in half, an unbelievable outcome. Hakim stepped back, his face completely pale, defeating one and injuring the other 3 with just a single move. What kind of power is this? Fire Demon trembled and shook as his hands went numb, wondering what that terrifying speed and power were, while Hakim took a defensive stance in front of his chest, questioning if he intended to take on all 5 of them alone. Chuyoshi paused, a confident smile appearing on his lips. I gave you a path to live, but since you insist on rushing to your deaths, don't blame me. Fang was now so terrified that his face turned pale, and he tremblingly asked his captain about the discrepancy in the information, as this combat spirit didn't seem like D rank at all. On Sari and Rei's side, the 2 were still desperately running for their lives in the opposite direction. He anxiously exclaimed that leaving Tsukizero behind was no different from sending him to his death. She reaffirmed that Tsukizero had declared he would not use treasures to set a record. Rei's grumpily snapped back, asking, so what? Sari maintained her pace and calmly explained, that is proof of true talent. Perhaps the kid's strength is far beyond our wildest guesses. She added, since he has blocked them, we must complete the mission. Let's quickly find the dark crystal and then return to back him up. Back to Chuyoshi, Fang stammered to his captain, asking if they were really going to fight. Hakim gritted his teeth, determined to charge forward. He's just one enemy. We must eliminate him here at all costs. Everyone attack. All 4 enemies launched their attacks at him simultaneously. Chuyoshi was extremely calm as one of his eyes changed color, and he nonchalantly asked, do you think you can corner me? The system issued a warning signal and analyzed the 4 opponents with an average combat power of 16,500, suggesting a counterattack using an area of effect skill to weaken the enemies before finishing them off one by one. Chuyoshi swung his sword high, summoning lightning with the power of heavenly thunder. Instantly, the clear sky suddenly erupted into a storm with thunder and lightning. Intense bolts of lightning struck down on the 4 enemies, leaving Hakim not a panic at such terrifying area of effect damage. In a fit of rage, he decided to go all in for a life or death struggle and ordered them to surround him. Fire Demon hurled a barrage of boulders toward him using his wind earth lore skill. The ground and rocks beneath Chuyoshi's feet began to shake violently. With a gentle swing of his raised sharp sword, he easily shattered his opponent's technique. While retreating to inspect his frozen arm, Fire Demon panicked upon realizing the icy ore. Fatal sword strike quickly flew forward to send Fire Demon on his way, and the system confirmed the defeat of the level 36 target with 16,500 combat power. Venomous Fang flew into a rage and screamed at the Fire Demon. He immediately activated his skill to freeze the opponent's legs. Such slow reactions. With another fatal sword strike, Chuyoshi finished off Venomous Fang. The system announced the defeat of level 37 Venomous Demon with a power stat of 17,000. The man tried to take advantage of the opportunity to ambush from behind, but he growled at him to scram along with the ambush kill move. With just a light block, Chuyoshi stopped the blade without a scratch. His buddy, possessing a defense beyond the threshold of 60, was truly overpowered. Witnessing the tiny scratch on the blade, the other man's face turned pale because he couldn't believe his eyes. The clean sword strike sent the level 36 bandit with a combat power of 15,200 to meet his maker. Black Sword had now turned pale, realizing the opponent was on a completely different level, wondering what terrifying level this kid could possibly have. Chuyoshi slowly turned to face him. Now, it's your turn. Panicked, he knelt down and begged for mercy, cursing his own ignorance and asking what his actual level and terrifying strength truly were. He calmly replied, I'm a D-rank hero, level 20. He still couldn't stop wondering, so what about your combat power stat then? Raising his sword, he casually stated the number, 27,600. Black Sword's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe a D-rank hero could reach the 27,600 threshold. With one final strike, the system continued to confirm victory over level 37 Black Sword who had 17,500 combat power. Chuyoshi's attack was so terrifying it summoned a bolt of lightning to strike the ground. The supernova tournament is taking place in a remote cave located deep within the ancient forest. The surrounding space suddenly became eerily silent. Chuyoshi lowered his head and sighed with relief. Consider the job done. He bent down to collect the loot. The system listed a long list from braid rum and 12 recovery potions and money to the black-bladed sword and the demon Faya staff. Chuyoshi waved his hand to store everything into his spatial ring. It was lucky he had this treasure to bring all the loot home. Just as he finished, he paused because he sensed someone approaching. He shouldn't stay here too long. Without any hesitation, Chuyoshi cast teleportation to return and reunite with Jace and his teammates. The scene shifts to deep within the old rough forest. Race and Cherry were getting battered while dodging the monster's frenzied attacks. The Crypto Darkens monster's health bar had dropped to less than half. She stood behind giving her full support, shouting that she had cast a defense spell on him, so he should fight with all his might. Cherry cautiously warned that she had chipped away 1/3 of its health and reminded him to watch out for its razor-sharp horn. Race said nothing and directly charged into close combat with the monster. He cheered excitedly upon seeing the dark crystal on its chest. What luck. Although its defense is high, we are about to finish it off. As expected, a mysterious jewel-like light is radiating from the center of the Crypto Darkness' chest. Cherry cried out in horror. Race, be careful of that strange new ability. No sooner had she finished her warning than the monster suddenly launched a fierce attack. He didn't have time to react and was sent flying backward by a powerful punch. Race's health bar was now reduced to half. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this thing is completely different from normal darkness. A single hit feels like it's turning my insides upside down, and even with Sherry's defensive shield, it's bone-chillingly painful. Suddenly, the Crypto Darkness snapped its head around. Feeling uneasy, she quickly retreated, thinking, this is terrifying. As a battle priestess, I'm still at risk of being finished off in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, it directly channeled dark magic through its hands. The Crypto Darkness tensed its fist and unleashed a lethal blow. Cherry was shocked to feel her body being pulled in by an immense pressure. The distance between the destructive fist and her was closing bit by bit. Ray screamed in anxiety. Cherry, Pari, put up a shield now. Ignoring the danger, he rushed over to take the blow for her, a truly reckless move. Race took the full force punch, causing him to scream out in pain. He stayed in astonishment as his sword shattered into tiny pieces. Without mercy, the crypto darkness followed up with another brutal strike. This time, neither of them could dodge, and both were hit simultaneously. Ray sighed in despair. My weapon is completely ruined. How are we supposed to fight like this? Cherry quickly made a decision. This guy is truly insidious. We have to retreat and find a way to regroup. She froze in surprise when she realized she couldn't move her body anymore. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. Shadow manipulation. Once you're caught in this, there's no hope of escape. Information appeared. Shadow Assassin Guild, Assassin Class, Level 35, Rank C Adventurer, Strength 914, 500, Special Skill. The Shadow Assassin Guild only accepts members who know how to use shadow manipulation, a skill that completely seals an opponent's movement. Anyone caught in the trap is practically dead, for even if they aren't melee masters, they are the most terrifying enemies in the darkness. They cause opponents to lose control and then silently drain their life force. Once you're in their sights, it's a total nightmare. Blood Eye smiled triumphantly. I never expected you two to whittle down the monster's health bar, which we three brothers couldn't manage to this extent. Upon seeing him, Race couldn't help but curse. The Shadow Assassin Guild. Those bastards. Without wasting words, Blood Eye ordered his henchmen. The long wait has finally paid off. Let's finish it off immediately. The two henchmen eagerly rushed forward to obey the order. Shadow Present. They created thick chains to trap it. Thane, thanks to you two, I had the time to set up this formation. Blood Shadow and Blood Blade took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rush in and attack. He dodged to the side, thinking, this kind of filthy energy is real unpleasant. I actually thought I had escaped. He slapped Crypto Darkness hard on the shoulder and snapped, stop dazing off, deal the finishing blow. The thing's health is depleted. Suddenly, a dangerous energy sphere appeared above its head. Bloodblade reacted quickly, dodging to the side. It was a close call. Witnessing this, both of them were stunned. Fortunately, the shadow bind stopped it, keeping them safe. The skill was truly bizarre. Blood Eye anxiously urged again, don't waste any more time, just do it. At this moment, Base was trembling, struggling to stand up. Seeing this, he spoke up, were you also aiming for the dark crystal in that dark creature's chest? We are no different. Our team's mission is to collect them. It's just a pity you were so unlucky to run into us. Catching his murderous glare, Blood Eye sneered, don't look at me with those eyes. Once we finish off this dark creature, it will be your turn. You stubborn big guy, you'd better prepare for your grave. With that, he turned to Sari and said in a despicable tone, as for this beautiful girl, we will play with her a bit before sending her on her way. Blood Eye feigned kindness and advised, since you can't move anyway, you better give up any thoughts of resisting to save yourself the trouble. Unexpectedly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the gloomy sky. Bloodblade frowned and looked up. What is that? Thunderclouds. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning struck down violently. Seeing Crypto Darkness collapse, he shouted in panic, Bess, things are looking bad. Blood Eye's eyes widened in shock. What on earth is going on here? From afar, Chowsi's sword came tearing through the wind. It plunged straight into the center of Bloodblade's chest, leaving him a perfect ambush. Without giving him time to recover, he appeared right behind him and gestured for silence. Chowsi channeled his strength to throw a punch at Bloodblade. His body reinforced, the power of his fist erupted. Unable to withstand this powerful attack, he was instantly wiped out. Having dealt with the two, the blade toward Blood Eye. He startled so hard that he stammered, were you Tsukisaro Chowsi, the one who broke that record? Blood Eye broke into a cold sweat as he tried to threaten, don't come any closer. Aren't you worried about the fate of your companions? He slowly summoned his warhammer. That is the stupidest mistake you've ever made. Chowsi looked down at Blood Eye with murderous intent. Now, let's see who's faster. A few stray electric sparks were still running along the ground around them. Chowsi's personal information. Level 20. Warrior class. Black armor. Foxtiger Beastman disguise. Multi-moon soul cutter weapon. Heavenly thunder skill and copy skill. Combat power of 27. 600. Was tightly gripping his warhammer with burning intensity. Blood Eye was utterly terrified. What kind of crazy skill was this? He could not believe that terrifying power. Rays also froze. His fighting spirit. He completely surpasses our level. The God's Eye quickly updated the data. The enemy's counterattack speed is currently a mere 0.3 seconds. The target is 9 meters away. If we rush in blindly, Cherry will lose her life in 0.8 seconds. The God's Eye advises me to concentrate all my power into my middle finger and exploit the enemy's opening to take him down in the blink of an eye. He seriously considered this. A normal attack wouldn't work. If the information from the God's Eye was accurate, he had to finish him off immediately to ensure Sherry's safety. Just as I thought that, the energy inside me surged. If only this hammer were more compact, throwing it would be so much more accurate. Eek immediately channeled his power to shrink the size of the warhammer. Once I saw the size was just right, I stopped, satisfied. Everything was much more manageable now. Eek lowered his head and thought, had the system just been upgraded? It turned out he now had the ability to customize items at will. The Blood Eye over there had completely lost his patience. He roared, I warned you not to come any closer. Today, you die. I didn't even bother to reply. I simply let go of the hammer and focused all my strength into my middle finger. Eek flicked his finger powerfully, sending the hammer flying like a bullet. The warhammer tore through the air, hurtling toward the enemy. Blood Eye froze at the sight, his mouth agape in sheer terror. The terrifying power of the hammer strike sent him flying far away. Blood Eye was blown back by the horrific impact, crashing through a succession of ancient trees. He finally vanished, and the system panel popped up with a notification. Successfully defeated level 35 Shadow Assassin. Combat power 14. 500. Cherry couldn't help but be amazed to see everything end so quickly. Was it really in just a single blow? They had also gasped in admiration. With skills and power like this, he's clearly on a completely different level from us. Right then, the warhammer automatically flew back to him. Ik gently rotated his wrist to relax. The system displayed the status panel. Level 21, Class Warrior, Equipment, Black Assassin Deer, Fux Disguise Set, Weapon, Soul Cutting Crescent Blade, along with Heavenly Thunder and Copy Skills, total combat power reaching 29,000. I looked down at the two of them with a serious face and asked, is everyone alright? Both she and he were dazed, still in a state of shock. It took a moment for Vei to regain his composure. Looking at me with disbelief, he asked, were all those guys from earlier cleared out by you as well? Ik showed no hesitation as he took out the weapons. Yes, I happened to collect their weapons too. Since Vei's is broken anyway, it makes sense to use this one now. Cherry was still full of doubt. Just how strong are you? Anyway, I took out 2 pills and humbly replied, I'm only level 21. Help Cody recover his strength. I have a plan. Cherry held the pill in her hand skeptically. Only level 21 after all of this. That's real hard to believe. Ik smoothly changed the subject, stepping closer to the secreto darkness, including the dark crystals from those assassins. We now have 3 in our possession. Having finished, Ik looked up. We need to find 3 more to complete our objective. Bade added thoughtfully, there are less than 2 hours left. We must hurry. The screen displayed a countdown of 1 hour and 48 minutes. She hesitantly spoke up, saying that if they continued to defeat the dark monsters properly like that, they would never make it in time, as it was both time-consuming and prone to harassment like last time. He immediately admitted she was right. Tsuyoshi seriously proposed a plan. Continuing like this would lead nowhere and the risks were too great, so they needed to change tactics immediately. Rise stood up to express his opinion. Since you are the commander now, I am willing to cooperate with whatever plan you come up with. He quickly sat down to check the remaining items and suggested using the cloaks from those assassins. Tsuyoshi decisively ripped that piece of fabric off. He chose a suitable piece and used it to cover his mouth tightly. Tsuyoshi's entire body emitted an intense killing intent. We will also participate in this hunt. All 3 immediately rushed off to hunt for their target. Tsuyoshi began to outline the plan. Let's target teams of 3 because we have a numerical advantage and they are more likely to possess dark crystals. The goal was not to take lives but to steal the crystals and incapacitate them so they would lose on their own when time ran out. Vase quickly asked specifically what to do. He quickly turned to ask Sari if she could use sealing magic. She immediately replied clearly that she could use a forbidden art to block enemy mages from casting spells for about 6 seconds. Tsuyoshi expressed satisfaction, saying that was enough. In the next battle, if there's a mage, you use the forbidden art. Vase will use warrior skills to control one person, while I will take down the other and then handle the remaining 2. The Ansari immediately nodded in acknowledgement that they understood. He raised his eyebrows coldly and declared it was time to head out and find prey. In another area deep in the forest, sounds of smug laughter rang out because the opponent had been strung, making the victory well earned. A group of 3 was chatting after the battle. They discussed ambushing, resting for a bit before continuing, and boasted about the high-grade energy crystal they had just stolen. Tsuyoshi suddenly appeared from high above. As soon as they received his signal, Sari and Vase quickly appeared as well. All 3 dubbed down from the tree branches simultaneously. She drew her staff and rushed forward, demanding silence. The guy turned pale and froze when he suddenly saw them. His body seemed tightly constricted and unable to move, while the other 2 panicked and exclaimed, "What is this?" Tsuyoshi hurriedly urged Vase to take action. Without any hesitation, he replied, right away. Before the opponent could react, he had dashed past the nameless man and cried out, "One more." Tsuyoshi took down the enemy using only one hand. Vase took that opportunity to rush forward with an elbow strike. The assassin gaped, about to resist, then shouted, asking who they were and why they didn't face them fairly and honorably. He rushed forward and swung a powerful blow at the opponent's sword. Chuyuxi's unexpected appearance behind him startled Han Tian into a cold sweat. With just one blow, he made him disappear on the spot. Han Tian's eyes widened in surprise. In less than 10 seconds, 2 people had been defeated. Now he had to slip away. But after only a few steps, he was called back by Sari. "Were you planning to abandon your teammates?" Han Tian struggled hard but it was completely useless. "My legs, what kind of effect is this?" Only when he saw Chuyuxi's silhouette flash by did he begin to make his move. So fast, truly an assassin. He didn't hold back at all, delivering a punch to Han Tian's stomach. Finally, he collapsed at Chuyuxi's feet. "Well then, we should check their blinds." The 3 of them immediately split up to search through the loot from each person. He picked up a stone with satisfaction. "Good, I found one. 2 more to go." Chuyuxi turned to ask the other 2, "How much time do we have left?" Sari quickly checked the screen. 82 minutes remaining. Rise looked thoughtful. Finding and defeating suitable groups really takes a lot of time. Just identifying these guys took nearly half an hour. But Chuyuxi calmly reassured them, "Let's keep going. As it gets later, finding good groups will become easier." His words puzzled Rise. "Why was that?" He explained as he worked. "The weak groups have all been eliminated, so those remaining must have something valuable." 20 minutes later, the second group was defeated. Time remaining 60 minutes. Rise grimaced in frustration. "Damn it, they have nothing." 35 minutes later, the third group was defeated. Time remaining 45 minutes. Sari suddenly shouted with joy, "I found one. Only one more left." 45 minutes later, the fourth group was defeated. Time remaining 35 minutes. They continued to split up and search. "Nothing here. On to the next group." 60 minutes later, the fifth group was defeated. Time remaining 20 minutes. Chuyuxi signaled to the other 2, "Let's do our best to search." Rise grimaced, muttering incessantly, "Please, just one more. I can't take this anymore." Sari also sighed wearily. "You're right, even though it was our choice. Staying this tense constantly, some groups are no longer fighting quietly but directly instead. I think it's because of the spy guild." After finishing the search, Chuyuxi turned to his teammates. "No matter how carefully we plan, unexpected things always happen. Luckily we defeated them. This guy has nothing. How about you 2? He reached out to remove his face covering to breathe. "Same here." Less than 20 minutes left. While searching, she suddenly stopped. There was something a bit hard. Sari joyfully held up the stone. "I found it. The last one." Chuyuxi smiled contentedly. "How lucky. Well done, Sari. Thanks to you we have enough. A notification from the system suddenly appeared. All 6 dark crystals have been collected. The objective is complete. You can choose to leave through the exit or stay until time runs out. Ray's jumped up joyfully. We did it. Let's go out and rest. We need to catch some sleep to prepare for the next match. I'm exhausted. However, the joy was short-lived, as something suddenly darted past his arm. Sari frantically turned to her teammate. Rise. Someone was stealthily lurking and attacking her from this side as well. Uncle Iosi reacted extremely quickly, pulling Sari away. That was too close. He turned to check the situation. Race, are you okay? Race was extremely tense, his eyes bloodshot. Ma'am, he roared in anger. You bastard. Show yourself. A stranger slowly appeared. You guys are just a bunch who steal the glory from other groups, aren't you? Sari looked over in shock. The dark crystal. Look at the system display. 1 dark crystal has been lost. 5 out of 6 collected. The mission is not yet complete. CD and his 2 companions stepped forward. He arrogantly said, the line knew a group, pretending to be good people around here. What fools. So you're the famous black-ranked adventurer, Tsukishirashu, the one Chairman-san is particularly interested in. She recognized him immediately upon seeing him. It was CD from Lan Nuo. He was extremely dangerous, not someone to be trifled with for a C-rank adventurer. Chu Yuxi raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed. Are you saying he's not an ordinary C-rank adventurer? Sari quickly explained it. He's a second awaken. Second awaken are individuals who reawaken after the first awakening. They often possess superior abilities and are special talents that every organization strives to recruit. CD drew his sword, challenging. My boss sent me to test you. I wouldn't normally bother with this boring tournament, but I do want to see what my boss sees in you. Your group just stood by, watching CD as he prepared to attack. Chu Yuxi's expression turned cold. She immediately ordered, Sorry, please heal Jace quickly. She nodded decisively. Alright. Just then, the system voice suddenly announced, cannot retrieve opponent's information. He used a reconnaissance nullifying item, an extremely expensive security item that can even block divine sight. This opponent truly possesses a completely different aura from anyone we've encountered before. He clutched his injured arm, besting, Tsuki-0, find a way to escape immediately. Second awakens usually have overwhelming power, so they rarely participate in events like this. Jace's face was covered in sweat. Even within the Adventurers Guild, there are only a few young second awakens like him. They are always assigned important missions or partnered with S-rank individuals. The unwritten rule is that they don't participate in this arena. Did Lan Nuo force him to participate? Sari turned to look at him. It will be difficult for us to confront him. While everyone has the right to register, at the same level, second awakens are always completely superior. Most S-rank adventurers are second awakens, which is why they receive such specialized training. Chu Yuxi maintained a casual expression, showing no worry. This is new information. A second awaken, and a majority of them are S-rank. Is he really that formidable? He spoke mockingly. Enough whispering. I'm quite surprised by your performance in the first event, back when I was sleeping soundly in the corner after getting enough points. Dai worked in a sideways stance, drawing his sword. I don't mind a one-on-one fight, or all 3 of you coming at me. My teammates will watch from the sidelines. What do you say? Uncle Eek's eyes flashed coldly. Since when did Lan Nuo target us? I heard they are one of the 5 major powers, but I suspect the boss is mistaken about something. He frowned, his face darkening. Clearly, you don't understand our master yet. He is being sincere. City's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it from its scabbard. Suddenly, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a powerful whirlwind attack straight toward him. Seeing Tsukisaro block the blow, City smirked to himself, quite a fast reaction. Witnessing that scene, both the girl and he couldn't help but shiver. Just a light draw of the sword, yet it was so powerful. Is this the very thing that cut off my arm? My opponent is indeed getting serious. Tsukisaro, don't do anything reckless. He waved his hand coldly and warned them, please step back. The target is only me. I can't let you 2 get dragged into this. He turned his head to instruct his subordinates behind him. Do you understand? Do not interfere in this. They nodded in unison. Yes, Captain City. He leisurely rotated his wrist and replied with a smile, his play will be over soon. It will probably take only about 15 minutes. Before he could even finish speaking, City vanished in a flash. Then, the sword suddenly lunged straight toward him. Chu Aosi immediately rushed forward, blocking the vicious attack just in time. His face immediately turned fierce. Quick reaction. I like this a lot. Without flinching, he quickly countered. With terrifying speed, but I can read all his movements thanks to the heavenly eye. Chu Aosi's blade slashed straight down, about to clash with City's whirlwind. Let me see what's so special about your talent. The whirlwind suddenly transformed, turning into a fierce snakehead. The pressure from the impact made the ground shake violently. Immediately after, the system chimed. Heavenly Eye used the sword to block this attack, then slashed hard at the opponent's hand with the blade to force them to retreat or drop their weapon. Chu Aosi's body took a slight step back as he tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. Chu Aosi's blade firmly blocked City's sword. If he doesn't let go, I'll cut it right off. His hand trembled slightly, and unable to withstand the pressure, he finally let go of his sword. The sword was knocked far away, but City quickly grabbed the sword and immediately launched a counterattack. The blade grazed past, slicing straight across his arm. Both of them stood frozen in place, crying out in panic. Tsukisaro. Sari frowned slightly, watching intently. Too fast. I couldn't see clearly. I must protect Tsukisaro. This can't go on any longer. Painabu and Jusira suddenly appeared behind the 2. Were you guys trying to get yourselves killed? Stop doing foolish things. They continued to warn them. We were ordered to record this entire incident. Please do not interfere. This is our master's primary command. The expressions of both of them turned extremely grim. They glanced back. When did those 2 appear behind us? I didn't feel their presence at all. Do these 2 possess skills far exceeding ours? Looking in this direction, his eyes caught the bleeding wound from the corner of his vision. What a terrifying attack. If not for my strong body, my bones would have been crushed in a single blow. CD glared at Chelsea with wide, furious eyes. He would lose his life soon if he remained that distracted. He used his heavenly eye to examine and analyze, predicting that his opponent was about to strike a fatal blow, so he hastily activated a skill to interrupt the attack. CD lunged forward, thrusting his sword straight ahead with speed as fast as a whirlwind. Chaozi simply raised his hand, and a defensive formation instantly appeared, blocking his field of vision. Chaozi withdrew his weapon with an unusually calm expression. Did he really think he could get away with that? When he suddenly noticed his wound bleeding, if not for his tough body, his bones would have been shattered. He caught sight of the purple crystal in Chaozi's hand. Isn't this my victory? He wondered as the system announced that all 6 dark crystals had been collected. The mission was complete, and he could either exit the level or wait for the time to expire. CD's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe reality. When did he take it? To have the spare time to steal a crystal from him during such an intense battle. The crowd watching from the outside gasped in shock, finding this truly unbelievable. Chassis turned and walked away, only leaving a remark behind. Our mission is to find dark crystals, not to waste energy fighting you. A wave of cold air enveloped his body. If you want to fight me, say that for the next match. The guy picked up his phone to report. Boss, I have sent the clip recording the battle just now, on the other side of the screen. He nodded. I've seen it. Tell CD to retreat immediately. Resources aren't as important as your life. The system displayed the name of one of the 5 great powers, chairman of Dragon's Fury, Sandor the Dragon Tamer, S-rank adventurer, pump up power unknown. He snapped into the phone. I'm not going back. The next level is solo, and this match is almost over. The other person interrupted. Come back right now. CD. Not letting him react, Sandor continued on the other end of the line. You can't beat that guy. CD's anger flared. I haven't even used my final method yet. You know full well that form can fight on par with a superior darkness. He replied coldly. The final method you're referring to is the strongest form to defeat a superior darkness. After a silence, Sandor said in a low voice, all right, then do as you wish. Seeing him boiling with rage, Tanjiro timidly asked, Commander, will we go back after we finish this? CD raised his head, his face darkening as he spat out each word. I will finish you off if you dare mention turning back again. He stayed intently ahead with a sharp gaze. This is the first time the boss has confirmed I would lose. I will give it my all in the next battle. Sandor, on the other side, dialed again. Dan, it's time to show Suki, Saro, and Chaoshi your true strength. He jumped up from his chair in excitement. Since he said so, the system immediately displayed the information. One of the 3 great guilds, chairman of Ultimate Glory, the man with a constant smile, then, S-rank adventurer, pump up power unknown. He sat down and took a puff of his cigarette. I don't think you would remember that. Or did the Adventurers Alliance send him to the Forbidden Mountain of One Strike? If that's true, we must set out immediately. He looked up at the sky. No, it seems even the Adventurers Alliance doesn't fully understand his strength. I haven't seen it with my own eyes either, but, Sandor's voice sounded somewhat hesitant. He is fully capable of opening the gate in the Forbidden Mountain of One Strike on his own. At his location, all 3 of them had entered the gate. 45 people participated in the second level, but only 12 made it through, while the rest died or retreated. Even though we passed the level, I don't feel happy at all. Just as he stepped inside, Chaoshi looked around, including us. Only 3 teams were still intact. Besides them, there was 1 team of 2 and 1 solo player. There's even a solo player. What a monster. He looked at the screen thoughtfully. We barely have enough dark crystals. The other teams collected more and have finished. We're ranked last. With a look of surprise, he added, last place. Then who is that solo player? On the leaderboard appeared the information of the leader, Sinkei, belonging to one of the 3 great guilds, the Skull Knights. The number of dark crystals collected is 18. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped in shock. With 18 crystals leading the rankings, it was indeed the Skull Knight Association, the most formidable organization among the 3 great guilds. She also remarked that she had never heard of them before, wondering if he was also a second awakener, as those people always hide their tracks to the point that even the boss's gender is a mystery. Uncle Iosi fixed his eyes on it and whispered, Sinkei Skull Knight Association. Giant forces like this usually don't bother with minor tournaments. Resources are likely not an issue for them. Those who participate from such places are surely all special talents. The voice echoed from the speakers throughout the room. Congratulations to the contestants who passed the second trial. We will hold the final round in 1 hour. Since it is a singles format, each team should select a representative and inform the organizers so we can arrange an optimal match schedule. Rice sat on his chair, clutching his shoulder and laughing loudly. So in the end, it still comes down to a duel. I will definitely fight until the very end. After saying that, both his and Sherry's expressions darkened. They had both felt the proximity of death in the last match, and perhaps the confidence to fight alone had vanished. Chuyuxi stood with his arms crossed, looking on coldly. Both of you should withdraw. I will represent the Adventurer Alliance alone in this final round. Everyone was startled and protested simultaneously. How can it be just you? Having more people is still an advantage. We can't let Chuyuxi go alone. Were you telling us to abandon a friend the way we once left Chuyuxi behind? To remain firm as he looked at the 2 of them. Both of you could lose your lives if you don't withdraw. If that happens, every sacrifice will be meaningless. Upon hearing that, they fell silent. She pursed her lips in worry. But don't you value your own life? What if the next opponent is another second awakener like CD? What will you do then? An aura of pressure gradually radiated from Chuyuxi. Don't worry too much about me. I am actually very strong. Witnessing that moment, they could only stand there in stunned silence. He then understood and let out a sigh. I see. Fine, then. I will put all my trust in you. The 3 of them worked out with a bow. We would only get in Chuyuxi's way anyway. We hope you will be the one to emerge victorious. Chuyuxi waved and smiled at them. You both have worked hard. As he turned to work back inside, Chuyuxi realized there was a figure sitting looming behind him. The man sat with his legs crossed on the chair, rubbing his chin and thought. Acting independently truly requires a lot of courage. The system announced, Kenji, an S-rank adventurer of the Adventurer Alliance. Current power level remains unknown. Hearing the voice, Chuyuxi turned back in surprise. When did this guy appear here without anyone noticing? Kenji leaned back with his feet on the table. Chaoshi, the candidate representing the alliance personally nominated by Chairman Suzuki. To go from a substitute to the pillar carrying all responsibilities alone truly admirable. Chaoshi's eyes were full of caution as he questioned, who are you and which side are you on? The man laughed and sat up straight. And 8, my rank is quite high. You're also a second Awakener, aren't you? Chaoshi stopped and sat down opposite him, saying, I'm not. Is there an instructor from the alliance here? Kenji shrugged, I'm just here to observe the award ceremony. I've heard of your reputation for a long time, so I stopped by to see your face. Chaoshi picked up his water blast thoughtfully. What a strange fellow. I'd better stay away from him. I need to rest for the upcoming match. If there's nothing else, please leave. He suddenly walked over and sat right next to Chaoshi. Aren't you interested in the restricted area of One Hit Mountain? Chaoshi's face showed a hint of surprise as he asked back, what restricted area? Chairman Suzuki didn't say anything to me about that. Kenji frowned and replied, people at Suzuki's level wouldn't know anything about that area's existence. That's right, it's a forbidden land. There's still some time, so I'll take you there. I have something to confirm. Chaoshi set his cup down slowly, as if demanding an explanation. Kenji's face turned solemn. I want to see if you can open that door, the door left by the anonymous S-rank adventurer who created One Hit Mountain, which no one else has been able to open. Unexpectedly, the ring on his finger began to emit brilliant rays of light. Chaoshi stared at it anxiously. Not again. This has happened before. Could there be a connection between that door and this ring? Trying to stay calm, he asked, why choose me? There are plenty of second awakeners and S-rank hunters around here. Kenji smiled, saying it was a good question. Kenji explained cautiously, all S-rank hunters have tried, but it hasn't budged no matter what they did. The theory is that only someone with a special ability and connection can open it, rather than using brute force. He looked at him with a meaningful gaze. How about we go take a look? With my status, I can lead you in there. Tsuyoshi remained silent, his hands clenched and thawed, wondering if this had anything to do with the secret of the ring he had long yearned to uncover. After a long pause, he finally made his decision. I agree to go with you. Both of them entered the Forbidden Zone's cave. Fighting the darkness here was merely the tip of the iceberg for an adventurer's mission, as there were places he couldn't set foot in without reaching S-rank. Right at the entrance to the Forbidden Zone, they discussed how this was not merely a battle but a different dimension. Without S-rank power, he wouldn't even be able to touch it, making him wonder why. Kenji glanced at him and smiled. The price of truth is very high. Ordinary adventurers only find death. It requires at least S-rank strength. They are hailed as legends not just for their power, but because they have seen what lies beyond the door. Compared to that, this cave is child's play. The real battlefield is beyond your imagination, containing disasters and the source of darkness with far greater mysteries. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived at a place where 2 soldiers were guarding the gate. Guarding the Forbidden Zone was an A-rank adventurer named Toshimiya, and his companion was Ade. Kenji stopped, smiled, and pointed toward him. This is my partner, Tsuyoshi. I've already requested permission, so please open the gate for us. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards looked at each other in bewilderment. The guards looked visibly awkward and hesitated. We apologize, but entry is forbidden without the presence of another S-rank adventurer. We must follow strict rules. We hope you understand. He stepped forward and gripped his weapon. This is a forbidden zone, so we cannot violate the regulations. If you intentionally force your way in, we will have to report it. Please forgive us. Hearing that, his expression darkened as he thought, are the S-rank adventurers keeping each other in check? This place seemed extremely important, as even Kenji couldn't enter at will. Were they preventing someone from monopolizing that door? This only made him more curious. Tsuyoshi's hand tightened as the ring began to vibrate. Furthermore, since arriving, it had been constantly fluctuating as if responding to a mysterious summons. He fell silent, then smiled and put his hands in his pockets. I'm here to verify a few things that have nothing to do with you. I will take responsibility, so just open the gate. The 2 guards were flustered. We know what kind of person Mr. Toshimiya is, but rules are rules. As A-rank guards, we cannot disobey without another S-rank adventurer present. In our position, we cannot bear the responsibility if something goes wrong. We hope you understand. Realizing things weren't going smoothly, the veins on Kenji's forehead began to bulge. The energy surrounding him erupted violently, and his voice turned cold. I ordered you to open it. The 2 guards trembled in fear. The limbs going weak. Please spare us. We really cannot do that. From behind, he used his eyes to check the man's abilities. The level difference was so vast that he couldn't gather any information. The situation was entirely different from the previous C-rank encounters. Even he could collapse if he let his guard down. Kenji gritted his teeth, emphasizing every word. I don't want to say much. I will say it one more time. The voice spoke up from behind, interrupting him. Does the Adventurers Alliance enjoy bowling the weak that much? Tsuyoshi also turned in surprise toward the source of the sound. The system screen displayed their identities. One of the 3 great guilds, Chairman of Ultimate Glory. The ever-smiling one, S-rank adventurer, Pumba Power Unknown. One of the 5 great powers, Chairman of Dragon Rage, Dragon Tama Sendu. S-rank adventurer, Pumba Power Unknown. And the older man approached. You seem to enjoy giving these guards a hard time, don't you? As soon as they appeared, Tsuyoshi used his gaze to assess their strength. Were those 2 also S-rank adventurers? The gap was so immense that he couldn't gather any information. Both of them brushed past him without stepping. Seeing them approach, the 2 guards bowed respectfully. Master Sendu, Master Dan. He wasn't afraid at all as he turned to question them. Dragon Tama Sendu, are you implying that we are bullying members of the Dragon Rage Guild? He stepped forward, a head taller than Kenji, with an utterly overwhelming presence. He kept his eyes fixed on the 2 of them. S-rank adventurers from various organizations were confronting each other, and the relationship between the 5 great powers and the 3 great guilds was truly incredibly complex. Sendu glanced at the person who had just passed by and remarked sarcastically, your abilities are still not qualified enough to meet me. You need to reach the stature of your chairman first. Hearing this, Kenji's hands clenched tightly, and he was unable to utter a word. He could only grit his teeth in anger. but the other person smiled and interrupted. Just keep everything stable, because you will need our help to get inside. Kenji shoved his hands into his pockets and clicked his tongue coldly. Fine. As the gate opened, the group followed closely behind, and with the endorsement of the 3 S-rank adventurers, they were invited to proceed inside. They maintained their indifferent demeanor and silently led the way ahead. As soon as he crossed the threshold, his eyes widened suddenly. What the hell is this? Tsuyoshi stayed intently at the door carved with strange figures. Could it be? Suddenly, his whole body froze, trembling in rhythm with the ring. The vibration is so intense. Why is the subject reacting so strongly? In front of him, the man looked at him with annoyance. Why are you all here? Do you want to follow and monitor me? Hearing this, the man just laughed. You are overthinking it. We are just curious about Tsuyoshi, to see if he can open this door, and we want to know what mystery has been hidden here for so long. Kenji guessed to himself. As expected, the powerhouses and the major guilds are very quick to get information. He then said, we have already agreed to share information, so taking a stroll shouldn't do any harm. Seeing no one respond, Kenji's eyes darted around behind him. When Zero realized the person's figure was drooping, his face gradually darkened. Kenji anxiously stepped forward to pat his shoulder and ask, Pei, what is happening to you? Unexpectedly, the other person swung his arm to brush away the hand about to touch him. Don't touch me. Witnessing his awkward expression, Sendu kindly explained, you still don't understand. He can no longer see us. Kenji was bewildered. What do you mean? Someone standing nearby spoke cryptically. It has been a long time since we saw this happen again. It seems he has been called by that door. They stood rooted to the spot, watching Tsuyoshi dazedly drag each step toward the door. He reached out behind wearing the old ring. Light erupted brilliantly from the ring. Why does this feeling resemble the very first moment I was summoned by my father to that world? Tsuyoshi pressed his hand against the surface of the door to feel everything. A powerful stream of light flowed into the door, causing a notification to echo. Your identity has been verified. The door slowly creaked open, emitting a blinding aura from within. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked straight inside.